Part 3, Volume 5. And this is the last part for this arc, or last book for this arc, Part 3. And after this, the next book after this is Part 4, Volume 1. Which is Book 12. Okay, let us start. Okay, the prologue. Now then, shall we discuss this elsewhere? Rosemine suggested, glancing toward the door to her hidden room in the orphanage director's chambers. That was her signal for this formal discussion to turn casual, and so Fran guided Benno and Mark inside. In this room she could speak as Mine rather than Rosemine, the Archduke's adopted daughter, and the retainers allowed to follow her inside were all those who knew her from her commoner days. For that reason, Benno generally only ever brought Mark and Lys to the temple. Damien technically knew her from when she was a commoner as well, but it seemed that she didn't exactly like him very much, so Benno avoided bringing him when he could. The Lehanges sent from other stores weren't particularly happy about not being brought to the temple to observe the negotiations, but Benno was holding them at bay for now by reminding them how lucky they'd already been to sell goods in the castle. The Lehanges will stop complaining when we start doing even more business then. There, it's just that in these kind of discussions, people being too subtle and overly flattering always gave Rosemine the wrong idea. On the inside, she was a commoner raised in poverty, which meant that she didn't quite have the level of common sense one would expect from a Blue Shrine maiden turned Archduke's adopted daughter. Even Benno had no way of knowing what might set her off on her next rampage, which is why he had to discuss things with her in frank, clear language. And worst of all, now that she was the Archduke's adopted daughter, every word she spoke carried an immense amount of political influence. Here's your seat, Master Benno. Benno sat in the chair that Fran offered him, with Mark standing behind him. Only once Benno had sipped the tea that was served to him did the discussion begin, and he made double sure to hold the cup with noble etiquette. Ever since Gil went to Ilgner, Fran had started entering the hidden room in his place, meaning noble customs had started to take root even in here. A sudden fear struck Benno. If we see even more changes like this, how long is the hidden room even going to function as a spot for real-deal business discussions? Rosemine needs to learn to understand noble euphemisms and fast. Things could get real bad otherwise. So what's our business this time? I heard you finished some new kind of paper, Benno said, breaking the ice as he set down his cup. Fran began lining up some gleaming, silky paper on the table, placing a letter beside it. Rosemine's regal expression crumbled in an instant, her golden eyes twinkling as she regarded Benno with a proud grin. Benno, this is the paper I just received from Ilgner. Could you give it to Heidi at the ink workshop so she can run some experiments? It has a silky smooth surface, so I want her to see if colored ink will stick to it. Alright. Despite having sent Lutz and everyone to Ilgner, Benno had largely assumed they would teach the locals how to make paper and nothing more. Never did he expect they would finish making an entirely new kind of paper this fast. He picked up a sheet, feeling his lips curve into a grin as he rubbed his surface with his finger. Assuming the ink did indeed stick to it, he could only imagine how many new products they could make. I wish I could do some research myself, Rosemine muttered. Hey, we've all got our roles here. Researching ink isn't a job for the Archduke's adopted daughter. You just need to continue building up influence in noble society, all while staying healthy enough to not collapse. Can't let some noble scuffles bring the printing industry to its knees before it even takes off, you know. Rosemine would spontaneously overstep her boundaries without considering the consequences, so Benno reminded her to stick to her role and not butt into anyone else's work. That wouldn't actually stop her if push came to shove, but he could at least say he tried. I mean, true. Making paper is a lot more fun than dealing with nobles, but I understand it's my duty to protect the printing industry now that I've started it. I'm doing my best here, Rosemine said, puffing out her cheeks in a way that wasn't cute in the slightest. Truth be told, Benno knew that she was working extremely hard to survive in her position. Even merchants struggled to speak and act properly when visiting the castle, and here she was, a commoner girl stuck living as the Archduke's adopted daughter, forever surrounded by noble attendants. It took more than a little hard work to survive in that kind of situation. Yep, you better protect it. But anyway, this new paper is pretty firm, huh? What's it going to be used for, Benno asked, whipping one sheet around a little, holding it up to the light to peer through, then rolling it up. Playing cards to start with, they'll be much easier to use that way, Rosemine explained. Small wooden boards were currently used for the playing cards, but it seems she wanted to start using the paper instead. Doesn't look like she's even considered that this will take valuable work away from the Ingo workshop, who make these boards every year. Ooh, that is true. Benno was conflicted. Should he point that out for Ingo's sake, or just let Rosemind's creative spirit run free, knowing that real-world consequences would only stifle her ideas? Ferdinand seemed to like the Harrison a lot, but I don't really want him beating my head with it all the time. Oh, Benno, you'll never believe this. Ferdinand was so mean to me, Rosemind began, launching into a fervent speech about just how cruel the High Priest had been when the paper arrived from Ilgner. This was just so petty. Benno slumped in his chair, almost losing the will to live. He just knew that Mark was smiling behind him, and in all honesty, he felt stupid for ever taking this seriously. Blech, I guess no matter what happens, Rosemind's gonna keep inventing more weird junk that she wants for whatever reason. Losing a single job won't put Ingo in too bad of a spot. Concluding that he would simply let the matter rest until the day potentially came when Ingo was desperate for more work, Benno cut Rosemind's rant short by asking what price she intended to sell the paper for. She fell into thought, not seeming at all bothered about the topic being so abruptly changed. I think we should wait for Heidi to do her research before we consider the price. It really is going to depend on whether or not the ink sticks. Yeah, I guess the research should come first, Benno replied, handing both the new paper and the letter from Lutz over to Mark. As he did so, Rosemind took out her diptych and looked it over, nodding to herself a few times. It seemed she had written down everything they needed to talk about. What's the status of the pump for Hasse? They're moving the prototype they were planning to put by Johann's workshop over to Hasse's monastery. Johann got all weepy about having to wait for a new one. Can't say I'm surprised, though. Their first pump was given to the temple, then he had to make one for the castle, and now this. He was pretty depressed. I guess Johann really needs to train someone else to make that part, Rosemind said with a contemplative hand on her cheek. While the schematics for the pump were readily available to other craftsmen, no other craftsmen had managed to produce one themselves. One part in particular was so precise that Johann was currently the only person able to make it. It won't take long for someone to figure it out. Now that everyone knows you're showing favor to fresh talent like Johann and Zach, all the young men have been busting their butts to hone their skills. Oh, really? Yep, head of the smithing guild told me all about it. Zach spilled the beans about you wanting to give him and Johann their own workshop, so loads of people are doing their best to improve in hopes of getting one as well. Now that the pump schematics were public and the Archduke's adopted daughter was placing a ton of orders, the smiths of the lower city were all working harder than ever. Rosemind's golden eyes sparkled upon hearing that, and she broke into a happy smile. I will welcome any number of people as Gutenbergs as long as they have skills as honed as Johann's or creativity as impressive as Zach's. Please introduce them all to me. Benno's cheek twitched. He could already picture it. Ehrenfest's upcoming talents having their common sense torn to shreds one after another as Rosemind turned them all into Gutenbergs. He needed to maintain the current status quo for as long as possible to keep the peace in the lower city. But even with that in mind, he didn't turn Rosemind down. Well, you kind of can't really turn her down because, she could easily use her authority as the Archduke's adopted daughter to make you do what she wants. So you kind of can't really turn her down. You can only kind of steer her in a good direction. Alright, I'll pass it along to the head of the smithing guild. The reason? He knew that as the papermaking and printing industries grew, the load placed on Rosemind's Gutenbergs would continue increasing to an overwhelming degree. Having more Gutenbergs would at least lessen that burden. Plus, Rosemind's ideas were profitable. If young craftsmen wanted to be knocked all over the place with unreasonable expectations, then that was all the more beneficial for him. No reason for us to deal with this all alone. The more the merrier. Oh, right. Mind if we check out the workshop before leaving, Benno asked. We're still getting regular reports, but without Lutz and Gil there, we're not quite as in the know. Since the two boys' departure, Benno hadn't received any messages detailing the Grey Priest's thoughts, whether that be what they wanted improved in the workshop or ideas for new products that sometimes ended up pretty valuable. He wanted to see how things had changed now that their best workers had gone to Ilgner, and whether they were at all unsatisfied with the Gutenbergs working elsewhere. I don't think the Grey Priest will say very much to you, Benno, but I don't mind you checking up on the workshop. Fran, please send word to Fritz. As you wish. With that, Fran exited the hidden room. Silence fell almost immediately, perhaps due to their discussion having run dry, and Rosemind's eyes wavered slightly as she searched for something to say. Soon enough, she clapped her hands together in realization. Speaking of which, Benno, how's Thule doing? Is her work going okay? She's been going there every day now that she's 10, right? She's never had a chance to come to the orphanage. Never has a chance to come to the orphanage now, she said, slumping her shoulders sadly. Lutz being in Ilgner meant he couldn't pass letters to her lower city family, nor tell her stories about them, so it was easy to guess she was feeling especially lonely. I have so many letters sitting around that I've written but can't send. Could you not give them to Thule for me? Well, the planting company's separate from the Gilberta company now, so, you could still go over there, at least to check up on Karina and them and see how they're doing, and then you could stealthily pass the letters to her. With the planting company currently in the process of moving, Benno was actively trying to avoid going to the Gilberta company in front of the Lahanges from other stores, thinking it best to minimize contact until the transition was complete. Or was completely finished. It would stick out way too much for him or Mark to start giving Thule letters. Aww. I could give them to Karina, but we really don't want this to go public, Benno continued. There was no problem with Lutz taking the letters from the hidden room and delivering them straight to Rosemine's family in the lower city, but having Benno give them to Karina, then Karina passed them on to Thule, created too many opportunities for other people to see what was going on. Having her give the letters to Thule would be way too conspicuous, since everyone's going to want to know what she's telling the new Lahara who came from a poor home. We'll be drawing a lot of attention to ourselves, and we don't want that. You're right, Rosamund said with a sigh, bottling up her loneliness once again. I suppose I'll make do until the Harvest Festival. It sucks, though. Benno knew how much Rosamund cared for her family, so the mature way she was controlling her feelings actually made him feel a little bad. He scratched his head trying to think of something he could say about them. Actually, hey, how's the Harvest Festival looking this year? Are you going to be moving the priests about again? I can get carriages for you if you need them. I am, yes. Please do get carriages. We'll be moving across from Ehrenfest to Hasse and vice versa. Benno glanced behind him to see that Mark was already writing it down on his diptych. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, then Mark turned his eyes to Rosamund. Lady Rosamund, we shall organize the carriages and prepare food. Would you kindly write a letter to the gate requesting some guards? Absolutely. I can get started as soon as I can, she replied, enthusiasm returning to her voice. She must have remembered that this was a rare opportunity for her to see Gunter. Also, I'd recommend doing the Orphanage's winter prep with the Gilberta Company again this year, Benno added. We want to keep it as connected to the Rosamund workshop as we can. Right. Oh, if you want to strengthen that connection, maybe I could ask Thule to take the Grey Priest shopping for used clothing? Tell her that I'll pay for whatever clothes she needs in return. She'd end up wearing the same ones otherwise, even if they started getting tight on her, right? I wouldn't want her sticking out in Karina's workshop. Rosamund's expectations were correct. Most of the seamstresses working in Karina's workshop were from wealthy families. She only employed workers with connections to the Gilberta Company, and since her stores were such a large one, that meant hiring those from the wealthy side of society. Thule was the only exception. The single poor person in the workshop hired to make hair sticks for the Archduke's adopted daughter. Karina had warned Benno that she would initially struggle to adapt to the culture there just as Lutz had. But Thule has Lutz there to help her. She knows how to clean herself with homemade rinse jam. She's cute, she has an honest personality, and she's earning the store money with her hair sticks, Rosamund continued. As long as she has good clothes to wear, I don't think she'll have any problems fitting in, but just ask Karina and Otto to keep an eye on her for me. It was because of Rosamund's influence that Lutz was given time to adjust in the Gilberta Company and ultimately become a Laharo in the Planting Company, so hearing her say she would stay connected with the Gilberta Company for Thule made Benno glad for a variety of reasons. Alright, you sure love Thule, huh? Of course, she's my angel, Rosamund said, proudly puffing out her chest. It was then that Fram returned from the workshop with Fritz. Everything had been prepared for Benno's visit. Upon entering the workshop at Fritz's guidance, Benno and Mark looked around. At a glance, the working Grey Priests all seemed to be doing fine. Master Benno, may I ask what brings you here so suddenly? Fritz asked. I just wanted to check up on the workshop. Sales this summer were real high, and we can expect a lot more books to sell at the end of winter this year. Lutz and the others have gone to Ilgner, so I wanted to make sure there weren't any problems. It is all as my report said. No major problems have occurred in the workshop. Noticing Fritz's stiff demeanor, Mark gave a peaceful smile and nodded in agreement. We certainly believe that things were running smoothly. Benno followed up with a merchant's smile, himself trying to disarm Fritz. Lutz always passed on minor issues and such that he heard about while working. We haven't received any news of any since he departed, so we were a little curious. Got anything like that for us? It doesn't have to be anything major. Just things you might want to be improved now that your best men are gone, stuff like that. Mark and Benno's explanation made Fritz widen his brown eyes a little. We improved the workshop many times at Lutz's suggestions, but we never knew he was discussing these matters with you, Master Benno. There were many minor problems when Gil and the others first left, but we have since made various small adjustments and grown accustomed to the situation. In the future, we shall report any improvements we wish to make. According to Lutz's reports, Fritz was the solid foundation that kept the workshop running smoothly, and he would mediate whenever Lutz and Gil got into a debate. The fact that he guessed Benno's intentions and agreed to them after such a short exchange was very impressive, to say the least. Had he not been one of Rosemine's attendants, Benno would have tried to take him into his own store. Ooh, that would have been interesting. Well, too bad, Benno. Rosemine got him first. If this long-term trip to Ilbner works out, printing and papermaking will start spreading all across Ehrenfest, Benno explained. I'm guessing Lutz and Gil will be going to one city after another, which means this situation might just be your new standard. That's why it's in everyone's best interest for you to tell us right away if there are any problems. Fritz thought for a moment, then smiled. As long as Lady Rosemine remains the High Bishop and Orphanage Director, everything should be fine. She readily accommodates our every need. Now it was Benno's turn to be shocked by a realization. What the planting company needed to worry about wasn't how the Grey Priests were faring while Lutz and Gil were in Ilgner, but what they'd do if Rosemine stopped being the High Bishop and they lost the ability to communicate in her hidden room. Fritz, I'm going to be blunt. Are there any rumors about Lady Rosemine stepping down from her position as High Bishop? A stir immediately ran through the workshop. All eyes fell on Fritz, who shot Benno a resentful glare. No, but she will retire from the position when she comes of age and marries as the Archduke's adopted daughter. Everyone in the temple knows this. She cannot get married while serving here. Benno gulped at the presence of such a clear deadline, but the Grey Priest simply nodded in support of Fritz's words and returned to their work. And with the workshop checkup complete, Fritz gestured toward the door, signaling that it was time to leave. Benno and Mark promptly obliged, with Benno speaking words of encouragement to a nearby apprentice Grey Priest on his way out. Fritz, are you sure Lady Rosemine's going to stay here until she comes of age? I heard from Fran that she intends to remain High Bishop until then. However, this does not mean you will always be able to discuss matters with her as you have been. You will surely be forbidden from entering her hidden room long before then, as it is frowned upon to allow those of the opposite gender inside. Hidden rooms are very private, personal places for nobles. Benno was able to discern from this information that under normal circumstances, entry would only be permitted to someone like a future spouse. If that was basic knowledge to nobles, then Grey Priests and a commoner merchant certainly wouldn't be allowed inside forever. Rosemine's guardian, the High Priest, was only permitting it for the time being because she currently lacked the common sense of a noble, needed connections to her commoner life to remain emotionally stable, and still looked absurdly young on the outside. It wouldn't be strange for their access to be revoked at any moment. How long do you expect we've got before that happens? I could provide no definite answer, but I would guess quite soon after she turns 10 and starts attending the Royal Academy. At the absolute longest, you might retain access until her fiancé is chosen. There were only 2 years until Rosemine turned 10. Benno had always known that the hidden room wouldn't be an option for them forever, but that was even shorter time frame than he expected. Fritz gave a sympathetic smile, sensing Benno's slight panic. I am somewhat anxious about this as well. As her attendants, Gil and I have been instructed to continue operating the workshop even after she leaves the temple, so that the orphans can continue to sustain themselves using their own money. But Gil still struggles to comprehend that Lady Rosemine will one day leave the temple. It is therefore my duty as one who has experienced such loss before to prepare for the day that will inevitably come, and to that end, I intend to keep in close contact with the planting company regardless of Gil's presence or Lady Rosemine's protection. Gil's voice conveyed none of the anxiousness that he claimed to feel, his peaceful smile exuding such strength that Benno couldn't help but blink in surprise. He had worked with Fritz before and received many reports from him, but it felt like this was the first time he was actually having a real conversation with him. I intend to increase the frequency with which I visit the planting company, Master Benno. I look forward to working together with you. Same to you, Fritz. If Gil and Lutz being away on long-term business trips was going to become standard practice, Benno needed to strengthen his relationship with Fritz. The two men exchanged a glance and firmly shook hands. Upon leaving the temple, Benno and Mark got back into their carriage. It was annoying that they needed to use one while visiting the temple, but they were the High Bishop's favored merchants. There was no getting around it. The doors closed, and only once the carriage was rolling down the road did Benno let out a heavy sigh. Well, Mark, we've got 2 years. We're gonna need to prepare for when we can't discuss things in the hidden room anymore. Do you think we'll make it? Gotta admit, I'm worried about Rosemine here. Benno picked up Lutz's letter. His absence alone made it hard to get messages to Rosemine's lower city family, and Benno was quickly reminded of just how sad she had looked. When access to the hidden room was inevitably restricted, She would get even fewer opportunities to properly speak with Letts and Thule. That was probably placed a heavy burden on her heart. There's nothing we can do about that ourselves, Master Benno. The most we can do for Lady Rosemine is train Thule to be a personal craftswoman for the nobility, ensure Letts is capable enough to visit the castle, and entrust Gunter with continuing to guard the priests on their way to Hasse. We have received a powerful advice from Fritz. Advice we must use as best we can. This is hardly different from our usual situation, Mark concluded with a laugh. He was right. Benno started to relax slightly. You've got a point. Dwelling on this won't change the outcome. Besides, no matter how much we prepare, she always goes way beyond our expectations like it's nothing at all, he said, starting to cackle himself. Soon enough, the carriage arrived at the planting company, and the driver opened the door for them. When Benno and Mark stepped out, the cool air signaled the approach of autumn brushed over them. Okay. Operation Grimm? What the heck is this? The New Orphans and Operation Grimm. I had a meeting scheduled for this afternoon with Richt, Hasse's mayor, so we were leaving the temple after lunch. Accompanying me were Fran, Monica, my 2 guard knights, and Ferdinand, who was himself accompanied by his guard knight Eckert and the scholar Justus. I had very much looked forward to riding in your high beast, my lady. Unfortunately, Justus, you will not be riding with me today. Aw, why not? Justus must not have expected me to turn him down. His head spun in my direction, an absolutely flabbergasted expression on his face. But I hadn't forgotten how annoying he had been the first time he rode with me. You talk non-stop, which makes it very hard to focus. Milady, please excuse my impertinence, but your language is a little harsh. I think it necessary, otherwise you would attempt to wriggle your way into getting what you want. Would you not? I have learned how to deal with you. He looked hurt by my remark, but it was his own fault for refusing to listen unless you were harsh with him. It was at this point that Ferdinand stepped in. She has turned you down, Justus. Give up and ride on your own high beast. But my hopes and dreams, Justus groaned, looking wistfully at my pandabus. Ferdinand shook his head, muttering something about Justus being foolish before taking out his own high beast. Justus, you can either take out your high beast or return to the noble's quarter. Choose. In the meantime, Rosemine, we may leave as soon as you are ready. A journey to Hasse was fairly short by high beast. When we arrived, we found Richt and the chiefs of the neighboring towns kneeling by the front door. That much deserved some respect, considering they were all busy with the upcoming harvest festival. Autumn harvest. I cannot talk or read right today, guys. That is not good. After exchanging our lengthy greetings, we stepped inside. Waiting for us in the parlor were incense, flowers, and freshly squeezed juice, which Fran tested for poison. I then exchanged a glance with Ferdinand, who was holding a glass himself. Well, looks like they didn't at all understand what that we shall prepare offerings of sweet fruits and beautiful flowers to you line really meant. Okay, good, they didn't. Richt, how's this year's harvest looking? Has missing spring prayer had a noticeable impact? It has. Things will certainly be very difficult for us as expected. I only hope we can have a proper spring prayer next year, Richt said, hanging his head sadly with the town chiefs. No matter how carefully one tended to their fields, the land simply wouldn't produce a considerable enough yield without being blessed. They could hardly expect a good harvest without the help of spring prayer. I have come to deliver news of a temple decree, I announced. We shall be sending 2 great priests to stay in Hasse this winter, to ensure there are no lingering embers of rebellion. Rick's head shot up as though he had been struck by lightning, his expression making it more than clear that he was stunned we still didn't trust him. I could empathize with how he felt, since he and the entire city were working together now, but it wasn't appropriate for him to show his emotions so openly when speaking to nobles. That insurance is of course important, I continued, but my true objective lies elsewhere. Your true objective? Rick asked, blinking in confusion. I nodded as gravely as I could. Yes. The great priest will use this winter to teach the people of Hasse how to properly interact with and write to nobles. It seems the long reign of the previous High Bishop has resulted in you developing some quite abnormal practices. Truly? What sort of practices exactly? He asked, visibly disturbed. It was more than apparent that he didn't realize how odd their behavior had been. He might have remembered how the previous mayor had failed to understand the phrase, climb the towering staircase, subsequently digging his own grave by continuing to act all haughty. You do not understand the meaning behind the phrases you use to send the letters you always send me, do you? The meaning? Rick glanced between us nervously. Ferdinand deliberately shifted his gaze, directing Rick to the flowers in the room. The phrasing that you used is understood by nobles to mean you will prepare wine, women, and money in return for granting you favors, he explained. What? We had absolutely no idea, Rick exclaimed, the blood immediately draining from his face. I can understand his reaction. Anyone would be shocked to learn that the phrasing they had been using all this time actually meant something very crude. Meanwhile, the town chiefs widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe that another of Hasse's mayors had managed to disrespect the nobility. They trembled in fear of what new punishment was now awaited them, fresh off the heels of their last one. Seeing all this, Ferdinand waved a wary hand. It is not uncommon for words to lose their meaning as those in power are replaced. And the lack of wine and women makes it clear that you did not understand what you had written. For this reason, we have no intention of punishing you. But can you imagine how a noble would react if such a letter were their first communication with you? I see. You have my sincerest apology, Frick said, kneeling and hanging his head low. The town chiefs quickly followed suit. We are hoping that you can learn from the great priests we send to Hasse, I said. If you do not understand noble euphemisms, problems of this nature will only continue to occur, and I would not like for Hasse to suffer more than it already has. We are deeply honored by your concern, High Bishop, and will graciously accept the teachings of your great priests. Both Richt and the town chiefs were looking at me with moved eyes. They seemed to be viewing me as a deeply compassionate saint. I really wasn't one, but I thought I would at least use this brief opportunity to make them promise to treat the great priests well. The great priests sent to Hasse shall serve as my representatives. Should you mock them as orphans or look down on them in any way, I will have them promptly return to the monastery, I asserted, hoping that my threat will prevent any harassments. I ask that you ensure all of your citizens know that the great priests are there to confirm your loyalty and teach you to speak to nobles. If no problems occur over the winter, I believe we should be able to hold spring prayer for you without any issue. All you must do is continue working hard for a little longer. We thank you, Richt replied. The tension drained from his shoulders, and the town chiefs who were gathered also looked a little relieved. Now then, what business did you all have with us, Richt? As requested in our letter, we would appreciate it if you could purchase several orphans from us. To speak honestly, we'd already struggled to overcome the winter, and nobody else is willing to buy them while the Archduke is punishing us. With people avoiding Hasse for the duration of his punishment, I could easily imagine them being shut down everywhere they went. I of course feel bad for the orphans being sold, but I didn't mind purchasing them myself to help out with the problem I caused in the first place. I do not mind buying the orphans, but once they enter the temple's orphanage, they will henceforth be treated as priests and shrine maidens. They will never return to Hasse as citizens, and so the younger they are, the better. After joining the temple, it wasn't easy to leave. The main consideration here was that the children of Hasse who stayed in the city's orphanage were given plots of land when they grew up, but that would no longer be the case for those who joined the temple. They would become great priests and shrine maidens for life, living the remainder of their days according to the whims of nobles. You would not mind purchasing the younger children, Richt asked, his eyes wide in surprise. Younger orphans were rarely picked since they couldn't be used for labor until they got grown big and strong enough. They just weren't worth the money. I would rather not snatch away the futures of those on the verge of coming of age and receiving their own land. Younger children also adapt to new customs faster, so they will have an easier time adjusting to the monastery. I am told that Nora, one of the orphans we bought last year, is greatly struggling to adapt to temple life due to having been so close to coming of age. I see. They brought the orphans younger than 10 over to us. They were all pretty much in rags, but unlike last time, they weren't covered in bruises. None appeared to have been hurt, and they were all being kept clean. I let out a small sigh, relieved that they weren't being abused, and looked at Richt. How many do you need us to buy? May I ask that you purchase at least 4? I agreed to buying 4 of the pre-baptism orphans. Justus the scholar wrote up the documents for us, then Ferdinand signed them as my guardian, since I was still underage. As this was being done, I smiled at the orphans who all seemed nervous about moving to the monastery. Fear not, you won't be alone in the monastery, Nora and the others are going to be there. And so I took the new orphans to the monastery in Lessie. Nora and the others greeted us there, welcoming the fresh faces. We had contacted them ahead of time, so beds, clothes, and the like were already prepared. It was a huge relief to see the children relax a little upon seeing people they recognized. Everyone, these children shall be joining you in the monastery. I hope you will help accustom them to temple life by the harvest festival. You are going to be spending the winter here, but they are young enough that we shall be moving them to Ehrenfest following the festival. Please remember your struggles when you first arrived here, and assist them in growing as you have, as you wish. And with that, Hasse's monastery received more orphans. Once the summer coming-of-age ceremony and autumn baptism ceremonies were complete, things would get busy with everyone preparing for the harvest festival and subsequent winter. In the midst of all this, I had to select which great priests would be going to Hasse. I needed 2 of them to teach Richt and the others noble manners, and 4 to exchange places with those in the monastery for winter, but it wasn't as though I had knew every great priest in the orphanage. their personalities and abilities included, so I decided to leave the decision to those who were more informed. Fritz, who was in the workshop, and Wilma, who ran the orphanage. Monica, send word. I shall go to both the workshop and orphanage after lunch. As you wish. After seeing Monica briskly walk off, clearly excited to see Wilma, I turned to look at Bridget. This seemed as good an opportunity as any. Bridget, would you mind guarding me on those visits this afternoon? Up until now, I'd only ever brought Daniel with me to the workshop so as to avoid leaking any unnecessary information about our profits and such to other nobles. Now that we were establishing a paper-making workshop in Ilkner and involving them in the printing industry, however, there was no need to hide anything from Bridget. Now that Ilkner has its own workshop, there is nothing in our workshop that I need to hide from you, I continued. I think it would be best for the sister of Geeb Ilkner to see these things personally. The only thing I could see you having to hide from her would be the whole Tau fruits becoming trombate thing. And the fact that you were harvesting them. So, yeah, you might still need to hide that from her just so it doesn't get leaked to Ferdinand. Because if he finds out, oh, he's going to blow a gasket. I can already tell he's going to have a cow about this. Bridget widened her eyes, then broke into a smile and knelt before me. I am honored, Lady Rosemine. I would like nothing more than to accompany you. And so, following lunch, Bridget and I went to the workshop. Most nobles would hate traveling to the basement where commoners work, but judging by how life was in Ilkner, I doubted she would mind. Thank you for coming, Lady Rosemine. I entered the workshop to find everybody kneeling in wait, and my attendant, Fran, gave the customary greeting as their representative. It was one for nobles, which I accepted with a nod. Fritz, please have everyone resume their work. I would like Bridget to see what we do here. Do you recall that Ilkner is the province Gil and Lutz are currently visiting? Bridget is family to Geeb Ilkner. Understood. Everyone continue your work. As ordered, the workers all go back to what they had previously been doing. Some were switching pulp and succedas, while others worked the printing press, which made loud smacking sounds interrupted only by the pleasant clinking of metal, letter types being swapped around. Fritz, would you come with me to the orphanage when you have a moment? I am free for as long as you are here, Lady Rosemine. We can leave as soon as Lady Bridget has finished looking around, he replied, wearing a peaceful smile as he spoke. As expected, my attendants were the shining example of image of competence. He asked one of the younger children in the workshop to go and inform Wilma of our upcoming visit, then gave instructions to some other Grey priests. Yeah, to be completely honest with you, Fritz and Fran are both amazing attendants, and yeah, Fritz is definitely a saint himself for having to deal with Shigikoza and be as nice as he is. I feel so bad for him, if I am being completely honest. And I just realized I had my headphones on and I didn't even need them on. Bridget, this is where the paper is made. Over there is the printing press I explained. It seems they had already invented a new kind of paper in Ilkner, so we should soon begin printing there as well. As she listened, Bridget watched the cicadas being switched about with great interest. They've made a new type of paper in Ilkner, she asked. With a smile, we stayed and watched the workshop operate for a short while, but I thought it best that we leave relatively soon so as to avoid interfering with the workers. Shall we go to the orphanage, Bridget? I called out. She regretfully looked around one last time as everyone paused what they were doing to kneel. I circled the workshop floor to speak to them all. I am glad to have the opportunity to see you work today. Please continue your efforts. Fritz guided us to the girls' building basement where the apprentice Grey Shrine managed to stop making soup to slide against the wall, idle against the wall, and kneel. They didn't look surprised to see us because of the child who had been sent ahead earlier to inform them. It is thanks to your efforts that everyone in the orphanage gets to eat warm soup. I imagine that it is tough to make food for so many people, but please continue to do your best, I said, offering them words of encouragement. And make sure to move on reasonably quickly, since keeping the shrine maidens from their duties for too long might cause the soup to burn. Yeah, you really don't want that to happen, because then it'll taste nasty. We climbed up the stairs and entered the dining room, where we found Wilma kneeling in wait. Monica told me you have something to discuss, she said. I sat in the chair offered to me, looking up at both Fritz and Wilma. Please select 2 Grey priests to be sent to Hasse's winter mansion, and 4 to switch places with those in the monastery. The 2 sent to the winter mansion will be teaching noble euphemisms and the like to those who write letters and documents, so they will ideally be experienced attendants, skilled at teaching others, and friendly enough with one another to work together well. Whoever they chose would be stuck in an unfamiliar place with an unfamiliar culture for the entirety of winter. That was a challenge in itself. and things would only be more arduous if the two selected didn't even get along together. Please pick two men and 2 women for the monastery. That can include apprentices. I would appreciate them already being on good terms with Nora and the others as well. As you wish. With my business there done, I returned to my High Bishop's chambers, sipping the tea that had been poured for me by Nicola as I spoke to Bridget. So, what did you think about the workshop? I had no idea one could make paper like that. It was quite a surprise. Is that all? Do you not have any thoughts on the Grey Priest there? Bridget placed a contemplative hand on her cheek, her expression thoughtful. I did think they were surprisingly hard workers. I don't recall seeing anyone engaged in idle chatter. That's true, they're all very dedicated, but that's not all I wanted you to see, I said, giving her a more serious look. You know that I will be visiting Ilgner during the Harvest Festival to retrieve the members of the planting company, yes? Ferdinand will also be accompanying me. He is my guardian, and he wishes to see the status and results of the first printing workshop built in a noble's province. That will be quite the honor, Bridget said with a smile. But, oh boy, how is he gonna react when he sees everybody just acting so casually toward each other? He's gonna have a cow! Not on the outside, but on the inside and once he's in private. As the Archduke's adopted daughter, I would be providing my support to Ilgner, establishing the paper-making industry there before doing so in any other province. On top of that, the Archduke's half-brother Ferdinand will be visiting as well. Any noble would consider that an honor. With that in mind, you will need to instruct Guy Ilgner to educate his people in preparation for our visit. Educate his people, you say? Bridget asked in confusion. Yes, the people of Ilgner are quite close to the Gieb and his family, are they not? Well, I personally like their free spirit in this. I can't imagine Ferdinand will share my view. Yeah, I agree on this one. Ilgner truly is a country province, one rarely visited by other nobles. They may act a little overly familiar with the nobility, but they mean no ill will. But do you not agree that their intention is irrelevant? Entire cities can be destroyed simply for not knowing how to behave around nobles. Surely you have not forgotten the situation with Hasse. Bridget paled in an instant, having seen the entire Hasse situation from start to finish as my guard knight. Up until now, I could assume she had only sympathized with the commoners who lived close to the nobles' quarter, but Ilgner would end up in the same situation if nobles started to visit. Ignorance would not be a strong enough excuse for them. Ilgner has done well up until this point due to the lack of visiting nobles, but that will soon change. I imagine many other Giebs will develop an interest in your province once it becomes known that you are making paper sooner than anyone else. I can predict them wanting to see how the workshops function, how much profit they earn, and so on. What will happen if commoners approach them and act without the proper respect? But educating them all? Is that truly reasonable? Changing one's behavior so suddenly was not an easy thing to do, and it would certainly be hard to educate so many commoners before the Harvest Festival. But Bridget had no other option if she wanted to keep them safe. Ilgner embraced the printing industry to earn my protection. There is no backing out now. Its people must learn to act in a way that will not earn the wrath of visiting nobles. There is no other way to protect them. Bridget stood up, the blood having completely drained from her face. I gently took her hand in mine. As you saw, those in my workshop know how to behave around nobles. I simply ask that you tell the Gieb what happened in Hasse, and at the very least have those working in his estate and the workshop learn proper manners. I don't want to see a repeat of what Hasse went through, I said, thinking back on how peaceful of a province Ilgner was. Bridget nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. I thank you ever so much for your valuable advice, Lady Rosemine. I will discuss this matter with my brother at once, she said, her serious work expression morphing to one of grave desperation. The Grey Priests to be moved to Hasse were chosen, and I sent word to the planting company asking them to handle various preparations. The days sped past at an alarming speed, with discussions of the upcoming Harvest Festival and ruel gathering coming up again and again. Soon enough, it was almost time for the Harvest Festival. Again? Jesus Christ! I know we're in book, 5? We're essentially at volume 12 at this point. Dang. Fritz informed me that the selected Grey Priests were preparing to leave, and so I went to the orphanage to give them words of encouragement. Fran and Zom were carrying large boxes, while Monica held one that wasn't quite so sizable. The Grey Priests leaving for Hasse were all assembled in the orphanage's dining hall. Wilma introduced them one at a time, then concluded the noble greetings. I first spoke with the 2 priests and 2 apprentice shrine maidens leaving for Hasse's monastery. I have received word from Ingo that the monastery now has a printing press of its own. There are presently few residents there, and none of them know how to print. I am looking forward to your efforts this winter. We needed more people in Hasse to get involved in the printing industry, and I was genuinely eager for them to do their best there. Understood, came the crisp replies. I nodded at them and looked at Fran, who opened the box he was holding and distributed the contents to the four. Just like last time, they each received a diptych as a gift. This is my gift to all of you who shall be working hard in Hasse. I imagine you all know from my attendance how to use them. Each diptych belongs to you individually and is not something you need to share with others. Take care not to forget to write your names on them. We are honored, they all replied. The Grey Priest spoke with gentle smiles while the apprentice shrine maidens broke into broad grins. With that done, I turned to the two Grey Priests leaving for Hasse's winter mansion. Akim, Egan, I entrust you both with diptychs as well. I imagine the two of you will struggle more than anyone, having to spend the winter in an entirely different world than the one you are used to, but I trust you both to succeed. Lady Rosemine, you have 2 jobs. The first of which is to teach all this to the mayor and his associates, I said, gesturing toward the box Sam had brought. Inside were stacks of boards detailing everything I wanted Hasse to learn about, including euphemisms and letter formats that any noble would know as a matter of course. Incidentally, those were the very same boards that Fran had so kindly prepared for me when I was a commoner. I planned to organize the lessons and put together an educational textbook once book prices were low enough for commoners to buy them. I am certain no problems will arise in the Winter Mansion, but they may look down on you as orphans. Even with all your compassion, if at any point you find their treatment of you unbearable, leave for the monastery at once. I will not begrudge you, and Hasse's mayor has already been informed. I then looked toward Monica. Inside her box were playing cards, carta, and picture books for entertainment. It is my understanding that there is little to do for fun in Winter Mansions, but I hope you can form bridges by reading these picture books to children, playing cards with the adults, and so on, I continued. I must emphasize that the books are very expensive, however, so let no one else handle them. Should anything happen to them, Hasse will need to cover the costs. Understood. Those raised in the orphanage have been thoroughly trained to handle things with care, so none of them had ever broken anything thus far, but whether this would be the case in Hasse, I couldn't say. These books were expensive enough that even some nobles hesitated to buy them, and I didn't want them treated roughly. The cards and playing cards would be fine, since they were made of wood, but the books would end up getting ripped to shreds in no time, which could easily make me madder than the former mayor's rudeness had. There was no doubt about that. Oh, God forbid anybody do that. All I can say is, you better run if you do that. You better run and hide. I next signaled for Monica to take out the ink and notepads from her box, the latter of which were made from dud paper. She handed both to Akim, whatever, and Egan. Now for your second job, I continued. You are to gather and write down stories from the people of Hasse. Stories? Yes, just as nobles have tales about knights and the temple have stories about the gods, commoners have tales that only they know. Hasse might have ones from traveling merchants or local stories that have circulated through farming towns for generations. They will all one day become materials from my books, so I ask you to take this opportunity to write them down. In truth, this job is more important than anything else. No. Their job is to teach the nobles. Not that. Because if you they don't get taught that stuff and they end up dealing with other nobles, the city might end up getting destroyed for disrespecting nobles, and you would have saved them for nothing. This was my true objective, one that I revealed to neither Ferdinand nor the townsfolk who worshipped me as a deeply compassionate saint. What I truly wanted from this was a collection of stories known only to commoners, and the name of my plan? Operation Grimm. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The Brothers Grimm, all the fairy tales. I would collect stories from all over the country, tales that had been passed down through oral tradition. Hasse was only the beginning. Assuming things worked out there, I would send Grey Priests to winter mansions all over under the guise of teaching commoners how to properly speak to nobles. I would then gather stories from the noble-ruled provinces while spreading printing workshops. The workers would no doubt jump to collect them from me if a set sum was offered for each one. Then, once Ehrenfest was conquered, I would move on to collecting stories from other duchies as well. My ambitions were endless. I hope it goes well. Operation Grimm. My plan was to raise the literacy rate among commoners in the meantime, but books being too expensive for them to buy had really thrown a wrench into the works. There was also the likelihood that more than a few people would discover the joy of reading only to go insane from not having access to any new books. That was a feeling I knew all too well, one that was much too sad to put others through. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped to make them available enough that even commoners could soon fund book rooms for their winter mansions. A day came for the planting company's carriage to leave for Hasse ahead of the harvest festival. Those heading to the monastery were loading baggage into the carriages with other members of the orphanage helping them. Meanwhile, those going to the winter mansion were getting ready to travel separately with me, since I was leaving for the festival itself. The carriage will have the same number of people on the return trip, but do take care. The orphans in Hasse include pre-baptism kids. Understood. Seems the soldiers have arrived. While the great priests leading the planting company's carriage were loading the... Can I talk? I told y'all. While the great priests were loading the planting company's carriages, the soldiers who would be guarding them arrived. Dad was marched enthusiastically at the front. I haven't seen him in such a long time. I gave him a smile, and upon meeting my gaze, he returned a grin and knelt in front of me. Thank you for coming, Gunter. We are enlisting your aid once again. Honorable High Bishop, you can always count on me to help when you are in need, Dad said in a polite tone. The other soldiers promptly followed up with lively responses of their own. I'll rush over here way faster than, I shall arrive swifter than the commander himself. I will too, just say the word. Shut it, you two. You're being disrespectful, Dad said, silencing them with a glare. I see that you are once again accompanied by a hearty group of soldiers, I said with a giggle. It is thanks to all of you that I can rest easy, knowing my great priests remain safe outside the city walls. They will indeed. I await the chance to see you again at the monastery. And so after the briefest of exchanges, I sent the carriages off to Hasse. With the planting company gone, it was time for me to prepare for my own departure. I planned to bring several books of me to the Harvest Festival this year. I wouldn't be able to survive the heated fervor for long without some good stories to relax with. Milady, it is a pleasure to work with you again this year. Oh, the pleasure is all mine, Justus. Justus was coming along as a tax official while Bridget and Eckert were serving as my guard knights. Ferdinand had instructed that Eckert and Daniel swap places for this mission, since Daniel and Bridget alone wouldn't have been able to stop Justus's rampages. Eckert, I entrust them all to you. May we meet again in Dorvan, Ferdinand said. Yes, sir. Eckert replied, then turned to look at Daniel. Until then, I trust you to guard Lord Ferdinand in my stead. Understood. After enduring an endless list of warnings from Ferdinand for what felt like an eternity, I climbed into my already prepared panda bus. Achim and Eckert were inside, as well as Fran, Monica, Nicola, Hugo, and Rosina, the latter two coming with me as my personal chef and musician respectfully. Ella was staying home for this one. Our journey was set to be a long one, and Hugo simply had more stamina. Instead, she would be making food for the orphans and my other attendants while I was gone. Fritz and Zom were staying behind as well, the latter of whom was being entrusted with running the entire temple while Ferdinand was gone. Who had it harder between us? It was impossible to say. Well, Ferdinand, I'm off. May we meet again in Dorvan. Do try not to cause any problems. We'll see. That is not an answer, he sighed, rubbing his temples. But I simply avoided making eye contact and gripped Leslie's steering wheel. I poured mana into him, stepping on the gas pedal, and up into the air we went. So began my long journey for the Harvest Festival. Okay. I think I'm going to end this one off here. And I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, part 2. Hasse and the Grey Priests. Now then, I began. Please do ensure that the rooms and food are prepared. Since we were traveling by air, our journey to Hasse had been a short one. I landed my high beast by the monastery, at which point all of my attendants and personnel alighted except Fran. When their luggage had been taken out and moved into the monastery, I departed for the winter mansion. When we were high in the sky above the mansion, I furrowed my brow. What? There's nobody there. Did I get the date wrong or something? No, Ferdinand would have known if you got the date wrong. He would have told you and called you a fool for not having the date right. So, no? Maybe you scared them or something? Or maybe they're scared to come out. Who knows? The year before, while the people were waiting for us to arrive, a bustling crowd was preparing the large field-like plaza for the festival. But this year, there was no signs of any people nor any preparations being made. I had sent a letter ahead of time outlining the date of my visit, but perhaps I had written it down incorrectly or simply just misread something. Bridget, who was flying ahead of me on her high beast, pointed down toward the ground and began to ascend. I could see several people kneeling by the front door of the winter mansion, and when I strained my eyes, I recognized them as Rick and the town chiefs. High Bishop, Rick said, thank you for coming. While I received my greetings, Fran, Achim, and Egan began taking more luggage-filled boxes out of my panda bus. When you combine their living necessities, learning materials, and recreational time, there was a surprising amount to unload. Once they were done, I put away my high beast. Regt, why aren't you preparing for the Harvest Festival? We are naturally refraining from holding such large-scale festivities while out of the Archduke's favor. This year we hope to perform only the ritual and pay our taxes. Regt went on to explain that it was difficult for them to hold the festival as they usually would with the eyes of their neighbors and traveling merchants on them. But they still needed to hold the baptism, coming of age, and wedding ceremonies, which they hoped to do quietly in the gathering hall of the Winter Mansion. I said, feeling a little nervous. The people here had endured a harsh year without the blessing. They were unable to hold the once-a-year celebration that everyone loved, and now here I was sending 2 grey priests to keep an eye on them. Would Achim and Ekin really be safe here with everyone so unhappy? I glanced over at the 2 grey priests, at which point Fran stepped forward to introduce them. These are the grey priests who shall be staying here and representing the High Bishop during this winter. Their names are Achim and Egan. Egan, whatever. With that, Achim and Egan crossed their arms in front of their chest and crouched a little. Fran and the others tensed up at the sight. These men may have been grey priests, but they were my representatives and soon to be their teachers. Hasse's very future was resting in their hands, so I could imagine that Richt was nervous to see what they were like as people. Richt, please guide us to their rooms. As you can see, they have much luggage with them, and I would like to see the conditions in which they will be staying. As you wish. Please follow me. One of the town chiefs hurried off on Richt's instructions to send word of our arrival. Richt then led us into the mansion, heading toward the room where Achim and Egan would be staying. Fran and the 2 priests were carrying boxes behind me, followed closely by Justus and my 2 guard knights. The fear of playing children could be heard at first, but this quickly quieted down as we walked. It's quiet now, but I can feel eyes all over me. We climbed a creaky staircase in the living area. Several curious children poked their heads out from around corners or behind cracked open doors. While I smiled whenever I made eye contact with them, they always gasped or ran away to hide. It seemed like they considered me quite scary. It's good to think of nobles as scary. I mean, they're not wrong here. But it kind of seems like the boys are trying to show how brave they are by sneaking glances at me. That's a bit worrying. And I mean, she's supposed to be seen as a saint. I assume that even still, they're still scared. Some doors were open wide enough for me to see inside the rooms beyond them. They were of various different sizes, with each one housing an entire family. Some were classroom-sized, with a dozen people sleeping on straw mattresses strewn about the floor, while others were small with an actual bed inside. They largely resembled my lower city home, that is, before I started cleaning it from top to bottom. This is where they will be staying. It is the closest room to my office here. Here they'll be able to minimize contact with the others if they so wish. Rick had stopped in front of a 2-person room. Considering it had 2 separate beds, I could guess that he had reserved an especially high-quality room for them. Fran, Achim, and Egan set their boxes down, then collectively grimaced as they examined the interior. My apologies, but could you tell us where the well and cleaning utensils are so that we might clean the room? Fran asked. It was probably unbearably filthy for them, raised in the always immaculate temple and orphanage. I could definitely sympathize with them. After all, back in the lower city, the first thing I had done when I got to my feet was clean. One of the town chiefs blinked in surprise, then hurried off to ask a woman where the cleaning utensils were. I let out a quiet sigh. Achim, Egan, if you wish to clean the room to make it as comfortable as possible for the both of you, that is perfectly fine. But please take care not to force the temple's lifestyle on everyone else. This is not the temple. Understood. Achim, Egan, and Fran all opened their mouths as if about to protest, but promptly conceded after seeing the cleaning utensils the town chief returned with. Perhaps it would be best to give them some support here. Achim, Egan, might I suggest taking a set of cleaning utensils from the monastery tomorrow? If there's anything else you need, you may ask Fran. Your concern honors us, Lady Rosemine. They both resolved to enjoy the room as it was for the night, then give it a thorough clean in the morning the next day. It was pretty funny seeing them seriously discuss whether or not they would also need a wash tub for cleaning themselves, considering this place probably didn't even have tools for cleaning clothes. Rick, is everything ready for the ceremony? Yes, Lady Rosemine, please follow us to the dining hall. The Winter Mansion dining hall had a much lower ceiling than the castle's grand hall, and the floor was covered in stains and oily substances. Ooh. Likely due to feasts having been held there. A strange smell wafted through the air as well. That said, no matter how bad this is, they probably made a real attempt to clean it as much as they could. The festival is always held outside, so they almost certainly hadn't expected priests and tax officials to be entering the Winter Mansion itself. I could bear it, but Eckert had a very stern look on his face. There was a stage prepared in the hall, and just like last year, I stood at the altar with Justus, Fran, and my 2 guard knights. Aside from us being inside, nothing seemed to have really changed. I summoned the children who were to be baptized onto the stage, blessing them after reading aloud the picture books about the gods. The coming-of-age and wedding ceremonies were also pretty similar to the year prior, but everyone looked sick rather than celebrating, and there was a heavy air of sorrow weighing down the whole room. Once the ceremonies were over, I called Occam and Egan up onto the stage to introduce them. People of Hasse, despite the difficulties you have endured this year, having had to farm without a blessing, you have worked well. The Archduke has entrusted that 2 great priests be sent to your winter mansion to ensure that no embers of rebellion still linger. Their names are Occam and Egan. They are here to watch over you, but also to teach you. A stir ran through the crowd at the word teach. Recent letters from Hasse were found to contain language that is highly disrespectful. Were another noble to receive such letters, their anger would be palpable. Such a mistake was born simply due to the failure of your previous mayor and your inexperience with nobles. Once again, Hasse was on the verge of making a grave mistake. Some people were shocked to hear that they were angering nobles once again. Others let out angry cries about the mayor failing to do his job right. I held up a hand to silence them. You will not be punished for those affronts. Instead, I have instructed these 2 grey priests, both highly familiar with how to communicate with nobles, to use this opportunity to teach your mayor and his workers the proper language to use when communicating with nobles. If they study well and remember these lessons, I am sure there will be no more incidents such as this. The people's anger faded once they understood that not only were they not going to be punished, but they were being offered an opportunity to learn from their mistake. It was important to use this moment of relief to put my foot down. The Grey Priests are orphans, but understand that they are directly representing me, the High Bishop. If they are at any point treated poorly, they will move to the monastery. I trust that you will not be so foolish as to abuse them as your punishment is coming to an end. But regardless, take care to be respectful when speaking to them. At this remark, the people gathered in the hall all wore dark expressions, visible even from up on stage. It was obvious that they expected their punishment to never end. While they did work hard for an entire year without a blessing, I think they deserve at least a little relief. I pursed my lips in thought, then walked from the center of the stage to the edge where Eckert and the others were standing in wait. Eckert, Justus. Yes, Lady Rosamine? Might we permit them to play a little wharf? I believe too much restraint is bad for the heart. Eckert grimaced at my suggestion, clearly thinking about how furious Ferdinand would get if we deviated from the plan, but Justus actually smiled in amusement. It is important to take breathers, my lady, and the people will surely be moved if they are told you permitted it yourself, he said. I personally consider it a fine idea, though normal nobles will never take into account the feelings of mere commoners. With Justus in my corner, I took Occam and Egan over to where Richt was. Richt, I appreciate your rationale for not holding the festival, but would tensions not explode during the winter if the people don't relieve any of their stresses, I asked quietly. His eyes wavered for a moment, then he gave a nod. You may be right. You and I shall speak in the meeting room, and should something take place outside while we are in there, I am certain that I will not notice it. No matter how bad the other people might get, there is surely nothing wrong with doing something that goes unnoticed, don't you agree? Rick didn't seem to grasp my implication. I looked toward Occam. It seems that it is already time for you to work. Would you mind explaining to Rick what I meant? Occam blinked in surprise, muttering, Did he truly not understand that? Quietly under his breath. Egan appeared to be just as surprised. His eyes were now open wide in disbelief. I imagine he did understand in some regard, but the people of Hasse have suffered so much as a result of misunderstanding that they have most likely lost all confidence in their ability to interpret things. I see. Mayor Richt, Lady Rosamine is saying that she will turn a blind eye to any festivities that might take place outside while you and she are discussing matters in the meeting room, Occam explained. You may interpret that as her giving you permission to play wharf, Egan added. I cannot talk. With that, Richt broke into a smile. Understood. We have many hot-blooded youths in Hasse, and I am sure that they will be overjoyed to hear this. Rick left, setting up the wharf tournament to one of the town chiefs, and exited the dining hall, guiding me and the others to the meeting room. We heard shouts ring out not long after we were gone. The High Bishop gave us her approval. Let's go play some wharf. Yeah, woohoo! The townsfolk let out loud, fervent cries as though all the frustration that had been building up inside of them over the year was unleashing all at once. Occam and Egan flinched and turned around fearfully, looking at the doors to the hall. They must have been genuinely frightened, given that they had never heard people roar so loudly that the vibrations could quite literally be felt through the floor. I could only hope that my gesture of goodwill would help make their time here as peaceful as possible. In the meeting room, we discussed this year's harvest, taxes, and the tithe that we paid to me. Hasse's lack of a blessing meant that its harvest was smaller than those of the neighboring cities, but its yield was large enough to prove that the townsfolk really had poured their all into their work. Just like last year, Justus would be sending the taxes to the castle the next morning, with the portion of my tithe being used to pay for Occam and Egan's winter preparations. The rest would be brought to the monastery rather than the castle to help fund its winter preparations. As our meeting continued, the wharf tournament outside concluded. Energetic voices conveyed a lively atmosphere as they all came back into the hall, their bright tones radiating the fun they had just had, which confirmed to me that permitting the tournament to happen had been the right move. After the meeting was dinner in the dining hall. I already knew from my time in Ilgner that the Grey Priest would be stunned into silence by how commoners ate. So I instructed Occam and Egan to eat with me so that I could instruct them on what to do. The commoners lined up the food atop low tables that was nothing more than long boards placed over 2 large boxes. Then sat down on straw and started eating whatever they wanted to. Aside from the knives placed by the meat so that people could help themselves, wooden spoons were the only cutlery available. Everyone ate with their hands when they weren't having soup-like foods. As expected, the whole experience was so unfamiliar to Occam and Egan that they froze in place out of shock. They were supposed to be serving Etiquette and Justus, but instead they were just standing stock still, their mouths agape. Etiquette wasn't scolding them because he too was taken aback by the scene. He had apparently never seen commoners eat up close, so he was always on the stage far away from the plaza, and food was only served when the sun started to set. His stern expression reminded me of when Ferdinand had first watched Hasse's orphans eat. If their behavior displeases you, I would recommend looking away, I commented. This is normal to them. They may be able to look away, but they cannot block out the noise, Fran replied, regretfully shaking his head as he served my food. He was largely unfazed, and he had seen this often enough with Nora's group and when accompanying me to Ilgner. Lady Rosamund, when will we be eating? Occam and Egan asked together, both looking nervous. Tables and chairs had been provided for the nobles in our group, but it must have been assumed that the Grey Priest wouldn't mind eating with the commoners. You may eat with us here for today. I imagine it will take some time for you to adjust to the customs here, so I will ask Rick to prepare a table and chairs in your room, so that you may have your food there instead. That should allow you to eat in peace. We thank you, Lady Rosamund, Occam and Egan replied, patting their chests with relieved sighs. My efforts were, of course, all for the sake of Operation Grimm, but it seemed that sending Grey Priests to winter mansions all over was going to be harder than I expected. Having them adjust to the lifestyle of the commoners after spending their entire lives in the temple was not looking to be a smooth process at all. Well, of course not. I finished my notably modest meal, having not touched most of the food so that Occam and Egan would have enough to eat. By that time, the beer had already started going, giving the townsfolk rather loose tongues. They started to grumble and complain about things, either because they were emboldened by the alcohol or because they had forgotten I was up here on stage. You know, I saw them orphans that got sold to the monastery the other day. Sure looks like they're eating a lot better than us over here, one man said. They're looking real good, not to mention all weighty now. Where'd their scrawny sacks of bones go? I'm so jealous, a woman chimed in with a wistful sigh. If someone told me they'd have that much food in the orphanage, I would have wanted to go there myself. Fran gave a frustrated frown upon hearing all that, but I excitedly clasped my hands together in front of my chest, my eyes shining with excitement. We had sent 4 people to Hasse, but we still needed a lot of manpower for our printing endeavors. And thankfully, our wallets were overflowing due to how well the books for nobles had sold. I didn't want to force anyone to work at the orphanage due to the discrimination they would face, but if they actively wanted to live there themselves, then by all means. You might want to talk to Ferdinand about that first. I called out from the stage in hopes of recruiting at least a few people. If you wish to come to the orphanage, please do. We at the monastery would welcome you. The truth is, we have more printing presses now, and we are in need of extra assistance. Everyone chatting at the nearby table let out goofy-sounding noises in shock. Nobody had expected a response from the High Bishop herself. The drunkenness was wiped from their faces in an instant, and although they were starting to look increasingly sick, I continued doing everything I could to drill the virtues, to shill the virtues of the orphanage. Those in the orphanage are given 3 meals a day, as well as beds, clothes, and the like. They are also educated quite thoroughly, so if you will learn to speak properly and act with grace. Young children will go on to serve nobles only a few years after being baptized, and believe it or not, the literacy rate of children raised in the orphanage is 100%. They can all write and do simple math, plus we have picture books, cards, and playing cards all prepared as educational materials to help speed up the learning process. My description so far made the orphanage come across as a bona fide paradise, but there were no denying that there was also some drawbacks, and I wasn't about to hide them. I wanted people to join fully aware of all the pros and cons. There are, of course, some negatives as well. Once you join the orphanage, the world will scorn you as an orphan forevermore. Priests and shrine maidens must also live at the behest of nobles, paying heed to their every word and deed. It is an entirely different environment from a farming town, and the orphans from Hasse who joined previously are still struggling to adapt to its culture. Hi, Bishop. The townsfolk were looking conflicted. It must have been something that I'd forgotten to mention. Let's see. Oh yes, those raised in the temple orphanage are given no land upon coming of age, are not permitted to marry, and do not receive a break on Earth Day since they must live every day for the sake of the nobility. It's not uncommon to be abruptly sold to a noble you have never met before either, and the orphans themselves have no say in their matters. The more I spoke, the more their expressions turned fearful. I currently serve as the orphanage director and ensure that everyone receives enough food to have their fill. But living conditions were quite abhorrent before I took up the position, and there's no guarantee that they will not revert back to being abhorrent under my successor. Almost nobody wishes to join the orphanage due to its nightmarish reputation and the future being so uncertain. But if anybody wishes to join us there, I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. I don't think anybody's going to join, Rosemine. I excitedly spread out my arms, waiting for people to step forward, and yeah, I knew that wasn't going to happen. Despite how honorably transparent I had been with my explanation, enthusiasm to join was quite frankly non-existent. I knew it. Well, I already got land in Hasse, so, one man mumbled. Yeah, I'm going to get married next year, so I can't just go break her heart like that at another. Right. When everything's said and done, what's more important is living on the land, I could understand them not wanting to have to leave Hasse after having lived there in their entire lives. I myself had never intended to leave the lower city. There was some things you just didn't want to give up, no matter how poor or hungry you were. I can fully understand not wanting to leave your hometown. It's unfortunate that you will not be joining the orphanage, but I can see your reasoning. As I sat back down in disappointment, everyone else exchanged blatantly relieved glances, picked their mugs back up, and returned to their food. The sight of commoners eating made the nobles with us grimace, but to me it was a reminder of how my life used to be in the lower city. I really want to see Dad right now. I gripped my sleeves tightly. I only needed to go to the monastery to see him, so when the meal was over, I went over to Rick to announce my departure. Rick, I shall be leaving for the monastery soon. Thank you for visiting today. Everyone had a wonderful time because of you permitting the wharf tournament, he said. There was a relieved smile on his face, which was understandable since it was his job to keep the winter mansion in check. I was also glad to see everybody's mood brighten. Oh, incidentally, Occam and Egan will need a table and some chairs in their room so that they can do written work. Please make arrangements for that. Understood. Also, much like how the people of Hasse do not know the ways of nobles, the great priests have lived their lives in the temples and do not understand the ways of the outside world. They eat, clean, and live entirely differently from how you do. Please be considerate of that fact. With my departure announced, Eckert knelt in front of me as though I were his mistress. I will be trusting Bridget to guard you, Lady Rosemine. Justus and I will remain here, as is customary, so please return tomorrow morning for the tithe. And so I left Eckert and Justus in the winter mansion, returning to the monastery with Fran and Bridget. Even there, people were having a loud and hearty meal. I headed to my room, listening to the joyous clamor in the dining hall, while Fran went to eat, entrusting Monica and Nicola to serve me while he was away. It seemed that he had gotten without food at the winter mansion so that he could have dinner here instead. Probably better food, too. I grabbed a notepad made with white paper and a pen from my room, then went to the dining hall myself, having Monica pull a chair up to the table where the soldiers were enjoying their food. Gunter, I am currently collecting stories to make into books. Might I ask what stories you have heard in the lower city? Mom had told me a lot of stories, but Dad hadn't really told me many at all. Stories, My mother did tell me a few when I was young, Dad said. He fell into thought for a short while before eventually raising his head. There once was a family, the siblings of which were closer than you would ever believe. Oh, here we go. He's either changing the story he was told, or this is just a story he's making up in his head as he goes. Their names were Tully, mine, and Camille. Thus began a story wherein Camille and Tully raced into a forest to save their beloved sister Mine, who had been kidnapped by Phoebes. And so mine was safely returned to her family, and she lived happily ever after with her siblings. What a wonderful story, I said, so moved that my nose was dripping and my eyes brimming with tears. I wrote it all down, and immediately the other soldiers began fighting to tell me the stories they knew. They were all completely new to me and very easy to understand, given that they weren't filled with euphemisms like noble stories were. I could visualize everything instantly. By the time I had written down these stories, 3 stories in total, 7th bell started to ring. I stood up, overcome with a deep sense of satisfaction. Sleep well, everyone. Sleep well, High Bishop. May you be blessed with good dreams. That night I did have a dream. It was a very happy one in which I returned to my lower city home as mine and spent the day laughing with my family. Oh, you're going to wake up and be sad. Oh boy, ruel gathering, take 2. Yeah, here's hoping there's no take 3. Because with Ferdinand around, I think you should be fine. As pleasant as the dream was, I felt an indescribable loneliness upon waking up. I knew it. Yeah, that sucks. After eating breakfast, I left cleaning the monastery to Hasse's apprentices and the shrine maidens while having Fran and the adult priests stock Leslie with the cleaning utensils, tubs, soaps, and such that Occam and Egan needed. At the same time, my other attendants and personnel loaded their things into carriages, which we then sent on their way, just like last year. They will be meeting up at the carriages containing Eckhart's and Justus's attendants and Hasse's winter mansion before we headed to the next one. The plant and company carriages held the young orphans being moved from Hasse to the temple. I was off the guards after giving them their little bit bonuses, and with that, the brief amount of time I could spend with Dad came to a close. Once they were gone, we departed for the winter mansion on my panda bus. Occam, Egan, will this be enough, I wonder? Please do visit the monastery if you need anything else. Thank you, Lady Rosemine. Now we should be able to clean exceedingly well, the 2 great priests rejoiced, giving long, big appreciative nods as they accepted the supplies from us. It seemed they were going to pour their hearts into cleaning their room, and that was fine by me. In all honesty, it would have been nice if the people of Hasse saw them work and put a little more effort into cleaning themselves. Right, as discussed yesterday, here is food for the both of them. Please consider it part of their winter preparation. Understood. I gave a portion of the tithe to Richt for Occam and Egan, then had the rest piled into Leslie. This would be used for the monastery's winter preparation. Now then, I will see you both when you arrive at the monastery, I said to Eckhart and Justus. The former carefully observing as the latter teleported the collected taxes to the castle, and with that I promptly brought all the luggage to Hasse's monastery. Whoa, this is a lot of work to be doing first thing in the morning. All I needed to do now was drive Leslie, but that was tiring enough in itself. I decided to sit in my room in the monastery for the time being and sip tea with Bridget, taking a much-needed rest. I was a bit worried about Hasse's winter preparations, but Nora and the others knew what needs to be done, and since this is going to be the 3rd time that those from the temple are doing winter preparation, they have grown used to it as well. Things are proceeding smoothly, Fran reported. I gave a nod in response. The grey priests in the monastery were running around busily carrying the tithes to the food storage area and hurriedly preserving the perishables. They wouldn't be able to speak freely with me about, so it was best for me to stay in my room. So, Fran, may I read a book while we wait for Justus and my brother to arrive? My apologies. The books you prepared are in one of the carriages that has already left. No way! The copies from the castle's book room and the night stories I intended to put in my next book had already departed. Who could have ever seen this coming? I could! I lied. I didn't see it coming, but I had a feeling that could happen. As I wailed, Fran held a picture book Bible. The books she prepared for leisure reading were too bulky to be held during an entire ceremony, he said with a serious expression. If you are fine with the picture books read to the children during their baptism ceremony, then here you are. Yay! Thank you ever so much, Fran. I eagerly flipped through the pages, my eyes racing over the letters. That alone was enough to bring much peace to my heart. Just sitting down with a book helped steady my breath, and a warm feeling washed over me like I was finally alive again. I honestly wanted the whole world to understand what an essential part of life reading was. Eckhart and Justus arrived at the monastery while I was blissfully spending my time reading books. What in the world inspired you to make these books, milady? Justus asked, peering over my shoulder at the picture Bible. I understood his words, but not the meaning behind them. I make books to read books. What other reason could I possibly have? Rather, why picture books in particular, he asked. But I couldn't exactly tell him it was because all the stories I knew both from my Arano days and the ones Mom had told me as a commoner didn't match the aesthetic sense of my target demographic. Because I had never read anything but the Bible, I felt that one must read new books to make new books, so if you ever intend to gift me any, I would gladly accept them all. Justus being Riarda's son was an arch-noble, and there was no doubt in my mind that an information-loving man such as him had a huge collection of interesting books. But when I looked up at him with hope-filled eyes, he returned a stern expression much like one his mother would give. "Milady, you should never say something like that in public. You will only draw ambitious nobles to you." I would happily accept bribes from anyone if doing so meant getting more books, but I guess Ferdinand would get mad at me for that. Yes, he would. I can already imagine him smacking me on the head with that Harrison the moment I leaped onto my pile of illicitly gained reading material. Oh dear. After finishing a lunch consisting of soup made by the Grey Shrine Maidens and bread baked by Hugo, we set out by high beach toward the next winter mansion. Unlike Hasse, the other cities in the central district had reaped bountiful harvests thanks to having received my blessing, so all the people welcomed us with such fanatical enthusiasm that it actually threw me off. The mayors and town chiefs clasped their hands together and all but begged me to bless their land again next year. It was all I could do to put on a polite smile and say that I would continue to perform spring prayer while serving as the high bishop. This experience looped over and over again. The energy of the festival was overwhelming me to the point that I collapsed. I forced myself up again by drinking potions, but this happened several more times over the course of our journey. In the end, we arrived at Dorvan's winter mansion where we will be meeting up with Ferdinand the day before the night of Shutsaria. Given that we were initially scheduled to arrive with plenty of time to spare, it was safe to say that we had just barely made it. Eckert had apparently sent an ordinance to Ferdinand informing him of our situation. Yeah! I can have that tomorrow for lunch! And since Ferdinand arrived at Dorvan before us, he performed the harvest festival in my stead. The buzz from the celebrations had already died down, and it seemed my peaceful days had returned. "You are late, Rosemine. I was getting exceedingly worried that you were not going to make it at all. My apologies for worrying you, Ferdinand, and thank you ever so much for performing the harvest festival here ahead of time. I am truly, truly grateful that it is over. We had also started to fear that we wouldn't make it to Dorvan in time for the night of Caesarea." I sighed in relief that these worries had gone unfounded, only for Ferdinand to peer down at me with a frown, touching my cheeks and neck with his hands. "So cold." "No, your body temperature is much too high. Your pulse is abnormally rapid, too. Fran, do you have enough potions?" "We have used about half of what we had prepared before our initial departure," he responded instantly. Ferdinand glanced over at a box in the middle of the room. "I am storing extra potions in there. Take what you need for the rest of the trip." "Rosemine, drink one, and then the rest of the remainder for tonight. Or rest for the remainder of the night. Your gathering will take place tomorrow." While Ferdinand ordered me to leave, Fran began stocking up on potions with visible relief. I trudged over to the room that had been prepared for me, had Monica and Nicola change my clothes, then drank the potion that Fran had given me, and went to sleep. I couldn't be responsible for this year's gathering being cancelled when Karlstad was coming all the way from Ehrenfest just to help out. I promised Lutz that I would make it this year, too. I need to succeed no matter what. I woke up the next morning feeling much better. Eckert had reunited with Ferdinand, which meant Daniel was serving me again. He seemed a little more dead-eyed and all around exhausted since the last time we were together, but his face lit up with relief when he saw me. I smiled and finished breakfast, all the while imagining what insane workload Ferdinand must have dumped on him. "Rosemine, you are going to be napping this evening, and I imagine you will sleep better if you use your head in the morning." Ferdinand said, "Come to my room. You can write reports for the harvest festival." I thought I might be able to use my poor health as an excuse to spend all day lounging around in bed with a book, but Ferdinand wanted me to do paperwork with him almost immediately after waking up. How is that any different from a normal day in the temple? "I see that grimace on your face, but this is for your own sake," he continued. "The sooner these reports are finished, the sooner we can start making your Jureve. We cannot simply begin the moment we have all the ingredients. We must first report the results of the harvest festival to the Archduke." Ferdinand was assigned as my doctor and apothecary, so with him pushing me like this, there wasn't much I could do. I simply had to give in and work hard for the sake of my health. "I'm going to power through and finish this Jureve so I can finally be healthy. Hopefully. Hopefully you will be healthy by the end of that. Then I'll read books until I collapse from exhaustion. Just you wait." I reluctantly made my way to Ferdinand's room, almost having to fight against the alluring pull of the box with books in it. When we arrived, I found that all the attendants he brought with him for the harvest festival were doing work as well, Eckert included. Writing up reports in their respective rooms. That was Ferdinand for you, the man who lived to work and had let no time go to waste. And once again, he was wrapping everyone around him into his obsession. I spent some time silently scratching out documents while an ordnance suddenly flew in, its ivory wings flapping majestically. It circled around the room once before landing on Ferdinand's desk and delivering a message in Karstad's voice. I'm almost there. Have lunch ready. Go play somewhere else! Oh my god. Understood, Ferdinand replied, and once the ordnance had flown away, he looked out the window and sighed. I followed his gaze to see what he was looking at. It was far away enough that it was little more than a speck, but I could make out the griffin representing the Knight Commander flying this way. To say Karstad was almost here was a bit of an understatement. That is enough work for today. Clean up and prepare to welcome him, Ferdinand said. Everyone put away their work at once. Ferdinand's attendants headed to the front entrance to welcome Karstad, while my attendants started preparing tea and sweets. They were hurrying about without a shred of dignity or grace to their movements, but their organization nonetheless showed us how skilled they were. By the time Karstad was brought inside, all the preparations were complete. You appear to be doing well, Rosemine, Karstad greeted me. It's all thanks to Ferdinand's potions, I replied, and it seemed my message was conveyed without me having to spell out that I had been a total mess the day before. Karstad's eyes wavered as he searched for the right words. I'm just glad you have recovered enough for your gathering, he eventually managed to force out. How are matters at the castle? Ferdinand asked casually, taking a seat. Karstad would ordinarily reply that everything was normal and peaceful, but this time he paused to think. Then he carefully scanned the room. There's something I was told to tell you both, Rosemine. You stay seated there. Clear the room of everyone but the guard knights. Once all the attendants were out of the room, Karstad took out this kind of sound-blocking magic tool that affected an entire area. Then activated it.
Come on.
I gotta be at work at 7:45 in the morning.
What's the spot on your computer?
My mouse.
Oh, your mouse. Is what time?
7:45.
Oh, okay.
Gotta be at work at 7:45 to 2 tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to get up a little earlier so I can make sure I get a dang shower before I get the kids ready for school.
What time did you say? I mean, what day did you say is your day off this week?
Wednesday and Friday, I think. And I think Monday's the only day I have off next week unless it changes, because Julie said it was going to change. So I don't know what's going to happen. But shut the door so the kids ain't loud. My mic picks it up.
It's almost ready, Jessica.
Good freaking Lord. I would like to get finished with this chapter. Ferdinand took a deep breath before exhaling. Karstad, what in the world has happened? Nothing as of yet, but there are some dangerous signs popping up. Ferdinand, everyone tensed up a little. Even if nothing had happened yet, the fact that there was danger would put anyone on guard. Karstad looked us over, then continued. I heard this from Alvara, but Ferdinand, as I've already mentioned to you, the former Veronica faction has shown signs of reviving as the Georgine faction ever since her visit. Yes, I remember you mentioning that, but she is the first wife of Ehrenbach. She doesn't have the ability to lead a faction into Ehrenfest. Or lead a faction in Ehrenfest. Veronica's faction had long been the largest faction due to her having served as the first wife of Ehrenfest during the previous Archduke's reign, then having raised the future Archduke ever since. Florencia was wedded to the duchy. It retained this prominence even when Sylvester becoming the Archduke caused Florencia and Navarre's faction to steadily grow in both size and power. That all changed, however, when Veronica was arrested for abusing her position as the Archduke's mother to commit crimes. The more neutral members within her faction instantly switched to Florencia's, and that is precisely why the former Veronica faction is attempting to recover. And that is precisely why the former Veronica faction is attempting to reconvene beneath Lord Wilfried. Wilfried, what does he have to do with a woman's faction? A woman's faction. The point is not for him to be invited to tea parties or anything like that. I imagine they just need a name to unite themselves under. Lord Wilfried was raised by Lady Veronica, and he opposed the Archduke's will by inviting Georgine to return to Ehrenfest. Karstad explained, reminding me of when we had said our farewells. He's the perfect figurehead to unify both the former Veronica faction and the new Georgine faction. But Wilfried didn't intentionally disobey Sylvester, did he? I asked. He just wasn't paying enough attention to what was going on. Karstad nodded. Right. I doubt he was thinking about anything at all, but what matters is how the situation looks to the public. Ferdinand began tapping a finger against his temple. This is going to be a pain, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he fell deep into thought. I hadn't the faintest idea of what might have been running through his head. Karstedt continued speaking in the meantime, providing Ferdinand with more intel. It seems people are saying that with Lord Wilfried close to Lady Georgine and very likely to become the next Archduke, there's no better leader for them. This information had come up in conversation during all manner of tea parties due to lay noble connections. Most neutrals were lay nobles since they needed to stick to the dominant faction just to survive, and thanks to that, information flowed freer through them than it did anywhere else. So despite all we have done to both unite the factions around Lady Florencia and Rosemine and restore Lady Florencia's right to rear Wilfried as his mother, the war between factions is only getting worse. Ferdinand muttered, tightly knitting his brow. It seemed that all the hard work Alvara had been doing behind the scenes to form a large faction around the current first wife had now been washed away entirely. This was news to me, but she apparently hadn't been just been using the tea parties to gather information about Ferdinand and fangirl over him. They had made no open moves yet, at most having spread rumors and some information during the hunting tournament. They can't do much more when Lady Georgine is out of the duchy and Lord Wilfried is under the supervision of his retainers. Normally this whole mess would just fade away over time, but since Lady Georgine is coming back next summer, it's impossible to squash it completely. We should stay on guard in case they become more active. Okay, Father, I have a question, I exclaimed, launching a hand into the air. What exactly does staying on guard entail? Karstedt, Ferdinand, Eckert, and Justus all replied in turn. Speak to Ferdinand before doing anything. Just think before you act. Do not speak to or meet with strangers. Don't accept bribes, even if they're books. The flurry of warnings hit me with such force that the most I could muster in response was a weak, okay. They really don't trust me at all, do they? Oh, considering they know that your love of books would spur you to do anything, considering you tried to join the temple just because they had a book room. Yeah, they kind of have a reason to, not trust you right now about this. With lunch over, they started a meeting to ensure that everything was in place for the ruel gathering to proceed smoothly. We knew what to do this time since we had already experienced the Night of Shusaria last year. And with the Knight Commander, Karstedt, Ferdinand, and Eckert all working together in an invincible team, it supposedly wouldn't be difficult at all. I hope. But hold on a second here. Something doesn't add up. I just started this book, and we're already getting the ruel, whatever you want to call it. And I imagine that they're going to have to inform the Archduke about the Harvest Festival. They're going to have to brew her Jureve, and once she gets her Jureve, I know what happens during it. And that's how the next book starts, is after she has that potion and wakes up from it. Because it puts them to sleep while their body, heals. So, what happens in the entirety of the rest of this book? I'm only on page 65. I have over 300 pages left still. What's going to happen? The Fey Beasts are going to be gathered in a horde, but they're all weak, Karstedt began. We should use weapons that can kill swaths of them at once. During our previous attempt, they didn't appear until the ruel petals started to fall, so it should be okay for us to delay our departure, Eckert suggested. I agree, Justus chimed in, and with that in mind, we should let Lady Rosemine nap for longer than she did last year. She was so sleepy last year that she needed to be kept awake during the battle. Wait just a second, Justus. That only happened because I had to contain the Golds for ages, I protested. As long as I only need to do the gathering part, I won't need any more sleep than last time. We all shared our opinions and narrowed down what role each of us was going to play. It was decided that the knights would position themselves in a circle around the ruel tree, with Justus riding his high beast and slaying any Fey beasts that tried climbing on the branches just like last year. You can fight even though you're a scholar, Justus? I know a bit about combat, since there's no avoiding it while gathering. At the very least, I'm skilled enough to protect myself. Considering that he gathered ruels last year, it is perfectly safe to count on him in battle, Ferdinand said. It seems that Justus was completely unreliable when put in front of materials that he hadn't gathered before, but when it came to things he already had and thus didn't care so much about, he'll join the fight without issue. By the time we had settled on when we would depart, discussed the type of Fey beast we could expect to encounter, and established where we would each be positioned, it was already evening and time for me to nap. It seemed that Ferdinand had already worked me so hard in the morning that I could fall asleep with ease, but did that mean I was happy about it? Absolutely not. Curse him. Beneath the gleaming purple moon that marked the night of Shutsaria, we converged at the discussed time and flew to the same ruel tree as the year prior. When we arrived, the moon was almost directly above us in the sky, and the ruels were already swelling in size. The flowers bloomed as slender, metallic-looking tree branches wrapped around them, filling the air with a thick, flowery smell. The petals will soon begin to fall. Let us use this opportunity to slice away any obstacles, Ferdinand said. He whipped out his staff and murmured, Reichel, transforming it into a large, shining scythe that made him look entirely like a Grim Reaper. Oh, that's scary. Especially if he's angry. Oh, that's very much more terrifying. The aesthetic honestly suited him pretty well, though I would never say that to him. Even if a similar concept did somehow exist in their culture, he would just end up getting mad at me. Yeah. Ferdinand lifted the scythe high into the air, then began slashing away the branches of the tree surrounding the ruel tree. Yeah, get rid of the branches that any of the Fabies could jump on like they did last year. I see, cutting the branches will decrease the number of Fabies that can jump this high, Karstedt muttered, transforming his own staff into a giant scythe and promptly hacking away at them as well. Upon hearing his words, I was struck with an intense urge to apologize to Ferdinand. I'm sorry for thinking that you look like the Grim Reaper. Ferdinand, you're the best. My hero. Incidentally, what did you use the ruel flowers you gathered last year for, Justus? I asked. My hobby is gathering materials, not using them, so you will need to ask Lord Ferdinand about that, he replied. It seemed that he only needed a single ingredient for his collection, and once he had that, he gave the rest to Ferdinand. He considered it both an apology for all the problems he had caused in the past, and an advance payment for the future problems he was no doubt going to cause later. I couldn't help but wonder just how many issues Justus had been responsible for, but then it suddenly hit me. Wait a minute. Am I going to need to pay Ferdinand an apology fee too? But I can't think of anything he would want. Should I just pay him with my mana? Soon enough, the ruel petals began to scatter. Just like last year, they peeled off one by one, dancing in the wind as they fell. They were large in size, a lot more similar to magnolias than cherry blossoms, and elegantly fluttered down like the white feathers of a bird, spinning and drifting along on the night breeze. The way they fused with the ground the instant they touched it made them all the more extraordinary and ephemeral. Rosemine, perform the blessing now before they arrive, Ferdinand called. Ugh. I prayed to Ungrif, the god of war, and blessed everybody as instructed, then flew right next to a ruel, waiting for it to ripen so that I could gather it as soon as possible. Would y'all shut up out there? From my elevated position, I curiously watched everyone below. Here they come. The 5 knights readied their weapons, now circling the ruel tree. It was interesting to see how they all used different weapons. Eckert wielded a spear, Bridget the same halberd as last year, Daniel his familiar sword, and Karstedt the scythe he had been using to cut away the branches. Sadly, I couldn't see what Ferdinand was holding from where I was, but I could at least make out that it didn't seem to be a scythe. I wonder where it is. My pondering was soon interrupted by the rustling of grass and branches coming from far away. There weren't just 1 or 2 Fabies approaching, there were dozens and dozens of them, and I knew from experience that countless more would soon follow, drawn in by the flowery smell. Cat-like Zonts and squirrel-like aphids, none tall enough to even reach Daniel's knees, and raced toward us, their eyes gleaming an intimidating red. Individually they are weak. Take care to kill rather than wound them, Ferdinand ordered. This is going to be a long fight, Karstedt added. Watch your mana usage, Daniel. Yes, sir. Daniel, standing between Karstedt and Ferdinand, tightened his grip on his sword. Daniel's growth. As I waited in my high beast for the ruel to finish growing, I watched everyone fighting below. The knights were stationed around the ruel tree in a circle, with Daniel positioned between Ferdinand and Karstedt so that it could follow up on any Fabies that slipped past him. He had the smallest area to protect out of anyone, but that much made sense. It was too risky to give him more than he could handle. Tiny Fabies rushed forward from all directions. After having traveled all around the duchy and having fought all sorts of Fabies while gathering my seasonal ingredients, I was better able to judge their relative strengths. With this knowledge, I could confidently say that the Zonses, Fets, which were slightly larger than Zonses, and Effins raising toward us weren't much of a threat at all. Their strength came only from their numbers, and while this had proven dangerous last year, when we only had a few knights, we now had the mana-rich Ferdinand and Karstedt on our side. It seemed like this would be a piece of cake. Here I go. The first to strike was Eckert. He rushed a few steps forward, lowering his hips a little before thrusting his spear out with a tremendous force. A sharp whistling noise tore through the air, the weapon's tip gleaming beneath the purple moon. His blow had pierced the face stones of several Phoebes, all of which melted away into nothingness. A single strike. That was all it took for him to kill multiple Phoebes. Ha! Eckert pivoted, turning his twist into a wide swing that swept down all the Phoebes nearby. Some were knocked to the ground by the blunt force of the shaft, while the others weakly collapsed after the spear tip sliced through them. Nearby Phoebes moved to attack not Eckert, but those weakened Phoebes, promptly devouring them. They were trying to eat the face stones to gain even a little bit of strength. His blue eyes fiercely fixed on the horde, Eckert stood next to Justus his grip on a spear, stabbing into the group over and over again. The rapid thrusts sliced through the air, killing Phoebes after Phoebes. Wow, Eckert sure is cool. He's like half as cool as Dad is. Well, maybe more like a quarter as cool, or an eighth. That's... Considering how cool Gunter actually is, I think Eckert's way cooler. But that's just my opinion. Gunter's still awesome, but... kinda can't really compare. As I continued to watch Eckert fight, I let out a whistle of admiration. I had mostly just seen him helping Ferdinand with paperwork, but when he fought like a knight, he was honestly a sight to behold. While I was internally praising Eckert's heroic visage, I heard Bridget let out a ferocious battle cry. I adjusted the position of my high beast slightly to look at her. Ah! She roared again, stamping 1 foot down before swinging her halberd in a wide arc. It audibly cut through the air, then through the surrounding Phoebes, all of which immediately began to melt. Next. Bridget's amethyst eyes locked onto her next targets without even pausing to watch the already slain Phoebes fully disappear. She lowered her hips into a battle stance, then spun and twisted to swing her halberd from side to side, her skirt flapping about as she moved. Her weapon followed her movements exactly, never lagging behind no matter how much she twisted her hips, and each time it flashed, its long, slightly curved blade swept through and tore apart several of the Phoebes rushing their way. Bridget looked so alive that she ceaselessly swung her weapon, exuding beauty and heroic grace in equal parts. So wonderful. I want to be strong like that too one day. While I knew that I wouldn't ever be exactly like Bridget, I wanted to be all cool and knightly too. My dream was to be a wonderful older sister who everybody could count on. Incidentally, I wonder how Father fights. I had technically been there to see Karlstedt fight during both the Spring Prayer raid and the Schneesturm hunt, but he had already been too far away. The former event had also ended after a single major attack, which was while there were so many knights present for the latter that I couldn't get much of a grasp on his particular fighting style. And so I scanned the area for where he was positioned, feeling a small wave of excitement wash over me. Soon enough, I spotted him. In my eyes, it looked like he was just lazily swinging around a scythe larger than his own body. It didn't even seem like he was putting that much strength behind his attacks. He was cutting down the horde of incoming Phoebes with casual swipes, much like one would leisurely cut grass. Ah, Father, you're so strong. That's the Knight Commander for you. Even with how maybe she was talking about Karlstedt, not Gunter. I don't know. Even with how nonchalant he seemed, each swing of his massive scythe resulted in a powerful slashing sound loud enough that I could hear it clearly from all the way up by the ruel. It was like the very air was being torn apart, and the number of Phoebes reduced to mist each attack was simply incomparable to Eckert's and Bridget's efforts. At least a dozen were killed with each swipe, if not more. It certainly wasn't my imagination that despite Karlstedt having been given such a long area to protect, he had far fewer Phoebes surround him than the others. He did come all the way from Ehrenfest just to help me with my gathering. Okay, Dad is still the coolest, but Father still gets to be second coolest. Oh, okay, Father is Karlstedt and Dad is Gunter. Okay. I got myself confused here. I slapped my knees in excitement while praising Karlstedt when the thunder of a loud explosion suddenly tore through the air. Yeep! It admittedly wasn't that loud, but it came so out of nowhere that I couldn't help but flinch and reflexively cover my ears. I swung my head around wildly, trying to find out what happened. Then I saw Ferdinand. A designated area for him to guard had a gaping circle in the middle completely clear of Phoebes. There was no mistaking it. He was the one behind the explosion. What could he have done to completely wipe out his surroundings? It was so unsettling that I couldn't take my eyes away from him, curiously watching to see what would happen next. Ferdinand simply stood there, watching casually as more Phoebes scurried forward to fill the empty space. I couldn't help but wonder whether I was the one who got the sudden urge to yell, "Run, turn around, and run if you want to live," at them. She's telling the babies to run away. Soon enough, Ferdinand tossed something at the approaching babies. It shone brightly in the air for a moment, then rapidly began to spread out. A second later, it seemed to have vanished completely. I couldn't see it anymore, at least. Was that a net? As it turned out, it hadn't actually vanished. After all, it had simply landed on all the babies. As they started to struggle and flail about in desperate attempts to escape, Ferdinand bent down and pressed a palm against the ground, carefully eyeing the trapped creatures. "Disappear," he said quietly. I could see him pouring mana into the net. Its strands alone shone with the light of mana, and an instant later I heard the same explosive boom as before. All the babies within the net disappeared just as Ferdinand commanded. That's terrifying. That is so terrifying. I could guess that only someone with an overwhelming mana capacity like Ferdinand could manage an attack like that. Pouring mana into a net that wide would require both a ton of mana and great skill in manipulating it. Ferdinand exhibited such overwhelming strength compared to everyone else that my unsettled awe turned into just plain fear. I decided to shift my gaze and focus on Daniel instead. His fighting style was a lot more drab than everyone else's in the sense there wasn't anything flashy about it. He simply thrust his sword into each baby's one after another, but it was clear that he had grown since last year. He wasn't having to rely on his stamina and strength to preserve mana. He wasn't gasping for air, and he wasn't anxiously scanning his surroundings. Instead, he was facing straight forward, fighting without any hesitation. Having taken my advice seriously and incorporated it into his training, Daniel now knew how to vary the amount of mana he used in combat. He was using a little more when taking on the larger faces, and less when fighting the smaller ones. "Daniel, it's been some time. Take a step back and drink a potion." "There's no need, Lord Cardstead. I am doing just fine," Daniel said, shaking his head as he stabbed Azance with his sword. Maybe it was due to him being positioned between the two absolute powerhouses this year, but he was swinging with a lot more confidence and making sure to confirm each kill. "Push yourself." "I truly am fine," he replied quietly, not taking his eyes off the babies for even a moment as he continued to swing his sword. The battle continued for quite some time before Daniel eventually announced that he was falling back. This time, however, he was doing it on his own terms. Leaving the area he had been protecting the Cardstead and Ferdinand, he took a step back and leaned against the tree, downing a recovery potion. He would be resting until it took effect. "Damn, you're so much stronger now," I called down, leaning out the window of my panda bus. He looked up in surprise and gave me a small smile. "Thank you." A short while later, I noticed that he had closed his eyes. I could tell from his carefree breathing that he was checking how much mana he had. When he opened them again, his gaze was immediately fixed on the babies. He morphed his staff back into a sword, then leaped into battle once again. It seemed that his limits had increased enough to give him newfound confidence, and while he was fighting with much more leeway than before. He must have been taking his training really seriously. Well, no dip, dude, considering he's got a proposal counting on this. I knew how much Daniel had wished to grow stronger, so seeing his hard work bear fruit filled me with pride like I was watching my own son. His recent growth was a powerful reminder of just how significant a driving force love really was. Hello, ruel." As I was admiring how much Daniel had grown and grinning about his love life, Justus suddenly called out to me, "Milady, it's time. I believe you should start now pour your mana into the ruel." After taking a deep breath, I leaned out of my panda bus and reached for the ruel fruit, which looked a lot like a purple crystal. Dyeing it with my mana was no easy task. All living things had an instinct to reject outside mana as they violently resisted the process. I gripped the hard, smooth ruel in my hands and started pouring my mana all at once, visualizing myself smashing its resistance to pieces. The fact that I could feel slightly less resistance than last year likely meant that I had grown a little myself too. I continued adding more and more mana, focusing my gaze on the ruel as I steadily overcame its resistance. It wasn't long before it started turning from a translucent purple to a light yellow. Last year, it had felt as though my mana was being pushed back, but there wasn't anything like that now. My mana flow was fast and uninterrupted. "Justus, will this do?" I asked, looking around just in time to see him cut down an infant on his way over. Once the threat was eliminated, he flew up to the ruel, staying on guard. "That was fast, Nat, milady, but yes, it's done. Upon removing it from the tree, please place it inside your bag at once." The ruel had now completely changed color. I held it in my left hand as I cut the stem attaching it to the tree with my magic knife, then trimmed away all the excess parts before putting it in my bag. It was a bag that blocked the flow of mana, so I didn't think I needed to worry about Phoebe snatching it away anymore. "She's finished her gathering," Justus called. Cardstead responded with a firm nod. "Then we retreat." "Not yet," I shouted back. "Wait just a little longer. Daniel needs a ruel too." "Huh?" Ferdinand blasted a crowd of Fabies to bits, then shot me a fierce glare. What are you thinking, Rosemine? Doesn't he need a sizable face stone for his proposal next summer? He won't have any opportunity to gather one himself while he's guarding me, so he might as well grab it now. I learned all about this from the night stories, I said, proudly puffing out my chest. Both Ferdinand and Karstedt smirked at my remark, almost as if to say, look at this kid who can't even distinguish fiction from reality. I couldn't help but blink in surprise. Did I misread them or something? No, however, Ferdinand trailed off, then directed a meaningful glance at Bridget. I immediately understood you were obviously supposed to prepare the face stone stealthily, not in front of the very person you planned to propose to. Oh my god, you just blabbed out the secret! Oh my god! Rosemine! Girl, that was not a smart thing to do. You should have gone to Ferdinand before y'all left and then mentioned it to him and have Daniel do it. Golly! God, I thought I was being considerate of that, which is actually making things awkward for him. As I cradled my hand in sheer horror, a wide grin spread across Karstedt's face. Go get one, Daniel. You won't find face stones of a higher quality than these. They'll be perfect for your proposal, he said, continuing to cut down Fabies all the while. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but I could have sworn I also heard him say, Alvara really is looking forward to seeing what happens next. Having the approval of the Knight Commander had sealed the deal, so both Eckert and Ferdinand told Daniel to hurry up and get it over with. I peered over at Bridget and saw that she was silently continuing to hunt Fabies, intentionally not looking this way at all. It was a little hard to notice since it was dark as she was so far away, but it seemed that her ears had gone a little bit red. Sorry, Bridget, I didn't really mean to embarrass you like this. Daniel flew his high beast up to a ruel, then chanted Messer to morph his stab into a knife. While I needed a high-quality face stone dyed completely with my own mana, Daniel needed a face stone meant for proposals. He wouldn't have to dye it with his own mana right at the tree like I did. He speedily chopped away some branches and grabbed 2 nearby ruels, one for the proposal and one presumably for his own purposes. Then, with a pleased smile, he delicately placed them back into his own leather bag. This is my first time ever getting such a high-quality face stone, he said. I'll bring it home and take my time filling it with my mana. Upon returning to Dorvan's winter mansion, I slept as soundly as could be, filled with a mix of pride and satisfaction at having finally finished gathering all the materials I needed. When morning came, I practically skipped down the hall toward Ferdinand's room. He had told me to come and see him after eating breakfast, presumably to continue the paperwork we hadn't finished the day before. I was planning to put my all into it so we could start making the potion as soon as possible. I'm going to be healthy soon. I'll get strong and everything. I'm finally going to be a normal girl. Maybe. Don't get your hopes up, girl. Daniel had headed to Ferdinand's room ahead of time, so I was currently being accompanied by Fran and Bridget. I bounded along until we eventually arrived, at which point one of Ferdinand's attendants waiting outside opened the door to let us in. Good morning, Ferdinand. What do you need help with today? I asked, greeting him in a bright and lively tone. But the atmosphere in the room was so heavy and serious that I hurriedly shut my mouth. Nobody was working. That is to say, everyone but the attendants waiting by the door had been cleared out, leaving nobody to do the work. It was just Karstedt, Ferdinand, and Eckert, all regarding me with deep frowns, and Daniel, who met me with a pitiful stare like he was begging for help. Uh-oh, what happened? Daniel, what did you do? Bridget, Fran, leave. I fought back the urge to cling to Bridget and Fran as they sped out of the room, instead just blinking in utter bemusement. That gave Ferdinand ample opportunity to glare at me. I imagine you know why you're here, Rosemine. No, I do. Oh, no. Is he talking about the... Did they blab about the blessing? Oh, no, it's the compression method. That's gotta be what it is. Because Carson knows about the blessing. And so does Daniel. Ferdinand's the only one who doesn't know about that, but they don't know about the compression method. Oh, dear. What exactly did you do to Daniel? I honestly had no idea what he was talking about. Were they mad at me because I had treated Daniel wrongly as my guard knight? I desperately tried to recall everything that I had done recently. What did I do to Daniel? Do you mean when I suggested that he gather ruels last night? Or when I gave him sweets while he was on guard duty the other day? Oh, but I gave those to Bridget too, so no, nothing like that at all. I'm referring that you were responsible for the unnaturally large increase in his mana capacity. Oh, the compression method, that is what it is. Okay. His mana capacity increased as a result of his own hard work. I did give him a little advice to help him out, but nothing would have happened without his rigorous training and dedication. Upon finding out that this was simply about Daniel's recent growth, I let out a sigh of relief that they weren't actually mad at me. But Karstedt looked down at me with a stern expression. What in the world was that advice you gave him, Rosemine, he asked. His growth is outright abnormal. A lay noble like Daniel, at the end of his growing period, should not be displaying such a considerable increase. It's unprecedented. I just taught him my mana compression method with a visual example. In the same way that he used Gwenning pieces to help Angelica understand tactics, I said. Karstedt and Eckert frowned in confusion. Ferdinand, however, regarded me with angrily raised eyebrows. Your mana compression method? I was not told of this. Huh? I mean, you never asked me about it, Ferdinand. It hasn't really come up in conversation. Also, I developed it myself, so I don't even know whether it's a good thing for people to do. Maybe it just happened to work well with Daniel, I said thoughtfully, but Daniel slowly shook his head. I believe anyone going through puberty would see an exceptional increase in their mana capacity by using your compression method. Lady Rosemine, I simply didn't report it because I did not want to return to being below average after finally getting some more mana. Forgive me. If everyone learned the same method and increased their mana capacities, then the average would rise with them, putting Daniel back at the bottom. I understand why you would want to hide it, Eckert said. It would make perfect sense to keep such a method a personal secret, or even have it passed down through one's family. It seemed that Daniel wasn't getting scolded for keeping that technique a secret, but then why were we even here? I guess they want to know the details? I turned to look at Ferdinand, who was watching me quietly with his light golden eyes. Rosemine, it seems that unlike Daniel, you did not intend to keep this a secret. Why then did you not think to spread this method throughout Ehrenfest, knowing that we are experiencing a mana shortage? Well, I mean, I didn't think about it. It was true that Ehrenfest was currently suffering from a shortage of mana, and that most people probably took great interest in finding ways to help increase the amount of mana available. But I wasn't most people. I was wholly focused on spreading books, so it never really occurred to me that I should try to spread my method. Compressing my mana is something that I constantly needed to do to survive while living on the brink of death. I didn't really consider it something worth teaching to nobles with magic tools, and it's possibly a dangerous method that might actually kill people. I didn't want to spread something like that dangerous. Karstedt gave an understanding nod, but Ferdinand pressed a finger against his temple. Then why did you teach it to Daniel, he asked. Daniel knows of my origins, so he understood the true meaning and weight behind my saying it was something that I did while on the verge of death. Everyone else here also knew about my origins, and they all seemed to be wearing the same difficult frown. I see, Ferdinand eventually responded. I understand your perspective and why you did not feel motivated to make your technique more widely known. I will, however, ask you to spread it more nonetheless. I wish for this mana compression method to be taught to other nobles in Ehrenfest. The mana shortage is a problem that must be solved as soon as possible, and nothing could be better for us than increasing the mana capacity of the children who shall support Ehrenfest in the future. I could sense the slight urgency in his voice, but my understanding was that for the past 2 years, Ehrenfest had managed to meet its mana quotas and yield bountiful enough harvests thanks to me performing Spring Prayer. As much as I could understand him wanting to increase the mana capacities of the Blue Priests who helped to offer up mana, I didn't understand why he would so fervently want to increase the mana capacities of all nobles in general. It seems like you're in a hurry to do this, I observed. Is there a reason for that? Not particularly. It's just one more way to prepare for Georgine using her position as Ehrenbach's first wife to harm Ehrenfest. Raising the average mana capacity of any nobles could aid us considerably. If Ferdinand needed my help for some plan or another, then it would probably be wise for me to provide it, but my mana compression was hardly a reliable and safe process. I didn't want to just throw it out there in its current state. I don't mind spreading my method to help the duchy, I said, but I do have some conditions. Dang it. No. Okay, I'm going to keep going because I kind of got interrupted a couple times. Conditions for compressing mana. Eckert and Karstedt inhaled with surprise, but Ferdinand simply raised an interested eyebrow. Continue, he said. First, it must only be shown to those who have already learned the method taught in the Royal Academy, I explained. This is a life and death technique, so I have absolutely no intention of showing it to people who can't already compress mana on their own. Ferdinand, Eckert, and Karstedt all nodded along slowly as if my first condition was only natural. Daniel alone stood there awkwardly, clearly more concerned about whether or not he would be punished than what we were talking about now. Second, my technique may be taught only to those in the same faction as me. I have no intention of helping my opposition get more mana. It was purely because of my mana capacity that I have been accommodated as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden. and then adopted as the Archduke's daughter despite being a commoner. I wanted to preserve my superiority in that regard at least a little, even if I knew that it wouldn't be safe to aid my enemies like this. Restricting my technique so that only those in the Florencia faction increased their mana capacities would help to destabilize the Georgine faction, would it not? I continued. And with Sylvester set on Wilfried becoming the next Archduke, this should be a good way of showing that he's firmly on our side. Georgine's supporters were desperate to absorb Wilfried into their faction, but having both him and the Archduke deny these ties, as well as making it clear that Wilfried was a member of the Florencia faction, would cause any rumors about such an alliance to die out over time. The only reason such heresy exists in the first place was because there was a lot of uncertainty in politics, and Wilfried wasn't yet properly educated. So all we needed to do was tie him to his parents more. Would that not give you full control over the selection process? Ferdinand asked. I cannot say I would feel safe leaving such an important matter to your discretion. I would rather do Ferdinand feeling that out. I'm still not all that familiar with noble politics myself, so I feel the same way. I hardly knew anything about which nobles had connections to which. It already took everything that I had to memorize the names of all the nobles related to my own family, and to put together a blacklist based on Besenwant's letter. But neither group was necessarily set in stone, and the value of what was at stake would surely cause people to become desperate. So I didn't want to be in a position where it was solely my call whether or not any given noble was trustworthy. Instead, I continued, I proposed that nobles should need the approval of 6 different people, the archducal couple, as they hold the highest authority in Ehrenfest, you, Ferdinand, since you can use your wealth and knowledge to make rational decisions, not influenced by emotions, father, because he is the pillar of our military as knight commander, mother, as she is the de facto leader of the Florencia faction, and lastly me, since I'm the one providing the mana compression method. So, Sylvester and Florencia, Ferdinand, Karlstadt, Alvara, and mine. Okay. The lister were quite simply my guardians. If someone had all their approvals, then it was hard to imagine they would turn out to be one of my enemies. That was about as much insurance as I could ask for. Oh? That is quite a number of people. Is the archducal couple not enough for you? Ferdinand asked with a slight amused grin. I personally think Sylvester would prioritize his feelings as a father, freely giving away the information no matter what faction gets involved with Wilfried. I similarly believe that Florencia's motherly affection would allow her heart to be swayed. Karlstadt gave a deep frown. Rosemine, are you saying that you don't trust the archducal couple? I do trust them, but they are parents. I feel as though they will put their children above all else, just as Mom and Dad did for me. Perhaps due to having met my lower city parents before, Ferdinand seemed to instantly understand what I meant. A complex expression rose on his face, a mixture of reminiscence and bitterness. So you base your expectations of parental emotions on them, he said. You will find that such a perspective does not hold water in noble society. Everyone has their own thoughts on parenthood, so I don't really care whether or not it holds water. My personal opinions were rooted in my experience with my Earth mother, who had given me all the books I could ever want, and my common parents who stood up even to nobles to protect their children. Furthermore, I added, no matter how thorough we are, our selection process won't matter if the method links to other duchies. Will it? I was thinking of using a magic contract to prevent the people we teach from then passing it on to others. But do there exist magic contracts of a large enough scale to cover not just Ehrenfest, but the entire country? Such contracts do exist, though they are enormously expensive, Ferdinand replied. This was the man who referred to large gold as small change, so just how much could they be? I was honestly afraid to ask, but without a contract like that, there was no way for us to exclusively boost Ehrenfest's mana level. Money or mana, pick one. I intend for this method to be known only in Ehrenfest, and if you aren't willing to pay for magic contracts to ensure that, then consider this discussion over. The contracts can be arranged, Ferdinand replied carefully, wearing the same frown that he always wore when contemplating matters of money. It will certainly be worth using a portion of Ehrenfest's budget. Ferdinand, could you make it such that not even married couples or siblings could teach the method to one another? Naturally, since there would be an individual contracts for each noble, but why? I mainly don't want this knowledge spreading haphazardly. Mana compression is so dangerous that several professors are present while it's being taught, even in the Royal Academy. And accidents occur no matter how thorough the preparations are. Aren't you the one who mentioned this to me? I hadn't forgotten when Ferdinand asked how I was still alive, or when he mentioned that it was exceedingly rare for children to successfully learn their own style of mana compression. I didn't want something that dangerous to end up spreading like wildfire. This mana compression method is so effective that it allowed me to go from being an apprentice blue shrine maiden to the temple, the temple to the Archduke's adopted daughter. I can imagine parents desperately forcing it onto their mana-sparse children in a last-ditch effort to avoid them being sent to the temple, which I certainly wouldn't want to happen. In noble society, children with less mana than was desired for their house's status were sent to the temple or given up to be adopted by other houses of lower status. There was a chance that parents wanting to avoid this fate might force my mana compression method on their children, which could result in a massive surge of pre-baptism deaths. Pre-baptism children are not considered to be people, Ferdinand responded. That's just from a political standpoint, though. Regardless of whether or not they're considered people by the duchy, they're still alive. And under no circumstances do I want real, living children to be put at risk like that. That is something that I simply will not tolerate, and I wholeheartedly refuse to concede on the matter. As I made my position clear, Ferdinand tightly knitted his brow and lowered his gaze. When he looked up again, there was a piercing sharpness in his light golden eyes that would permit neither weakness nor deception. Would your opinion remain unchanged, even if some children who could have become nobles were instead sent to the temple, he asked, his voice lower than normal. I would much rather the 11 blue priests we have now than 10 dead children and 1 noble, I said, meeting his gaze head on. There was an enormous difference between joining the temple and living as a noble, but even knowing that, I couldn't budge. I see. His eyes softened, then he placed his thoughtful hand on his chin. As usual, I cannot understand why you would be so adamant about something that brings you absolutely no personal gain. But very well, I shall honor your wishes. Your mana compression methods shall be taught only to those who meet your conditions, and they shall sign contracts that prevent them from sharing this technique among even their family members. Any other conditions? I will charge a teaching fee as well. That much is reasonable considering how valuable the information is, yes? I did consider that myself, but would it not prevent lay nobles from participating? Ferdinand asked, tapping his temple and muttering some speculation about the optimal price. I could see Daniel pale out of the corner of my eye. If your goal is to evenly spread the increase of mana, I said, why not charge lay nobles less, raising the price more for each rank above that? Archnobles are born with enough mana that they can suffice without the method, so only those who feel there is value to the knowledge will need to buy it. The color returned to Daniel's face, but now it was Karstead who had gone pale. He began counting on his fingers and started cradling his head. Perhaps I would need to implement a family discount. I shall accept your conditions. Now, Rosemine, what is the principle behind your mana compression? Ferdinand asked, a grin arising on his face. But I merely smiled back at him and shook my head. That can wait until you've signed your magic contract and paid your fee, Ferdinand. I see you've learned to be cautious. Anyone would guess that you're plotting something when you look at them with that villainous smirk of yours. Ferdinand scoffed, then turned to look at Daniel, silently asking me what should we do with him. I directed my attention toward Daniel. In turn, he looked like a criminal on trial and waiting his sentence. I taught you of my own volition, so I will ask for no fee, I began. But...
Here's your shirt.
Thank you. I will have you sign a magic contract stating that you will not pass what you've learned on to anyone else, just like the others. Is that acceptable? Of course, Daniel said, the smile on his face making it exceedingly clear that he was mostly just pleased about not needing to pay any money. Karstead sighed in relief. With Ferdinand speaking to you so casually, it seems that I have nothing to worry about. And with our discussion about mana compression over, he began his return to Ehrenfest by High Beast. Just how brutal does noble society have to be for my talks with Ferdinand to seem casual? Or is Ferdinand the brutal one here? Honestly, I don't even want to think about it. We take some time to rest after having seen Karstead off, with plans to leave for Ilgner the next day. We had at least this much leeway since the province was relatively close to Dorvan. Rosemine, as I'm going to be accompanying you to Ilgner, my own tax official will suffice. Justus shall be returning to Ehrenfest ahead of us. Do you have any issues with this? Ferdinand asked. Not at all. I could guess that Justus had been told to investigate the unsettling air around the Georgine faction. Karstead had mentioned, plus he was probably wanted to start preparing for the mana compression stuff. Justus was one of Ferdinand's loyal retainers anyway, and not sending him to work at a time like this would be a waste of his talents. Excellent. I have much to do today, and it would be an inconvenience to have you wandering about the Winter Mansion causing problems. So I ask that you take this and spend the rest of the day reading in your room. Understood. I won't leave my room at all. Yippee! A whole day of reading. Hugging the bundle of papers that Ferdinand had given to me to my chest, I giddily returned to my room. When I arrived, Fran pulled back a chair for me, which I eagerly hopped onto. The papers were a dossier on the Georgine faction containing the names of noble wives who attended tea parties hosted by its members, a description of the almost neutral lay nobles who were friendly with them. As I leafed through it, I saw the entire family trees of the noble wives had been written out, and the last page concluded with the following lines. I hope this proves useful to you, Lord Ferdinand. Say hello to Rosamund for me. Mother. Alvara had evidently written out this dossier and gotten Karlstedt to deliver it, warning us about the upcoming danger to help us avoid whatever might happen. I could feel the love of a mother in those pages, and tears started to well up in my eyes. I need to go over these and memorize all the names. And so I gave the dossier a very thorough read-through. As expected, many of the people on my blacklist for being friendly with Besenwatts were listed here, so I knew more than half the names already. Trying to keep track of the complex family trees, however, was enough to make my head spin. Okay. I think I'll end this off here, and I'll see everybody in the next one. Part 3. I can't really do much until I turn that completely off, but I figured I can do this. Ilgner's Harvest Festival. As I was glaring at the list, struggling to memorize them all, the flapping wings of an ornithopter came into earshot. The bird flew into the room and landed on Bridget's arm. You'll be arriving tomorrow evening? Got it. I'll discuss dinner plans with them later, it said, in Guy Ilgner's voice. Could you tell Lady Rosamund that the Harvest Festival is scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Also make sure you speak to her about what we discussed, as I'm counting on you. After repeating the message 3 times, the ordnance returned to the shape of a yellow face stone. My apologies, Lady Rosamund. I informed my brother of our plans earlier, but I didn't expect him to respond while I was on duty. I don't mind. Contacting the Gieb is part of your job. How are things in Ilgner? Now that my gathering was complete, Ilgner was next up on my list of worries. They had hurriedly began educating their people in preparation for Ferdinand's visit, but I still wasn't sure how tomorrow would go. Things are starting to take shape. I'm told the Grey Priests have been working exceptionally hard. I see. That's good, I said quietly, letting out a small sigh of relief. I do apologize for all this. It never even crossed my mind before Ferdinand pointed it out. Bridget blinked in confusion. Lady Rosamund? I quite like how close the commoners are with the nobles in Ilgner, and up until recently, I assumed it wouldn't be an issue so long as I handled things myself. I never thought that Ferdinand would personally travel there, or that other nobles would start visiting to observe the paper-making process. Going forward, my discussions with Giebs about expanding the printing and paper-making industries would be held at the Archduke's castle. I had assumed that the Rosamund workshop and the temple would suffice for those who wanted to learn more about both industries, especially considering that Ilgner was so far away. But the reality was that visiting the temple wasn't considered at all worthwhile from a noble's perspective. The blood really had drained from my face when Ferdinand pointed out that no noble would want to visit the temple. Plus, even those who didn't mind going there wouldn't find a meaningful reference since the workshop there, ran directly by the Archducal family, had unusual financing and labor arrangements. Please do not feel responsible for this, Lady Rosamund. This is something that we should have understood on our own without you or Lord Ferdinand pointing it out to us, Bridget said. She then paused, hesitating for a moment before she continued. Lady Rosamund, there is something I wish to ask you. May I have a moment of your time? I have been instructed to stay in my room for the entire day, so of course, it is rare for you to bring something up on your own, though. After informing Daniel that she would be taking a temporary break from guard duty, Bridget turned to face me. I assumed she wanted to talk about what we discussed that the ordnance had mentioned. I straightened my back and looked at her, wondering what it could be. Lady Rosamund, her amethyst eyes wandered uncomfortably as she seemed to question whether it was actually a good idea to ask me about this, her gaze eventually resting on the floor. You mentioned at Hasse that Grey Priests are not permitted to marry. Is that true? Yes, Grey Priests are indeed not permitted to marry. I knew it, Bridget muttered, the disappointment clear on her face. I couldn't quite understand her reaction. Why is she upset about that? Wait, does Bridget? Oh no, Daniel. There was an ambush lying in wait and we never saw it coming. Bridget, you don't happen to love a Grey Priest, do you? I asked timidly. Both her and Daniel responded with a wide-eyed stare and a loud, what? No, I'm not asking for myself, Bridget exclaimed, hurriedly shaking her head upon seeing how shocked Daniel was. What are you even saying, Lady Rosamund? You brought it up! Why would you bring it up if you were not asking about yourself? Who were you asking for? She had rejected the idea so firmly that both Daniel and I exhaled a relieved breath. I just thought that might be the case since you look sad about Grey Priest being unable to marry, I explained. Both in terms of status and mana capacity, it is unthinkable for a noble to even consider marrying a Grey Priest. I am asking on behalf of a citizen in Ilgner, Bridget said, shooting a small glare my way before letting out a disappointed sigh. I was relieved to hear that the townsfolk were still close with the nobles in Ilgner, but the situation as a whole made me a little nervous. I tried to recall what I knew about Grey Priests. It's not an absolute impossibility. Geeb Ilgner could purchase the Grey Priest in question and remove them from the temple's hierarchy, at which point he could permit the marriage himself, I suggested. While I personally didn't feel right about people being bought and sold, it was exceedingly normal for nobles to buy Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens here. They were usually put to work as servants, clerks, and so on. I certainly didn't mind selling a Grey Priest if doing so meant he could get married and be happy. And I would gladly use my position as High Bishop to bless his marriage and reward him for all the work he had done. Lady Rosemine, may I inform of my brother of this immediately, assuming he is indeed able to buy the priest and allow him to stay in the Winter Mansion this winter. Then it would be best for them to participate in the upcoming marriage ceremony. I will need to ask Ferdinand about this first. I've been told to speak to him before doing anything. I asked Fran to pass a meeting request on to Ferdinand, only for him to return with a lecture. I believe I told you to stay in your room all day and read, the response had apparently been. Hello? Having no other choice, I told Fran to go back with a new message. I will need an answer before we arrive at Ilgner, but if you are too busy, I can simply handle this on my own. Ferdinand bitterly relented to a meeting at noon, during which I told him about the Grey Priest who wanted to get married. His response was the same as mine. That is generally acceptable as long as Geeb Ilgner buys him. I assume he wishes to get married during the Harvest Festival the day after tomorrow, in which case prompt arrangements will need to be made. You shall prepare documents in your room. I'll prepare no more than the registration medal for you, Ferdinand said, swiftly ending the conversation by shooing me away. And so I returned to my room where, under Fran's supervision, I started writing up the documents required to purchase a Grey Priest. It was a depressing thought knowing I was now personally involved in the buying and selling of people so long after Ferdinand had first mentioned it, but at the same time, I was glad that the Grey Priest would get to be happy and be married. How are marriages celebrated, Fran? I do not know. As far as I'm aware, no Grey Priest has ever married before, he replied frankly before lowering his eyes and apologizing. Sensing the conflicted emotions stirring inside him, I placed a hand on my cheek. Do you want to get married too? I do not. I am satisfied with my current life, and truthfully, I am not even certain what marriage truly is. Were I ever put in a situation where I was forced to marry, I would surely be deeply troubled, Fran said, knowing nothing except life in the temple. His response made me a little concerned. Do you think the women in Ilgner may be forcing the Grey Priest to marry her against his wishes? That's not even worth thinking about. If the Geeb decides to purchase the Grey Priest, then it is only natural that the Grey Priest be sold. Fran replied. His expression made it clear that he thought I was being too soft again. There was no denying that the selling of Grey Priests to whichever noble wished to buy them was common practice, but I wanted the Grey Priest to be as happy as possible. I couldn't help but hope that Geeb Ilgner wasn't just exploiting him. I would think he's not. I wonder who it is. Is it someone we know? I arrived at Ilgner the next day with worry in my heart. Unlike during our last visit, the commoners didn't greet us with big waves, and there was no crowd waiting for us. Instead, they were all kneeling in wait with Geeb Ilgner at the front. Their positioning was a little clumsy, but it was minor enough to be forgiven, what with Ilgner being a country province and all. It was clear from a glance that the Grey Priests had done all they could to train them, and the townsfolk had done all they could to learn. You must be tired after such a long journey. We can postpone dinner, so please use this time to rest at your leisure, Geeb Ilgner said, after what we had exchanged our long noble greetings. With that, Ferdinand and I were taken straight to our rooms. Our attendants had arrived earlier by carriage to ensure that all the necessary preparations were complete. I shall be going to the side building once I am changed. Fran, please gather all the Grey Priests, I said, promptly getting Monica and Nicola to help me dress for me for dinner. When I was ready, Monica stayed behind in my room while Nicola accompanied me. I need to see things with my own eyes before speaking to the Geeb. I'm the High Bishop, and I should know more about the situation my Grey Priests are in. I hadn't at all predicted the possibility of Geeb Ilgner or his people forcing a Grey Priest into marriage. My mind was so focused on preventing the Grey Shrine Maidens from being forced to provide flower offerings due in part to what happened to Wilma that the possibility of something like this happening hadn't even occurred to me. It wasn't until Fran had shared with me about his own perspective that I realized Grey Priests didn't even have a strong conception of marriage, and now my heart was swirling with panic. When I entered the side building, Fran was standing by the room normally used by blue priests. "This way, Lady Rosamund," he said, gently opening the door for me. Inside, I could see Gil and 4 Grey Priests kneeling in wait. Okay, let's see. The others we do not really know very well, so it might be one of these guys. Gil, Noltz, Salim, Volk, and Bartz. It's good to see you all again. Thank you for the hard work you have been doing. Bridget and Geeb Ilgner had told me much about your efforts. We are honored. I sat in the chair that had been prepared for me and looked over the still kneeling Grey Priests. I will get straight to the point for lack of time. An ordonnance from Geeb Ilgner informed me yesterday that one of you wishes to marry a citizen here. Is this truly the case? There are methods through which it can be accomplished. Which one of you might it be? Oh, here we go. Okay. All eyes fell on one person, Volk. He paled and hung his head. Do you wish to get married, Volk? Forgive me, Lady Rosamund. It is nothing to apologize for. Fran told me that he knows so little of marriage that if put in a situation where he was forced to marry someone, he would be exceedingly troubled. Grey Priests have very little power, and are used to accommodating our demands given to them, so before anything else. Volk, I would simply like to confirm your feelings. Neither Geeb Ilgner nor the woman in question are forcing your hand here, are they? Volk shot up his head and shook it from side to side. No, nothing of the sort, he assured me. I exhaled, relieved that my worst fears weren't true after all. In that case, do you desire this wedding yourself? Are you prepared to leave the temple and spend the rest of your life in Ilgner? If you live here permanently, rather than simply spending a season here as a guest, I imagine that your habits and way of thinking will conflict with those of the natives quite regularly. Plus, you will likely struggle in many ways to establish an equal marriage as opposed to a master-servant relationship. Do you still wish to stay here despite all that? After a period of silence, Volk opened his mouth to speak. I have many fears, just like Fran, he started, the words catching in his throat. I do not truly understand what marriage entails, but even so, I wish to spend my life with her. Oh, I wonder who it is! Come on, I hope it... Is it? Wait, what was her name? Kara, whatever the heck her name is. The servant girl from before. I am relieved you are not being fooled into this. As you will not be able to marry while serving as a Grey Priest, I will arrange the necessary documentaries for Geeb Ilgner to buy you from the temple. Is this okay with you? Yes, thank you. The tension drained from my shoulders. I now knew which Grey Priest wanted to get married and that he wasn't being forced into it. I have a meeting with the Geeb after dinner, so I must hurry back to my room, I said. I shall listen to your full report on the workshop's results tomorrow. With that, I exited the side building and started heading back to my room as fast as I could. My plan there was to make it seem like I hadn't even left in the first place, but life wouldn't make things so easy for me. Lady Rosamund, the High Priest is calling for you, Monica exclaimed, having rushed over from the summer mansion. Ferdinand had apparently sent one of his attendants to my room with an urgent message, and the blood drained from my face as I realized that this meant he had learned of my absence. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, you needed to find out this information. To at least find out, who was wanting it and everything. So, I mean, surely getting that information would help. As long as you had Fran with you, I think it should have been fine. Sorry, I had to clean my glasses off. So, Fran, do you think I'm going to get lectured? Considering that you acted without his permission while in the midst of using potions to forcibly maintain your health, I imagine so. Fran picked me up and we rushed to see Ferdinand. As expected, I was met with the sharp glare the second I stepped into his room. Why were you wandering about when you could collapse at any moment, he asked. There was an urgent matter in the side building that I needed to address. I wanted to ask the Grey Priest planning to get married how he felt. My matter is urgent as well. Fill this out before signing the sales contract with Geeb Ilgner. Ferdinand handed me back the contract that I had made under Fran's supervision. I could see that he added some lines to it. There was now a section for listing Volk's abilities, and one for his experience in the workshop. He has knowledge of the paper-making process and is capable of teaching others about it. He also knows about printing and has experience printing things himself, and I murmured to myself as I thought over Volk's abilities and wrote down everything that he could do. When I was done, Ferdinand looked over the filled-out columns and frowned as he counted the number of entries. Rosamund, have you discussed a price with Geeb Ilgner? No, I only learned of this matter through an ordinance for Bridget, so we haven't worked out any details yet. I thought we could just talk things over today. Just a few days ago, a commoner had apparently pleaded with Geeb Ilgner, saying that she didn't want to be separated from one of our Grey Priests. The Geeb had been just as surprised as we were about the development, but so little had been said about it that I hadn't even known it was Volk the woman was referring to until I went to the side building myself. According to the ordinance, Geeb Ilgner had prepared some money for the purchase, but since I hadn't dealt with the sale of a Grey Priest before, I didn't really know what kind of price to expect. The average price of a Grey Priest would be around 5 small golds. But this varies significantly based on their individual capabilities, Ferdinand explained. If we were to calculate a price using this table of skills and prices, he will certainly be quite expensive. Well, she did say before that her people were quite expensive. She wasn't kidding. Volk was originally trained to be an attendant. He has deep knowledge of the papermaking and printing industries, and he's skilled enough to have been sent to another region to establish a new business and actually succeed. Of course he would be expensive. That much was common sense. After all, there was nothing that my magnificent Grey Priest couldn't do. I wouldn't have been able to sell them for cheap anyway, since then there wouldn't be anyone left to run the Temple workshop. Now that will be a problem. Good. As long as you understand, Ferdinand replied. Take care to be emotionally manipulated. Take care not to be emotionally manipulated into lowering the price. I must also note that as the High Priest, it is my duty to manage the sale of Grey Priests. You may be providing final approval, but in general it will not be your place to meddle here. I seem to recall the previous High Bishop forcing a contract with Dirk on his own terms, I pointed out, causing Ferdinand to grimace. Hence my warning. High Bishops are higher in status than High Priests, so it is not that you cannot manage contracts, but rather than doing so is supposed to be the High Priest's duty. Even your predecessor came to show me that contract with Dirk, though admittedly only once it had already been finalized. You may be a figurehead, but you are still the High Bishop, and I do not want you interrupting midway through the signing of Volk's contract. If you have any concerns, state them now. I've already confirmed Volk's feelings, so I have nothing more to say on the matter. Sometime after meeting with Ferdinand, it was time for dinner with Geeb Ilgner. We were having a meal in his mansion rather than an outside barbecue with everyone. Hugo had made the soup, but many of the other dishes were Ilgner's specialties made with plenty of local ingredients. Ferdinand seemed to be satisfied with things, which prompted Geeb Ilgner to ease up a little more. Today's soup is extraordinary. I would expect nothing less from your personal chef, Lady Rosamund. Your praise warms my heart. I shall pass it along to the chef as well. When the meal was over, we moved to the Geeb's office to start working on the contract. My attendants and I entered to find Volk standing beside a young, honest-looking woman, no doubt his marriage partner. Geeb Ilgner regarded the couple with a soft smile that greatly resembled Bridget's, and it was honestly a great relief to see how clearly he celebrated their union. While I knew that Volk wanted this marriage deep down, I had still worried that he was being exploited. Once Geeb Ilgner had taken a seat, he promptly broached the subject. Now then, High Bishop, about the sale contract for Volk. Before he could continue, however, I explained that the movement of priests was in fact under the purview of the High Priest. I gestured toward Ferdinand sitting beside me, who took the contract from one of his attendants, spread it out on the table, then pushed it over to the Geeb. This is Volk's sale contract. I suggest that you look it over. Geeb Ilgner began reading at once, and an instant later his eyes widened in shock. He looked between me, Ferdinand, and the contract multiple times, and looked over at Volk and the woman before shutting his eyes tightly. Is Volk truly this expensive? The Grey Priest my father purchased a generation ago wasn't nearly so pricey. I believe he was only a single small gold. The value of a Grey Priest is determined by their abilities. That is the price of an apprentice capable of doing no more than simple serving work. Volk previously served as the attendant to a blue priest, and has thus been trained to serve nobles. He is also deeply involved with the printing and papermaking industry, directed by Rosamund. Is it not obvious that he would be expensive? Volk and the woman stiffened, desperately looking to the Geeb for help. He gazed back at the contract as they watched him, then lowered his eyes with an extraordinarily troubled expression. Uh-oh. Here we go. The price is so much higher than expected. I don't believe I can afford this. No way, I heard the woman whisper. How much were you expecting, I asked. Since he had been basing his estimate on his father's experience, I could assume that he had anticipated a price of a few small golds, but that wouldn't do it all. Vocals were 2 large golds and 2 small golds. I expected a higher price due to his numerous talents, but I was thinking 5 to 6 small golds at most. You would have been right, were he not involved with the printing industry. But he is, and that constitutes the bulk of his work, Ferdinand said, crossing his arms. Well, whoever purchased Volk would essentially be buying his knowledge of papermaking and printing as well, and considering the value that would bring them, it wasn't an option for us to lower the price. Lady Rosemine, Guy Ilgner looked my way, probably thinking that I would be more pliable than Ferdinand. But unfortunately for him, my financial negotiation skills came from Benno. I would probably be even harder to talk down. Of course, I did want the marriage to happen and for love to be rewarded. I wanted to provide Volk with my support since he was braving his fears to be together with this woman. But folding here would increase the likelihood of other nobles trying to get discounts as well. It was easy to imagine people accusing me of showing favoritism to Ilgner or holding faux marriages to manipulate my goodwill. Benno had taught me to only lower prices after considering the consequences and determining whether I really wanted to take a loss, and as my only option here was to shake my head. I'm afraid that this is the end of our negotiations. No matter the circumstances, 6 small golds simply will not do, I concluded. Guy Ilgner looked at the couple in question, the despair clear on his face. But Lady Rosemine, Vulcan... Oh, it was Karya! Okay! I thought that might be the case. That was the only woman we'd actually seen in, the last story from the last volume. I think it was the last story, the one with Gil, Damien, and Lutz in it. Are truly in love, and Guy Ilgner, I am unsure what you are struggling to understand here. Great priests are not permitted to marry. As you cannot afford to buy him, you have no right to speak about his future. We are finished here. My sincerest apologies, Guy Ilgner said, kneeling before Ferdinand with a bitter expression. At the same time, I heard Karya give a pained choke, no longer able to bear her suffering in silence. The air in the room was so awkward and heartrending that I found myself tugging on Ferdinand's sleeve and whispering his name, hoping he could somehow resolve things. I am not the one who needs to act here, he scoffed, looking at me with a displeased grimace. Think, what would you do if you didn't have the money for something? I immediately clapped my hands together. The adoption solution was clear. Guy Ilgner would just need to earn the money to get what he wanted. Until then, I would keep Volk reserved, not selling him to anyone else. Guy Ilgner, I will grant you first purchase rights for Volk, so what do you say about spending 1 year earning the money that you need to buy him? I suggested, but Guy Ilgner just hung his head sadly. It is unreasonable to earn that much money in a single year. Then you need only try harder, Ferdinand said, standing up from his chair. Rosemine, we are leaving. I stood up as well, and together we exited the room. When I glanced back, I saw that Guy Ilgner was cradling his head. Karya had broken down in tears, and Volk was grimacing in pain, seemingly on the verge of crying himself. Oh, I feel so bad for them. If they try really hard, I honestly do think they'll be able to earn enough in a year. Unlike before, Ilgner now had newly developed paper. If they could find a niche that suited its quirks and then sell a ton, they would have more than enough to buy Volk. Lutz and I had made a ton of money rather quickly when we first started making paper. They would simply need to do the same while there wasn't any competition. This was their only opportunity. Is it just me, or is Guy Ilgner rather unskilled when it comes to business matters? I mused aloud. It seems to me that he has poor negotiation skills in general. Isn't that kind of a fatal flaw for a noble? Negotiating and laying the groundwork for plans were the basic fundamentals of noble life. Ferdinand had made sure to beat that into me. You are correct, Ferdinand replied with a nod, but then his expression became a difficult frown. He began to rub his temples while looking at me, seemingly searching for the right words before finally opening his mouth again to speak. Your business sense is quite abnormal for a noble, but putting that aside, you may give the Geeb advice on how to earn money. Benno trained you in such matters, did he not? What? Ferdinand showing other people compassion? That's certainly rare to see, I thought, looking up at him in shock. He seemed to read me in an instant, though, and flicked my forehead with a glare. Ouchie! And so came the day of the Harvest Festival. Celebrations were due to begin in the afternoon, so the townsfolk spent the morning enthusiastically making all the necessary preparations. I wasn't usually exposed to this fervor, so things were normally ready by the time I arrived, but their excitement was infectious. It wasn't long before I could feel myself eagerly awaiting the festival as well. Bridget was asking for the day off, and while there wasn't much we could do with Ferdinand around, I did want her to enjoy the celebrations at home after being away for such a long time. In the midst of the bustle, I went to the side building with Fran and Daniel. Ferdinand was going to be taking care of the baptism ceremony and such, while the tax official he had brought with him would handle the province's harvest festival. Justus had already gone home, so I was basically just a visitor this time. I entered a room in the side building to find Gil, Lutz, and Damien and Wade, each holding boards and diptychs with their reports and notes written on them. Gil, it's good to see you well. Lutz, thank you for your work. And Damien, thank you for spending so much time on this trip, I began, praising the three for their work. Now, what manner of paper have you created? Gil stepped forward first. As a brief summary, we have made 3 new kinds of paper, namely from Renfen, non-subs, and Effens. Sharice wood didn't work well with the Toro we got from De Grover leaves, so we planned to bring the inner bark back to Ehrenfest with us and experiment using shram bugs and edibles instead. Almost said edibles. Why does it reminded me of edibles. Three new kinds. That's splendid news, I said, earning me a happy smile from Gil. In the same way that trauma paper is fire-resistant, non-sib and effin paper might have special qualities of their own given that they're made from fey plants. We haven't discovered what those are yet, though. Thank you, Gil. I suppose that this is something we'll simply need to keep in mind. Be sure to look for any special reactions while using them. When Gil was done, let's step forward to give a report on the troperlays. Here is the white troperlay fruit. They are often gathered in Ilgner at the time of autumn, but they're too bitter to be used as food. The juice from them produces firm, silky, smooth paper, so we would like to bring a large quantity back to Ehrenfest with us to experiment with other kinds of wood. Paper made from troperlays might end up becoming an Ilgner specialty, I commented. Finally, Damien, who was now a lot more suntanned than before he had arrived here, came over to discuss the pricing with me. We eventually settled on a figure for the 3 kinds of paper, and I took care to ensure that the planting company wasn't ripping me off. Now then, Damien said, I will make the contract and return when it is ready. With that, he exited the room. I looked around to confirm that Gil, Lutz, Fran, and Daniel were the only ones here, and then smiled. Fran, could you stand watch outside the door for me? Please take care to keep your voices down, he said with a defeated sigh before leaving the room and shutting the door behind him. I leaped into Lutz's arms at once. I was so lonely. There was nobody to hug me. I didn't get any letters from home. It just sucks. Lutz hugged me back, all the while shaking his head with blatant exasperation. Once my heart was sufficiently healed, I went and patted Gil on the head, saying that both he and Lutz had worked very hard. So how'd your gathering go? Lutz asked. I've gotten all the ingredients now, I boasted, impressed with how hard I've been working. But as I proudly puffed out my chest, Daniel muttered, "It was we Gardenites who worked hard," behind me, causing Lutz and Gil to laugh. I pouted, trying to explain that I'd worked hard too, but everyone was laughing too much to hear me. Soon enough, I was laughing along with them. Let's, I chirped. Now I'll finally get to be a normal girl. I can live my life normally, not having to worry about collapsing after running or getting too excited. Maybe, I don't know. We will see. 'Cause I'm a little torn on whether that's actually going to work. It's supposed to, but we will see, considering she's not normal. But despite my excitement, Lutz just gave me a dubious look. He furrowed his brow and crossed his arms. You'll be healthy again, sure, but I don't know if you'll ever be a normal girl. And what do you mean by that, exactly? I mean that once you get healthy, it'll be even harder to stop you from doing all sorts of crazy things, and you'll stick out like a weirdo even more. That's so mean, I protested, but both Gil and Daniel voiced similar opinions. Then as things started to calm down, Lutz gave me a serious look. Hey, Volk looked real depressed when I saw him earlier. Did things not turn out well? No, sadly, Guy Bildner just couldn't afford to buy him. So negotiations broke down completely. The amount Volk can do means he's pretty expensive, and considering the future, I just can't afford to give him away for cheap. Lutz narrowed his jade eyes and started running calculations in his head, but he was being trained in the planting company and had long since become a better merchant than I would ever be. Yeah, I guess just not knowing about printing stuff would cause him to shoot up in value. Just knowing about printing stuff would cause him to shoot up in value. And that's not even including his attendant experience, he conceded. Can't really lower the price when the printing industry is going to be expanding so much, so can't blame me here. I did tell Geeb Ilgner that I'll give him first purchase rights for a full year, though, and with this much new paper, don't you think they'll be able to afford 2 large golds as they spend a whole year working like crazy to make as much as they can? A whole year? Yeah, but that means Volk will need to keep working here in Ilgner. Well, that's fine. Gil raised his head. Lady Rosamund, could you allow me to give Volk some advice, like on how to make money and stuff? And could I reassure him that he'll be able to make enough so long as he tries his best? He was so happy yesterday about getting to marry Karya, but this morning he looked like he just wanted to die. I just can't stand seeing him like this. I nodded. Of course you can. I was actually wondering how to make that happen since I don't exactly get many opportunities to speak to him. I think it would be most helpful if you and Volk speak to Gil Ilgner about this and ask that he request to borrow Volk from me for a bit. I'll see what I can do. Everyone was watching the Harvest Festival with sparkling eyes. Gil, who had often been forced to stay back at the temple and run the workshop, Lutz, who had come to Hasse in the past on business but spent most of his time there in the monastery, and finally Damien and the Grey Priest, who were all seeing the celebration for the very first time. It certainly is interesting how they hold all the ceremonies at once, one Grey Priest commented. Indeed, there are too many people in Ehrenfest for that, added another. Rather than sitting up on the stage like usual, I was among the participants with the planting company and the Grey Priests. Ferdinand, meanwhile, was confidently standing on the stage and giving the blessings in his clear, resounding voice. I watched on, wondering whether this was how I looked when I was up there. I always stand on something to boost my height, so surely people can see me when I'm on stage. Once the ceremonies were over, it was time for the Wharf tournament. Lutz and Damien cheered fervently upon seeing the game for the first time, but the priest raised in the temple merely paled at how aggressive and chaotic everything was. The variety of reactions brought a warm smile to my face. That is until I spotted Volk in my peripheral vision. It looked as though there was something he wanted to say, so I glanced around and gestured for him to come over. Volk, I do regret that negotiations broke down, but the price is non-negotiable. Considering the impact any concession would have on future sales of Grey Priests to nobles, I can't lower it for personal reasons. He nodded sadly, clenched his teeth for a second, then looked at me head-on. Lady Rosamund, Gil informed me of what you said. Do you truly believe we can earn that much money in a single year? Yes, it will require a significant amount of work, of course, but now that Ilgner has 3 new kinds of paper to call its own, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to earn 2 large golds. I made that much in about half a year when I initially started making plant paper with Lutz. His face lit up with hope at my words. Unlike Gil and Lutz, Volk simply did his work as instructed without ever dealing with the financial side of things, so it was easy to guess he didn't know how much plant paper and picture books were actually worth. I can lend you to Geeb Ilgner if paid using the money you have earned up until now. My understanding is that the river here doesn't freeze during the winter, so you will have an entire year to work your hardest. Lady Rosamund, to tell you the truth, I am still worried about the prospect of a Grey Priest getting married. Living with someone who has entirely different values from you is a challenge, even among those of the same status with the same background. A Grey Priest from the temple and a citizen from Ilgner will no doubt have contrasting perspectives, habits, and values. Your mindsets couldn't be further apart. Volk lowered his gaze, knowing from experience just how true that was, but after a pause, he looked up and toward the group of people. I could assume he was gazing in the direction of the woman from before, though I couldn't see her from where I was. For the next year, dedicate yourself to making paper with her, and while you're saving money, do what you can to adjust to life here in Ilgner, I said. I would like for you to observe the lives of those outside the temple, to see other families and married couples, and work to learn everything about them. I pray that your relationship does not become one where Karya is constantly burdened, rather. I hope it becomes one where you struggle together, grow together, and care for one another. Following the completion of the Harvest Festival, Geeb Ilgner signed a contract with the planting company, while I advised them on business matters and agreed to lend Volk to them for 1 year. And once all the discussions were over, I returned to Ehrenfest with all the people I had originally brought to Ilgner. Volk and Karya saw us off, kneeling quietly and keeping their heads lowered the entire time. Ooh, here we go! First ever little sister! Okay, I think this is, Charlotte's baptism, I think, is coming up. Upon returning to Ehrenfest, I retrieved the small chalices from the Blue Priests who had traveled during the Harvest Festival, also receiving reports on the harvest and conditions in their respective provinces. I would need to collate these reports together in preparation for a meeting with the Archduke at the castle. And once this is done, we can get to work making my Jureve. Let's do this! Ferdinand and I arrived together at the castle, then went our separate ways, with one going to the northern building with Riarda, or me going to the northern building with Riarda. After you have delivered today's report to Ob Ehrenfest, my lady, you are due to greet Lady Charlotte. Lady Charlotte? That will be Wilfried's little sister, correct? Yes, her baptism ceremony is this winter, so a room and the like are being prepared for her, so as we speak. Now that Riarda mentioned it, Alvara had actively ensured that my room in the northern building was ready for me to use right after my baptism ceremony. I hadn't exactly been in any position to help her with that, given that I was partway through having a noble upbringing hurriedly beaten into me at the time, but Charlotte was apparently learning to lead people by taking charge in how her room was arranged. You know, it sounds like she's a lot more competent than Wilfried. I considered that possibility as I entered the northern building and climbed the stairs. The door to the room beside mine was wide open, and I could see furniture being carried inside. A short girl about my size was observing the process. She must have heard us come up the stairs as she immediately whirled around. Her dress fluttered, and her blonde, almost silvery hair swept through the air behind her. Her face was so adorable that I could have mistaken her for a life-size doll, and her lively indigo eyes blinked rapidly. When we locked gazes, she broke into a happy smile and immediately began walking over, her retainers following along with her. Rosemine, big sister! She just called me big sister! I was immediately overcome with emotion. Hearing that phrase from such a cute little girl with a big smile on her face was enough for me to embrace the idea entirely. I was Charlotte's older sister, and that was that. I haven't had my baptism ceremony yet, so I can't give an actual blessing, but may I give you a traditional greeting anyway? Yes, of course. Charlotte glanced up as she tried to remember the words of the prayer, then knelt and lowered her head. May I pray for a blessing in anticipation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the fruitful days of Shitsaria, the goddess of wind? You may. May Shitsaria, the goddess of wind, bless you. I am Charlotte, daughter of Ob Ehrenfest. I pray that the threads of our fates will be woven together. Although Charlotte couldn't give actual blessings yet, she had the words memorized and recited them flawlessly. I knew all too well how nerve-wracking it was to give that kind of greeting for the first time. Back when I had given one to Alvara, I was so worried about messing up that my heart had started pounding. Let's see. As Charlotte knelt, I tried to roughly echo what Alvara had said to me in response. I pray the same, Charlotte. I am your older sister. She looked up at me with a relieved smile, and I couldn't help but smile back. She is so cute! Oh, look at her. Oh, wait, dang it. Look at her in her head. She's like, oh, you are so cute! Oh, I guess she's the one that's on the cover of this book. You know your greetings very well, I said. I thank you ever so much. All my other siblings are boys, and I always wanted an older sister. I'm just so happy to see you. Me too. I always wanted a little sister. I pray once again for our fates to be woven together. Holy cow, Charlotte's super cute. She might even join Thule in my pantheon of angels. An emotional sigh escaped me, at which point Charlotte tilted her head slightly. Dear sister, you're the High Bishop, aren't you? Will you be giving me a blessing at my baptism ceremony, she asked, her indigo eyes brimming with hope. I knew that look. She was giving me puppy dog eyes. So blessed. It's the first time begging me with puppy dog eyes. Oh yes, I must grant her a wish no matter what. It's my duty as her big sister. Oh, my cute little sister, I would love nothing more. So long as Ferdinand permits it, I shall bless your baptism as your older sister. I am quite looking forward to it, she said with a beaming smile. I gave a firm nod in response, and that was when Riarda took a step forward. My lady, it's about time for you to deliver your report. Would you like to hold a tea party when you return? Lady Charlotte certainly does love sweets. The very thought was wonderful beyond words. I turned to Charlotte and saw that she was wearing the same smile that Wilfried always wore when presented with sweets. There was, of course, no denying that it looked much cuter on her. I believe I would. We can hold a tea party at Fifth Bell when my report is complete. Audley, please instruct Ella to prepare sweets. As you wish. After promising to hold a tea party with Charlotte, I sped to my room and got changed, then hastily made my way to the Archduke's office by High Beast. Riarda urging me on all the while. When we arrived, Ferdinand was already there, and the scholars were all ready. Sylvester straightened his back and looked at me. Now then, your report? Charlotte is positively adorable, I said, starting with what I considered the most important point of discussion. Indeed, she certainly is, he replied with a nod. I have promised to perform her baptism for her. That is not what you are here for, fool, Ferdinand barked, completing the comedy trifecta. Give your report on the Harvest Festival. Out of respect for his righteous observation, I started giving my serious report. Every city in the Central District had produced a greater yield than last year, except of course Hasse, which was recognized as a result of my going everywhere for spring prayer. Seems like I want you to do the same next spring too, Sylvester said. In all honesty, I found it rather taxing to travel that much in such a short span of time. But that wouldn't be an issue since I would have a healthy body by then, I hope. I nodded to show that I was fine with his suggestion. Sylvester nodded in turn. Everyone but Cardstep, Ferdinand, and Rosemine. Clear the room. My plan had been to swiftly return to my room once my report was done, but it seemed this conversation wasn't over just yet. I sadly drooped my head, thinking about how much I would have rather been drinking tea with my cute little sister than talking with these three. Once the last of the scholars and attendants were out, Sylvester cracked his neck and stretched, going from Archduke mode to Sylvester mode. So, Rosemine, these two told me about your mana compression method, and I was wondering whether it worked on adults too. Does it let people fit more mana into their bodies even after their vessel for mana stops growing? I don't know, since I'm still a child. But it's very possible. Perhaps you should experiment, I suggested, which made Sylvester lean across the table with shining eyes. He was positively overflowing with eagerness to try it out himself. Contract! Alright, he said, we'll select individuals to learn it based on those who meet the criteria. That is, already knowing how to compress traditionally belonging to the Florencia faction, and having the permission of the 6 of us. How about we start with your guardians and family? Seemed like a good idea to me? Sylvester, Florencia, Ferdinand, and Karstedt apparently all counted as my family here, and I got the impression that this would soon be expanding to our guard knights in attendance too. Given how Sylvester was speaking like this was something that had already been decided, I could guess that he had settled on it in his head and was enthusiastically visualizing the results. If this does work for adults as well, then I might need to rethink how much I charge. I had been thinking of the cost as something like a children's education fee, but if my method works for adults as well, then it would be applicable to a lot more people than I thought. This would in turn put a strain on people's family budgets, and I certainly didn't want anybody to earn anybody's ire. We needed a perfect price that was accessible to everyone while still remaining a considerable expense. Perhaps we could have the fee for subsequent family members after the first purchase. Otherwise, buying the method for 5 people would grow expensive even for an archnoble, right, Father? Karstedt stroked his mustache. That would certainly be a big help, he said. I had specifically asked him because his family was the largest out of all those participating here. Rosemine, getting more mana is extremely important to nobles. I want to spread news of this compression method during winter socializing. So, the sooner we test this out, the better. What do you say? Sylvester asked, now leaning completely over the table. He wasn't the only one either. It looked like Karstedt and Ferdinand were both leaning forward a little too. But despite their eagerness, preparing magic contracts for everyone would take some significant time. I promised to have a tea party with Charlotte today, and preparing the magic contracts for everyone would surely take quite some time. We could do this some other day. Rosemine, you're going to prioritize Charlotte over me? Your adoptive father? Yes, she's much cuter than you are. Oh my god. And what he says next is just... Oh my god. If he hadn't adopted her... Oh my god. Fair point. I'm one hot guy, sure, but I'm not as cute as her, he confessed with a groan, resting his head on his hands. I certainly had some thoughts on him calling himself hot, but I ultimately decided to keep that to myself. Plus, I care more about my potion being made than spreading my mana compression method I added. I'll teach you all about it once my Jureve is ready. Despite us having gathered all the ingredients, we hadn't actually made the potion yet, since Ferdinand had told me to wait until after my report was done. I cared a lot more about finally getting healthy than other people having more mana. Ferdinand narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, Rosemine, we can make the potion now, but you will want to wait before using it. Why is that? The process of using a Jureve puts one to sleep for days, months, or at times, even an entire season. You will do well not to use it if you wish to attend Charlotte's baptism ceremony. In a shocking twist, my mana clumps had formed so long ago that it would take a significant amount of time for them to melt. Furthermore, Ferdinand continued, although you said that you would perform the winter baptism ceremony yourself, there is much you will need to learn to make that possible. It will be much more complicated than the lower city baptism ceremony. You will need to learn the blessing, the mana registration process, and the sequence of events leading up to the debut. That will not leave time to use the potion, no matter how much you wish to be healthy. I want to make the potion so that I can be healthy and have the strength for this kind of thing, but I have to push myself even more before I can use it? This is terrible. But at the same time, I couldn't suddenly break my first promise to Charlotte. She would forever lose trust in me as her older sister. I wanted to be there for her baptism ceremony no matter what, even if that meant putting off using my Jureve. Very well, then I shall use the potion after Charlotte's baptism ceremony. No, because winter socializing begins after the baptism ceremony, and so too does the dedication ritual. Considering that we wish to keep your circumstances hidden from other nobles, it would be best to wait until spring prayer is over. Hold on a second. You really intend to make me wait another half a year before I can be healthy? I want to be healthy now, I protested, but Ferdinand shook his head. You must not be hasty and misjudge the proper timing for using the potion, he said, but it honestly felt as though he was only pressuring me because he wanted to lessen his own burden. I was willing to postpone being healthy for Charlotte's sake, but I wasn't about to wait until spring for Ferdinand. If you want to delay me getting healthy for your own selfish reasons, I won't teach any of you the compression method until then. I'm going to be a normal girl, and you can't stop me. Ferdinand frowned and tapped a finger against his temple, then widened his eyes in realization. Rosamund, what if you were to attend the winter baptism ceremony not as the High Bishop, but as her older sister? That would remove the need to learn all the processes at such short notice. That's not an option. I'm going to bless Charlotte as her older sister. I don't mind having a lot to learn in the slightest. I've spent years learning all sorts of things under time constraints. There was no doubt in my mind that I would be granting the first request ever given to me by my darling little sister. Tuli always did her best to do whatever I asked, and I wanted to be as great of an older sister to Charlotte as Tuli was to me. I understand. You wish to play the part of a good older sister for your first little sister, correct? Ferdinand asked, still tapping his temple. I gave a big nod. That was exactly right. I wanted to show Charlotte my best side and become an older sister who she could respect. In that case, would she not respect you even more if you performed not just the blessing at her baptism ceremony, but dedicated yourself to the duchy at the dedication ritual and spring prayer, too? Do you not think this is what a member of the archducal family should do? I do, I agreed, clenching my fist with... Oh, he just got you to agree and wait! Determination. Ferdinand nodded, a smug look on his face. Then work hard until spring prayer is complete. Right, Wait, what? He played you! I tilted my head in confusion, but before I could even process what had just happened, Sylvester pointed at the door. Rosamund, isn't it about time for your tea party? You can go now. I can? Yep, show my Charlotte lots of love. Of course, I beamed, confidently tapping a fist against my chest before saying the traditional farewells. I then exited Sylvester's office, humming all the way back to my room. At last, my tea party with Charlotte. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. It was a little before fifth bell, and the tea party was ready, with Ella having finished preparing the sweets. Today we were having pie filled with seasonal fruits. Rosamund, thank you ever so much for inviting me. Thank you for being here, Charlotte. Charlotte sat in her chair looking a bit nervous since this was her first time having a tea party with anyone outside her most immediate family. To be honest, I was a little anxious too since this was my first tea party with my little sister. Wilfried praises you so much, Rosamund, that I have been dying to meet you for so very long now, Charlotte began. She then told me how Wilfried had read picture Bibles to her, and how she had lost to him in cards over and over again. She peppered all her stories of praise for me. How could I ever convey the sheer strength of emotion I was feeling right now? Up until this point, my family had mostly just called me useless, but now I had a little sister who was praising me. The slight embarrassment aside, I was so happy that I wanted to roll around on the ground and squeal. I owe you my life, Wilfried. It's thanks to you that my cute little sister has such a high opinion of me. You made these picture books, the cards, and even Mother's hair stick, didn't you? Charlotte continued. The decorations on the hair stick looked so much like real flowers. I simply love it. I designed them all, but the craftswomen make them, not me. Would you like me to introduce you to the store which makes them? Hair sticks just like mine were currently all the rage in Florencia's faction. Bridget wearing one during the Starbind ceremony had made quite an impact, and the flowers are now being used both as hair ornaments and to decorate dresses. I can imagine that Tuli and Mom had their hands full making them right now. You wouldn't mind? Would they be able to make one for me before my baptism ceremony, I wonder? That might be difficult. I could lend you one of mine, assuming that I have one that matches your outfit. Riarda, please bring me the hair sticks that incorporate the divine colors of winter. At once, milady. Riarda promptly brought in the hair sticks, holding them up against Charlotte's hair one by one, as she discussed with her attendants which one would look best on her. Daniel suddenly came into the room, having been guarding the door from outside. Lady Rosamine, Lord Wilfried is requesting permission to enter. He wishes to speak with Lady Charlotte. He began only for Wilfried to barge in from behind him. He didn't listen. He didn't wait. His attendants and guard knights were reaching out to grab him, telling him that he needed to wait until he had my permission, but he was actively ignoring them. I heard Charlotte was here. Wilfried, it's quite rude to enter our room before you've received permission, I said, implying that he should leave, but his eyebrows shot up with anger when he saw me. Shut up, Charlotte, you have to get out of here now. Don't let Rosamine fool you. Huh? I'm confused. Weren't you just singing praises of her to Charlotte the entire time? His exclamation came completely out of nowhere. I did not understand what could have brought it on. Everyone stared at him in wide-eyed confusion, and as we froze with our mouths agape, Charlotte tilted her head and blinked. Whatever do you mean? Aren't you always praising Rosamine? She asked, and that was enough to make me snap back to reality. I couldn't let him trash talk me in front of Charlotte like this. I needed to be an older sister she could respect. Wilfried, when have I ever deceived you? Please do not use such deceptive language. Just shut up already. What the heck is going on? Is somebody spreading rumors about Rosamine to Wilfried? This has to be the whole Georgine faction showing up, or else something has copped up. I don't know anymore. With that, Wilfried raced toward me, moving so suddenly that Daniel yelped in surprise. Lampert stepped forward, shouting for him to stop, and Angelica, having been standing guard behind me the whole time, had already moved to intercept. She grabbed onto Wilfried's arm, twisted it behind his back, and then forced him to the ground. He landed with a resounding crash. Ow, what are you doing, Angelica? He demanded. Please do not approach Lady Rosamine before getting permission to enter. Who do you think you are? Let me go of me. We are Lady Rosamine's guard knights, so it's only natural that we would detain someone who barges into the room without first getting permission, Daniel said with a tense expression, moving forward and standing next to Angelica, who was still pinning Wilfried to the ground. Lampert looked between Angelica and Wilfried, then over to me for help. I could hear his silent plea. Angelica was behaving as a guard knight should, but he still wanted her to let Wilfried go. Just as I opened my mouth to give the order, however, Wilfried started flailing about. He shouted up at Angelica, trying to wriggle around to glare at her. Huh? Oh no! He went and talked. Who did he talk to? There's no way he could have talked to Veronica. She's in prison. There's no way he could have talked to her. Who did he talk to? Now I'm confused. Oh no. I think this is what I was referring to last part, I think, because I spoiled myself that apparently, if you don't want to hear this, mute it for probably, 10 seconds. Okay, if you're muted, fine. Wilfried apparently commits treason, and Charlotte tries to get Rosamine to save him so he wouldn't, get in trouble. So, maybe this is what they're talking about? Okay, unmute. Rosamine's the bad person here. Grandmother told me everything. Rosamine and Ferdinand plotted grandmother's downfall. They're evil. Wilfried's grandmother, that would be Sylvester's mother, the former High Bishop's older sister, right? I'm pretty sure she's in prison somewhere. You need the Archduke's permission to enter to stop her from escaping or meeting with any of her allies. How did Wilfried get authorization for a meeting like that, especially considering he didn't even know she was imprisoned as a criminal when we said our good farewells to Georgine? Wilfried, when and where did you have an opportunity to speak to your grandmother, I asked. Oh shit, someone needs to go and tell Sylvester now. Every retainer in earshot paled instantly. Riardo let out a quiet shriek and stiffened while Lampert raced forward and shouted at Wilfried with each cease such crazed intensity that spit actually flew from his mouth. When, Lord Wilfried, when did you speak to Lady Veronica, he demanded. And how did you meet with her, another retainer added. Judging by how panicked his retainers were, Wilfried had certainly not been granted permission to meet with the imprisoned Veronica. It was an extremely bad thing that he had met with her, too, such that this probably wasn't something that could be settled here and now. Riardo, please report this to Ob Ehrenfest. I believe that this will be best for him to come to us with a carefully selected entourage. Understood, milady. Oh, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good. Okay, so now I know what the heck's going on. Wilfried's actions. Riardo spat out of the room, for even she looked sick and pale. There was no doubting that Wilfried had done something absolutely unthinkable. A heavy silence fell over the room, and everyone stared at the floor with furrowed brows. It was Wilfried himself, still pinned to the floor by Angelica, who eventually spoke. Lamprecht, are you not my guard knight? He exclaimed. What are you doing? Save me! Lamprecht gritted his teeth in frustration, then slowly shook his head. Ever since autumn last year, you have ceased running away, and you have taken both your studies and training seriously. I was truly proud to see you dedicating yourself, becoming someone worthy enough to be the next Archduke. And yet, why? Why would you do this? He asked, speaking for all those who served Wilfried. They all looked sad, frustrated, and filled with unbearable regret. Why and when did you do this? We cannot release you until we know. What? Lamprecht, it's me. Meeting with grandmother truly that serious? Wilfried asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's treason! Hello! His gaze ran along his retainers as he remained pressed against the floor, and they all nodded with pained looks on their faces. Yes. Riarda soon returned with Sylvester, Karlstad, Ferdinand, and Eckert, all of whom were wearing flat expressions that conveyed no emotion whatsoever. Sylvester looked between the still restrained Wilfried and his ghostly pale retainers, then over at Charlotte and me, our tea party having been brought to an abrupt end. Tell me exactly what happened, he said. Apologies, Rosemary, but we're going to be using this room. Oswald, call all of Wilfried's retainers. Eckert, take Rosemine and Charlotte's attendants to Wilfried's room and keep them there until this discussion is over. You stay, though, Riarda. Under Eckert's direction, our attendants silently filed out of the room. Only my guard knights were allowed to stay, tasked with keeping watch. Daniel and Bridget stood outside, while Cornelius remained inside with Angelica, who still had Wilfried pinned. With her attendants gone and Sylvester looking so intense, Charlotte seemed incredibly scared. I gestured her over, and she gave a small nod before sitting up next to me. Meanwhile, Riarda was rushing around, making the necessary preparations for everyone to sit down and talk. I sighed as I watched our tea party return into a meeting area for a serious discussion. What a waste of a good tea party. Excuse me? Just as Riarda was finishing her preparations, Florencia arrived, having probably been busy with some other work. She silently looked at Wilfried on the floor, then at Sylvester. Rosemine, milady, here is your seat. Lady Charlotte, here is yours, Riarda said, guiding us to our chairs around the round table. Ferdinand, Sylvester, and Florencia sat in that order, with me being on Ferdinand's left and Charlotte and Florencia's right. There was another seat between Charlotte and me, a bit further apart than the others were. It was probably for Wilfried, but he was still restrained. We have arrived at Oswald's urgent summons. This is the place, correct? Wilfried's other retainers asked as they all entered the room. Their eyes widened at the sight of their master being pinned to the ground, and they promptly moved to kneel by the table, swallowing hard at how serious the archducal couple looked. I could feel the tension in the air getting heavier with each new person who arrived. Once Oswald had confirmed that everyone was present, Sylvester, having been carefully staring at Wilfried this entire time, turned his gaze to me. Rosemine, could you have Wilfried released? I need to speak to him. As requested, I ordered Angelica to let him go. She obliged with a small nod, then moved to the door to continue her guard duty. Wilfried, sit, Sylvester commanded. Wilfried stood up, slowly nodding, then sat in the chair Riarda pulled out for him. He looked annoyed. Oh, he has no idea what he's done. For a few seconds, silence once again dominated the room, accompanied by a prickling sense of unease. I clenched my fist tightly on my lap, and that was when Ferdinand spoke. All those involved in an event see things from their own unique perspectives. One must make these perspectives clear before coming to a judgment, knowing that stating falsehoods is a sin. Sylvester leisurely scanned Wilfried's lined-up attendants and guard knights. His eyes stopped at the end of the line where the head attendant Oswald was kneeling. Oswald, it has been quite some time since I last received a report about Wilfried running away to avoid his duties. When did you lose sight of him? Not once have we lost sight of Lord Wilfried while on duty. For the past year he has dedicated himself to his work with admirable diligence. Our reports were all true, Oswald replied. Then how did he get to Veronica? Raising his head, looked Sylvester in the eyes, while his fellow attendants all nodded in agreement. In fact, I am the one who is truly curious here. Just how did Lord Wilfried deceive us? I didn't deceive anyone, Wilfried yelled angrily, prompting Sylvester to look at him with furrowed brows. If you have deceived no one and done no wrong, Wilfried, then you can answer honestly regarding our actions. When did you meet with your grandmother? During the hunting tournament, Father, Wilfried replied eagerly. Everyone's expressions changed in an instant, but I wasn't following. Why was that so shocking? When is the hunting tournament? When was that? What's the hunting tournament? Thank you! I asked. I'm unfamiliar with it. You are likely unaware since you spend that time traveling the duchy for the harvest festival, Ferdinand began. As the name implies, nobles gather to hunt in the castle's forest. It is a large-scale tournament held before winter socializing. The hunted prey becomes food for the winter, and awards are given to those who hunt the most, so it is the most important time of the year for knights in the nobles' quarter who wish to distinguish themselves. It was an event held at the same time as the Harvest Festival, functioning as a way for the castle to restock its food reserves before winter. Okay, that makes sense. Knights, scholars, and attendants could all join in, while those who participated competing to hunt the most babies. In the meantime, women, excluding the female knights, and children could provide their support while enjoying a calm, graceful tea party. This was probably the hunting that Sylvester had said was way too boring, back when he had disguised himself as a blue priest. Were you not with Florencia during the hunting tournament, Sylvester asked. I was, but some of my friends from the winter playroom came over halfway through, so we went off to play. I believe you were with Oswald then. I instructed him to not let you out of his sight, Florencia said, eyeing the attendant carefully. Nothing abnormal happened while I was there, Oswald responded, and I stayed with him until Linhard came to relieve me. Linhard had desperately run around trying to keep up with Wilfried and his friends, but at one point he tripped over and fell hard enough to hurt his legs. While Linhard was being treated, Wilfried was looked after by his former friend's attendants. We played hide-and-seek while Linhard was being healed, sneaking out of the tea party's plaza and hiding under tables so the adults wouldn't find us. When we were passing under one, we heard nobles talking about things. They said that grandmother and great-uncle had been arrested because of Rosamund and Ferdinand. Oh, who said that? Yeah, who said that? Everyone there. The men, the women, everyone. Ferdinand, who was briskly taking note of everything mentioned at the meeting, muttered to himself. It seems that the children brought him there deliberately rather than simply happening upon a gathering of former Veronica faction nobles. I lowered my eyes, recalling the time Riarda had warned me about parents acting through their children. It was unbelievable that kids were expected to be mindful of political plots, even when playing tag or hide-and-seek with their friends. In fact, I was certain that I would have fallen for the same trick myself had I been in Wilfried's position. Yeah, you probably would have, because none of us saw this coming. Never would it have occurred to me that all the adults there might be part of the same form faction, and I probably would have believed what they were saying if only because so many of them were saying it. In another world, I'd be the one sitting where Wilfried is right now. The only reason I hadn't made a mistake like this yet was because I spent most of my time in the temple and nobles engaged with castle affairs. Or seldom engaged in castle affairs. Had I needed to learn certain noble relations like Wilfried, I certainly would have messed up too. Wilfried, despite my order that no nobles from other duchies be allowed into the city, your great-uncle spurred your grandmother into using my official seal, without my permission, to grant one such noble entry. She was punished for forging official documents and disobeying my direct orders. I explained this to you before. Were you not listening to me? Sylvester said with a frown. He was checking whether Wilfried had trusted other nobles over his own father, but Wilfried shook his head hard in response. I jumped out from under the table and told them what you told me, but they said that while it was true grandmother had committed the crimes, it was Rosamund's fault it had happened in the first place. Then they said that Ferdinand was pulling the strings from the shadows. They told me Rosamund and Ferdinand were trying to take over. That is not true at all. Quit freaking believing everything everybody tells you. With so many unfamiliar nobles crowding him, I could understand why Wilfried might have been nervous. He probably would have protested had they called Sylvester a liar, but instead they agreed with him, simply seeming to provide more information on the situation. Their words had no doubt slid straight into his mind without him ever considering whether or not they were true. To complicate matters further, not everything those nobles said was untrue. It was fair to say I was the reason Veronica had broken the law. Since her specific intention had been to sell me to Count Bindewald, and an argument certainly could have made that Ferdinand was pulling the strings from the shadows, since he had been working to remove the High Bishop. From Besenwat's perspective, he had set out to commit one simple crime, only to have Ferdinand dump a huge list of violations onto him. Violations so small that even Besenwat's himself had forgotten about them. It would be harder to think Ferdinand hadn't lured him into a trap. I mean, he kind of had to. The guy was trying to cause Rosamund harm. Then one of them said that I could just speak to grandmother herself and ask her who's right, Wilfried continued. Sylvester squeezed his eyes shut. The plot was barely devious, if you ask me. Wilfried had essentially been raised by his grandmother since birth, so it only made sense that he would love her more and consider her more trustworthy than his actual mother. Oh, that's sad. Who had only recently been given the opportunity to regularly interact with him. Veronica had his unconditional trust, and it stood to reason that he would welcome her guidance in a situation like this. One of the men said grandmother was imprisoned in the Ivory Tower, and when I asked her where that was, a woman gave us directions and suggested we go see it for ourselves. We only went to scout it out. Wilfried had followed the directions with his friends, saying over and over again that he was just checking to see if the tower was really there, and in the end, they actually found it. A man standing at the entrance had informed that only the Archduke and his children could open the door to go inside. Everyone else tried and failed, then looked over at Wilfried with hopeful eyes. He eventually opened it just out of curiosity. Nobody else could open the door, but I could. It opened for me the second I touched it. Not surprising. So did you enter the tower? Did anyone else go in with you? Sylvester asked, lifelessly drained of energy. He was simply asking for the record. Everyone knew that Wilfried had gone inside, otherwise he wouldn't have been saying that his grandmother had told him things. I went in alone. They said that nobody else could enter in the same way that nobody else could open the door. Grandmother really was in the tower. She told me everything, the truth, Wilfried said, glaring at Ferdinand and me. Grandmother is locked in the tower, suffering, all because of Rosamund and Ferdinand. Florencia tightly closed her eyes, a pained look on her face. Father, please, Wilfried continued. You have to save Grandma. Silence, do not finish that sentence, Sylvester shouted, slamming a fist against the table. Protesting my decision is nothing less than treason against the Archduke. Wilfried's eyes widened at how violently he had been interrupted. Father, I am the one who discovered your grandmother's crimes and sentenced her to be imprisoned. Not Rosamund, not Ferdinand. Me. Ob Ehrenfest. Ooh, that's scary. Sylvester can be scary. Wilfried recoiled in shock, having already spent so much time echoing his grandmother by accusing Ferdinand of me. It looked entirely as though he had known she had been imprisoned for committing a crime, but not that his father had sentenced her himself. He probably thought that Ferdinand and I had done it ourselves, given that she kept blaming us. Do you wish to join the rebel faction, opposing both me and your mother, Florencia? Sylvester asked with a stern expression. Wilfried hurriedly shook his head, his expression overcome with anxiety. I'm not trying to oppose either of you, but that is how it comes across when you defend your grandmother and speak against my decisions. You must watch what you say. How many times have I told you to think before you speak? But Wilfried trailed off, glaring at Ferdinand and me while frustratingly biting his lip. It was at this point that Florencia rose from her chair and walked over to Wilfried, stroking his cheek with a sad smile. You were told what your grandmother, Lady Veronica, believes to be true. But there is no singular truth in this world. As Ferdinand said, everyone has their own perspective. The truth I know is that Rosamund was a victim in all this. It was not her, but Lady Veronica who had laid out plans and brought chaos to the duchy. What are you saying, Mother? Wilfried shouted in disbelief, shaking his head as if to push her words from his mind. Florencia embraced him, her voice trembling. Lady Veronica stole you away from me right after you were born. I was not permitted to touch or even hug you. And now, not even satisfied by that, she has guided you into committing such a grave crime. That is the truth from my perspective. Wilfried froze, blinking in surprise as he looked up at Florencia, who was on the verge of tears. I committed a crime, he asked. Yes! Why do you think everybody is so angry? Duh! You did something wrong! You did, Sylvester answered. That is a tower for imprisoning members of the Archducal family who have committed unforgivable crimes. Those who enter it without my permission, as Ob, are considered traitors, either plotting rebellion or attempting to free the prisoners within. What? Nobody said anything like that, Wilfried said weakly, paling as he realized how grave a situation really was. The blood drained from my face as well. I hadn't realized that Veronica was imprisoned somewhere so important. I had assumed she was merely stuck in some mansion or another, and I kind of thought that too, considering they said she was going to be imprisoned in her villa. And not speaking to her wouldn't be that serious of a crime. This was the plot of those who brought you to the tower, but you are still the one who committed the crime, Florencia explained. Simply passing around rumors and telling you the location of the tower are not things that nobles can be truly charged for. All they had done was gossip at a tea party. All they had done was answer the questions they were asked. All they had done was play with Wilfried, harmlessly joining him on an adventure. And when they had discovered that the tower really was there, all they had done was ask him to open the door. None of this would have happened had Wilfried not gone inside. The others hadn't forced him in, nor had they entered themselves. Out of all those involved, only you can be charged with a crime, Wilfried, and if you are found guilty of abetting the escape of a major criminal imprisoned by the Archduke, you will not only be disinherited, you will once again be taken away from me, even though we are finally together, Florencia whispered, tears dripping from her eyes. I looked over at Sylvester. It was clear that he was desperately trying to think of a way to help, but Wilfried had admitted to his own wrongdoings. With his crimes already set in stone, it would not be easy to protect him. Good grief, what a pain. Is this not why I said to disinherit him ahead of time, Ferdinand said dryly. Wilfried flinched at the remark, but Rosamund plotted everything. No, she did not. Ferdinand ceased writing and looked up. There are as many truths as there are people. Rosamund, tell Wilfried your truth. You have lost a great deal because of his grandmother, did you not? He gasped and looked at my way. Rosemine's truth? No, Rosamine plotted everything. That is not how I experience things, Wilfried. Though I wasn't really sure what Ferdinand was thinking here, I went ahead and told Wilfried my fake backstory. I explained that I was secretly raised to the temple, that the former High Bishop had mistaken me for a commoner and spread false rumors among the nobility, that he had asked his older sister Veronica to sneak a foreign noble into the Ehrenfest with the intention of selling me, that my guard knights and attendants had gotten hurt while protecting me, and finally that I had been adopted by Sylvester to keep me safe from the foreign nobles who were after my mana. Wilfried was visibly shocked. He knew that his grandmother had committed a crime, but he hadn't truly known how I was involved with it all. So what did you lose then, Rosamine? He stammered. My family, I answered silently, lowering my gaze. I lost my freedom, Wilfried. Before then, I was making books with people in the lower city. But now I cannot visit the lower city, and I cannot speak freely with commoners. I also have to undergo a strict upbringing so that I do not bring shame to the archducal family. I was thrust into the position of High Bishop immediately after my baptism to make up for a mana shortage. You understand how draining of a job that is, yes? But that's not what grandmother said at all. Your grandmother's not been telling you the whole truth. She's only been telling you her delusional truth. Wilfried murmured, biting his lip and looking down at the floor. He was an honest and sincere person at heart. He really was. Despite him having said over and over again that I was an evil plotter, he was actually listening to me and trying to understand the situation. Florencia watched on sadly, tenderly stroking her son's hair. Rosamine has suffered much because of the crimes Lady Veronica committed. Even now, would you say that your grandmother is not at fault? Rosamine did all she could to help you when you were at risk of being disinherited, did she not? Is that not your truth? Wilfried gasped again, gazing back at me. Forgive me, Rosamine, I am an idiot. You are a big fat idiot. You did so much for me, and his face was reddening with shame before my very eyes. It's quite all right. I am not particularly fond of Lady Veronica, given the crimes she committed at Besenwa's request. But I have never met her before. In fact, it was only recently that I even learned her name. But to you, she's a precious family member. It's only natural that you would trust her more than you do me. Had I needed to decide between trusting Wilfried or Thule, I would have picked Thule without a second thought. I would have stubbornly supported my family no matter what anyone said, refusing to listen to others or reconsider my beliefs. So as Wilfried was doing right now, his sincerity was genuinely impressive. And yet you believed your grandmother scorned Rosamine and entered the Forbidden Tower, Ferdinand interjected dismissively. I would hope you are prepared to receive your punishment. Punishment? A fitting punishment would be disinheriting you and sending you to the temple, or alternatively, locking you in the tower alongside your grandmother. Florencia had said basically the same thing, but while she spoke as a mother concerned for her son's future, Ferdinand's voice was cold and lacking emotion. Sylvester, is Wilfried going to be charged with a crime? I asked. He was blatantly tricked into doing this, and while he did enter the tower, he didn't do anything bad while he was inside. Sylvester didn't answer, instead glancing over at Ferdinand. While he personally didn't want to charge his son with a crime, he wouldn't have a choice if pressured from the outside. He needed to convince Ferdinand before doing anything else, and I was willing to do what I could to help. Wilfried was a victim of its entrapment, I continued. Had I been in Wilfried's position, I may have done the very same thing because Lady Veronica is his precious grandmother, his family. I know that I might have done the same thing was a dumb defense, but that wouldn't hold much water. But I didn't think it was right to persecute him over this. My feelings for my own family made me vulnerable in exactly the same way. Ferdinand gave a thoroughly displeased grimace. You truly are soft, he muttered, his brows drawn together before looking over at Wilfried. You have now learned 3 separate truths. One from your grandmother, the former first wife, one from your father, Ob Ehrenfest, and one from Rosamine. I wish to know what you think and feel with this knowledge in mind. Wilfried lowered his eyes a little, resting a hand on his chin as he organized his thoughts beneath Ferdinand's gaze, and after thinking for a bit, he slowly raised his hand and looked at Ferdinand head on. Oh boy, here we go. Dang it, I really want to... Wait, I want to continue. I'm sorry, but I'm continuing. Wilfried's punishment. I thought it was strange that grandmother's truth was the only one that didn't match what everyone else said. Assuming they're all telling the truth, then she's the odd one out. I love her, but... If the question is whether she's right or wrong here, I think she's wrong now, Wilfried said plainly. Ferdinand watched him calmly before prompting him to continue. I see. And I need to apologize. I'm sorry for everything I said, Ferdinand. Ferdinand widened his eyes slightly at the apology, then tightly furrowed his brow, carefully looking over Wilfried as though he were dissecting him. Why are you mad at me? I apologized, didn't I? Wilfried stammered, flinching back, with Ferdinand now watching him with an even harsher gaze. He was almost on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I said teasingly. You're doing fine. He tends to do that. What's fine about this? He yelped. I had an explanation at the ready, though. It was a bit hard to understand, but Ferdinand wasn't mad at all. It may look as though Ferdinand got mad after you apologized, but this intense expression actually means he's now putting his all into listening to you. All your words will reach him as you intend them to. Really? Wilfried glanced between Ferdinand and me, and then at Florencia beside him, who was tightly holding his hand. Rosemine, Ferdinand interjected. Keep your irrelevant observations to yourself. They're not irrelevant, they're important, and you really should have accepted Wilfried's apology before going off serious like that. He scoffed. I did not say anything because I have not yet forgiven him, he said, speaking like a big meanie before looking back at Wilfried. Tell me what you think about the nobles who were at the tea party. They answered my questions kindly, but they tricked me into committing a crime, so they weren't actually being kind at all. I understand now what Oswald meant when he said that not everyone who approaches me with a smile is my friend. He was talking about people like them. It was a lesson he hadn't understood until experiencing it for himself. Oswald grimaced in regret. He was surely thinking that this whole situation could have been avoided if only he'd helped Wilfried to fully grasp it sooner. Maybe he's the type that he has to experience things in order to fully understand what he's being taught. Maybe. At least for certain situations. Ferdinand nodded, acknowledging that this was an important thing for Wilfried to recognize. And that is why you were taught not to speak with nobles you do not know, and why watching what you say was so thoroughly beaten into you. Your head attendant hand selects those allowed to meet with you to minimize danger such as this. So there was a point to all those rules? As a child of the Archduke, Wilfried had a mountain of rules and restrictions piled onto him. Don't do this, don't do that, you mustn't ever do this. Without him understanding why these rules were there in the first place, it was little wonder that he would continuously break them. We would not restrict your actions without good reason, Ferdinand said. There is a point to everything in your education. I know that thanks to my reading, math, and Harsfield practice. I see. So do you have any other thoughts about all this? The crimes grandmother committed comes off entirely differently depending on who's talking about it. It's important to get lots of perspective on things. Well, yeah. Ferdinand knitted his brow even tighter at this remark, appearing to have fallen into thought. I clenched my fist, wanting to push things in the best possible direction for Wilfried. He had certainly done something shockingly careless in committing a crime, but he was growing in the right direction. He was learning from his mistake. It wasn't that he was a failure, but rather that his education up until this point had been insufficient. This incident would no doubt prove to be a huge step for him. I had learned a lot from it too. Under normal circumstances, you would be sent to the temple or imprisoned alongside your grandmother as punishment, Ferdinand eventually said. But matters here are not so simple. What are your thoughts? Sylvester asked Ferdinand, his expression making it clear he was just as intensely focused. We do not know the goals of our enemies. In the same way those involved in an event can have their own particular truths, those working together in a plot may have their own particular goals. There are simply too many people involved for us to say anything for certain, Ferdinand said bitterly as he looked over the notes he had written. We are dealing with someone who knows both where the tower is and who is capable of opening its door. They must have also known, then, that once the door is open, anyone can enter, and yet they did not rescue Veronica. Anyone can go inside? Wilfried yelped in surprise, having simply believed the other nobles when they said they couldn't enter. You were with them, so yes, they could have gone in as well. The most likely reason they did not was to avoid committing a crime themselves, though it is possible that whoever provided them with this information did not intend to rescue Veronica and thus falsely told them that they would not be able to enter. Well then, if they weren't... Oh wait, the whole saving Wilfried and being indebted to them. Yeah, that's why. The schemes that nobles come up with were so convoluted that I really couldn't keep up. I see. So, who exactly can open the door then? I asked, trying to organize the information at hand. It can be opened only by those capable of interacting with the Foundation's magic, Sylvester explained. That will be me, Florencia, Bonifacius, Ferdinand, you, and Wilfried. The question is how they discovered the tower, Ferdinand said. The door's barrier means there are no guards stationed there, and it is largely hidden by the surrounding trees. Few people knew about its existence, let alone its function. And yet someone brought it up at the tea party. Can we narrow down who laid the trap based on that information? Was Grandfather the one standing by the tower, I asked, tilting my head curiously. Wilfried angrily raised his eyebrows. I would have recognized Bonifacius if that person was someone I knew. I would have said their name. Plus, Bonifacius was rampaging around during the hunting festival trying to compete with me and win despite his age, Sylvester added. People would have found it strange if they heard he was quietly playing with children by the tower. Grandfather was rampaging around in competition with Sylvester? I hadn't really spoken to him much, but I guess that was how he normally acts when he's around me. Ferdinand tapped a finger against his temple. It is my belief that the former Veronica faction wishes to reunite under Wilfried, in which case it would be a very effective psychological attack to drive a wedge between him, Rosemine, and his parents, and the reality is that they accomplished just that, albeit only temporarily. Wilfried and I were two core members of the Florencia faction, and pitting us against one another would force our parents to pick a side, only destabilizing things further. Perhaps they wished to create an Archduke faction and a rebel faction, but as things stand, any such rebel faction would die out before it even began. Wilfried is on track to be disinherited or executed, neither of which would make him an ideal figurehead. Ferdinand continued, having him enter the tower was such a blatantly hostile move that I consider it much more likely that their goal was just to make him not to make him a leader of sorts, but rather to eliminate him entirely. But that doesn't make sense either. If they wanted him gone permanently, they could have achieved that the moment they got him away from the tea party, Sylvester said with a raised eyebrow. Wilfried trembled at the reminder of just how much danger he had been in. The establishment of an opposing faction was bad enough, but the thought that he actually could have been killed was so terrifying that it sent a shiver down his spine. Ferdinand nodded in agreement with Sylvester. Indeed, had they wished to eliminate Wilfried, that would have been a most fortunate opportunity, but instead they let him go. In other words, getting rid of him isn't their goal here, I asked. It seems to me that they simply do not care what happens as a result of all this. It is possible that they do not know how insufficient Wilfried's education was, and thus incorrectly predicted how he would react to the situation. Regardless, there is no doubting that they accounted for this unexpectedness in their plans. It seemed that with many people involved, the plotters would never have made a plan so susceptible to chance. Ferdinand frowned, tapping the paper on the table with his pen. To speak honestly, it may be that Wilfried was not the target at all. If we read more deeply into this and presume that hurting him was merely a... Dang it, my frickin' eyes. Merely a preamble to their true plot, it becomes even harder to determine their goals and who they're after. Yeah. What in the world is their endgame? Sylvester asked thoughtfully. Ferdinand briefly glanced my way as if silently suggesting that I was their true target. A heavy sigh escaped me. I was exhausted from all the malice that surrounded us as it was. I guess this is all just harassment, I murmured. Harassment? Yes, they wanted Wilfried to see the state his grandmother is in to damage his familial relationships and to make both you and Florencia struggle over how to punish your child. No matter what you do here, some nobles are going to be unhappy, right? And while the mana shortage means we can't afford to simply execute every noble involved, it will be equally dangerous to leave them alive. Every option here hurts Ehrenfest in some way or another. What else could it be but some outsiders harassing us? Sylvester's eyes widened. I was so focused on the factions here that I never even considered that. Good point. You're surprisingly smart, Rosemine. Hey! What do you mean surprisingly smart? I snarled. But he ignored my question and instead gave me a fairly serious look. Alright, Rosemine, I've got a question for you, and all your wits. Let's say this was harassment from the outside. If they hold a grudge against me and want to see me suffer, what can I do here to displease them most? Nothing at all, of course. Just keep things like the way they are. What could frustrate them more than seeing that their attempts to stir things up hasn't had even the slightest impact, I said. Trying to harass someone but getting no response would probably disappoint them to no end. Sylvester grimaced. Keep things as they are, huh? But there is no denying that Wilfried committed a crime. We need to do something about it. So you say, but the person in question is admitting to their crime, and we have all the evidence we need. Why does the punishment need to happen immediately? I would say it can wait until we figured out who pushed him into this and what their goals are. What would you say to postponing the punishment, or rather simply keeping things as they are until we have more information? Sylvester seemed convinced, but Ferdinand flatly shot down the idea. No, the manner of response would greatly undermine the position of the Archduke, which is exactly what the enemy wants. If that's their goal, then it's going to happen whether Wilfried is punished or not. And if they're hoping to reduce the amount of mana Ehrenfest has available, then eliminating Wilfried is getting us to execute all the nobles involved would only please them. We should keep things as they are and gather more information before deciding whether or not to punish anyone, I suggested. But Ferdinand obstinately shook his head. He cannot get away from this without facing the consequences. Wilfried must receive some form of punishment, and that's non-negotiable. In that case, we can make it seem as though we're punishing him, when in reality we're not doing anything at all. Do you have any ideas, Rosemine? Charlotte asked, breaking her tearful silence to look up at me with her eyes shining hopefully. Are you going to save Wilfried? I could tell she was praying for me to rescue him. Okay, I need to make sure I look good in front of Charlotte. I want to seem cool, but I don't actually have any good ideas. I flowed about internally as I desperately tried to piece something together, putting my so frequently mocked brain on full throttle in an attempt to remember as much as I could about the treatment of criminals. If one of our priorities here is figuring out who we're dealing with and what their goals are, we should use the magic tool for peering into memories, I suggested. There were apparently so many people involved in this scheme that Wilfried couldn't remember all their faces, and so he had interrupted their gossip without going through any introductions. He didn't know their names either, but if we peered into his memories with that tool, then as far as I was aware, it would be easy to determine their identities. He was of course tricked into it, but Wilfried is now a criminal who committed a grave crime, I added. We should therefore use the magic tool reserved for grave criminals to identify our enemies. That way, people will understand that we have punished Wilfried, and we will greatly increase our knowledge of the situation. If we proceeded to maintain the status quo afterwards, won't it seem like we are making a calculated political decision based on information that only we have? I truly had put my heart into my suggestion. Ferdinand was thinking it over carefully, lightly tapping his temple with a stern expression. Charlotte, meanwhile, continued to watch me with hopeful eyes, spurring me to continue. It will serve as a meaningful punishment for Wilfried, since all his embarrassing memories will be revealed, and if Sylvester is the one who uses the tool, he can see what problems has been holding his son back. We'll certainly won't be able to identify a significant swath of dangerous nobles in the duchy that way, Ferdinand mused. Very well, we shall use these memories as a base on which to punish the nobles involved, and to remove the guarantee that Wilfried will be the next Archduke. How does that sound, Sylvester? Do recall that Wilfried is being targeted because you proclaimed him to be the next Archduke. Sylvester grinned with relief, then turned to Wilfried. As mentioned, you are to be treated as a grave criminal, and your memories will be searched with a magic tool. In turn, your position as the next Archduke will no longer be guaranteed. This is your punishment. Take care not to behave so carelessly again, and never leave the sight of your attendants and guard knights. Yes, father. With the decision made that Wilfried would only receive a light punishment, the mood eased considerably. I even noticed Charlotte place a hand on her chest and let out a quiet, thank goodness. Truly, Florencia agreed, wiping the tears from her eyes and hugging Wilfried close. I could ask for nothing more than to avoid my beloved son being taken away from me again. Rosemine, I thank you ever so much. I responded to her kind words with a smile. Wilfried, who was wriggling awkwardly in his mother's arms, called out to me next. I love my grandmother, but now I understand that she was wrong. I'm sorry for doubting you, really. Think nothing of it, dear brother. With that, Charlotte leaped down from her chair and raced over to me. Rosemine, you're so amazing. I'm so proud to have a big sister like you. You saying that makes this all worthwhile, Charlotte. Woohoo, I did it! I'm a respectable older sister now. Charlotte and I joined hands and jumped for joy while both Sylvester and Karstedt also praised me for my suggestion. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Wilfried wriggling out of Florencia's arms and going over to his attendants, asking them to stick with him. Lamprey gave a big nod in reply. Ferdinand, having been watching us all, rose from his chair and strode over to Wilfried, who tensed up in fear at what he was about to be told. It will not be easy to overcome this stain on your reputation. If you continue to work hard and focus on the future, however, you will surely continue to grow, Ferdinand said. Sincerity such as yours is a hard virtue to acquire. For a moment, Wilfried simply looked up, his mouth agape in confused disbelief, but his expression soon turned into a happy, albeit somewhat conflicted smile. I'll do my best, he said, kneeling down. I'll do my best not to waste the opportunity given to me. Thank you, Uncle. With that, Ferdinand swiftly exited the room, seemingly having nothing else to say to Wilfried. I wasn't sure if anyone else had noticed, but he had walked away a little faster than usual. Okay. Dagger, about how... I actually heard, apparently, that the side stories are going to be like a third of this book. Which is good. I actually don't mind that. Which means that the book itself is almost over already. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'll get to work on editing this, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay. Let's see how this goes. The Jureve and the mana compression. Several days after Wilfried's fate had been decided, Ferdinand summoned me from my temple chambers, having received news from Justus. I had just recently seen Tully for the first time in ages, She had come by with the Gilberta Company to deliver a new hairpin, and I was so excited to have received a letter from my family that I practically skipped into his hidden room, only to be scolded when I asked what this was all about. Do you not remember the very reason we were gathering information? We discussed this only a few days ago. I can't spend all my time living in the past, you know. A few days ago is ancient history. Forgetting about things days after they have stopped being relevant to me was just in my nature. I was the same way back on Earth, too. I would pass a test, then forget everything on the syllabus I didn't think was important. In other words, I had a very short and selective memory. There were just so many other more substantial things that I wanted to focus on. The new paper, the new ink, my ink letter from Thule, my next toy for Camille. I simply didn't have enough free time to dwell on stuff that had already happened. This is not a matter of the past, Ferdinand said. The incident before was simply an information-gathering exercise for our enemies. In fact, I would say the true attack has yet to come. His unexpected revelation sent me reeling with shock. If that had all just been them gathering information, what in the world was going to happen now? I truly had no idea what went on in the minds of nobles. I could never predict what they were about to do next. Based on the information gathered, we have concluded that they were prodding us to see how we would react. And that's why they were so passive? Indeed, we believe they were testing a variety of things, whose opinion Wilfried would trust most, how Sylvester would deal with one of his children committing a crime, how those around him would react, how the nobles within Ehrenfest would move, and so on. They had used Wilfried, a child, to harass Ehrenfest, all so they could sit back and see what happened. This was one nasty plot. Have you determined who it was that pulled such a baffling scheme? We were referring to someone who knows not just the location of the tower, but also how to open it. Someone who does not care to save Veronica. Someone who was targeting Wilfried. Okay, one thing I was actually just thinking about while I was waiting to start this. From what we've heard, Veronica dotes on Wilfried. She cares about him. And that's why he trusts her opinion, more than anybody else at the time. So, why didn't she warn him when she saw him? Get out of here. It's not safe here. You're going to commit treason just by being here. If she cared about him that much, because she knows that is a prison she's in. Does she not care about his well-being at all? Because one of the options for his punishment was to be executed. Does she not care that if he dies or not? If that's the case, then I feel so bad for Wilfried. But cared not whether he was disinherited or executed as long as it caused problems in Ehrenfest. Only the head of one faction in particular would do this. It appeared that Ferdinand had managed to identify our enemies. There was a serious gleam in his light golden eyes. I wish to solidify Ehrenfest's defense sooner rather than later. To this end, Rosemine, I ask that you teach me your mana compression method as soon as possible. Like I said before, that can wait until my potion is ready. If everyone else gets a power boost while I'm stuck in this weak body, then I'll be the only one in danger, won't I? My health comes before the mana compression technique. Ferdinand stood up, shaking his head in defeat. Very well, we shall brew the potion tomorrow morning in place of your usual duties. Tomorrow? It certainly seems like he's in a rush. And so it was decided that we would make my potion tomorrow from 3rd to 4th bell. Ferdinand would normally make his plans at least 3 days in advance, but here he was willing to disregard standard working hours and at such short notice. It was probably a testament to just how much danger we were really in. The next day I was taken straight into Ferdinand's hidden room just as we had arranged. I spoke to his back as he took out various ingredients and checked his instruments. Ferdinand, could it be that you're in a really big rush to learn about a mana compression technique? He turned around to face me, looking completely stunned as though he couldn't believe what I had asked. Then his expression shifted into a grimace. How long does it take for your mana compression method to show results? I have no idea. I used it subconsciously to keep myself alive. Daniel learned it at the end of spring. But to my understanding, his mana was continuing to grow around that time anyway. This is going to be the first time that an adult who's no longer growing uses it, so I genuinely can't say for sure whether it will even have an effect. As I thought, Ferdinand replied, those of us in our inner circle will experiment to see whether or not the method increases our mana capacities. In the case that it does, we shall have members of our faction try it as well, and from then we will teach it to those who join our faction in hopes of getting more mana. But if our wider goal is to increase Ehrenfest's overall mana capacity, just how many years might that take? I would like to have made at least some progress before Georgina arrives for her visit next summer. It had taken Daniel half a year to increase his mana capacity enough for those around him to notice. But he was an unusual case. Ferdinand wanted to see if the method worked on adults whose capacities weren't still naturally growing. Well, it's not really naturally growing, it was started again thanks to your blessing, which is not natural, but whatever. And how quickly it would show results. But if we wanted to do these tests before Georgine's visit next summer, then we really didn't have much time. I see why you're rushing now. If Georgine was the kind of person to cause this much trouble just to see how we will react, then who knew what would happen if she got serious? This is why I would like to postpone the brewing of your Jureve if possible. No, absolutely not, I yelled, shaking my head. Shaking my head hard. First you said you'd make it when we'd gathered the ingredients. Then you said after Charlotte's baptism, or really after the dedication ritual and spring prayer. And now you're saying we should postpone it till after Georgine's visit? Just how long do you intend to make me wait? The potion brewing comes first, then we could do the mana compression. Caving here wasn't an option. I knew that Ferdinand would just keep postponing it forever otherwise, and I wanted to get healthy again as soon as possible. How stubborn, he muttered. That goes for the both of us. Bub, say whatever you want. I'm not budging on this. I understand that you want to spread my compression technique out of concern that something might happen, but this is the very same reason I want to get healthy. As I am now, I wouldn't even be able to run from danger. I'd just pass out. She's got a point. If you want her healthy, if you want her safe from any kind of danger, then her being healthy would be a very good start to that. Because then at least she'd be able to have a higher chance of getting away. I cared more about my own well-being than expanding other people's mana capacities. Ferdinand himself had said that we didn't know who exactly was being targeted here, and if we wanted to address our weak points first, then my health was an obvious priority. I see. You do have a point, Ferdinand said with a nod, my desperate ranting having finally gotten through to him. He picked up a large box and started making his way out of the hidden room. We need space to brew your potion, so we shall first create a hidden room in your High Bishop's chambers. Why not do it? Just do it here, I asked, looking about his material and instrument-filled room. He turned back to me and did the same. Because there is not enough space in which to work. No. Stored in the room were several large instruments intended for experiments, stacks of parchment, and boards covered with research notes, and so many materials that even a single shelf was completely full. Ferdinand had a point. There was simply too much stuff. Plus, unlike my current hidden room, only those with a certain level of mana could enter. That meant cleaning attendants were unable to go inside, which was unideal since Ferdinand's hidden room always ended up a huge mess like this whenever he had a breakthrough with his research or discovered some new material. In any case, you will need a hidden room to sleep in when you consume the potion. It does not even require that much effort to create a hidden room large enough for our purposes, so I would rather you simply get it over with. I apparently needed a hidden room with a barrier of my own for safety's sake, since we knew that using the Jureve would put me to sleep for a lengthy period of time. How big does the room need to be, I asked. One as large as your room will do. Only you and I will register our mana with it. We need at least one person capable of entering your room while you're asleep. And so I made a hidden room in my High Bishop's chambers. It wasn't a very nerve-wracking experience, given that I had already done the same thing in the orphanage and the monastery. I placed my left hand, the one on which I wore my magic ring, on the face stone built into the door leading inside and poured my mana into it. Once the door had my mana, a magic circle shining with pale blue light rose above it. I poured more mana in it, registering it with the face stone, at which point a red light began to streak through the magic circle. The same red light circled my wrist, forming various complex patterns and letters. I'll never get tired of seeing all this fantasy-esque stuff. It really gets my heart racing. I excitedly watched as the mana coursed through the magic circle, at which point Ferdinand placed his hand onto mine and began pouring his mana in as well. Only then did I remember him mentioning that we would both be registering ourselves this time. The red light streaking through the magic circle shone brighter, perhaps due to the additional mana. Actually, how does registering two people's mana at once even work? As I tilted my head, Ferdinand gripped his staff in his right hand while standing behind me and said, Stylo. His staff turned into a pen, which he then touched against the magic circle. The letters written in red started to disappear and reappear, moving all around as though they were dancing. Some letters jumped away from the magic circle, bursting in the air like small explosions. He was using his staff to manipulate them and gradually rewrite the magic circle, and the sight was so strangely beautiful that I was desperate to try it out myself. Not now, not until you do the Royal Academy stuff. Ferdinand, it's incredible how you can manipulate the letters like this. Can you teach me to write magic circles too? That will have to wait until you get a staff of your own. Aww. I slumped my shoulders sadly. It seemed that my days of writing cool magic circles in the air wouldn't come anytime soon. Ferdinand gave a nod. That should do. With everything completed, he handed out brooches with face stones in them for his attendants to wear. They were apparently magic tools, signifying that the wearer had permission to enter the High Bishop's hidden room, and the attendants who put them on busily started moving boxes packed with materials and each such inside. Line that box up against the wall, Ferdinand said, giving his attendants instructions while spreading out a large cloth in the center of the room. At a glance, the magic circle on it resembled the teleportation circle that tax officials used during the Harvest Festival. Ferdinand, is this a teleportation circle? It looks a lot like the ones used for taxes. No, it is something similar. Step back. Ferdinand moved me away from the circle, then poured mana into it. It seemed that while the magic circle used for taxes was for sending items to the castle, this one was for retrieving items from elsewhere. He stuck his hand inside and began pulling out various things. Wowee, he's like the English nanny from those popular children's books. What, from Mary Poppins? Oh my god, that actually does make sense, yeah, she's talking about Mary Poppins. Out came a box large enough to be a stone bathtub, a cauldron big enough to hold my entire body, a long metal stick resembling an oar, a large table, and several more boxes. Ferdinand's attendants carried away each item as it appeared. This is supposed to be my hidden room, but it almost looks like it's turning into a second workshop for you, Ferdinand. Actually, this is your workshop. You will need one for when you enter the Royal Academy regardless, so I saw little harm in establishing it now. Just hearing that I now had a workshop was enough to get me pumped. My dreams of the future swelled as I thought about adding bookshelves to fill with documents, or even going one step further and adding beautiful, high-density mobile shelving like all the fancy libraries had now. Rosemine, return from whatever fantasies you were caught up in and put the seasonal ingredients that you collected into the mixing cauldron, Ferdinand said, interrupting my elaborate planning of my future workshop to point at the large cauldron. I would apparently be mixing the ingredients with my mana. That's one large cauldron. I could easily fit inside it. What, would you like me to boil you? No. Would you like me to boil? I can't say it. Would you like me to boil you? I actually managed to get it out. Ferdinand asked, an actual serious look in his eyes. I hurriedly shook my head. No, I wouldn't be edible no matter how much you cooked me. I have no intention of eating you and suffering the enormous stomachache you would no doubt give me. Rather, I was thinking about the high-quality mana I could harvest from you. That's even scarier. Eyeing Ferdinand cautiously, I undid the decorative cord on my sash and set it aside. I then wrapped my sleeve up so they wouldn't get in the way and stepped onto a wooden box to increase my height. In front of me was the large cauldron, and in my hand was an oar-like spatula. All I needed was a bandana on my head, and I would have looked just like a school lunch lady. Put in the face stones you gathered into the cauldron one by one, starting with the spring ingredient, and then continuing in chronological order, Ferdinand explained. Wait until each face stone melts before placing the next one in. I followed his instructions, placing the green face stone I made from Ryran nectar into the cauldron before beginning to stir the contents. I could already feel the large spatula absorbing my mana. Could it be that brewing a potion actually requires a lot of mana, I asked? Yes, depending on the quality of the potion and the quantity produced, Ferdinand replied curtly, using balanced scales to measure the non-face stone ingredients. I could only see him side on, but it was still clear that he didn't want me bothering him. There was a rare sparkle in his eyes as he measured the ingredients, making it apparent just how much fun he was having with this experiment. There were no two ways about it. He was completely absorbed in his hobby. I, on the other hand, had already grown tired of making the potion. I was quite literally just standing atop a box and stirring the cauldron. It was boring. Aside from the face stone making clinking noises as it moved about inside, nothing was happening at all. How long do I have to do this? My thoughts began to wander, and that was when the face stone abruptly started to melt. It drooped like molten metal sticking to the bottom of the cauldron. Ferdinand, the face stone melted. Put the next one in and continued to stir. I did exactly that, dropping in the blue face stone that I had made from the racefalk egg. It didn't make any noise due to the melted green face stone covering the cauldron, which also made it harder to move the spatula. Stir, 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 stir. Perhaps due to the green face stone having melted, the blue face stone started melting sooner than I expected. Once it had broken down, I added the ruel face stone, and then finally the snake-stern face stone. Stir, 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 stir. Ferdinand, my arms hurt. Endure it. You are the one who wished to make the Jureve as soon as possible. Ferdinand dismissed my complaints without a second thought as he peered into the cauldron, tossing in various ingredients that I had never seen before, one after another. They had been chopped into tiny bits so that they would mix together better, which made this whole experience feel a lot more like cooking. Given how methodical and precise Ferdinand was being here, perhaps he had it in him to be quite the excellent chef. Possibly. Stir, 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 stir. I would like to rest for a little while, I said. No, it is almost done, Ferdinand replied, taking a small jar from a box and pouring the thick black liquid inside the cauldron. I was surprised to see him adding something so dark into the vibrant four-colored mixture, but it didn't seem to change the potion by even a shade. I took a closer look, wondering why this was the case, when the liquid in the cauldron started to rapidly expand out of nowhere. Is it going to spell out? Do you truly think I would add enough for that to happen? Do not get so surprised over every step of the process. But the potion's gone from just barely covering the bottom to taking up like 80% of the cauldron, all in mere moments. That surprised anyone. I mean, there's no way I can drink this much, I yelled, pointing wildly at the concoction. I had assumed we'd be making a little extra for a reserve potion, but I certainly didn't need this much. This is a bathing potion. Ferdinand gave a casual shrug. You will drink half a glass or so, but a Jureve is generally not something that you consume. Rather, it is something that you immerse yourself in, he said, gesturing over to the ivory-colored stone box. The completed potion would apparently be poured into it, and then I was supposed to sleep inside. This was certainly an unexpected development. Every potion I had encountered up to this point simply needed to be consumed, and with Ferdinand carrying a reserve Jureve on his belt as we spoke, I had assumed this would be no different. I won't drown? You have nothing to fear. I have never heard of anyone drowning while using a Jureve. More importantly, though, you have stopped mixing. We are just adding the finishing touches, so you must not slack here. As I got back to stirring the cauldron, Ferdinand added a drop of some other potion. It plopped into the middle of the concoction, which flashed brightly and then turned light blue. There, it is complete. Now it can be used at any time. With that, Ferdinand put a lid on the cauldron. He then covered it with a cloth that had a magic circle on it, which would apparently stop the potion from spoiling or reducing in quality. He sure had a lot of strange yet convenient tools lying around. I wanted to see a complete list of everything he had at some point. Ferdinand, how long am I going to be asleep after I use the Jureve? For you, I expect anywhere from a month to a season, but no exact predictions can be made. That is why I recommend you get your affairs in order ahead of time, just such that even a long rest will not interfere with your business. My affairs, like write letters to my family and give instructions to my attendants? Correct. As your guardian, I shall be taking over all printing industry-related matters while you are asleep. Contact Benno to ensure that this will not introduce any problems. My family would no doubt be shocked to learn that I was going to be asleep for maybe even a full season. I would need to give Letts a letter describing the whole situation before I use the Jureve. Wilma can manage the orphanage on her own, while Fran and Zahn would surely be able to take care of all the attendant-related matters. It was leaving the workshop that I was most concerned about, but I doubted the industry would expand much while I was asleep. Gil and Fritz would simply be preparing stories to be printed, so I couldn't imagine they would come across any problems. While I was counting on my fingers everything that I would need to prepare before using the Jureve next spring, as we had previously arranged, Ferdinand gave me an annoyed glare. I have finished your Jureve as promised, and that will have to be enough for you, he said. We are going to the castle tomorrow. Are the contracts all prepared? Yes, just because your own planning and forward-thinking skills are poor, do not assume that mine are as well. Ooh. And so, urged on by Ferdinand, I went straight to teaching everyone my monocompression method during the afternoon the next day. Sylvester's office was cleared of everyone but those who would be learning the technique, and multiple boxes, capes, bags, and irons had been prepared just as I requested. There were 10 of us in total. Me, Ferdinand, the Archducal couple, that's 4, Card-sized family, I think that's 5, that's 9, and finally Daniel, since he also needed to sign a magic contract, that's 10. Now then, please sign your contracts. Well, everyone signed the contracts agreeing not to become my enemy or teach the monocompression method to everyone else. I started collecting their money. Archnobles were charged 2 large golds each, with my future plan being to charge med nobles 8 small golds and lay nobles 2 small golds. These prices would of course be halved from the second purchase onward in each family. When I told Sylvester that half of whatever I made would go straight to Ehrenfest, in part to pay for the magic contracts, he practically wept with joy. Daniel didn't need to pay, so he was simply signing a contract as a guarantee that he wouldn't spread my technique. Once all that was done, I began my explanation. If you would all be so kind as to help, Daniel, it would be much appreciated. I demonstrated my mana compression method the same way I had with Daniel, stuffing a spread-out cape into a box, making it as compact as I could, and calling that the traditional method, then showing that they could fit even more into the box by folding the cape and explaining that this was how they should go about compressing their mana. I see, your visual example sure makes it easy to understand, and I feel like it'd make it easier to compress mana too, Sylvester said, closing his eyes and trying it for himself. Do you think it would also allow adults who have already passed their growth period to increase their mana capacity, I asked. Seems like it, he replied, the excitement clear in his voice. Sylvester had never actually folded a cape before, but after visually demonstrating the process and helping him to imagine it, he found it surprisingly easy to press his mana. Cardstead and Alvara had their eyes closed and were focusing on doing the same. I am told that if you compress your mana too rapidly, you will essentially become drunk on it and feel sick, I said, so please don't push yourselves. It was important to compress just a little bit of mana to free up some space, and then compress the new mana that flowed into that space. Repeating this process would increase your overall mana capacity. That said, Daniel had mentioned that boosting the density of mana in your body too rapidly would make you sick. I was unwell and collapsed so often that it was hard to tell whether or not I also experienced mana sickness, but it was undoubtedly the case that compressing mana wasn't good for the body. Daniel had pushed himself especially hard since he needed more mana by next summer, but under normal circumstances, one would want to gradually increase their mana density to give their body time to adjust. It seems like even I'll be able to increase my mana capacity with this, Edgar commented. Wow, Lamprey exclaimed. Seems like I had a lot more space than I thought. I'm going to use this and get a ton more mana than the both of you, Cornelius added. The three of them wore stunned expressions as they moved about their mana. They were all rich archnoble children with attendants, meaning that they too had never folded their own case before. Forceful stuffing was the only mental image they had known, which meant my compression method would work especially well for them. While everyone else reacted to the new mana compression technique with pleasant surprise, Ferdinand alone shook his head with a frown. Unfortunately, it does not seem to be having much of an effect on me. He had already been using a similar mental image to compress his mana, exactly what I would have expected from someone so serious and methodical. It seemed that during his stay in the Royal Academy, he had experimented extensively to increase his mana capacity as much as possible. In that case, I shall teach you the next step, I said, the knowledge that Ferdinand hadn't expected there to be more, bringing a grin to my face. I placed several of the folded capes into a bag, climbing onto it, and crushing the capes down. Ferdinand's eyes widened as he watched the bag compress to less than half its former size. So, Ferdinand, what do you think? This is the Rosemine mana compression method. I shall try it. With that, Ferdinand closed his eyes and began compressing his mana. Then, after a period of focus, intense enough for beads of sweat to have formed along his brow, he suddenly reached for a potion on his belt and started drinking it. No sooner was it all gone than he closed his eyes again and resumed focusing. What did you drink, Ferdinand? A mana restoration potion. I compressed my mana without first completely filling the space, he said, speaking as though it was obvious. My cheeks twitched. Isn't that, super terrible for your body? I just said that compressing your mana too much would make you feel sick. So why are you doing something so dangerous? In fact, why would you ever do something like that after I specifically put so many conditions in the magic contract to make things safer? Even Daniel had gotten mana sickness from the method, subsequently having to wait for his mana to recover naturally. What was Ferdinand thinking using potions to recover on the spot? Despite my obvious frustration, Ferdinand merely waved a dismissive hand in my direction. I will stop if I feel there is any danger. There is nothing to worry about, he said, immediately focusing himself again. I had so little to do while everyone was compressing their mana that I started ironing the capes I had previously stuffed into the boxes. Ferdinand opened his eyes around the time I had finished ironing my third one, letting out a slow sigh while looking at me with a conflicted expression. You are quite strong, Rosemine, mentally speaking. What do you mean? It requires back-breaking effort to compress mana as much as you do, he said, scratching his hair frustratedly. When I examined his face more closely, I realized he actually looked a little sick, though it was rather subtle. I told you! Furrowed my brow, at which point he started tapping his temple. They are just my personal observations, but I believe one's mental fortitude will largely determine how much mana can be compressed through this method. He continued, for one, it will not necessarily result in change. Knowing the method will mean nothing if you do not have the mental fortitude to execute it. Furthermore, due to it rapidly changing the density of your mana, it would be best to gradually increase the density over a longer period. Doubling the density with the Rosemine method in such a short time span is quite a sickening experience. It will require an extensive amount of time for me to grow accustomed to. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether Ferdinand was actually being serious, but the look on his face told me that he was. My eyebrows shot up in anger. Didn't I say pretty much all of that before we started? Do you just not listen when people speak to you, Ferdinand? Are you actually a fool yourself? Someone please give me a Harrison right now. Just smack him over the head with it. It would be some time before the results became apparent, but nonetheless, the core members of leaders of Ehrenfest all continued to compress their mana. Charlotte's baptism ceremony. On top of my usual yearly duties, handling winter preparation for the orphanage and my chambers, arranging winter handiwork, and making the necessary printing arrangements, I now had to rigorously study winter socializing under Ferdinand, teach my mana compression method to the Archducal family's guard knights, and a part of the Knights Order, and study baptismal practices day and night to grant Charlotte's first wish. I was absolutely pooped. Ferdinand was going to handle the mana registration medals and speak from the Bible, but noble baptism ceremonies were a lot more involved than lower city ones. Not to mention, this was a baptism being held during winter socializing when all the nobles in Ehrenfest were gathering together. I was becoming more tense by the day, determined not to fail. And in the end, I managed to learn everything that I needed to. I worked so very hard to the point that my head was now a complete mess. But I had no intention of letting Charlotte know how much this had drained me. Why? Because I wanted to act all cool and casual about it. I wanted her to be like, "Wow, you're so cool, big sister." Autumn ended with me nearly having worked myself to death, and then came winter. The lower city's winter baptism was held amid the falling snow. It was then that I genuinely started to believe the gods of this world were real because, wow, they sure were rewarding me for working so hard. Despite the cold weather, my family had come to the doors of the temple. They peered inside with worried expressions, a warmly wrapped cameo wobbling around them. "Wow, look everyone, my little brother is adorable. In fact, he's so cute that I'm worried someone might kidnap him. Because, I want to kidnap him. I'm the kidnapper. It's me. Look at these precious little cheeks. Praise be to the gods." A single glance at Kamiya wiped away all of my exhaustion. He even looked up at me and waved his hand about. Oh, it's so cute. Tully had probably gotten him to do that, but I didn't care. He was waving me goodbye. Ah, jeez, what should I do? I'm so excited I don't even think I can make it back to my room. As I trembled atop the staircase shrine, overcome with emotion, some great priests mercilessly shut the doors. But even then, I could still see my little brother's overwhelming cuteness when I closed my eyes. "Rosamine, do not stand there in a daze. Return to your chambers." "Oh, Ferdinand, all this excitement is making my head spin. I need a moment to rest." I leaned against the podium on which the Bible was usually placed and felt the pleasant chill of the ivory stonework. As it cooled me down, I shut my eyes and started to digest just how adorable my little brother was. "You are too excited to move?" Ferdinand asked incredulously. "How much of a fool are you?" "Oh, shut up." He was the last person I wanted to lecture from right now. He looked as though he was suffering from a serious mana hangover, no doubt having used my compression method too much. Either way, though, I was serious about not being able to move. "If you wish to rest, drink a potion and return to your chambers. At this rate, you will not recover in time for Charlotte's baptism ceremony." "Well, we don't want that." I opened my eyes again, only to see a scary-looking Ferdinand right in front of me. Yeep! "Jesus, dude, you trying to give her a heart attack?" He picked me up so suddenly that I jerked in surprise. Then he climbed down the staircase and handed me over to Fran, who was worriedly waiting at the bottom. "Fran, ensure that she recovers before it is time to depart for the castle." "As you wish," Fran replied with a diligent nod, walking away with me in his arms. As soon as we were back in my chambers, I was made to drink a potion and then sent to bed with a collection of wooden boards, all of which contained essential details about the baptism ceremony. There is also reading material available, so rest in bed at your leisure until it is time to leave. "Okay." I picked up one of the wooden boards and started to read. It was impossible to defy Fran when he wore such a chilly smile. And so days passed with me doing nothing but studying for the baptism ceremony and giving instructions to people. Before I knew it, it was time for us to leave for the castle. I thought the baptism ceremonies were held around the same time, but I guess not. This year we were going to arrive the day before the baptism ceremony. Fran had mentioned that this was due to Ferdinand delaying our departure for as long as possible, since he imagined that I would find it easier to relax in the temple than the castle. Thanks to him, I could take on Charlotte's baptism ceremony at full strength. Riarda and Aunt Tilly changed me into my ceremonial high bishop robes first thing in the morning. Then, after making sure my new hair stick from Tully was properly in place, I exited my room. I arrived at the Grand Hall even earlier than last year, making sure I was there before Charlotte, and was promptly taken to a waiting room. Cornelius was serving as my guard knight, wearing his Royal Academy cape and brooch. The front gate to the castle's main building was visible through the waiting room window, and I could see carriage after carriage starting to arrive. Nobles and their families would step out of one carriage, with their attendants alighting from another close behind. Some of those attendants, presumably the music teachers, were carrying instruments. "There certainly are a lot of people," I murmured. "The nobles' influx is only natural, since all of the nobles in Ehrenfest gather on the first and last days," Cornelius said with a small smile as he too looked out the window. High beasts were swooping down from the sky and landing as well, making things even more crowded. I can imagine that the Grand Hall was already filled with people. "I see you have arrived, Rosamine." Ferdinand entered the room, also wearing his ceremonial robes. There was a brief period of waiting before a scholar came to get us, announcing that it was time for our appearance in the Grand Hall. When I entered with Ferdinand, everything was set up the same way as the year before, with the altar in the middle of the stage. The audience was again divided down the middle. On the left, far facing the stage, were the archducal couple and their retainers. On the right were the musicians with harpspiels and the families of the kids to be baptized with their magic rings. The two of us walked down the center of the Grand Hall, Ferdinand taking a single step for every 3 or 4 of mine. We climbed up the stage and sat down, at which point he grumbled something about how slow I was. Oh, shut up. It was a bit late for him to be complaining about that, though. Sylvester the Archduke climbed up the stage once we were seated. Once again, Abigail, the god of life, has hidden away Geduld, the goddess of earth. We must all pray for the return of spring, he announced, marking the beginning of winter socializing. The nobles held up their shining staffs and prayed for the goddess of spring to heal as soon as possible. Sylvester then discussed the incident during autumn's hunting tournament and the resulting punishments. He announced that Wilfried was no longer guaranteed to become the next Ob, that his memories had been searched, and that the guilty nobles had been punished. The punishments themselves weren't particularly severe, since the nobles had acted within a legal gray area without committing any substantial crimes. There was a demotion here, a pay drop, and a fine there, but they were being revealed as criminals to all of noble society, and everyone knew this would erase their chances of receiving important positions or promotions henceforth. That would serve as their true punishment. Once the detailed reports were over, it was finally time for the baptism ceremony and winter debuts. The Archduke returned to the audience while I moved to the center of the stage and stepped up onto the box prepared for me, taking care not to tread on my robe. Ferdinand then came up next to me. We welcome the new children of Ehrenfest, he said, his voice resounding through the grand hall. The musicians all started to play at once, and the main door slowly opened and the children lined up behind them started walking inside. Charlotte, as a daughter of the Archduke, was at the very front. I could see her expression stiffen as she noticed all the eyes on her. Charlotte was wearing what one would expect for a winter baptism, warm, fluffy white clothes, the decorations and embroidery of which were red, the divine colors of winter. Her red collar made of wool, and the red flowers on the hair stick I had lent her made her blonde, almost silver hair stand out even more than usual. Her worried indigo eyes fell on me, and I returned a small smile. Do your best, Charlotte. I'll be doing my best, too. The children briefly stopped in front of the stage. I gestured for them to climb up, maintaining eye contact with Charlotte as they all formed a line. 11 children had their baptism ceremonies this year, 5 of whom were being baptized now. The process was largely the same as last year, the main difference being that I was performing the ceremony as High Bishop. Ferdinand's voice resounded clearly throughout the grand hall as he regaled the audience with tales from the Bible. When he was done, I called the children over one at a time, starting with the lay nobles and ending with my dear little sister. Charlotte, I said, and she approached with a happy smile. I pinched the mana-detecting magic tool between the pieces of mana-blocking leather and held it out. She gripped it, and the watching nobles applauded as it began to shine. I then took out a medal, pressing the magic tool against it like a stamp to register a mana to it. 5 gods have granted you their divine protection, light, water, fire, wind, and earth. If you dedicate yourself to becoming worthy of this protection, you will surely receive many more blessings. Why didn't you ask Ferdinand about your own before all this? Ask him about it after. I'd like to know. Once the mana registration was complete, Ferdinand briskly took the medal and placed it in the organized box. At the same time, Sylvester climbed up onto the stage carrying a magic ring used for emitting mana. He slid it onto Charlotte's finger with a gentle smile, no doubt overjoyed at how much his beloved daughter had grown. I grant this ring to you, Charlotte, now that you have been recognized by the gods and the people as my daughter. Congratulations. I thank you ever so much, Father. Charlotte happily stroked the red face-stone ring that was now on her left middle finger. Sylvester raised his head, his eyes signaling for me to continue as I nodded and gave Charlotte a blessing. May Geduld, the goddess of earth, bless you, Charlotte. With that, the red light of a blessing shot from my ring and onto her. In truth, these blessings had proven harder than anything else I had needed to practice for this baptism ceremony, since it was extremely difficult for me to adjust how much mana I put into them. According to Ferdinand, my emotions had a considerable impact on my blessings, for better or worse. Had I not restrained myself, then I would have been subconsciously given Charlotte a much larger blessing than the other noble children. Such favoritism wouldn't be acceptable for the High Bishop at a baptism ceremony, so I had been forced to spend a ton of time learning to exercise more control. My training had evidently been successful, though, as I ended up giving her a blessing that was pretty much equivalent to the ones everyone else received. I internally let out a sigh of relief. This time, Charlotte poured mana into her own ring, and the floaty red light flew my way as she thanked me for the blessing. The crowd of nobles clapped at the spectacle, and thus ended my little sister's baptism ceremony. Now then, we shall offer our prayers to the gods and dedicate our music to them. The winter debut followed the baptism ceremony. We will be rejoicing over the baptized children entering noble society, praying for the gods to continue providing their divine protection, and playing harpsichord while singing in dedication to them. A chair was placed in the middle of the stage, and just like last year, the lay noble children were the first to perform. I would call a name, and the summoned child would nervously come and sit down. Their music teacher would then bring up their harpsichord and hand it to them with brief words of encouragement. At the end of each performance, I would give the same response. You have done well. The gods are surely rejoicing. I would then call up the next child, all the while sweating at the thought of accidentally mixing up their names in the order in which they perform. Charlotte, I eventually called. As the Archduke's daughter, her performance came last. She sat in the chair, accepted her harspiel, and then got in position. Ooh, she's good. That's my little sister for you. Unlike Wilfried, who had just barely scraped by after skipping out on years of practice, Charlotte had clearly taken her studies as a child of the Archduke quite seriously. Her playing was exceptionally beautiful, and as her older sister, I would need to continue practicing myself so I didn't fall behind. You have done very well, I said. The gods are surely rejoicing. Thank you. With that, Charlotte descended the stage, thus ending the winter debut. Ferdinand delivered the closing words, and the two of us exited the grand hall together. Ferdinand, my lady, we must get you both changed during the gifting ceremony, Riarda said. Our work was done as High Bishop and High Priest, but now we needed to participate in society as nobles. The gifting ceremony had nothing to do with us, since it was simply when the Archduke gave capes and brooches to the new students going to the Royal Academy, which meant it was an ideal opportunity for us to get ready. After the ceremony, they would announce when the students were about due to leave for the Royal Academy, so Daniel and Bridget were currently serving as my guard knights. Hurry, everyone, Riarda barked while briskly walking forward, compelling Daniel and Bridget to start jogging down the hall. I made Leslie move faster as well to keep up with them. We entered the room and found Ottilie waiting with my clothes ready. She and Riarda took me out of my High Bishop robes and then changed me into an outfit that was predominantly red. Come now, my lady, you must hurry. Once my hair had been smoothed down and my hair stick was put back in, Riarda practically drove me out of the room. I got into my high beast and sped to the dining hall where lunch was being prepared. You did wonderfully as the High Bishop. Lady Charlotte is surely overjoyed, if Riarda praised, and so I entered the dining hall with a goofy grin on my face. The gifting ceremony was complete and everyone was waiting for my arrival. My apologies for the wait, I said as I took my seat. Worry not, Rosemine, it was Charlotte who so desperately begged for you to be the one to bless her during her baptism. Preparing in time was quite the ordeal, was it not? Florencia asked with a kind smile, commending my efforts. Not at all. I would do anything to grant the request of my darling little sister, I replied, with an elegant smile and a shake of my head. In reality, it really had been an ordeal. So much so, in fact, that I felt half dead while performing the ceremony. But I put my all into it nonetheless, entirely so that I could secure the praise and respect of my cute little sister. You were an excellent High Bishop, Rosemine, and so lovely, Charlotte said, her indigo eyes sparkling with admiration. I hope to be just like you one day. Yes, this is what I wanted. My hard work has been rewarded. After lunch, we returned to the grand hall to begin socializing. This was when we exchanged greetings with the adults. I had missed out on the socializing last year, granting a huge blessing during my debut had resulted in lunch and the gifting ceremony being swapped around, and then I was promptly scooted out before the nobles could greet me. This year, however, my attendance was mandatory. We 3 children of the Archduke needed to travel the hall together to show the other nobles that, despite the issues Wilfried had caused, there were absolutely no problems between us. I looked around to see all the nobles laughing in conversation, then hurriedly clutched my stomach. It wasn't that I had eaten too much during lunch. Rather, it was hurting from the stress of thinking about what was coming next. Just how many people in here are my enemies? Mother's list couldn't have covered them all, and enemies I don't know about are absolutely the scariest. While I had memorized every name on the list that Alvara had given me, I hadn't yet paired them with faces. Wilfried and Charlotte had also been given lists covering the former members of the Veronica faction, but it was unlikely they had managed to memorize all the names in such a short span of time. Lady Rosemine, Lord Wilfried, Lady Charlotte, I wish you all a good afternoon. We started off greeting members of the Florencia faction and making casual conversation, so the pain in my stomach eased a little. It helped that I was putting my all into this as Charlotte's older sister. I needed to be her guide into women's society. But after we had finished speaking to those in the Florencia faction and started talking to the nobles prodding for information about the hunting tournament incident, well, my stomach was in constant agony. Nobles would approach Wilfried with wide grins spread across their faces, but I would step forward to block them, shielding him and Charlotte behind my back, while giving the standard formal greetings. I didn't fail to keep up my elegant smile even when I knew we were speaking to were on the blacklist. We are anxious that a soft cloth has drifted to the ivory tower, the nobles would say, to which I would reply, she's sorry the goddess of wind protected him such that he would not leap out from beneath the lion. Isn't that right, Wilfried? This prompted them to leave with a bemused, I see, but the thought of more conversation like that coming one after another made me feel sick. Rosemine, what was that noble saying? Wilfried asked me quietly, despite having nodded along in agreement just a second ago. I looked around to make sure that our guard knights were surrounding us before whispering back. They're wondering if you meeting with Lady Veronica in the Ivory Tower is a sign that you joined the former Veronica faction. What did you tell them, dear sister? Charlotte asked. That there was obviously no chance Wilfried would ever leave Ob Ehrenfest. Wilfried simply blinked at me. That's confusing. Why do you think euphemisms like that? Why do you know euphemisms like that, Rosemine? Because Ferdinand beat them into my head, specifically for today. He had told me to stand in the line of fire since Wilfried didn't understand the euphemisms and Charlotte had no prior experience speaking with nobles due to having only just been baptized. It was my job to handle these interactions in their place, which meant learning all sorts of subtle insults and ironic expressions that those here would most likely be using to refer to the incident. All because of my mistake, Wilfried murmured, visibly frustrated. Forgive me. Rosemine, did my request perhaps put you in a difficult situation? Charlotte asked. Oh, don't worry about it, I replied to Charlotte. This was all something I needed to learn sooner or later as the High Bishop. Despite my attendants and guardians surrounding us, the socializing continued to be painfully stressful, but it eventually came to an end, thank goodness. And as we were enjoying the delicious-looking food that was lined up in the grand hall, seventh bell mercilessly rang. We should be taking our leave. It is now time for the adults to converse. Yeah, Mother, Father, please excuse us. Good job today. May you sleep well with Sloftrum's blessing. I'm guessing that's like the god of dreams or goddess of dreams or something. After exchanging the noble form of good night with the archducal couple, we started heading toward the doors heading out of the grand hall, all the while performing the same greeting with those we passed. We happened upon Bonifacius on the way out, so I called out to him. Good evening, Lord Bonifacius. May you sleep well with Sloftrum's blessing. Thank you. That's going to be a hard one to pronounce. The three of us continued saying goodnight to those we knew until we eventually exited the grand hall. We had one attendant and 4 guard knights each, and I felt my heart lighten just from knowing that nobody was staring at us anymore. I'm glad that ended safely, I said. That should be the most time we spend around adults for a good while. Right, tomorrow's karate in the playroom, Wilfried added. I'll show you how much I've improved after a whole year of training. I've improved too, and so has everyone else, dear brother. I explained to Charlotte what the playroom was like as we walked through the main building and started making our way to the northern building. But when we were between the two, something caught my eye. I could have sworn that I saw a window move slightly. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, what is it, Lady Rosemine? Daniel asked. I believe that window just moved. Would you take a closer look for me? As you wish. I'm sure it was just my imagination, I reassured Charlotte, but I had Daniel check things out just in case. It's unlocked, he muttered, but no sooner had the words escaped him than the window was flung open. Here we go. I knew something was gonna happen, I just didn't know what it was. 2 adults covered entirely in black cloth leaped into the castle, weapons in hand. Eep, who are these people? The guard knights moved at once to protect their charges, turning their staffs into weapons and circling the attackers to block them in. They glared at the intruders who glowered back in turn. Charlotte and I were on the side closer to the northern building, while Wilfried was closer to the main building. We were separated. Lead this to us. Half attack, half defend. Daniel and Bridget joined with 2 of the guard knights protecting Charlotte and 2 protecting Wilfried. Then they all charged the attackers with their weapons drawn, starting a chaotic brawl. Wilfried, run to the main building and call for help, I yelled. Lampret, hurry. In an instant, Oswald picked up Wilfried and rushed toward the main building. Lampret with another guard followed after them, weapons in hand. Rosemine, we should hurry to the northern building. There's a barrier there. I hurriedly turned around and saw 2 of Charlotte's guard knights running to the northern building with her, having no doubt been trained to flee in times of danger. But right now, we didn't have any knights who could respond to new attackers. Sweat trickled down my cheeks. I undid my seatbelt and leaned out the window of my panda bus to yell again, Charlotte, wait, it's dangerous. Moments before Charlotte reached the hall to the northern building, there were more attackers clad in black leaped through another window. The 2 guard knights defending her responded instantly, but there was no one to stop the 3rd attacker from picking her up and leaping back out the window. Charlotte! Shit. There was a loud flapping noise, then a winged horse came into view just outside the window. I swallowed hard, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a high beast. This meant we were dealing with nobles. The kidnapper holding Charlotte got his high beast to spread its wings wide, and they shot up into the dark, wintry sky. Oh, hell no. Rosemine, go after him. Shit. Kidnapped daughter. Charlotte's white clothes and the flying horse stood out against the dark night sky through the flung-open window, and I watched them shrink into the distance of wide-open eyes. In an instant, anger coursed through my body, and I could feel the mana exploding in my veins. It was so hot that it felt as though my blood was on fire. My mind was calm with an icy disposition. How dare they touch my cute little sister? How dare they? Crushing the attacker would have been an ideal move, but he was too far away, and the crushing required eye contact to work. Determined to get Charlotte back at once, I allowed my anger to consume me. I sat back in my seat, gripped the steering wheel tight, and practically started flooding Leslie with my mana. Unforgivable. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to make them pay. Wait, master of my master. Wait, master of my master. Angelica? Lady Rosamond, I will accompany you, excuse me. Oh, here we go. I blinked in surprise as Sten looked the magic blade called out in Ferdinand's voice, something that I still wasn't used to. That's why I was thinking, like, wait a minute. Then half a second later, something struck Leslie's roof, shaking my one-person panda bus. 2 hands reached out and gripped the side windows from above, at which point I realized Angelica had leaped on top. My eyes widened at her completely unexpected maneuver. Angelica, that's dangerous. I don't want to waste mana on my own high beast, she shot back. This is fine, hurry. Get a move on or else they will escape. Urged on by Angelica's sharp voice and Sten look's Ferdinand-esque warning, I reflexively slammed down the accelerator as fast as it would go, causing Leslie to lurch forward in a mad dash for the window. Stop, you're being reckless, you two, Cornelius cried as he ran after us from behind, but it was too late. In my fury, I had poured a torrent of mana into my panda bus, and we had already leaped into the night sky to chase the shrinking high beast. Leslie beelined through the chilly night sky with Angelica still clinging to the roof. Girl, you better hold on tight! The brightly shining moon made our target shine with a radiant white light. Give Charlotte back. Sister! Charlotte, still caught in her kidnapper's arms, turned to see my panda bus. She reached out a desperate hand toward me, her face stiff and her indigo eyes wet with tears. How dare you make my dear Charlotte cry? I needed to reach her hand. I was going to save my little sister no matter what, my eyes fixed on the white horse. I poured even more mind to I can imagine this being the finale. Because, I mean, they're going to finish the arc in, at the end of the season, so this will probably be around the season finale, whenever we get to this point. The black-clad kidnapper turned around. His face was almost entirely covered, but his eyes revealed a sickening sneer, at first as though he was mocking Charlotte's cries for help. But upon seeing me, he yelped, jerked in surprise. What in the world? That wingless grunt flying? But how? He yelled, the panic clear in his voice. The confident sneer from just moments ago had now been replaced with pure shock. Ha 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 ha, you gonna get it now? It seemed that he hadn't known my panda bus could fly just like a normal high beast. Whether this was because he had only ever seen me using it in the castle halls, or because he had received his information from the castle scholars, I wasn't sure. But either way, this was a sure sign that he didn't have much to do with the Archducal family's retainers who spent time in the Northern Building. You'll suffer for this, I shouted in a rage, blasting Leslie ever forward. The man tried to speed up his high beast as much as possible to escape me, but so I sped up as well. I was getting closer and closer. Sister, help me! The man looked back to check where I was, his eyes now overcome with fear. He turned his head again and again, looking between Charlotte and me as I rapidly closed the distance. But before I could catch him, he clicked his tongue. After quickly adjusting his grip on Charlotte, he tossed her to the side and into the air before turning slightly and shooting away in the opposite direction. So essentially, he's making you choose. Do you save Charlotte or do you go after him? Save Charlotte. Charlotte's indigo eyes widened in shock, her white clothes fluttering, and she sailed through the air. It had happened to me many times now that I knew exactly what she was feeling. The unusual sensation of weightlessness, and the suddenly overwhelming fear. I immediately turned Leslie's steering wheel, aiming straight for her. Charlotte! Rescuing her was my priority. The black-clad man would get away, but that didn't matter. Capturing him was a job for the knights. I darted at full speed toward my little sister, only for Stenlook to cry out a warning. No, master, my master, you will crash into her. Huh? I hurriedly slammed my foot down on the brake upon realizing that Stenlook was right. Leslie's fur shot up as he came to an abrupt halt. The entire panda bus lurching forward from the sun stopped. An instant later, Angelica leaped from the roof. What? Angelica? Don't worry, I'm using physical enhancements right now. She twisted her body, tackling Charlotte in midair and hugging her tightly. Charlotte immediately wrapped her arms around her savior's back, desperately clinging to her. Target secured, Angelica cried. The relief of not having slammed my high beast into Charlotte, the joy of my little sister having been safely rescued, and my gratitude for Angelica's expert moves all stirred within my heart like a maelstrom. Angelica, that was incredible, I yelled, waving both my hands in gratitude, but before my very eyes the two of them continued with the same momentum, moving away from me and toward the trees below. What is the plan, Master? Stenlook asked Angelica. As we are now, we will fall to the ground with the young woman. I don't know, she responded, and there went my joy. The blood drained from my face in an instant. You didn't plan ahead, Angelica? I cried. Not at all, came her lively response as she continued to plummet. It seemed that her only thought had been to secure Charlotte's person. Someone help! I leaned out the window to see how far they had fallen, ready to dive down on Leslie to try and grab them. Before I could, a wolf-like high beast sped up right behind me. I'll make it, Cornelius cried as he shot past, having caught up to us on his high beast. He charged straight toward the rapidly falling Angelica and Charlotte. Cornelius, you can do it! Awash with sweaty palms as he quickly caught up to them at max speed. He flew next to them, grabbing Angelica by the cape and swinging her and Charlotte onto his high beast. Having stopped their fall, he made sure that they were both sitting securely behind him. Cornelius, you're so cool. Abruptly stopping in the middle of such a rapid descent would have been dangerous, so Cornelius kept moving toward the ground while gradually shifting his high beast about. He then made a big loop before rising back up and heading my way. His flying appeared to have been stabilized, which meant that everyone was finally safe. Yes, amazing! I clapped my hands in joy when Leslie suddenly lurched forward again. I wasn't touching the steering wheel, nor had I pushed down the accelerator, but he nonetheless started to tilt backwards. What? I was knocked back into my seat, having no idea what was going on. It was like my panda bus was being dragged down by something. I blinked in confusion and grabbed the steering wheel, stopping on the accelerator in an attempt to get Leslie back to normal. What? Hello? What's happening? His feet started to move, but then they abruptly stopped again as though something had wrapped around them. We were being pulled down and away against our will. Wait, what? What's going on? We're going down. Eek! Rosemine, Cornelius yelled in surprise as he saw my panda bus starting plummeting toward the forest surrounding the castle. Charlotte and Angelica were screaming behind him. I screamed too, desperately clutching the steering wheel, but just before I reached the forest, the moon illuminated a thin net of light that was covering my high beast. Goosebumps rose on my skin the second I realized that this wasn't my panda bus breaking down. A malicious actor had captured me. Looking around in a panic, I saw someone in the shadow of the trees pulling the mana net. It was one of the kidnapper's allies. I couldn't quite make him out, but his dark hands were visible thanks to the illuminated web. I have to escape, I thought, but at that moment the net was pulled even harder than before, jerking both Leslie and me down hard. We smacked into a bunch of trees before finally slamming into the ground with a huge crash. Ow! The impact was weaker than I thought, but I was launched up into the air and thrown all over the inside of my panda bus. I really should have fastened my seatbelt, and I was starting to realize just how much I would need to invest in an airbag. But those thoughts only distracted me from the pain for a brief moment. I pulled myself up to stand inside Leslie, who had fallen on his side, which naturally meant that my upper half stuck up out the window. The moment I was on my feet, bands of light shot out and wrapped around me. I could trace them back to another black-clad man, this one wielding a staff. Thoughts of when Ferdinand had used similar bands to restrain Besenwatson and to grab me during the snowstorm hunt flashed through my mind. In an instant, my assailant yanked me to him like a snagged fish. He pulled so violently that I practically flew through the air. I could see Leslie return to a face stone out of the corner of my eye, either due to my focus and mana connection with him having broken, or these bands being made from someone else's mana. Ugh, dang it! This is not good. The man didn't catch me like Ferdinand would have, instead just allowing me to slam against the solid ground. I bounced and slid against the dirt. Finally caught you. An apprentice shrine maiden being adopted by the Archduke brought shame to her whole duchy. But I know someone who will be very glad to have you in her possession. Oh no, who is it? Oh no! Viscountess Daldolf! Oh God! The black-clad man looked down at me, his merciless gray eyes narrowed. While they were the only part of his face I could see, they were enough for me to understand. He viewed me as an object, not caring how I felt or how I thought or felt in the slightest. His was the gaze of a noble looking at a commoner. I was used to that look, though. It had been an entire year since I saw it last. Thoughts of all the dangerous nobles I had encountered ran through my mind. Besenwatz, Shikikoza, Count Bindewald. I didn't have any good memories of people who wore that expression. A shiver ran down my spine as I frantically poured mana into my ring. Shit, you didn't get to even do it. Oh, goddess of wind, Shutsaria, protect... But the moment I started to chant, the man stamped on my stomach. Ouch! I wiggled about, trying to escape the agonizing pressure, but he just leaned forward and put more weight on me. Yes, I do remember the Saint of Ehrenfest being able to use blessings, he said with a sneer, before pulling out a potion bottle and popping it open. I couldn't imagine its contents were anything less than terrible. How about you just drink this? Hell no! I struggled desperately, but with his foot still pressing into my abdomen, I was as helpless as a mouse stuck beneath a cat's paw. He grabbed my jaw and forced the potion in my mouth, the bitter liquid overwhelming my senses. I tried blocking it with my tongue and coughing it out, but the man noticed my struggling and pitched my nose. When I ran out of oxygen and started gasping for breath, it finally went down my throat, pouring straight into my lungs. Ugh! Shut it, the man said curtly, holding my mouth shut as I started to choke and looking around cautiously. I started to lose all feeling everywhere the potion had touched. It was unable to feel my lips and tongue. Oh crap, it's paralyzing you. Great. A sensation similar to the numbing before a dental procedure. I shuddered in fear, desperately trying to move my arms and legs. Rosemine! Rosemine! Cornelius had descended into the forest and was searching for me, but his shouts were echoing from some distance away. I wanted to scream to him, but I had now lost the ability to move my mouth or speak at all. It was almost certainly the potion. The only noise I could make was a weak exhalation, and my blood went cold with dread as I realized that I could neither cry for help nor pray for a shield of wind. My limbs were getting increasingly heavy too, such that I couldn't move them properly anymore. Seems like the potion's working. I think it's going to knock you out. The man removed the bands of light with what I could only assume was a grin, but my body was already so numb that I couldn't move. I tried to at least crush him, given that I could see his face, but my terror must have been surpassing my anger as I was struggling to move my mana about. I'm scared. The black-clad man took me over to 2 men waiting by 2 horses, instructing them to transport me to a carriage, then disappeared into the shadow of the trees. The 2 men were dressed somewhat like servants, and since they weren't clad in black, I looked them all over in an attempt to memorize as much of their appearances as possible. But they soon put me in a bag, as though I were luggage, blocking my vision with a layer of cloth. So scared. I could feel someone pick me up and then tie me into place. They must have laid me over one of the horses, and an instant later I started galloping away. My body shook, each bounce causing me to land hard on my stomach, but due to the numbing potion, the impacts didn't hurt at all. They just felt kind of weird. My senses being this messed up only made me even more terrified. So scared. Rose mine! I heard Cornelius rushing this way, probably having heard the galloping of the horses, but it wasn't easy to use a high beast with wings in a place with so many trees. I could hear his panicked cries growing increasingly distant. Help me, Cornelius! Angelica! Daniel! Bridget! Ferdinand! Father! Sylvester! Dad! Somebody! Their faces ran through my mind, and I cried out in a silent voice. Someone help me! Well, great! How far am I? We're only halfway through this! What the freak is gonna happen now? That is just freaking great. I guess I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow to finish this, possibly. I will see you all in the next one. Or we'll maybe finish this. Okay, I can't stop. Part 5. Here we come. Rescue. The horse I was tied to was galloping at an incredible speed, and I could feel the rough impact of every single jolt. I was enveloped by the cloth bag and still couldn't see anything, so all I knew was that I was being taken somewhere. Huh? I can't move my eyelids anymore. I could no longer even blink. My eyes were only opening and closing due to the force of each bounce, and a chill ran through me as I realized that I couldn't move a single part of my body. The anxiety-inducing thought of that I might just lose all my senses and die here started to feel more and more likely as time went on. And it was all I could do to force it from my mind. No. That black-clad man said to carry me to a carriage, and that someone would be happy to have me. He wouldn't have made me drink a potion that would kill me, right? They didn't intend to kill you. I'm assuming they're going to torture you and do all kinds of God knows what to you. But I don't think they're taking your poor health thing seriously. So you might accidentally kill you. It was a little strange to be analyzing the words of an enemy, but with the feeling that I was about to die growing stronger and stronger, I was grasping at whatever straws I could. They weren't planning to kill me. They had simply disabled me so that I couldn't resist. The man's eyes had been cold and lacking in human sympathy, but there were no traces of murderous intent. Had he wanted me dead, it would have been easiest to kill me then and there. I kept telling myself that everything would be fine, but just as I was starting to calm down, a terrible realization hit me. What if the dose was safe for most people, but not for me? That seemed extremely possible, but I desperately tried to shake the thought away. We were still within the castle grounds. As long as Wilfried and his retainers reported the attack, then reinforcements would surely be coming soon. They'll go to the northern building where the attack happened and get brought up to speed, and then they'll come straight here. I broke out in a cold sweat as I wondered what the reinforcements might do. Would they actually reach me? Would they notice the horse running through the dark trees and underbrush? Would they make it before the potion made me stop breathing? Hold on, let me just make sure, because, yeah, I'd hate to read this and not realize it's recording. Maybe Ferdinand can help. A mad scientist like him who knew all about potions would surely be able to do something about the poison. I just needed to put my faith in his extreme talents. Save me, Ferdinand. Then out of nowhere, I heard a massive explosion. The horse that had just moments ago been running in a steady line neighed and reared. I was only raised into the air a little since I was tied onto its back like luggage, but the man riding beside me let out a scream that made him sound just as terrified. This must have frightened the horse even more as it suddenly sped up to a furious pace. The other horse that had been riding next to us had presumably also lost its mind, since I could hear it running in another direction. Calm down! Stop! The horse being frightened only made the bouncing worse, and I could hear the man yelping for it to stop. My vision remained blocked by the wall of cloth, but the nighttime forest that had previously been enveloped in a silence broken only by hoofbeats was now teeming with life. I could hear nearby birds and animals letting out surprised noises as they fled. Are you the fool who kidnapped my only granddaughter? Wait. Oh, yeah. I was about to say, but wait a minute. No, it's Bonifacius. That's Karstad's father. And then came a bellowing voice so loud that my body actually started to tremble. It was perfectly audible, even with the cloth bag over my head, and my heart clenched despite all my senses being messed up by the poison. The words and the ferocity with which they were spoken told me exactly who was coming to my rescue. Grandfather? Bonifacius' shout was filled with seething anger. It rang out even louder than the explosion, to the point that the horse kicked at its legs again before stopping entirely. What? The horse stopped running? All of a sudden, I could feel it start tipping over to one side, and was then that I started to panic more than ever. Given that I was tied over it, there was a chance I would be crushed depending on which direction it fell. Wait. I let out a silent scream, but the ropes binding me to the horse were suddenly cut, and I felt something speedily pick me up. Rosemine, are you in there? Came Bonifacius' unmistakable voice as he raised the bag. I was high into the air, crudely shaking it to investigate. But the poison had numbed me into silence, and I could neither respond nor complain. Grandfather, I'm upside down. I can't feel anything but the blood going to rush to my head. Stop, don't shake me. No matter how much I shake her, she isn't responding. Don't tell me she's dead. Rosemine, I'm getting you out of there right now, he yelled, and for a brief moment he stopped shaking me to hold me sideways. But my relief didn't last very long. He gripped the edge of the sack, then hefted me up in the air again. I could tell he was about to swing it around to get me out, and so I started silently screaming in a desperate attempt to stop him. If Grandfather swung as hard as he could, then my small body would undoubtedly be sent flying. Wait, stop! Someone please stop him! I'll die! My cries, of course, reached nobody, and Bonifacius swung the bag in an attempt to free me as quickly as possible. I was instantly launched out, flying into the air, exactly as expected, while spinning as fast as a high-speed drill. Ah! Rosemine is flying! I heard Bonifacius let out a panicked cry, but then someone else caught me with a grunt. Bonifacius, did Karstad not tell you to stay away from Rosemine so as to not accidentally kill her? Good grief, I understand your concern, but doing that would have proved fatal even for a healthy person. Are you alright, Rosemine? Ferdinand, I owe you my life. He prodded my cheek to check whether I was conscious, but considering what Bonifacius had just done, even that felt surprisingly kind and gentle. I had nothing but gratitude for Karstad having kept Bonifacius away from me until now. She's not dead, is she? Bonifacius asked, sounding a little dejected after his scolding. I can hardly say she's doing well, given that she's utterly unresponsive. Have a pulse, Ferdinand replied, briskly giving me a checkup. He measured my temperature and pulse, then leaned forward, putting his face so close to mine that I could feel his breath. I smell a potion. This is not good. I heard a rustling noise, and something like a scrap of paper was stuffed into my mouth. There was a pause before Ferdinand muttered again, his voice tinged with anger this time. To think they would use that, of all things. What is it, Ferdinand? Rosemine will die if we do not give her an antidote as soon as possible. What? Both Bonifacius and I screamed at the same time, though my voice never actually left my throat. I had considered the possibility that I might die like this, but with Ferdinand now saying it as well, there was no longer any doubt in my mind. I heard some clinking metal, followed by a strong smell. I quickly concluded that Ferdinand had opened up one of the potions hanging from his belt, at which point he abruptly pulled open my jaw and stuck a liquid-soaked cloth into my mouth. It was wrapped around his pointer finger, and he rubbed it against my teeth and gums like he was brushing my teeth. Don't even know what to say. Was he trying to be able to give you a chance to talk? Ferdinand then removed his finger, leaving the cloth stuck in my mouth. That was a potion to dull the effects of the poison, but it will do a little more than buy us time. I must hurry to my workshop and get the antidote at once. I will take her back to the temple now to begin the process. What? The temple? That's no place to heal, Rosemine. The temple was not a place that nobles visited by choice, so it was understandable that Bonifacius would not approve of taking me there to recover. But I trusted my attendants in the temple a lot more than those in the castle, and nothing would have made me feel safer than being right by Ferdinand's workshop and the Jureve we had made. I understand Rosemine's ill health and her potion tolerance more than anyone else. Being at the temple will also make it harder for other nobles to approach her and interrupt us. Even this conversation is wasting time, so if you'll excuse me. Ferdinand wrapped my body in a cloth, but unlike the nobles who had thrown me into a bag like I was an object, he adjusted my head and left space for my face so that I could breathe. He was treating me like a person, and once I was securely wrapped, he picked me up. Ferdinand, wait, I'll look after her in my estate. I am the only one who can save Rosemine right now. Do not interfere, Ferdinand roared, dropping his polite act entirely and squeezing his arms around me tighter. The raw anger in his voice sent a shiver down my spine. I would die for certain if they started arguing here. Ooh. Everybody's surprised by Ferdinand just dropping the polite act and just using his emotions for once. Grandfather, please leave Rosamine to Lord Ferdinand, came another voice. Lord Ferdinand, take this. It's Rosamine's face stone. It was Cornelius, and it seemed that he had picked up my high-beast face stone. I heard him put it back into the birdcage on my hip. I wanted to thank him, but my mouth still won't move. Rosamine, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you, Cornelius murmured while stroking my cheek. The fact that he had saved Charlotte and Angelica was enough for me. But I could hear the pain and frustration in his voice. It hurt that I couldn't tell him it was fine. Cornelius, if you are truly sorry, capture those who harmed Rosamine. We are dealing with nobles here, and the worm Bonifacius crushed was just a mere servant. Ferdinand said, his icy-cold voice conveying just how furious he really was. I was shocked to hear him so angry, but Cornelius simply inhaled deeply at being given a job he needed to do. Grandfather, I heard 2 horses. There's someone else somewhere in the forest. Bonifacius, I ask that you capture the criminal who did this to Rosamine alive, so that we can gather information from him, Ferdinand continued. Take care not to smash his head to pieces like you did with that one man. We cannot investigate their memories when they no longer have a brain. At the moment, I was genuinely grateful that I couldn't open my eyes. I certainly didn't want to see a man whose skull had been crushed to bits by Bonifacius. Very well, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Cornelius, follow me. Yes, grandfather. With that, Bonifacius ran off to capture the criminal. Cornelius heard it after him, having been warned by Ferdinand that it was his job as a grandson to contain his grandfather's rampage. Rosamine, I will save you no matter what, Ferdinand whispered, so please, fight the poison for as long as you can. I bobbed a little, likely due to Ferdinand adjusting his grip on me, and then I heard the flapping of wings as he summoned his high beast. I could tell that he was blasting to the temple at a terrifying speed, judging by the way the cloth was flapping in my mouth. There was no doubt in my mind that he was moving much faster than anyone else in the duchy could hope to keep up with, and soon enough we came to a stop. Sharp footsteps echoed out as Ferdinand started striding along, and the scent filling the air assured me that we truly had arrived at the temple. It was already past 7th bell, so all was silent apart from Ferdinand's continued footsteps. I couldn't feel the presence of anyone else. Open it, came Ferdinand's voice, followed by someone gasping and hurriedly opening a door. I then heard him say, Fran, so I could guess that we had arrived at my High Bishop's chambers. High Priest, Lady Rosamine! Fran had evidently been staying up late for work or something of the sort, and he let out a surprised yell upon seeing me. Ferdinand gave a brief explanation of the circumstances while handing me to him. She was poisoned. I'm going to fetch the antidote. Change her clothes into something white while I obtain the potion from my workshop. Do not remove the cloth in her mouth. It is soaked with the potion, delaying the spread of the poison. Understood. While still carrying me, Fran used his free hand to ring the bell for summoning attendants. I heard various footsteps as they quickly gathered around us. Nicola, Monica, please get Lady Rosamine changed into white clothes at once. Zom, Fritz, Gil, adjust the light and temperature of the room. Understood. It was impossible for just Monica and Nicola to change my clothes while I was entirely limp, so Fran held me up as they undid the buttons on my back and removed with my hair stick. Stay strong, Lady Rosamine. Fran, is she okay? It was clear from their voices that Nicola and Monica were quite concerned about my total lack of movement. The High Priest is here, Fran replied in a hard voice. I could feel his hands trembling slightly as he held me up. I'm coming in, Ferdinand announced, entering before my attendants could even respond. I then heard him set something onto a table. Despite my supposed lack of consciousness, it was unthinkable that for Ferdinand to enter a room while its resident was in the middle of being changed. It just went to show how much my life was in danger, and I could feel my heartbeat quickly quickening in fear. Leave her in those underclothes. Simply wrap her in a blanket for warmth. We do not have any time to waste, and she shall be using the Jureve after the antidote is applied regardless. Ferdinand said, and a moment later I could feel a blanket wrap around me. Give her to me, Fran. I was promptly handed over to Ferdinand, who seemed to be sitting in a chair. He removed the cloth from my mouth and stuck a slender tube in its place. It seemed to be a syringe of some sort, and while a potion was being dripped into my mouth little by little, I couldn't taste anything at all. Is it that the potion has no flavor, or have I just lost my sense of taste as well? Here's hoping you haven't lost it completely, because that would suck. Ferdinand checked my pulse once he was done, giving me the antidote, then let out a light sigh. I believe I made it in time. Fran, continue holding her in this position until the antidote begins taking effect. Take care to watch the position of her tongue, as it may prevent her from breathing. Understood. Fran took me once again, supporting me while carefully watching the position of my head and body. I shall go and prepare the Jureve, Ferdinand announced. I heard his footsteps moving away from us, then sensed multiple people moving closer as I remained slumped against Fran. Fran, will Lady Rosamine be okay? Of course she will. The High Priest said that he was able to act in time, Fran replied, his voice soft with relief due to his utter faith in Ferdinand. And since everyone had just as much faith in Fran, the despair in the air slowly began to fade. I'll read a book to you, Gil said next, so please get better soon, Lady Rosamine. Oh! That's nice of Gil. That's so sweet. It's a good thing he can read too, or else they wouldn't have been able to help you enjoy books while on this state. A warmth flowed through my heart as he started reading aloud, and as I continued to listen, Ferdinand's potion began to take effect. I could now move my lips a little. Ah, Lady Rosemine is smiling. It seems that she can hear you, Gil, Nicholas said happily, motivating him to read louder. I heard some relieved sighs from the sounds of Nicola and Monica clearing away my clothes and hair stick. By the time Gil had finished the first picture book, I could move my mouth and tense my eyelid a little. Then after several attempts, I finally opened my eyes. Lady Rosemine, the faces of my attendants all lit up with smiles as they gathered in front of me. I could still barely move my lips, but I tried talking anyway. Sorry for worrying. Please do not force yourself. The potion should be finished soon. I was happy to be surrounded by attendants who cared so much for me, no longer in that dangerous forest, alone with the cold-eyed noble. The feeling slowly returned to more and more places. I think I could talk a little now. If you still cannot move, please wait as you are for a little bit longer. Okay, I replied, still drooped against Fran. I didn't risk nodding since I wasn't sure I would be able to lift my head back up on my own. So, Fran, I'm about to use my Jureve potion, right? I imagine so, given that the High Priest said that you would be. Ferdinand had mentioned that using the Jureve would cause me to lose consciousness for a while, so it would probably be best for me to give what instructions I could before using it. In that case, please deliver the letter I prepared to Lutz. Furthermore, ask Ferdinand to return my personnel to the castle and the temple. My personnel in the castle to the temple. As for temple affairs, continue as you would if I were simply staying at the castle for a long time. You all are all very skilled, so I imagine things will continue running smoothly even while I'm using the Jureve. But please do your best. You may count on us. I gave as many pointers as I can remember, then decided to trust them with the rest. Fran, I would like to go to the hidden room. Would you kindly carry me there? You should be able to enter if you're with me. He picked me up, and I reached out a trembling hand to touch the facestone on the door. I could feel my mana flowing in bit by bit, but things were far from normal. It seemed that despite the antidote bringing movement back to my limbs, the mana inside my body was still barely moving. I was barely an expert on the subject, but that didn't seem like a good thing to me. High Priest, Lady Rosemine has awoken. I somehow managed to open the door, and inside I found Ferdinand pouring the Jureve in the ivory box, which might as well have been a bathtub or a coffin. Ferdinand, I can move again, but my mana feels kind of stuck, I said. It's like it's all hardened. Drink this Jureve at once, he replied, his expression darkening in an instant. He poured some of the Jureve into a cup and then handed it to Fran. I raised the Jureve to my lips, barely able to move my hands, and slowly drank it with Fran's support. The fact it tasted a little sweet told me that my senses were coming back. The entire time I was drinking from the cup, Ferdinand continued pouring the Jureve from a pitcher into the bathtub. The pitcher itself wasn't that large, but the Jureve was flowing from it non-stop, and despite him not even touching the cauldron, it seemed that the Jureve within it was slowly draining. It's almost like the pitcher and cauldron are connected. Not almost, they are. Now, that should be enough, Ferdinand said, setting aside the pitcher. He then hefted me up and placed me in the ivory bathtub filled with the Jureve. A magic circle was inside, and the instant I sat down, the mana lines on my body surfaced and reddened. The magic circle seems to be functioning properly. Your mana, however, is... Ferdinand trailed off, mumbling to himself and checking the mana flow in my arms and neck. My eyelids began to droop as he looked me over. I feel kind of tired, Ferdinand. Yes, that is due to the potion. You may allow yourself to fall asleep where you are. Rest well, Rosemine. Night-night, Ferdinand. I entrust the rest to you. Indeed, I shall eliminate all those who threaten to disturb your sleep. You have nothing to fear, Ferdinand said, covering my eyes with his large hand. My vision darkened, and I felt my consciousness drifting away as the Jureves gradually sleeped into me. My entire body was floating in the swaying liquid, and the feeling was so nostalgic, so comforting. Okay, let me see how far I've gotten. Only 18 minutes? Okay, I'll keep going. And so the future. I was in a soft, fluffy world made of pink. But despite the floor being so soft, when I tried to go anywhere, I was met with heaps of sizable rocks. All the paths were blocked off no matter how much I wanted to go down them. What should I do about this? As I fell into thought, an ivory watering can suddenly popped into my hand. When I tipped it, some liquid began pouring out. A closer look revealed that the watering can's liquid was making the giant rocks break down a little. Oh, that's the Jureve breaking down the clumps of mana. Okay. That's what that is. I started swinging the watering can around and dissolving the hard rocks like they were made of sugar. The really hard places didn't want to give at all, but when I focused the water on them, they started to dissolve anyway. I kicked some of them experimentally, and they shattered into pieces. Okay, I could pass through now. There were some parts that didn't entirely dissolve, but, well, my only concern was getting down the path. I moved on to the next pile of rocks, and then the next one, breaking them all apart one after another. The watering can would occasionally run dry, but then it would replenish itself after a short while. I focused on dissolving the rocks and just kept pouring the liquid everywhere. I've done so much with just a single watering can. Somebody praise me, I think I deserve it. With an immense sense of satisfaction filling my chest, I slowly opened my eyes. I saw someone's silhouette within me, my wavering vision, and an instant later, 2 large hands thrust themselves toward me. My head was lifted up and I was halfway forced into a sitting position. Ah! Air rushed into my mouth and nose the instant I was pulled up, and I started blinking in confusion as the unexpected development sent me into a coughing fit. I'm gonna drown. How do you drown in air? As I desperately flapped my mouth, I was struck hard on the back. Some liquid that had been deep in my lungs flew out of my mouth, instantly making it easier to breathe, but my back still tingled. I glared up at the person who had hit me with tearful eyes. That hurt, Ferdinand. As it turned out, the silhouette belonged to Ferdinand. We were in my hidden room, and I was sitting inside the ivory bathtub filled with the Jureve. Ferdinand had tightly furrowed his brow, and everything looked the same as it had before I went to sleep. I mean, your hidden room isn't going to change. Finally awake, I see. I can't believe you slept that long, Ferdinand said as he touched my cheek, measured my pulse, and did some other checks. Once he was done, he let out a slow sigh. He seemed to be fine. I blinked several times and tried wiggling my fingers. I couldn't quite get them moving right. Am I really healthy now, I asked. I could move my mana properly again, which hadn't been the case before I slept, but it hardly felt as though I was any healthier. Maybe my muscles had atrophied while I was asleep? That's a possibility. As I continued to wiggle my hands in the Jureve, Ferdinand grimaced uncomfortably. Rosemite, I have an exceedingly unfortunate announcement to make. What is it? Your mana has not entirely dissolved. It felt as though time had suddenly frozen. I thought of the year I had spent struggling to gather ingredients and of the difficulties involved with the Jureve, then looked up at Ferdinand with utter disbelief. What? Hold on, why? Why has it not dissolved? Is it because of those few times with the watering can? Was slacking off that bad of an idea? I did not slack whatsoever, Ferdinand said with a frown. No, you kind of explained the whole visual thing for him. Ferdinand said with a frown. I hurriedly tried to shake my head, but the feeling hadn't yet returned, so it just slumped forward. Had he not reached out and held my forehead up, I would have sunk right back into the Jureve. I'm not talking about you, Ferdinand. I mean what I did in my dream, I explained. My head feels all fuzzy. Ferdinand pressed a finger against his temple and let out a heavy, heavy sigh. You gave me headaches whenever you're asleep or awake, he muttered with a glare, causing me to falter. Okay, the dream talk can wait for now. Why hasn't my mana dissolved yet? Ferdinand continued to tap his temple as he explained what had happened. To put it simply, your mana has already hardened too much. The Jureve was necessary to dissolve the mana hardened by the poison you consumed as well. And it was not enough to dissolve all your already hardened mana on top of that. Let's just say that your initially hardened mana was 10 units. I made a Jureve that was of high enough quality to dissolve 15 just to be safe. But right before the time came to use it, your mana hardened to a state of 20 units. So her initially hardened mana was 10 units, so now she's down to 5 that's still hardened. Since the Jureve was only capable of dissolving 15, we have our current situation. So I'm at least healthier than I was before, I asked, looking down at the mana lines covering my arms. It was beyond me to tell whether they had changed at all. Ferdinand also looked down at me and nodded. Indeed, your mana has not completely dissolved, but you should be much healthier than you were before. Well, I guess it's good enough for me. It's certainly better than dying. Deciding to consider this a meaningful step forward nonetheless, I stretched my neck and looked around me. There was a wooden box right next to the ivory one I was in, and I could see 5 books stacked onto it. They were bound in the same way Rosemine Workshop books were bound, but I didn't recognize any of them. Ferdinand, what are these? They are books that one of your attendants brought. Gil, I believe his name is. He said that you might wake up sooner with books stacked next to you, and thus with every new one they published, they brought you a copy here. In a shocking twist, it seemed that Gil had stacked up all the newly printed books for me. Yay, new books! I excitedly reached out to take one, but then I noticed that my hand was still soaked with the Jureve. Ferdinand glared at me like I was an idiot. You will ruin them if you touch them with those hands, I figured. I asked for a bath to be prepared as I noticed that you were about to awaken. It should be ready soon. Okay, wait. Hold on a moment. I had been asleep long enough for 5 new books to have been printed. That thought alone took me a moment to fully process. Ferdinand, just how long was I asleep? Roughly 2 years. My eyes widened in disbelief. Excuse me? A new record, I believe. But either way, I am just glad you have awakened in time to attend the Royal Academy. Oh wait, how old am I right now? 10? This is the autumn of your 10th year. The Harvest Festival has just ended. In the winter you shall be enrolling in the Royal Academy, Ferdinand explained. I immediately started to panic. I had gone into the Jureve during the winter of my 8th year, but now it was the autumn of my 10th. It seemed that I had skipped over my 9th year entirely. No way, where did my 9th year go? No, I screamed silently, cradling my head, but Ferdinand merely shrugged. You experienced your 7th year twice, so this merely equalizes things, does it not? True. That is true. Repeating my 7th year had certainly been unexpected, but skipping over an entire year was something I had expected even less. This certainly doesn't equalize things, I complained. Also, you say I'm 10 years old now, but I don't feel like I've changed at all. My hands, for one, didn't look any bigger. It was hard to believe that 2 years had passed while I was still this small. Your bodily functions barely operate well in the Jureve, so all of your energy is directed toward dissolving the mana. It's similar to being half dead, so unfortunately you did not grow well under its effects, Ferdinand explained, avoiding eye contact with me. What? But you said I'd be healthier, Ferdinand, you liar! I was a bit healthier than before, sure, but this was at the cost of losing my entire 9th year and having to attend the Royal Academy without having grown at all. Yeah, that'll suck. And the epilogue. Let's see. Apparently I need to save the stories for, another time, so I might need to do that tomorrow. For several days, Rosamund had been opening her unfocused eyes while soaking in the Jureve and looking around aimlessly before closing them again. Ferdinand, who had been observing her closely, knew that this meant she would be waking up soon, but her body still hadn't risen out of the liquid. It remained submerged. Even during the Harvest Festival, Ferdinand traced back to the temple almost every night to check on her, but progress was frustratingly slow. It took forever, but finally her eyes began to focus, and after rapidly blinking a few times, she rose out of the Jureve, as if to say that any further healing was impossible. Ferdinand sighed in relief, sticking his hands in to help Rosamund sit up and patting her on the back to help her breathe. She seemed to feel much better upon spitting out the Jureve that was stuck in her lungs, and while she spent some time coughing, her breathing soon sounded normal again. That hurt, Ferdinand. Rosamund looked up at him with an angry glare and complained, but Ferdinand had no idea what he had done to deserve that. She knew nothing of the struggles he had gone through, and the fact that she did nothing but grumble upon waking up was surely a sign that she lacked any gratitude whatsoever. She doesn't know what happened! How do you expect her to feel gratitude when she has no clue what has happened or how much time has passed? Tell me when you've finished bathing. There is much for us to discuss regarding what happened while you slept. If you have any questions, save them for then. Ferdinand entrusted Rosamund to her attendants, then returned to his chambers where his own attendants were waiting with smiles. The High Bishop has awoken then? I imagine that is her handprint, one of them said, pointing at a wet mark on Ferdinand's robes where Rosamund had grabbed him. His robes were a wet mess in general, though, owing to him having stuck his hands into the Jureve to help Rosamund sit up and then having carried her out. I shall arrange a change of clothes, the attendant continued. Indeed. This news comes as a considerable relief to us all. You were worried about when the High Bishop would finally awaken, the priest said with a smile as he returned with the change of clothes. Such small talk was rare for Ferdinand's attendants. They truly had all been waiting for Rosamund to wake up. Because now that Rosamund is awake, we will not be disturbed by these messages any longer. Ferdinand thought with a sigh, turning to look at the corner of his desk where a bunch of yellow face stones had piled up. They were mostly ordinances from Bonifacius containing messages wherein he roared, "Where is Rosamund waking up, Ferdinand?" They had arrived all too often over the past half a year, to the point where every single person in the high priest chambers was dead tired of them. Good grief, I was already frustrated at how long it was taking Rosamund's mana to dissolve. How many times did I need to refrain from barking back that I was the one who wanted to know when she was getting to wake up more than anyone? High Priest, now that the High Bishop has fallen awakened, you could spend today resting at least. No, not yet. Once Rosamund has been cleaned up, I shall visit her chambers to explain what happened over the past 2 years. Allow her attendants in if any arrive. Understood. Ferdinand finished changing and moved to his desk where he tapped each of the yellow face stones one by one with his staff and poured mana into them. He transformed all 20-something into ordinances at once, filling the room with ivory birds in an instant. He then faced them and spoke. Rosamund has awakened. If she is in good health, I will bring her to the castle at third bell 3 days from now. Do not come to the temple, as she is still recovering from her sleep. With that, Ferdinand swung his staff, and the ordinances all flew away at once. Incidentally, only over half of the 20-something ordinances were replies to messages from Bonifacius, and essentially each one repeated its message 3 times. He would soon be hearing the news 30 to 40 times, but the idea brought Ferdinand a small amount of satisfaction. It was his small revenge for having been forced to listen to Bonifacius bark about Rosamund almost every single day for months now. However, Ferdinand's satisfaction was short-lived as he began organizing a study guide covering what Rosamund needed to memorize before leaving for the Royal Academy. An ordonnance returned with an excessively joyful message. "Hurrah! Rosamund, she's awake!" The yells echoed through the temple 3 times as Ferdinand could do nothing but listen and rub his temples. As it turned out, Bonifacius was a pain even when Rosamund was awake. Ferdinand really didn't want to deal with him any longer, so when the ordonnance turned back into a yellow face stone, he simply left it there and continued with his work. Will things truly go well? Although Ferdinand was greatly relieved that Rosamund had finally awoken, he also felt some unease. She had not grown at all. Well, he did just tell her that she wasn't going to grow because her body was using all its energy to dissolve the mana, and thus it wasn't using it to grow. Meaning her appearance was exactly the same as it had been 2 years ago. Though this was expected, given that she had been soaking in the Jureve the entire time, her understanding of the world and her memories were also all exactly as they had been before her long slumber. Ferdinand recalled what had happened when he retrieved Rosamund from the Jureve and handed her to Fran. Her attendants all had eagerly rushed forward to see her after such a long time, but her eyes had merely widened in shock when she saw how much they had all grown. Fran hadn't changed much since he had already come of age, but all her apprentice attendants had come of age while she slept. Well, Nicola and Monica, obviously, but Gil, I think, had been, Shoot, I'm trying to think. He had been 10, I think, when she first got him as an attendant. And that had been, I think, a year, so 11, 12... Actually, yeah, he would have been 14, I think, probably. I don't know. 12, 14, somewhere around there. Rosamund had ended up stiffening and looking up at Ferdinand, clutching his robe with a terribly anxious look on her face, despite the happy smiles of her attendants. She would now need to adjust to how the world had progressed without her, and that would not be an easy task. Oh, I just realized Tuli's going to be 12 now. Because she had just turned 10 in the prologue, I think, of either this book or the last book. Or she was about to turn 10, so she's going to be probably almost 12, 13. That said, I'm glad she awoke before the start of winter socializing. Ferdinand had been agonizing over whether she would wake up in time to attend the Royal Academy at the proper age. But it seemed things would indeed work out as he had hoped. It would have been possible to delay her enrollment for a year, but such a thing was considered a black mark in noble society, which would have led to undue pressure and potential rumors. I mean, that wouldn't have been her fault. That would have been terrible, given that Rosamund already has so many weaknesses that run this risk of having spread through other duchies as rumors. As Ferdinand organized what Rosamund needed to learn to enter the Royal Academy, an attendant called out to him. "High Priest, it seems the High Bishop is ready." Oh... Okay, do I want to wait? How many do I have? Jesus Christ! I might have to do some of them now and the rest tomorrow. Grandfather on the day of the baptism. My emotions were a violent storm. Why? Because my granddaughter Rosamund was much too cute and talented. She had performed the baptism ceremony brilliantly despite her tiny, fragile body and the huge crowd of nobles watching her, and now she was heroically protecting Sylvester's child. Splendid work, Rosamund. That's my granddaughter for you. To think these nobles would dare bring such a petty complaints to you about Wilfried. Had Karlstedt and Alvara not told me to keep my distance to avoid accidentally endangering your life, and to avoid interfering with the baptism ceremony, you've dedicated your all for Lady Charlotte's sake. I'd have stepped forth as your grandfather and demolished these hateful med nobles with a single bark. I would have loved to see that, to be honest. Alvara had said it would be an issue for Rosamund to start relying on her strength to solve all her problems like I did, since she had enough mana for that to actually be dangerous. That was just a pain, though, as far as I was concerned. It was only natural that those who had power should be free to use it, so I didn't see what all the fuss was about. She could accidentally kill somebody, and we don't want that. My son Karlstedt maintained that this way of thinking was the reason I had been denied the position of Archduke. But the reality was that I had intentionally avoided it, not because I wasn't skilled enough to take on the role, of course, but because that whole business just seemed bothersome to me. Still, who would have guessed that a child weak enough to have been knocked unconscious by a few snowballs would have enough mana to provide such enormous support to Ehrenfest? Last winter, I'd stood watch with the large squadron of knights as the children threw snowballs at each other. It truly was a heartwarming sight. That is, until Rosamund was targeted while trying to make a snowball herself. A few consecutive shots was all it took to knock her out, which terrified not only the knights watching, but Wilfried and his friends who had thrown the snowballs as well. After witnessing that shocking display of weakness, I was afraid to go anywhere near Rosemine. Those pitifully small snowballs were enough to knock her unconscious. So much as a touch from me would probably kill her, just as Karlstead fears. At 7th bell, Rosemine began leaving the grand hall, saying her farewells to the archducal couple and those close to her along the way. I swiftly moved to the door that she and the children were heading toward, determined to have her speak to me as well. "Good evening, Lord Bonifacius. May you sleep well with From's blessing. Indeed, my granddaughter truly is the cutest. It's very frustrating that she can't call me grandfather in a formal setting like this, but oh well." The only times Rosemine had ever called me grandfather were when we first met her at her baptism ceremony and during the spring archducal conference when she had helped with the mana replenishment. Wilfried had never had enough strength to thank me after performing the replenishment. Rosemine would always say, "Grandfather, thank you ever so much," with that perfect smile on her face. In retrospect, I hadn't appreciated how precious my time spent with Rosemine outside the influence of the public eye really was. The next Archduke conference can't come soon enough. I hope it lasts longer than usual, too. While I was deep in thought, one of Wilfried's attendants rushed back into the grand hall with the boy in his arms, despite them having left just a moment ago. Here we go. Lamprecht, my grandson, and one of Wilfried's guard knights was also with them. Their panic was a sure sign of danger. I instantly scanned the room while using enhancement magic to strengthen my eyesight. Nobody I saw seemed to know what was going on. There's been an attack on the hall leading to the northern building. The guard knights are currently engaged in battle. At least one of the attackers was wielding a staff. Lady Charlotte and Lady Rosemine are currently isolated on the northern building side. We request reinforcements at once. Knight Squadrons 1 through 4. Go, Karlstead barked as the knight commander without missing a beat. Everyone else, seal off the grand hall. Consider all nobles out here potential suspects. The knights present immediately started moving toward secure the grand hall. Karlstead, I'm going to rescue Rosemine, I shouted. Not only was I the son of the Archduke from 2 generations ago, but I also once served in the Knights Order. It was for these reasons that I continued to assist the Archduke even during my retirement. I had admittedly used to avoid work, but now was actively taking on as many duties as possible, all to ensure Rosemine's safety as best I could. She would almost certainly say, "Thank you, grandfather, I love you," in response to all my help, and I wouldn't allow anyone to take that away from me. "Father," Karlstead cried in a panic, but Sylvester shouted out before he could even try to stop me. "Go within. Ferdinand, stop Bonifacius from going too far." Ferdinand sighed. "You would ask the impossible of me." Of course. I ignored the conversation going on behind me, bursting through the doors of the grand hall as though they were still being sealed, and sprinting to the northern building. I used magic enhancement to strengthen my legs, blasting past the knights who had rushed to provide support ahead of me. I may be 60 years old, but these young'uns won't outdo me yet. I'll arrive there before anyone else. It was quite some distance from the grand hall to the northern building. As I sprinted down the halls of my enhanced legs, the thought crossed my mind that I would have moved even faster with a high beast like Rosemine's. "Rosemine, where are you?" I shouted as I turned corner after corner. Soon enough, I came across the knights fighting against black-clad enemies. I enhanced my eyesight at once, but I couldn't see Rosemine or Charlotte no matter where I looked. The other guard knights had most likely taken them to the northern building, but I wasn't going to leave until I had confirmed their safety myself. "Are you safe, Rosemine?" I roared, leaping onto one of the black-clad attacker's backs and crushing his skull with a single swing of my enhanced arm. Ooh, I feel bad for him. Imagine that, someone jumping on your back and dead. Right there. He hit the ground with a thump and then his entire body blew into pieces. What? He exploded on his own? Blood and organs sprayed across the hall, along with shreds of the attacker's black clothes. The shockwaves of the blast sending both the other assailants and the knights falling to the ground. Some knights started to throw up as they were smacked in the face with chunks of meat, the foul stench of blood overwhelming their senses. I noticed their faltering out of the corner of my eye and instantly barked out an order. "Don't let your guards down, you idiots." My shout wheeled them back to their feet, but no sooner had they regained their footing than the remaining black-clad attackers started to explode one by one in a chain reaction of sorts. I was used to my enemies exploding when I punched them or struck them with weapons, but this was my first time seeing them blow up by themselves. What's happening here? I don't understand it, but I won't protest our enemies dying on their own. You there, is Rosemine safe? I don't know. Lady Charlotte was kidnapped, and the last thing I saw was Lady Rosemine chasing after her on her high beast. You useless idiot! I scolded the guard knight, then raced toward the flung-open window. There was no point in staying now that the enemies had self-destructed. My job wasn't to gather information to pin down the culprits, but to rescue Rosemine. I reached the window just as Rosemine's guard, Angelica, returned carrying a very pale Charlotte. It's good to see you safe, Charlotte. Where's Rosemine? She was kidnapped by someone. She used her own guard knights to save me, and Charlotte trailed off, her eyes welling up with tears. I turned to Angelica with a wide-eyed stare. As a guard knight, she promptly explained the situation in practical terms. Cornelius is chasing after them now. I plan to join him once Lady Charlotte's safety is assured. Lord Bonifacius, please take care of her for me. Angelica tried handing Charlotte to me, but I ignored her. It was somewhat of a struggle even with my enhanced eyes, but I could see Cornelius descending into the forest way off in the distance. Rosamund is my granddaughter. I will go in your place. I pushed Angelica aside and leaped out the window into the night sky, creating my high beast in midair and landing on its back. Having it flap its wings would create too much noise, so I glided through the night sky while moving them as little as possible. I focused carefully, trying to pick up every sound that I could. The forest spread so far that it completely hid the movements of servants, but I could hear the hoofbeats of horses rushing toward the front gate, some distance away from where Cornelius had landed. There! My eyes widened as I soared through the air, no longer concerned about making noise as my high beast flapped its wings hard. I poured an immense amount of mana into it so that I could move at maximum speed, the cold night air whipping past me as I raced toward my destination. As I closed in on the kidnappers, I started filling my staff with mana to prevent them from escaping any further. White-hot sparks flashed at its tip as more and more mana accumulated within. By the time the ball of mana was bigger than my head, I had gotten close enough to see the running horse without ever needing to enhance my eyesight. I swung my staff down, aiming in its path. The ball of mana soared through the night sky with a trail of white light that sank into the trees. A moment later, a loud explosion resounded through the air. The forest was suddenly ablaze with the cries of animals and birds, all scattering away from the freshly formed crater among the trees. The horse began a mad dash as well, no doubt terrified by the sudden explosion. Are you the fool who kidnapped my only granddaughter? I dove down on my high beast toward the horse, all the while unleashing a wave of mana. It froze in place, unable to move as it took my crushing head on. Oh, that's what happened! Okay. Then it started frothing at the mouth. The man who had gripped onto the horse's reins was thrown back from its back. I crushed its skull in anger and started searching for Rosamund. And then I spotted it, a bag tied to the side of the horse. I cut the rope in an instant, then used my enhanced leg to kick away the horse as it fell toward me. It soared through the air before hitting a tree. Ooh, the poor horse. It didn't do anything wrong. It was doing what its owner commanded it to. Rosamund, are you in there? The bag was so light that I struggled to believe a child could be inside, but after shaking it about a little, there was no doubt in my mind. No matter how much I shake her, she isn't responding. Don't tell me she's dead. Rosamund, I'm getting you out of there right now. Although I strained my eyes, she gave no response at all. The blood draining from my face, I hurriedly grabbed the edge of the bag and shook it hard, desperate to get her out. That wasn't a smart idea. You should have just tore open the bag. The weight inside shifted around, then the bag began to open. By the time I realized what would happen next, it was too late. The bag ripped open and Rosamund was thrown into the air, rapidly spinning in a direction that I hadn't anticipated at all. I reached out, but she was already too far away. God, Rosamund is flying! An instant later, Ferdinand, who had evidently been following me, caught Rosamund in midair, moments before she slammed into a tree. She was safe now thanks to him, but my heart had leaped so suddenly into my throat that I half expected it to shoot out of my mouth. Yeah, that would have been a sight to see. Ferdinand determined that she had been forced to consume a strange potion that was lethally poisonous to her, then departed for the temple with her to prepare an antidote. In all honesty, I didn't want to entrust my cute granddaughter to the temple. In fact, I didn't want to entrust her to another man either, whether he was her guardian or not. But even if I had taken her to my estate, I wouldn't have known how much of the antidote to give her, and the castle was no doubt in such a state of confusion right now that her treatment would have been delayed for who knows how long. It was also true that, as my son, Karlstadt, had warned, I might accidentally kill Rosamund just by touching her. That sure was dangerous a moment ago. I wiped the sweat from my brow as the image of Rosamund flying toward the tree flashed in my mind. The most I could do for her now was to search for the other horse with Cornelius and identify the culprit. Cornelius, follow me. Yes, grandfather. The other horse had gone berserk as well, so we were able to pin the criminal down quickly enough. But this man was also a servant, not a staff-wielding noble. Given that Cornelius had seen a man in it and snare Rosamund, there had to be a noble among them. Who ordered you to do this? I asked. I do not know. A noble dressed in black told me to do as he said, and so I obeyed. I probed the area for the presence of others, but I couldn't sense anyone. For now, we had no choice but to take the servant with us. As we tied him up, the red light of a noble requesting assistance flew into the air. I exchanged a look with Cornelius, then hefted the servant over my shoulder and raced deeper into the forest on my high beast. Upon reaching where the rods had been launched, we found that Angelica had tied up a black-clad noble. Lord Bonifacius, he's too heavy for me to carry. Could I ask you for your assistance? Excellent work, Angelica. Just leave it to me. Now, what fool dared to lay a hand on my granddaughter? I gripped the cloth covering the criminal's face and forcefully tore it off. He let out a sudden yelp of pain. Apparently, I managed to grab a chunk of his flesh as well. The man looked up at me with a pitiful expression. I recognized him. Viscount Joyce Joyce and talk? Lord Bonifacius, Silence, I barked. Viscount Joycentalk was related to Karlstadt's late third wife, Rosemary. What the fuck? Okay, so it might not have been Viscountess Daldolf that had been wanting her, but might have been one of Rosemary's family members, maybe? Because I know that Rosemary died, so maybe it was her grandmother? I don't know. We were the most distant of relatives, but the sight of someone connected to my family participating in this crime made the blood rush to my head. I gritted my teeth and tightly gripped my stab, stabbing it around to dispense the anger compelling me to beat this man to death. He shuddered with fear the moment I looked down at him. State your excuses to Ob Ehrenfest. I have no desire to hear them. I am just barely resisting the urge to rip your head from your shoulders and smash it to pieces. I bound Viscount Joinstock with magic, tied him to the servant, and then brought the two of them back to the castle. Cornelius, report this to Ob Ehrenfest. I will keep watch so that fool can't escape. Angelica, stay with me. Not even I can risk moving alone. Understood. Upon arriving at the prison, I tossed Viscount Joinstock into a cell made for holding criminal nobles and placed the staff-stealing bracelets onto his wrists. Then, after listening to the basics of the story, I gagged him and finished locking him away. Angelica, we will be standing watch until Ob Ehrenfest summons him, I said, dropping down into a nearby chair. She looked between our prisoners and me, then sadly slouched her shoulders. You're so strong, Lord Bonifacius. I was using physical enhancements, but Lady Rosemine was still kidnapped from right in front of me. You rescued Charlotte, though, right? From what I understood of the situation, Rosemine is the most at fault for ignoring Cornelius and flying off on her own. She was too reckless for someone who knows not how to protect herself. It's very possible that Charlotte would have died if not for your skill with your enhancements. You did well. Angelica was fairly strong for a med noble, and she used physical enhancement magic at a higher level than most others. Her current technique was certainly wasteful, as she needed to fill her entire body with mana to strengthen it, but even though she was doing very well for someone her age. Her face clouded over at my praise. Is that really true? When I dedicate my mana to enhancements, I rarely have enough left over for anything else. And even when I do, I can't do any other magic at the same time. If only I were able to summon my high beast while using enhancements, then I could have saved Lady Charlotte on my own, and Cornelius could have dedicated his efforts to protecting Lady Rosemine, she lamented, biting her lip and regretfully lowering her blue eyes. Had you failed to do something that was within your capabilities, then that would absolutely be worth reflecting on. But there's no use bemoaning something that you know you couldn't do from the very beginning, since no amount of thinking will change that fact. As a member of the Archducal family, I had a greater mana capacity than most. On top of that, my many years of using enhancements had made me skilled enough to focus them, strengthening only the parts that I needed to. This now came as natural as breathing to me, but using enhancements as a whole wasn't easy. One could, of course, try to be more efficient, using the smallest amount of mana possible to enhance them, but it otherwise required one to have an enormous capacity. Mastering enhancements was a staggering challenge, and so few archnobles bothered to use them, much less med-nobles. If there's something you cannot do, all you need to worry about is learning how to do it. The fastest route to improving enhancements is to increase your mana capacity, but that is an eternal struggle in itself. Angelica had more mana than the average med noble, but it would be best for her to increase her capacity any further than she already had, or hard to increase her capacity any further than she already had. I grumbled to myself, trying to think of a solution, when she slowly began to shake her head. I'm currently increasing my mana capacity using the Rosemine compression method. It hasn't helped much yet, but it will in the future. The Rosemine compression method? What in the world is that? I blinked balked as Angelica gave me an explanation. It seemed that Rosemine had thought up a new method of compressing mana. A short while before winter socializing had begun, the guard knights of all those in the Archducal family except Wilfried were taught it. In addition to a portion of the Knight's Order, Wilfried's guard knights weren't yet included since the Ivory Tower incident had occurred so recently, and nobody knew what exactly was going to happen next. I hadn't heard anything about this mana compression method. I really don't think you need any more mana, Lord Bonifacius. Shut up. As Rosemine's grandfather, it is absolutely necessary that I learn about this before others do. What more manner of compression method is it? Angelica placed a hand on her cheek and tilted her head. I'm bound by a magic contract not to tell anyone, so you'll have to petition the Archducal couple for Lady Rosemine to teach you directly. She's the only one who can answer your questions. Internally rejoicing over this new excuse to meet Rosemine, I carved, have Rosemine teach me her mana compression method into my mental schedule. Then I began to stroke my beard. All right, Angelica, if your mana capacity is going to increase, I'll train you myself. I'll spare no effort to ensure that Rosemine's guard knights can protect her well. Really? Angelica asked eagerly, her blue eyes shining with anticipation. That makes me so happy, Lord Bonifacius. Please do. We exchanged a firm handshake, and just like that, I had acquired a new disciple. Since you can already do a full body enhancement, how about you try using partial ones? It's important to be able to focus your mana into a specific part of your body to minimize waste. I see, came an unexpected but familiar voice. I would benefit greatly from my master conserving her mana, but is there a certain trick in doing those partial enhancements? For some reason, when I began to teach Angelica about enhancements, it was her sword who replied, and in Ferdinand's voice too. I couldn't help but stare at it. What is that? Stenlook, he can speak now thanks to Lady Rosemine gracing me with her mana. It seemed that Angelica had obtained a talking mana blade after Rosemine had contributed to it. He could even memorize what it heard. Angelica, I would like that sword. I cannot give it to you. Stenlook is my precious mana blade, and I worked hard for Lady Rosemine to donate her mana to me. Would you be so willing to give away a gift that you yourself received from her, Lord Bonifacius? Good point. My mistake. I understood how she felt in an instant. I would never be able to give away a present from my darling granddaughter. That said, I would like a gift from Rosemine as well. Perhaps I should raise a mana blade myself, and likewise have her pour some mana into it. Though I would much rather it speak to her in her voice than Ferdinand's. Just as I was starting to seriously consider building my own mana blade, Cornelius came in to get us. Grandfather, the interrogation room has been prepared. Give your report first. What's the situation? Sir, since the culprit has been captured, the Ob has allowed the nobles in the Grand Hall to retire home, acknowledging that they all have alibis. They got into their carriages and promptly left while the Knight's Order kept watch for any suspicious movement. As for the nobles not in the Grand Hall, most were attendants serving the Archducal family. They were all interrogated nonetheless, but as they were serving in the Archducal couple's chambers and looking after the Archduke's children, their alibis were quickly confirmed as well, Cornelius reported. I must also announce that Lord Ferdinand has just returned from the temple. Angelica, enhance only your arm as best you can and carry this, I said, standing up and handing her the bound servant. Follow me. Yes, teacher, she replied, accepting the man with a big nod. She tried enhancing just her arm, and while the mana still flowed through her entire body, it seemed to accumulate more in her arm than anywhere else. I consider that a success, at least to some degree. Teacher, Cornelius repeated, looking between us. Angelica proudly puffed out her chest while carrying the criminal. Lord Bonifacius has accepted me as a disciple. He'll be training me from now on. You'll be training under him of all people? I can't believe this. Are you insane? Cornelius asked, completely aghast. Silence, weakling. You would dare say that when you always run from my training like a coward? Cornelius faltered, then narrowed his eyes at me in annoyance. On the contrary, I haven't run from your training even once, grandfather. In fact, I have you ever allowed me to run away? Of course not. Ah, Cornelius, I will train you as well. Rosemine has no need for guard knights who are incapable of protecting her. I wanted to protect Rosemine but being the son of the Archduke from 2 generations ago meant that I was a member of the Archducal family. My status did not allow me to serve as my granddaughter's guard knight. So all I could do to help protect her was train her guard knights. Grandfather, does this mean you also intend to train Daniel and Bridget? Of course. The more strong knights Rosemine has, the better. I thought about it for a short while, then realized that if Charlotte were kidnapped and Rosemine's newly trained guard knights went to her rescue, then Rosemine herself would once again end up unguarded. That completely defeated the purpose. Perhaps I should just retrain every single guard knight serving the Archducal family. I pondered how best to train them on my way to the Archduke's office, dragging the noble culprit behind me all the while. We soon reached the staircase, and he yelped in pain as his head beat against every single step. It was annoyingly loud, but I ignored him. I needed to focus on planning on a training regiment. Rosemine, I'm going to do all I can to make the guard knights serving the Archducal family stronger. When we reached the Archduke's office, a guard knight standing outside opened the door for us. Lord Bonifacius has arrived, he announced. Cornelius stepped in first, then went me with Viscount Joisenstock, then Angelica with the servant. In the room were the brains of Ehrenfest, the Archducal couple, Ferdinand and Rosemine's parents, who were standing by the back wall. Along the right wall were the 5 higher-ups of the Knight's Order and 1 guard knight from each member of the Archducal family. And along the left were Norbert and Riarda, the 2 managers of the castle's attendants, plus the Archducal couple's scholar officials. I looked around at everyone gathered, noting that their eyes were all drawn to Viscount Joisenstock. I gave Sylvester a nod. At your orders, Ehrenfest, I have arrived. Good work, Bonifacius, Sylvester replied. I looked toward Ferdinand. Before the interrogation begins, allow me to ask, is Rosemine well? Her life is no longer in danger, but I think it best that we refrain from discussing any details until the room has been cleared. There is no need for us to share undue information with the criminal. Ferdinand made it sound as though he were referring to Viscount Joycenstock, but his eyes made it clear that he was actually suggesting someone gathered here might be involved with the criminal. Sensing that, I had no choice but to postpone asking about Rosemine. Now then, Bonifacius, tell us what happened after you rushed out of the Grand Hall, Sylvester said, and so began the interrogation. I explained what had happened after I exited the Grand Hall, detailing how I had arrived at the battle before the other reinforcements due to my enhancements, crushed the skull of an enemy with a single punch, rescued Rosemine, captured the servant, and then followed a rot to where Angelica had captured Viscount Joycenstock. The servant appears to have only been following orders given to him by a black-clad noble. He knows only that he was to take a bag to a crestless carriage nearest to where he and the other servants work. There were indeed such carriages located there, just as Lord Bonifacius says, confirmed the knights who had observed the nobles going home. Crestless carriages were for transporting attendants and servants. There were particular marks left on them so that servants could still identify which carriage was theirs, but these marks were decided on an individual level, so outsider nobles wouldn't be able to identify them. But once all the nobles in the Grand Hall were gone, only Joycenstock's crested carriages, and those carriages where that crest remained, one knight continued. We expect that he brought the black-clad attackers along with his attendants and servants. However, one of these crestless carriages was far removed from the others, another added. Even if he had successfully kidnapped Lady Rosemine, it would have been quite noticeable. The knights all spoke as though Joycenstock's guilt was already confirmed. That was understandable given that he had been the only noble absent out of all those in the Grand Hall. The Viscount, however, was shaking his head hard with tears in his eyes, unable to speak due to his gag, but nonetheless trying to protest their claims. There was no denying that Joycenstock was guilty of a kidnapping, but something about his desperations caught my attention. I looked at Sylvester. He seemed to share my confusion and waved a hand to silence the knights. Wait, I would like to hear Viscount Joycenstock's perspective as well. No sooner was his gag removed than Joycenstock frantically cried out, Ah, Baron Best, I have but one crested carriage and two crestless carriages. I know nothing about the carriage that was far removed from the others. Furthermore, I did not kidnap Lady Rosemine. Is it not true that I only kidnapped Lady Charlotte? Viscount Joycenstock was adamant that he was not involved in Rosemine's kidnapping whatsoever. In fact, he was so desperate to make that point that he spoke openly about everything he had actually done. Thoughts, Angelica? It's true, Viscount Joycenstock kidnapped Lady Charlotte, not Lady Rosemine. After he tossed her away, he escaped to the east, putting him a considerable distance away from the south where Lady Rosemine was rescued. I believe it is unreasonable to say that he is responsible for both. A buzz ran through the room at Angelica's words, and Sylvester's expression hardened. In other words, there is another criminal among the nobility. I suppose it would technically be possible that he turned south after fleeing to the east, captured Lady Rosemine's high beast, forced her to drink the potion, handed her over to the servant, then immediately fled back east to the management building. Angelica stated with a serious expression, but everyone there knew this was something no normal human would be capable of. I thought back to where Viscount Joycenstock had been captured. It certainly was far away from where Cornelius had descended into the forest. Given how difficult it was to use a high beast with so many trees blocking its wings, it was impossible for Viscount Joycenstock to have committed both kidnappings. Perhaps I would have just barely been able to pull off something like that, assuming I used my enhancements to their maximum ability and sprinted at full speed. But it was flat out impossible for Viscount Joycenstock. Were he capable of that level of enhancement, he never would have been captured by Angelica. Viscount Joycenstock, who did you work with? Sylvester asked, lightly drumming his fingers against his desk as he turned his gaze from Angelica to him. I worked alone, the Viscount replied. Considering the risk of someone else leaking the plan, I deemed that more reliable. But why is the question. So he said, but it was clear that he had been manipulated into doing this by someone else. Viscount Joycenstock simply did not have it in him to think up and execute such a large-scale plan. In that case, Viscount Joycenstock, explain in detail all that you have done. The account that Joycenstock proceeded to give was ridiculous enough to induce a room-wide headache. His thoughts were so foolish that even I, as someone who was not really known for thinking things through, found myself at a complete loss for words. It was no wonder that Ferdinand, a person who actually specialized in concocting detailed plots whenever he wanted something done, had frozen in place with his hands pressed against his temples. To summarize, Viscount Joycenstock had planned to kidnap one of the Archduke's children and hide them in the management building he had discovered in the forest during the hunting tournament. After capturing Wilfried or Charlotte, he would have told Rosemine about the building and joined her in rescuing them to earn her favor. In the case that he kidnapped Rosemine himself, he would have arrived to free her before anyone else, thereby earning her gratitude. It was unbelievable. How did he intend to tell Rosamund where they were when he hasn't even been permitted to speak to her? And if she herself were kidnapped, I obviously would have arrived to rescue her before anyone else. What an idiot. He had used black-clad devouring servants to stall the guard knights, assuming that his involvement would go entirely undetected, as he had hidden them in crestless carriages and planned to blow them up once he had escaped. It was a thoughtless, dead-end plan filled with more holes than I could count. On top of that, this fool spent very little time in the nobles' quarter, so he hadn't known that Rosamund's high beast could fly through the air. Her chasing after him was something that he hadn't even considered, so he threw Charlotte aside and fled in an attempt to avoid getting caught. But Angelica was able to apprehend him, another thing he hadn't predicted at all. In the end, Joyce and Stock really hadn't thought that Rosamund would love her adopted sister enough to risk her life trying to rescue her, given that the two had only just met during the baptism ceremony. My head ached as he described how the basic premise of his plot had been turned upside down. He had been stupid and reckless beyond words. With an imbecile like this rampaging about, the man who had kidnapped Rosamund must have had an easy time hiding his momentary involvement. Alvara let out a thoroughly exasperated sigh. Rosamund is a saint of Aaron Vest, a compassionate young woman who shows kindness even to orphans. Did you not know that despite proclaiming to be her family, Lady Rosamund is daughter of my little sister Rosemary, which makes her my Nope, you are mistaken, Viscount Joycenstock, Alvara interrupted with an icy cold smile, her near black eyes trained on him in a quiet stare. You are not her family. Rosamund is my daughter. I attended her baptism ceremony as her mother, and she respects me as such. Newborns were only recognized as noble children at their baptism ceremony, and those who interacted with them during it were firmly established as their mother and father. It wasn't rare for an especially skilled and mana-rich child of a concubine to be baptized as a child of a first wife, for example, but the lack of a blood relation meant that it was rare for them to develop a positive relationship. I am truly glad that Rosamund was born with no connection to you whatsoever. It would simply be too sad for her to be related to someone who kidnaps and poisons her despite believing himself to be her uncle, Alvara remarked. She has no need for self-proclaimed family members who do nothing but harm her. Surely you can understand how I feel as her mother. I could see the deep frustration lurking beneath Alvara's composed smile as she firmly cut all remaining ties with Rosemary's side of the family. Now that she had a just cause, she would no doubt eliminate them without mercy. Alvara had long suffered due to Karstad's third wife. I knew this for a fact since he had often come to me to discuss matters while Karstad was away. Of course, I also had no intention of showing mercy to those who endangered my cute granddaughter's life. I was barely able to hold back from crushing the man's skull to bits as we spoke. The sooner he was dead, the better. Given that you poisoned the adopted daughter of the Archduke, I imagine you will be executed post-haste, Alvara continued. I did not poison her, Lady Alvara. Why would I ever bring harm to Lady Rosamund? She is my niece. She is nothing to you. Furthermore, regardless of whether or not you harmed Rosamund, you attacked the castle and brought harm to Lady Charlotte, did you not? Yeah, even taking Rosamund out of the equation, you still went after Lady Charlotte, which is the Archduke's daughter. You still did that. The Viscount hung his head. His crimes were clear enough that having him executed was simply a matter of course. But we still did not know which noble had manipulated him from the shadows and harmed Rosamund directly. Karstad, did you confirm the identity of every noble in the Grand Hall after it was sealed, I asked. As the commander of the Knights' Order, he had most likely managed the knights there while I was gone. He gave a serious nod. Yes, everyone was checked, including those who returned from the bathroom. Nobody else was outside. The knights lined up along the wall, all nodded in agreement. The Knights' Order had checked over every noble in the Grand Hall to confirm their alibis. Sylvester fixed Joycenstock with a piercing gaze that made it clear no lies would go undetected. Viscount Joycenstock, did you consciously work with any co-conspirators? No, my lord, I did not. It was then that Ferdinand slowly began to speak. He had been listening silently up until this point with his finger pressed against his temple. What I am curious about are those who attacked the castle near the northern building. Were they truly your personal soldiers? Lord Ferdinand, may I request permission to speak, came a voice. It was Daniel, one of Lady Rosamund's guard knights, looking up with steeled resolve. It was rare for lay knights to even ask for permission to speak in a meeting like this, but Ferdinand immediately allowed it. There is no doubt in my mind that they were Count Bindewald's personal soldiers. What? Excuse me? I thought Count Bindewald was... Wasn't Count Bindewald imprisoned? How did they get out? Daniel explained, I checked their rings in the middle of the battle, and while my word alone may not be enough, they are the same ones I saw at the temple. Count Bindewald was the criminal archnoble from Ehrenbach who had used forged documents from Veronica to enter the city without the Archduke's permission. He then attacked the Archduke's secretly adopted daughter Rosamund and his half-brother Ferdinand. A stir ran from the room. Count Bindewald's? Surely you must be joking, a knight murmured, bemused. He is not, Karsus said, speaking up in support. Daniel has served as Rosamund's guard knight since before her baptism. He was there when Count Bindewald attempted to kidnap her. Ferdinand nodded. Did anyone else notice the rings? Some of the guard knights who had participated in the brawl did notice the rings on the black-clad attackers, but none had recognized noticed the crest. What's more, according to the knights who had gathered evidence at the scene of the crime, no rings had survived the explosions. The observation of a single lay noble in the heat of battle was barely strong evidence, but it seemed to be enough for Ferdinand. Viscount Joinstock, where did you get those soldiers? Why were they in your possession? Given their rings, they should belong to Count Bindewald. I have no idea. Guy Gerlach gave them to me some time ago, saying that he no longer had a need for them. That's all. I had no idea they were connected to a criminal from another duchy. Viscount Joisenstock's eyes were wide open in shock. He truly had just been a puppet manipulated into this. If we wanted any more worthwhile information from him, there was not much more we could do other than investigate his memories directly. That is enough. We are done here. As you laid your hands on a member of the archducal family, at least either Charlotte or Rosamund, depending on who did what. Your execution will not be up for debate, Sylvester said. He gestured for Viscount Joinstock to be taken away, and two knights stepped forward at once to remove him. Summon Guy Gerlach to me tomorrow. Yes, sir. Guy Gerlach oversaw a province located next to that of Count Leisgang, the house province of my wife. I knew through her that the Gerlachs and the Leigangs had been embroiled in an intense conflict for many years. I dug through my memory searching for any other worthwhile information. Now that I think about it, I remember my wife mentioned that Guy Gerlach's wife had invited Georgine to a tea party. Oh, here we go. Guy Gerlach was summoned for questioning the next day. Unlike the night before, there were considerably fewer people in the room. The archducal couple, Ferdinand, Karstedt, myself, and 5 higher-ups in the Knight's Order. Now then, Guy Gerlach, I have a question for you. Yes, my lord, Guy Gerlach replied. While he seemed confident and at ease, I could see his slightly soft belly tremble slightly. He was no well-trained knight. He's a good height, though. He could be quite the fighter if only he trained a little. Good grief. What a waste of good youth. Take inspiration from my abs, young man. As I placed a hand on my well-trained abs, considering whether the scholars needed to participate in my training as well, Guy Gerlach blinked as though he didn't at all understand why he had been summoned. Why were you in possession of Count Bindewald's soldiers? Sylvester asked. I do not recall having ownership of any such things. You are aware of the attack near the northern building last night, correct? The soldiers used once belonged to Count Bindewald. May I ask what that has to do with me? The Viscount asked, crossing his arms with a peaceful smile as though he to say he didn't understand the line of questioning at all. He intended to play dumb for as long as possible. Sylvester returned a smile of his own. We captured the criminal responsible for the attack, and he said that he received the soldiers from you, Guy Gerlach. It's only natural that I would call you over to be questioned, and I do believe that your province is on good terms with Count Bindewald, is it not? Oh ho, did he now? I must say that I am quite the victim here, Guy Gerlach replied, blinking dramatically. He then shook his head, looking around the room for sympathy. It is true that I was on good terms with Count Bindewald and received soldiers from him, but at no point did I own them myself. Oh? Continue. As you wish. At the time, Count Bindewald had supposedly been permitted to enter the city, but it would have been improper for him to bring so many soldiers, so he decided to leave them in my province before his departure. He then committed a crime, as you know, and was imprisoned. Those related to him in Ehrenbach must have been punished somehow, so they stopped contacting me entirely. And feeding and housing his soldiers was a strain on my expenses, but I could not simply cancel their contracts while Count Bindewald still lived. And so I offered them to Viscount Joisenstock, informing him that they would still be fine servants, even if their contracts limited their value. I did not even consider that he would use them to cause trouble within the castle. Ah, this man is a culprit as well. A thought struck me out of nowhere. I couldn't explain why, but my gut was telling me he was guilty. Beneath his peaceful-looking smile was something more malicious, a nasty smugness that filled me with extreme disgust. I could have alleviated that feeling by beating his head in, but I had spent my entire life being warned again and again not to act purely on instinct. It was important to first have some justification that would be deemed acceptable by noble society. It is true that I gave Viscount Joinstock the soldiers, but I had nothing to do with this incident. As the Knight's Order has confirmed, I was in the Grand Hall. I knew nothing of the plan, nor that it would be executed last night, Gerlach said confidently. The Knights had indeed verified that he was present in the Grand Hall during the attack. There was no doubting that he had caused trouble by giving the black-clad soldiers away, but that alone wasn't enough to accuse him of directly harming the Archduke's children. An infuriating arrogance burned in Guy Gerlach's eyes as if the matter was already settled. Everyone here surely had a bad feeling about him, but his alibi was genuine, so nobody here could challenge him further. I knew he was the criminal, but how could I prove it? I desperately tried to figure out how he could have been responsible for Rosemind's poisoning without compromising his alibi. Thinking like this wasn't normally my job, but there had to have been some way for him to do it. What would I have done if I weren't capable of enhancing magic? I crossed my arms, trying to consider as much as possible the Grand Hall being sealed, the Viscount's alibi, when I had saved Rosemind, where Cornelius had initially entered the forest. In the meantime, the interrogation continued as I thought. Guy Gerlach, was Viscount Joinstock the only person you gave Count Bindewald's soldiers to? Ferdinand asked. The Guy replied with an immediate nod. Yes, he's the only one. So you no longer have any of his soldiers, Ferdinand continued, deeply furrowing his brow. Of course, I no longer have any of the Count's soldiers in my possession, he replied, his smile broadening and his eyes gleaming with a notable nastiness. Ferdinand gave a thin smile in return. That will do, Sylvester interjected. He then jutted his chin toward the door. You may leave, he said to Guy Gerlach. The Guy gave a humble bow and then exited. Only once the door was completely shut did I turn to Sylvester. Ob Ehrenfest said, my eyes fitting to the tapestry behind him. Though it was the Mana Replenishment Hall, I was trying to signal that I wanted to discuss something with him that could only be known to members of the Archducal family. Sylvester noticed my gesture and stood up with a small nod. I'm going to enter the Mana Replenishment Hall with the Bonifacius. Karstead, guard the office in my absence. Everyone else, please wait until we return. And so Sylvester and I entered the Mana Replenishment Hall. The face-stone connecting the divine color of the gods turned in the midst of the pure white room. The moment we were inside, Sylvester dropped his solemn Archduke expression and allowed his exhaustion to show on his face. I too dropped my formal airs, relaxing my shoulders. What have you got for me, Uncle? You said that the Grand Hall was sealed, yes? Was the entire hall sealed? Sylvester, probably remembering Guy Gerlach's attitude from earlier, gave a frustrated nod. Yeah, the Knight's order sealed off the entire hall. What are you getting at here? He asked, knitting his brow. There was a mix of emotions in his dark green eyes. Annoyance at being doubted, but also hope at the thought that I might have noticed something important, including the passages for servants and the secret exit known only to archdukes and their successors. Sylvester widened his eyes with shock, then looked up slightly as he tried to recall exactly what had transpired in the Grand Hall. The servants' passageways were sealed off, so I remember, but not the secret exit. Secret exits were generally only known to the Archduke. There were such critical escape routes that not even the Knight's Order was informed of their existence. As such, it was hard to imagine that any guards would have been posted on either side of the passageway to the Grand Hall. While they had been ordered to secure it, they couldn't seal off something that was unknown to them. I found Rosemine around the area of the forest frequented by servants, but Cornelius had descended before me and found the face-stone for her high beast much further away. If we operate under the assumption Guy Gerlach handed Rosemine to the servants and then had them leave by horse, he must have at one point been around when Cornelius descended. Once I explained precisely when Cornelius had entered the forest, a look of complete disbelief arose on Sylvester's face. I continued, there are ancient memories, so I cannot be too sure of them, but my father once told me there is a passageway leading from the Grand Hall to that area of the forest. Is this true? It is, but isn't that passageway supposed to be known only to archdukes? Sylvester asked with a frown, admitting its existence while giving me a look that demanded an explanation. I'm a bit older than your father, remember? I too received a full archduke's education. It had happened back when my little brother, Sylvester's father, who would later become the Archduke, was still young. My father, the reigning Archduke, had become critically ill, and while he did eventually recover after a hard-fought battle, I received a full Archduke's education to preserve the line of succession in the case that he died before my little brother came of age. Is there any chance that Georgine leaked the information to the Viscount? This is only a gut feeling, but it certainly could have happened. It's impossible. Georgine knowing the existence of the passageway? Do you not remember how much she agonized over losing the archducal seat because of me? Sylvester asked, his confusion clear on his face. It was then that I realized his understanding of the situation wasn't quite the same as everyone else's. Sylvester seemed to think that Georgine had been married to another duchy instead of becoming the archduchess, most like many unremarkable members of the archducal family were. But to those who knew her from birth, she was a highly skilled woman who had been trained to take the archducal seat from the very beginning. Georgine had only been wed to another duchy because she was so obsessed with becoming the next archduchess that the archducal couple at the time determined she would never work well with Sylvester and so sent her to Ehrenbach. At the time, they had hoped she would support Sylvester and use her abilities for the sake of Ehrenfest just as I had done for my little brother. It It was likely the previous archducal couple had such naive hopes because I hadn't much cared about taking the seat, despite having received an archduke's education myself. Sylvester, you knew Georgine for only a few years after you were moved to the northern building, but before you were baptized, she received an archduke's education right up until she came of age. It is safe to say that everything you know she knows too. Sylvester squeezed his eyes shut, then nodded. Do you have any proof that Georgine was involved? Or Guy Gerlach? If so, I can. As I said, this is only a gut feeling. I am certain he's involved, though. I'd recommend discussing this with Ferdinand. Have him scrounge up some evidence or lay out some trap of sorts. I'm not good at this kind of detailed work. My expertise only reaches as far as identifying enemies and crushing them. But rest assured, once you give me permission, his skull will be in pieces. Come on, that's not making it easy for me. But I have to admit, Uncle, your animal instincts are always too on the money to me to ignore. I'll assume that Guy Gerlach is indeed the culprit and have Ferdinand investigate him. He'll probably complain about the extra work, but Sylvester trailed off, stroking his chin with a frown as he started to work things through in his head. Good. It's best to leave the thinking to Ferdinand. This isn't something that either of us should be taking into our own hands, obviously. If Sylvester made any moves, our enemies would figure everything out in an instant. It was best to leave this kind of work to Ferdinand and his pet scholars. That said, now you can safely refuse Georgine's visit, I continued. Wilfried invited her back, but he's now being punished, and the soldiers who rampaged in the castle belong to an Ehrenbach noble. We have plenty of reasons to refuse her return on the grounds of security. Should buy us a few years, don't you think? You're right, I need to turn her down and buy us enough time to get Ehrenfest back on its feet. Sylvester needed to close the border to Ehrenbach nobles, who had now repeatedly exposed the archducal family to danger. He would then use that time to strengthen his retainers in Florencia's faction, all while weakening the lingering Veronica faction. This is what it means to be the Archduke. Do your job. I'll beat some sense into the Archducal's family's guard knights and do what I can to strengthen the Knights Order. Thank you, Uncle. Sylvester's eyes gleamed as he looked toward the future. I exited the minor replenishment chamber with newfound motivation, but when Ferdinand told me that the poison would put Rosamund to sleep for at least a year, I barely resisted the urge to chase Guy Gerlach down and smash his face into a wall. You'll let me hit him at least once out of anger for denying me a year's worth of time with my granddaughter, right? I asked with a completely serious expression. Sylvester's eyebrows shot up in anger. If you want permission for that, come to me with evidence. Your instincts aren't enough. Until you've done that, then no. It's beyond obvious to me that he's a culprit, but I suppose real life isn't always that simple. In the end, it took not 1 year for Rosamund to awaken, but nearly 2. I had been denied entry to the temple despite wanting to check up on her, and so I repeatedly sent ordinances to Ferdinand requesting updates, venting my worry and unease by training the Archducal family's guard knights as mercilessly as I could. Okay. I'm going to end this up here, and I'll see y'all next time. Okay. I'm going to try to finish this today. Wish me luck. It's already past 10 o'clock. I tried to go, and I'm going back to sleep. And I need to let it away, but whatever. I'll do that later. Let me actually just... In place of my older sister. This meeting right after breakfast, Father, Mother, and Uncle Ferdinand visited the northern building. I was called to my older brother's room as well, where I was told the details of last night's attack. They had caught one of the culprits, but it was likely that even more people were involved behind the scenes. My older sister Rosamund had almost died after being poisoned, and to dissolve her hardened mana, she would need to use a potion called a Jureve and sleep for over a year. Well, actually 2 years, but whatever. My older sister, who had used her own guard knight to save me, putting her own safety on the line. I started to sob, only for my uncle to scold me for wasting my strength. There is no use crying when you could be working to repay her, he said, with a stern expression. Crying is easy, and to be frank, it is a waste. Jeez, Ferdinand, you could have said it a different way. To be actually nice. Jeez. I would much rather you dedicate your time and energy to filling the hole created by Rosamund's absence. Because, as far as they know, they don't know how long she's going to be in that thing. It could be days, months, or days, weeks, months, seasons, or even years. Father warned Uncle Ferdinand that he was being too harsh, while Mother told me that Rosamund would certainly not be happy to know that she was the reason I was for my tears. Yeah, she wouldn't be happy to find out you were crying because of her. I dried my eyes and looked up, at which point Uncle Ferdinand asked Wilfried and me to lead the winter playroom in Rosamund's place. If he wants me to repay her, Then I'll do everything I can to take on her duties while she's gone. You're not be able to take on much. As for the upcoming spring prayer, I would like to request Wilfried to sit... What? Assistance, for Uncle Ferdinand continued. He performed mana replenishment during the Archduke Conference, and Charlotte cannot help due to her inexperience controlling mana. This is no laughing matter. I was being removed from spring prayer. Why after stealing my resolve to repay Rosemine? What else could I do now that I was being denied my best opportunity to repay her? Girl, you just had your baptism, I think yesterday, if this is right after the attack. You have not really done much when it comes to using mana, so there's no way you would do anything for spring prayer. Or be able to do anything for spring prayer. At least Wilfried has some idea of what to do since he helped with mana replenishment. So yeah, Uncle Ferdinand's right on this. Uncle, I can help. If all I need to do is get used to controlling mana, then I can practice during the winter just as Wilfried practiced during the Archduke Conference. I too am a child of the Archduke. Please allow me to do what I can to make up for the for the absence of my sister, who was only poisoned because of what she did for my sake. My teachers had all said that I was more skilled than Wilfried, given how often he ran from his studies. By working hard, I could surely make up for Rosemine's absence. This is what I'm saying here. Rosemine and Charlotte. Controlling mana is not easy, Father said. Learning will be a painful, arduous process. If that's fine with you, then do as you wish. Being able to control mana and see with your own eyes what Rosemine has been doing will surely be good for your growth. Yes, Father. I'll go to spring prayer too, Wilfried declared to Uncle Ferdinand with tightly clenched fists. I can't just let Rosemine keep saving me without helping her in return. Yeah, I mean, she saved you from being freaking not only disinherited, but probably that twice, or executed. I stared at my brother, my eyes wide with surprise. This was not the Wilfried I knew, the Wilfried who was kind but lazy. Very well, you two. Practice controlling your mana by pouring it into the foundational magic over the winter. You will be supported by Bonifacius and the Archducal couple. Ferdinand, Father began with a grimace, but my uncle simply grinned and gave him a diligent bow. May you assign them their duties for spring prayer, Av Ehrenfest. After asking Father to take care of our mana practice and assign us to our duties for spring prayer, Uncle Ferdinand gave both Wilfried and me letters. These are from Rosemine, he said. Written in them are schedules and plans for the winter playroom. I do not expect you to lead it as well as Rosemine did, but please do what you can. Right. And so came our first goal, leading the winter playroom. I hugged Rosemine's letter to my chest as I headed back there with Wilfried. To make what was written a reality, my brother and I needed to work together. Uncle Ferdinand had said that he would be sending Rosemine's head attendant and guard knights to the playroom, but her personnel were returning to the temple. So he's sending Daniel, Bridget, and Fran to the playroom. Okay. He wanted us to use our own personnel well, and to take in the advice of those around us as we progressed. Uncle said he didn't think we could lead the playroom as well as Rosemine. But she managed to do it when she was my age. I'll show him that I can do just as good a job. It doesn't matter the age. She was younger than Wilfried, and she still did it better than him. Good morning, everyone. Since I had been told to get help from as many people as possible, I called over all of Rosemine's guard knights in attendance to show them the letters, starting with her teacher, Moritz. The letters described having students of the Royal Academy gather information on duchies and take extensive notes during lectures to abet the creation of study guides. They will be rewarded with their work depending on the quality of the information and how detailed their notes were. What will they be receiving as payment exactly? One of the guard knights asked. Money, though I do not understand where Lady Rosemine's comes from. Cornelius answered. What are your budgets, Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte? Do they come from your head attendants, or would we need to speak with Op Ehrenfest? I moved to explain my budget to Rosemine's apprentice guard knights. Before I could, another guard knight waved his hand in the air. Lady Rosemine's budget is handled by her guardian, Lord Ferdinand, as she often traveled between the castle and temple, he explained. She will determine the value of the information, so I think we should start by paying a small fee to all those who are provided any. Lady Rosemine can then pay in full when she awakens. I see. In that case, I would like for you and Bridget to manage the information and handle the payments. Daniel, I'll get the students at the Royal Academy to begin gathering the information and making their study guides. Rosamund's guard knights swiftly distributed the work between themselves, but for some reason, Angelica, who had shown such splendid initiative when rescuing me, seemed to be keeping her distance from the conversation. Can we expect the help of Lord Wilfried's and your retainers at the Royal Academy, Lady Charlotte? Cornelius asked. Why, of course. Oh, and Nesta, I guess, is one of her attendants, or retainers. Ernesta, I trust you to help them. You may count on me, Lady Charlotte. Wilfried's and my apprentice guard knights gave a firm nod as well, agreeing to fulfill Cornelius' request. Lady Charlotte, I do believe that Cornelius and the others will handle the Royal Academy business just fine. What instructions did Lady Rosamund have regarding the winter playroom, Rosamund's head attendant? Oh, no, Riarda. So Riarda, never mind. I thought it was Fran. No, that's the temple head attendant. Okay. Riarda asked. I knew her well, since she had previously served as father's head attendant, so I could show her the letter without worry. It said to continue having the children read and write based on their individual abilities, since new picture books were coming soon to increase the number of digits in their multiplication and division exercises, and to recover the picture books and toys lent out the previous year before going through the rental process again. Professor Moritz, will we be able to accomplish what Rosamund did last year? I asked. I will ensure that we do, he said, with a deliberate nod. Last year, Lady Rosamund handled the children with expert dexterity and motivated them to study through various means. I myself am a professor here, a teacher. I will use Lady Rosamund's methods as a reference to make it through the winter. Yeah, I'll help make up for Rosamund's absence too, Wilfried declared, having experienced last year's winter playroom firsthand. Riarda fell into thought, then raised a hand to swiftly interrupt the discussion. I hate to say this when we're all so motivated, but once everyone has greeted Lady Charlotte, it would be best to explain Lady Rosamund's absence. Simply state our plans for the playroom this year, and then conclude things for today. Oh my, but why? I asked. I can do as the letter says just fine. Everything requires preparations. Lady Rosamund prepared is sweets as a reward for the children who won last year. But could you ask the same of your chefs? Oh yeah, I'm assuming Rosamund's chefs are not going to be there, so yeah. I hadn't planned for that kind of thing at all. As I faltered in surprise, Riarda looked up a little as if recalling what Rosamund had done. Lady Rosamund had her personal musician help with harpsichord practice, selected books for the children to transcribe based on their particular skill levels, organized the children into groups for karate and card tournaments, and prepared sweets and the like to reward the winners. You would be hard-pressed to do the same so abruptly, especially considering that you did not see Lady Rosamund work last year. It would be best if you instead opened today distributing the workloads and preparing for tomorrow. None of what Riarda had explained was mentioned in the letters. That's easy to say, but we still don't know what to do, Wilfried interjected. Do you, Riarda? Oh yes, Wilfried, my boy, I certainly do. At Riarda's direction, Professor Moritz prepared tests to measure the abilities of those in the playroom while we organized the workloads of our personal musicians and the like. Wilfried's guard knights would work alongside the Knights Order to start training the children. As I watched the others busily moving about, I received my first greeting from the children. I had been informed ahead of time which ones had tricked Wilfried during the autumn hunting tournament, and I needed to memorize their faces well. One of the challenges awaiting me this winter was carefully choosing how I interacted with them. Lady Charlotte, I was told that Lady Rosamund will be resting for a very long time. May I ask just how long that will be? A lay noble named Feline asked quietly. Oh, Feline. She's sweet. Having been at the end of the line, waiting to greet me, I could sense her worry about my sister in her wavering grass-green eyes. I'm truly sorry, but I don't know the exact details either. Lady Rosamund said during the winter playroom last year that she would turn my mother's stories into a book. This year I worked hard and wrote the stories out myself instead of simply speaking them aloud for her to transcribe. I was hoping she would like to see them, Feline explained before sadly lowering her gaze. I know. I was not capable of making a book for her. It was my very first day and I was already failing. My pride and self-confidence had swelled over my years of working hard to be worthy of my status. All the while being told that I was more competent than my brother, but now that assurance was starting to crack. Girl, it'll be okay. Just have your Go and give it to Lord Ferdinand. He can take care of it. Because, I mean, he's where the printing stuff is, so he can have that taken care of. Our challenge began the next day. We started measuring the children's knowledge using the tests that Professor Moritz had diligently written up overnight. Meanwhile, Wilfried relied on memory to put last year's teams back together and set up games with the card and playing cards. And we actually have sweets prepared today. During the games, I was entrusted with looking over the group of newly baptized children. I needed to secure as many wins as I could to establish myself as an unbeatable wall, just as my sister had done the year before. Well, I mean, she was playing it for who knows how long, as long as she made the dang thing. So, I mean, of course she's gonna be better. Unfortunately, my resolve was shattered to pieces in the blink of an eye. The children had practiced cards with their siblings over the year, and they were now so good that I had no chance of winning. In comparison, I had only ever been able to practice during Wilfried's occasional visits, so the children promptly demolished me. As infinitely frustrating as it was, I couldn't simply give up and accept defeat, but as I prepared for a second round, a guard knight named Daniel quietly called out to me. He wished to see my sister's letters so that they could handle the study materials currently being returned. What exactly do you mean when you refer to returning study materials? I asked. Lady Rosamond lent out study materials in exchange for stories for the sake of lay nobles who could not afford them. Yes, the list of borrowers is right here. The list of names that I hadn't understood the purpose of turned out to be those who had borrowed study materials and the stories they had offered. Daniel requested that I summon them all together. I called for the lay nobles to return their study materials, and they promptly gathered with them. In hand, a guard knight named Bridget delicately put the materials into a wooden box, while Daniel marked their names off on the list. As I watched their perfect teamwork, the game of cards that the older children had been playing came to an end. The winners shall now be given sweets, I announced. Yes! Came the excited cries. I've been waiting all year for this. So adorable. With that, I distributed the sweets among the children who had won. They rejoiced and immediately began to devour them, but then their expressions changed. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. For the briefest moment, they looked at their rewards with a frown, then forced a smile back onto their faces and politely commented, "These are delicious." Oh, I get it. Because Rosamond's chefs didn't make them. That's what happened. Okay. I tilted my head in confusion, at which point Wilfried stepped in. Sorry, everyone. Rosamond is sick this year, so her personal chefs aren't here. They won't be the same sweets as last year. It was then that I remembered the sweets I had eaten during our first tea party with Rosamond and understood everything. They were all delicacies I had never eaten before, each one made more delicious than the last. None of my personal chefs were capable of making them. I sadly lowered my eyes, but as the sorrow swept over me, Feline quietly took my hands. There is no need for you to feel so down, Lady Charlotte. The fact that there is a reward at all is more than enough, she said. I don't get to eat sweets often at home, so I'm delighted to be rewarded with them. Oh, she was one of the ones that won? Oh, cool. Smart girl. That's right, Charlotte. My personal chefs wouldn't be able to make any of these sweets either, Wilfried reassured me. Rosamond came up with them herself, so they're special. Her attendants told me all about it. It seems that Rosamond had not only been making picture books, but sweets as well. Will I truly be able to fill the holes that my sister left behind? You could try. Aww. Supper came and went with me having failed to do anything right, and this began my first magic lesson. I registered my mana in Father's office, then entered the mana replenishment hall for the first time. It was a strange room with a massive magic tool, which I will be providing with mana. Now my own, mind you, but mana that was already stored in face stones. Wilfried was going to be supported by Bonifacius while I was being supported by Mother. Place your hand on top of the face stone like us, then visualize your mana flowing deep, deep into it, Mother explained while placing her hand atop mine. I gripped the face stone firmly, determined to succeed this time. I am one who offers prayers and gratitude to the gods who have created this world, Father began. As he prayed, I could feel the mana in the face stone start flowing into me. Having someone else's mana trying to enter me was a gross sensation, so I hurriedly pushed for it to flow out the opposite side of the face stone. It required an immense amount of strength to fight against the flow, and despite trying my best to focus, I could feel my head getting increasingly fuzzy. That's enough, Father said, at which point Mother took the face stone out of my hands. The pressure I had been so desperately resisting went away all at once, allowing a wave of exhaustion to wash over me. I ended up crumpling down to the floor. I didn't have the energy to move at all. But while I was so exhausted that I could barely even move my mouth to speak, Wilfried stood up normally and said, "Whew, glad that's over. You sure seem energetic, Wilfried. He was as exhausted as you the first time he did it, Charlotte. He sure has grown," Father said with a chuckle. Wilfried gave a big nod. "I think I got used to it when we were offering mana every day throughout the spring. Rosamine used her own mana for this, not relying on the face stones. But even then, she was totally fine. She said that she was already used to doing it because of the dedication ritual. She collapses if she so much as runs, sure, but mana replenishment is nothing to her." Wilfried tried to console me by saying I would get used to it, but hearing those words only brought tears to my eyes. "Charlotte, are you okay? Was it so hard that it's making you cry?" "No, Wilfried, it's just never in my wildest dreams did I think I would be so useless. I cannot fill the holes left by Rosamine at all." "You just started doing that, dude. And besides, Rosamine's shoes are, they're very hard for anybody to fill." I had visualized myself doing so much better. Rosamine had fallen into a long sleep because of me, so I at least wanted to do an excellent job of repaying her. I had hoped that I could contribute enough to make her proud of what I had done, but instead I was failing at everything. "Charlotte, don't compare yourself to Rosamine," Father said. "It is her abundance of both knowledge and mana that led to her becoming known as the Saint of Varenfest, one worthy of being adopted by the Archduke. There's no need for you to completely fill the hole she left. Just do what you can and put your all into it. You're doing very well." He tried to console me as well, but I was still frustrated with myself. I had never thought there would be such a huge gap between us, especially considering that she was only 1 year older than me. "Yeah, she's technically 2 years older than you. But whatever. Taking her place during her absence was the only thing I could do to repay her for what she had done, but I just couldn't manage it. My day ended with me feeling miserable and defeated. "Girl, you just started. It'll take time for that." Once the students had departed for the Royal Academy, it was time to focus on the children's studies for real. We needed to alternate between writing and math lessons, schedule different musicians for harpsichord practice, organize groups for cards based on their skill levels, prepare sweets as their rewards, take on the roles of unbeatable rivals to motivate them to grow, and manage the stories that the children brought us. We encountered many problems here as well, but each time one arose, Wilfried and I asked those around us what Rosamine had done. We were doing our best to lead the winter playroom as smoothly as possible. Did Rosamine really do all this on her own? I whispered in semi-disbelief. Professor Moritz sighed and shrugged his shoulders. I do recall Lady Rosamine giving me various suggestions before class started each day, but I never would have guessed that she micromanaged things so carefully. She sometimes participated in the games, but it had seemed to me that she otherwise only ever read books or wrote out stories. It seems that Rosamine had been carefully observing the expressions of the children while writing down the stories for her picture books, and when they grew restless, she would suggest switching over to math. Only now did Professor Moritz realize the importance of doing this. What's more, it was a lot easier to lose track of time when teaching a large group of children compared to a single student. As Wilfried and I spent our days struggling to lead the winter playroom as described, Uncle Ferdinand arrived with a new task for us to complete. He had delivered us each a sizable stack of boards, saying that we needed to memorize them all before spring prayer. You're really going to make them do spring prayer. I don't even know if Charlotte really wants to do it anymore. Or feels like she can do it anymore. There were 3 boards worth of prayers and traditional greetings that we had to learn as a bare minimum. 5 boards we would really want to have memorized, and 2 boards of extra content for us to memorize if we wanted to do exactly what our dedicated sister had done. Seems like Rosamine really memorized all of these, but temple attendants told me about it. Her temple attendants told me all about it. Well, I'm just going to go with these 3 for now. It won't be much, but I won't make any mistakes this time. Or this way. As much as I wanted to say that I would memorize all 10 to better make up for Rosamine's absence, I no longer had the confidence that I could do exactly what she had done. My pride had been shattered to pieces, and so I took only 3 boards just like my brother. "Rosamine sure is incredible, isn't she?" I muttered weakly as I looked over the rows upon rows of densely packed words, constituting all the prayers I needed to learn. "Yep," Wilfried agreed. "Rosamine's incredible. That's why we need to catch up as much as we can while she's asleep." I was genuinely impressed that Wilfried had the motivation to work so hard when his goal was to catch up to Rosamine. My heart had grown dark with thoughts that she was too special and forever beyond my reach, but his sincerity seemed to be shining a bright light on me that chased the shadows away. "I'll catch up to both you and her, Wilfried." We competed with each other to learn as many of the prayers as possible, and even if we couldn't do everything that Rosamine had done, we had gotten a respectable grip on leading the playroom properly by the time spring was around the corner. Goodness, time passes by so quickly, doesn't it? I sighed in relief at our busy winter finally coming to a close, at which point Feline came walking over. Lady Charlotte, will you be lending out and selling study materials this year as well? She asked. Only then did I remember that the planting company had sold learning goods last year. I paled at the realization that I hadn't planned for that at all. How could I forget? It was right there in Rosemine's letter. What do I do? The one who saved me from my floundering was none other than Daniel. He was so skilled when it came to planning and other administrative duties that I genuinely questioned whether he was a scholar instead of a knight. Yeah, he could do both, if he wanted to. After I told him the problem, barely holding back my tears, he instantly sent an ordonnance to Uncle Ferdinand, who then got permission from Father to use the playroom for business, and scheduled for the planting company to visit at the end of winter. Thank you for your help, Daniel. This is nothing compared to being dragged around by Lady Rosemine trying to realize her crazy ideas, he replied with a peaceful smile, and then it hit me. Serving someone special like my sister was so difficult that even the knights had to do the work of scholars to keep up. Of course I can't do exactly what Rosemine does. She's special, one of a kind. Oh, definitely on that one. I had started to make peace with myself when springtime came. For spring prayer, both Wilfried and I would be leaving the city of Ehrenfest for the first time, and traveling across the central district. It would be a journey that instead lasted half a month, which meant we needed to prepare 3 carriages and quite a significant amount of luggage. Our attendants in the castle knew little about religious affairs, so Wilfried was being served by one of Ferdinand's attendants, while I was being served by Fran, one of my sister's temple attendants. It's an honor to serve you, Lady Charlotte. The honor is mine as well, Fran. Would you kindly tell me more about my sister? If you have a question that you wish for me to answer, please do not hesitate to ask. We first headed to Hasse, our carriage rattling along as we went. On the way there, Fran explained what relationship my sister had with the city. She had saved its citizens by negotiating with Uncle Ferdinand after they committed treason, educated them, and overall acted just as one would expect a saint to act. Lady Rosemine despises death, far more than one would ever expect. She persistently searches for resolutions where nobody has to die, and I feel that she often experiences great difficulty as a result. This value she places on human life is the reason she treats even orphans and grey priests such as myself with care and respect, he said, a small proud smile forming on his face. I started to worry a little, wondering whether my own attendants and guard knights admire me so sincerely. I had been taught that nobles needed to use their subordinates well, but it was only upon seeing how respected Rosemine was that I myself wanted to become someone who my retainers look up to. Fran, is there anything that my sister especially likes? I would like to give her a gift when she awakens to thank her for saving me. Books. That's it. Books. Lady Rosemine loves books to such an extent that no other answer comes to mind. All her temple attendants know this, and so we are all working hard to create as many new books for her as possible. When we arrived at Hasse, we were welcomed by its people with an almost manic fervor. To them, this was no normal spring prayer, but a special one that showed the Archduke had forgiven them after an entire year of grueling perseverance. The stage for spring prayer had already been set up. Fran went up first to put the chalice, a divine instrument, into place and lead into the ceremony. Meanwhile, I was changed into ceremonial robes in the carriage with both the white high bishop robes and the spring hair stick that I was due to wear belonging to Rosemine. Incidentally, Wilfried had brought the ceremonial blue robes that had previously been made for Rosemine, albeit with a few minor modifications so they would fit him. We had no other choice, since having underage children performing these ceremonies was usually unheard of, and the only child-sized ceremonial robes available belonged to her. I'm ready. You risk dirtying your robes, Lady Charlotte. Please allow me. As I attempted to descend the carriage steps, Fran picked me up and began walking me to the stage. I had never been carried like this in the castle, and Fran gave a bit of an uncomfortable smile as he saw my eyes widen in surprise. Lady Rosemine walks at an exceptionally leisurely pace, and often comes close to tripping over her robes, so I carry her when we are at farming towns. I understand that this must be unusual and perhaps even unpleasant for you, Lady Charlotte, but please forgive my rudeness. The ground is wet and slippery. Yeah, and you really don't want to get those robes dirty. Fran climbed onto the stage and set me down behind the podium with the divine instrument on it. There were more people gathered before me than all the nobles who had attended my debut, and I could feel their eyes boring holes into me. Their fervent, desperate looks were so intense that I was struck with the urge to simply flee the stage in fear. I was conscious that I was even more nervous than I had been during my baptismal day debut. in part because seeing Rosemine's measuring smiles and hearing her voice had been enough to ease my fears about my performance. Only a single season had passed since then, and yet it already felt like forever ago. What if I fail? Everyone will surely be disappointed that I couldn't do what my sister... You can't do what your sister does in this situation. You don't have near the amount of mana for that. Though I assume that Ferdinand and Wilfried are going to help with this too, because they need to do that. As I anxiously tensed up, the town chiefs who would be receiving the blessings came up onto the stage with large buckets. They all had hopeful looks on their eyes as they approached me, and I could feel my throat drying up. As my mind swam with thoughts of failure, Fran stepped forward and handed me a single face stone dyed a light yellow. Lady Charlotte, this is the face stone you will be using for this blessing. I am told it is filled with Lady Rosemine's mana, he explained. Please deliver her mana to the people she has shown so much concern for. This is something that only you can do. You practiced extensively for this day, correct? Please pray and offer up Lady Rosemine's mana. Only I can deliver my sister's mana to Hasse? Why only her? Why can't Wilfried or Ferdinand do that? Oh, whatever. I had declared that I would fill the void left by my sister, so this was something that I absolutely had to do without fail. After a few deep breaths, I touched the face stone filled with Rosemine's mana against the face stone on the divine instrument. Then I slowly opened my mouth. O goddess of water flew train, bringer of healing and change, O 12 goddesses who serve by her side, the goddess of earth Geduld has been freed from the god of life Eviglade. I pray that you grant to your younger sister the power to birth new life. I forcefully pushed my mana against the face stone so that its mana would flow into the chalice, which made it start glowing a bright yellow. The gathered citizens let out cries of awe and excitement, but I kept my eyes lowered and continued the prayer. I offer to you our joy and songs of glee. I offer to you our prayers and gratitude so that we may be blessed with your purifying protection. I ask that you fill the 1,000 lives upon the wide mortal realm with your divine color. When I was done, Fran deftly took the chalice and poured the glowing green liquid within into the lined-up buckets. I was a little more used to controlling mana than before. Performing my first divine ritual in front of this many people was surprisingly exhausting. In a somewhat embarrassing display, I collapsed into a sitting position on top of the stage, lacking the strength to move. You did excellently, Lady Charlotte. Please take this, a potion for rejuvenating one's mana, as a token of the High Priest's appreciation of your efforts, Fran said, holding out a potion with a smile. Oh, the nasty potion. Oh, how's she going to react to this? I gratefully took the potion and opened it, only to be struck with a painfully foul odor. I instinctively looked up at Fran, wondering whether this was a cruel prank of some kind. No, it's not. It's not. Fran, the potion seems to smell quite horrible. Is this truly for drinking? Lady Rosemine said something similar when she was first given one, but yes, it is indeed a potion for you to drink. The High Priest uses these when he needs to recover Lady Rosemine's health in a shorter period as possible. The smell and taste are both terrible, but it is very effective. I drank the potion, swallowing desperately as I tried to hold back the tears and stop myself from throwing up. The taste was so terrible that my tongue tingled and the tears broke through streaming down my cheeks, but my exhaustion faded in an instant. And I could move again. Even then, though, it wasn't a potion that I wanted to drink again in my life. You might have to. Lady Rosemine used these potions to recover her mana and strength while performing the ceremonies, drinking ones whenever she ran out of mana or energy so that she was ready for the next. Each of her spring prayers and harvest festivals have been similar. If necessary, please do not hesitate to ask for another. The High Priest has given me many potions for this occasion, and spring prayer is far from over. Rosemine performed ceremony after ceremony while drinking these potions. Also, she could offer up her mana for the sake of Ehrenfest. He sounds less like a saint and more like an outright goddess. No longer did I feel any surprise, shock, awe, or envy towards Rosemine. Those feelings had vanished, and all that remained was the urge to worship her. Oh, God. Two marriages. Here we go. So what's going to happen? I assume one of them is going to be Volcancaria. 3 years had somehow passed since I inherited the position of Viscount Ilkner. Okay, so this is when the past. Okay. Since the death of my father and my becoming the Geeb, it was safe to say I had encountered a storm of problems. Bridget had cancelled her engagement in a fury after learning that her former fiancé, Hasse, and his family sought to take my life, forcing us to band together as a family to endure the hardships that followed. The nobles and Ilgners subsequently left our province to move elsewhere, and my little sister had proven unable to find a new partner before graduating from the Royal Academy. The fact that I had needed to escort her to the stage during her graduation ceremony in place of a partner remained a painful memory for us all. Yeah, because from what I remember, apparently if you're supposed to find a partner during the Royal Academy and they're supposed to escort you to the graduation ceremony. And I guess vice versa. After her graduation, Bridget had entered the Knight's Order, diligently working to establish new connections to lessen the abuse Ilgner was suffering as much as possible. She had even agreed to go to the temple in Lower City, which had enabled her to secure a position as the guard knight of Lady Rosamund, the newly adopted daughter of the Archduke. I had tried to stop her out of consideration for her honor, but Bridget was determined to be useful to Ilgner in any way she could, and her efforts had been borne fruit, in that her position as guard knight dramatically lessened the abuse that our province received. We finally had a little room to breathe again. The plan had been to obtain Lady Rosamund's official protection. We expressed our hopes as such, and she gracefully allowed us the opportunity to develop the printing industry before the other provinces. It was the very best we could have hoped for, but it wasn't long after starting that we ran into a string of problems. Visitors from Ehrenfest revealing our shortcomings one after another, and the arrival of high-ranking nobles such as Lord Ferdinand meant that my resolve and pride as a noble, as well as my attitude towards my citizens, was constantly called into question. There were times when I regretted my choice to accept Lady Rosamund's offer. Never had I expected it would demand this much change and place such a heavy burden on my people. But there was no going back now. To further its advance forward, Ilgner needed to continue developing its papermaking industry. "We finished, my lord. Check out these papers," Karya exclaimed one summer afternoon, having burst into my office with a broad smile across her face. Volk followed close behind, regarding me with a polite bow before scolding his overenthusiastic partner. "Oh, so did that happen?" "Karya, you need to be more polite to Geeb Ilgner." "Sorry, I was just a little excited." After her apology, Karya exited the room and returned. It was a remnant of how the Grey Priest had trained the servants in the mansion during their stay last year. With Lady Rosamund currently sleeping in a Jureve for recovery purposes, it seemed that Lord Ferdinand was rebuilding buffing nobles who expressed an interest in the printing and papermaking industry. This would not last forever, though. There would soon be nobles visiting Ilgner to examine our workshops, so it was necessary for the servants in the mansion to know and observe proper etiquette. "So you have finished, Volk?" I asked. "Yes, Geeb Ilgner, we have reached our paper production goal." He held out several sheets of completed paper, wearing an overjoyed smile. As someone who generally masked his emotions with a peaceful, unassuming expression, it was a rare sight to see. "So I guess they hit their goal of how much money they would need to buy from Lady Rosamund to get married." Yay! I took the sheets of paper and took inventory of them based on type. In all honesty, I hadn't expected that they would actually succeed, but Volk and Karya had placed her faith in Lady Rosamund's words and poured their all into their work. Their long days of toiling in the cold river until their hands turned bright red and finally been rewarded, and their bright, satisfied smiles were like two dazzling suns. "So you have. I must soon leave for the Nobles' Quarter to participate in this year's Starbind ceremony. While I am there, I will sell the paper to the planting company and arrange for your purchase, Volk. Geeb Ilgner, if possible, I would much appreciate you taking the time to ask the High Priest how Lady Rosamund is doing." "Certainly." I sent an ordinance to Bridget, asking her to arrange a meeting with Lord Ferdinand, then left for the Nobles' Quarter for a high beast. As I was the only one coming from Ilgner to attend the Starbind ceremony, this method of travel was ideal. The province was far enough away that I wanted to minimize carriage use as much as possible. There was, of course, the matter of transporting the paper, but I simply tied it onto my high beast. It wasn't the most respectable approach by any means, but it achieved the desired results nonetheless. When I arrived at the Nobles' Quarter, my head attendant stationed at my winter mansion greeted me with surprise. "You are here sooner than expected, my lord. Benefits of traveling light and alone." "That's a fair bit of more luggage than I would expect from someone traveling light." While my head attendant looked at me with narrowed eyes, I glanced at the servants taking my luggage inside. "Could you have the boxes taken straight to my office?" I asked. "They're important products for Ilgner." "As you wish. However, my lord, might I ask that you act a little more like a proper noble while you are in the Nobles' Quarter?" "You're right. I shall try." On the day of my meeting with Lord Ferdinand, I departed for the temple in a carriage carrying our precious boxes of paper. My attendants grimaced upon hearing that we would be heading to the temple, but I myself wasn't particularly bothered. I had already heard as much about the place from Volk and Bridget. I had planned my departure such that I would arrive just in time, but even then I was the last to arrive. Already in the High Priest's chambers were Benno and Damien from the planting company, Gil, Rosamund's head attendant, and Lord Ferdinand himself. "Welcome, Geeb Ilgner." Beneath the high priest's watchful eye, I announced the progress Ilgner had made with the paper-making industry and sold the products we had developed. The sale itself went shockingly well. Perhaps this was largely due to us having signed documents regarding the transaction ahead of time. But the establishment of a plant paper guild and a set amount for the taper meant that the merchants did not even attempt to negotiate the price down. Gib Ilgner, I am exceptionally pleased to have purchased such high-quality paper. Benno said, I look forward to doing further business with you. Of course, I feel the same. When Benno had voiced his intention to fix the price of paper with a magic contract, I had quite promptly assumed he was wasting his money on something trivial. But with how smooth our meeting had gone thus far, I had to admit it was mighty convenient. My opinion of doing business with merchants had certainly improved a little. With the transaction complete and the plant and company having exited the office, it was time for me to purchase Volk. Lord Ferdinand confirmed that the money we had earned from the planting company was indeed enough, then signed the contract. And with that, the contract is complete, Lord Ferdinand announced. I must say, though, this has happened much faster than Rosamund predicted. Indeed, Volk took his work very seriously. He believed in Lady Rosamund's assurance that this was possible and poured his all into making paper. I see. Has he adjusted to life in Ilgner? The sudden inquiry made me blink in surprise. As rude as it sounded, I had genuinely never expected Lord Ferdinand to care about the well-being of a Grey Priest. He must have read my expression as he followed up with a dismissive scoff. Rosamund and her attendants were exceptionally concerned about the Grey Priest that had left in Ilgner, he continued. They often expressed their worries about this Volk, and while I personally see no point in fretting about someone who has chosen to follow their own path, not everyone finds that so easy. With that, Lord Ferdinand glanced at Lady Rosamund's nearby servants with a sardonic smile. Among them was Gil, who had made paper in Ilgner with the others. I can understand why he would worry so much about Volk, and his purple eyes implored me to answer. Volk is doing his best to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. He's adjusting to Ilgner's customs as best he can, and with the servants in the mansion learning temple customs from him in turn, I would like to believe we are both influencing each other in a positive direction, I replied to Lord Ferdinand. Gil gave a small sigh of relief, his expression softening now that he knew Volk was well. His reaction brought a smile to my face, reminding me that Volk had expressed concern about those at the temple as well. Lord Ferdinand, might I be permitted to ask whether Lady Rosamund has awoken yet? She shows no signs of awakening, he replied, turning back to me after handing his copy of the contract to an attendant. Why do you ask? I believe she will remain asleep for 1 more year. I noticed that his sharp golden eyes were now closely examining me, and I quickly explained that Volk had been worrying about her. I also thought that he and his partner might like to receive Lady Rosamund's blessing at their marriage ceremony, I added. If such is their desire, they need only wait until she awakens. Whether or not they choose to do so is up to them. Now that Volk is no longer a Grey Priest, they may do as they please, Lord Ferdinand replied. I can imagine that Volk would readily wait however long it took for Lady Rosamund to awaken. But whether Cario could match his patience was another matter entirely. Back when the planting company had departed from Ilgner, I had given Volk a room in my mansion where the single servant stayed. It would have been inconvenient for him to be the only one using the side building, and Lady Rosamund had told me to treat him as much like any other servant as possible. As a result, he went from being one strange guest among many to standing out terribly among the other servants. Volk was a peaceful fellow, and on a good day he would exude and move with even more grace than I could as the Gebe. Though this was in part because I was so accustomed to running around a heavily forested and mountainous province. Nonetheless, his expression serving nobles had instilled into him a certain humility. It did not take long at all for the single women to be drawn to Volk, no doubt attracted to how different he was from the other men in Ilgner. They used all manner of excuses to be near him, putting Karya in such a panic that she was trying to marry him as soon as possible. I imagine they shall marry at the end of autumn. The woman Volk is taking as his wife will not want to wait. I intend to visit Ilgner this autumn to see firsthand the progress of the paper-making industry, Lord Ferdinand explained. I will inform Rosamund of the star-binding and how their relationship is faring when she awakens. You have my thanks, I replied, crossing my arms in front of my chest. Lord Ferdinand paused for a moment as if debating whether or not to continue, then opened his mouth again to speak. Gib Ilgner, this may come as an unwelcome advice, but you are simply too direct and honest. Your virtuousness will only lead you to being easily exploited in noble society. I advise that you learn more about noble methods, whether you enjoy doing so or not. His furrowed brow made him appear displeased, but his tone of voice was more relaxed than anything. There were few people willing to give me such warnings now that I was a Gebe, and so I considered his advice beyond valuable. I shall take your generous advice to heart, my lord. I returned to my winter estate with my copy of the contract and the small amount left over from my purchase. Volk was now a true resident of Ilgner. He would like to work as an educator for the mansion's servants while continuing his operation of the papermaking workshops. I may wish to have him advise me on these matters as well. My behavior was certainly more appropriate in the noble's quarter, but when in Ilgner, I couldn't help but relax. It was likely to be a good idea to have Volk point out whenever I started to slip. Welcome home, brother. Bridget, you're home. Do you not have training today? I returned to my estate to find Bridget, who would normally be in the night storm, sitting around at ease. It had come to my attention that Lord Bonifacius, uncle of the current Archduke and former commander of the Knights Order, was thoroughly training the knights among the Archducal, serving the Archducal family, improving them one by one. His training sessions were known for being excruciatingly intense, such that Bridget had once complained that his knights would be dead in mere moments were there ever an enemy attack right after one. Not at all, Bridget answered. That doesn't mean I've spent the whole day relaxing, though. Lady Alvara invited me to a tea party this morning. More importantly, how did your business go? Lady Rosamund was right. They were able to save up enough money. I just finished buying Volk and getting all that in order. That's good to hear. Now he and Karya can finally be happy together. Should we get them a gift of some kind? I sat down in the chair opposite Bridget and showed her my copy of the contract. A smile crept onto her lips as though it were her own marriage on the horizon, and she began to ponder what she could give them. Karya was her childhood friend, and it was heartwarming to see her so pleased about her finding happiness. While I am, of course, happy for Karya, I'm worried about your own starbonding, I said. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's going to be popping up. Last year, Bridget had attended the starbind ceremony wearing a dress that Lady Rosamund had designed for her. While there, she was approached by none other than Hasse. It was clear that he only wanted Lady Rosamund's support for himself. He hounded her about giving him another chance to restore her honor, stating that none would show interest in a woman who had cancelled an engagement in that past. She could not even rebuke his claims, as it was true that no other man had approached her, but she had managed to endure nonetheless without accepting his hand. It was then that her fellow guard knight Daniel came to her unexpected rescue. He and his friends stood up for Bridget, with Daniel defending her honor by asking for her hand in marriage. There was a considerable gap between their mana capacities, but he had accounted for this by stating that he would grow his by next year's starbind ceremony and request to marry her again. 1 year had passed since then, and with the starbind ceremony fast approaching once again, I was eager to see his progress. Bridget, can I ask what your plans are here? I'm not sure what you mean, she replied, grabbing a nearby cushion and hugging into her chest. She lowered her gaze briefly, then looked up at me with puppy dog eyes. What do you think of Daniel, brother? It seemed that she had fallen for him. She hadn't taken his last proposal seriously, claiming that it was merely to protect her honor, but a lot had apparently changed over the past year. I was glad to see her excited about the prospect of marriage after having given up on it for so long. I thought back to how Daniel had behaved when visiting Ilgner. It was clear that he cared a lot about Bridget, and it was hard to find fault with his considerate personality. He also seemed to take no issue with Ilgner being a country province, and Lady Rosamund had placed much faith in him. He seems like a fine man to me. But what of your mana, I asked. Daniel claimed he would be able to increase his capacity by this coming starbind ceremony, but it's not unlikely that it grew enough for you to marry one another. Daniel was a lay noble, while Bridget was a men noble. Their capacities last year had just barely been close enough for them to bear children, so a marriage certainly wasn't impossible, but the others in her family would no doubt rather she pick a better partner for the sake of her future children. And of course, any outsider would laugh at their union off as ridiculous. It was for precisely these reasons that Daniel was getting teased, as nobody had taken his proposal or anything more than a gracious effort to protect Bridget's honor. No matter how hard a lay noble tried to increase their mana capacity, there was only so much progress they could make. Has his capacity grown since last year, I asked. Yes, by quite a shocking amount. I still have more than him, but we're almost equals now, Bridget replied somewhat shyly, the look on her face making it clear she had already decided to marry him. My eyes widened in surprise. Never had I thought it possible for a lay noble to increase their mana capacity to such an extent. Was he just a late bloomer to begin with? Most people searched for marriage partners in the Royal Academy before their graduation, which meant that those whose capacities developed slightly later on in their lives struggled greatly. As he was now, however, it was possible that Daniel would continue to grow further still. That very well might be the case, given how dramatic his growth has been, but I think the biggest contributing factor is the monocompression method that Lady Rosemine taught him. It works even on adults, though its effectiveness depends on the person. To think the rumors were true. Word of a new compression method invented to grant Ehrenfest more mana had been floating around during last year's winter socializing. Its source was unknown, but with every noble alive wanting to increase their capacity, it had sparked quite a buzz. As of right now, it has only been taught to a select few people: the Archducal couple, the Knight Commander and his family, Lord Ferdinand, the Guard Knights of the Archducal family, excluding those serving Lord Wilfried, a portion of the Knights Order, and Lord Justus. Their plan is to gradually spread the method to others they can trust once Lady Rosemine awakens. As for Daniel, he was taught after explaining it to Lady Rosemine that he wished to marry me. Lady Rosemine teaching Daniel her new compression method was surely a testament to just how much she trusted him. So his marriage to Bridget would no doubt prove beneficial for Ilgner, and with Lady Rosemine being such a deeply compassionate person, as shown through the advice she had so willingly given to Volk, I could imagine she would continue to associate with Bridget even if she quit being her guard knight after getting married. Now that Ilgner was changing so dramatically, we truly needed that continued support. As long as your mana capacities are compatible, I'll leave this decision to you, Bridget. If this will make you happy and you think it will be good for Ilgner, that's enough for me. I approve your marriage with Daniel, both as your brother and as Geeb Ilgner. Bridget's amethyst eyes glimmered with joy as she regarded me with her beaming smile, as gentle as a bouquet of newly picked flowers. Thank you, brother. Speaking of which, Lady Alvara asked me something similar during her tea party. She wanted to know whether I intended to accept Daniel's proposal. It was terribly embarrassing. The party itself was rather small, but the first wife of Ehrenfest herself was in attendance, so she listened as my love life was being dug into. Her lips were pursed, but the fact that her delighted smile still showed through suggested to me that she had quite enjoyed it after all. What did you say? I said that I intend to accept and return to Ilgner with him. You intend to return to Ilgner? I repeated, blinking in surprise. Her response had caught me completely off guard. What, do you not want me to? Is it not the duty of a married woman to start raising children? I want to raise mine in my home province. With neither her nor Daniel being the heads of their respective houses, they could only remain in Ehrenfest by purchasing a home in the nobles' quarter. This would mean having to stay in a cramped house with no guards, rearing their children in a place she had never been before lived, while participating in society as a lay noble. That was why she instead wanted to start a family in the large province of Ilgner, giving their children the same upbringing she had received, running across the open fields and through the mountains, not along the ivory paving of a dense city. What has Daniel said about this? His family doesn't own any land, so I don't think he'll care too much about where we live. He said he liked Ilgner, and Lady Alvara praised my attachment to my hometown, so she said this would be a good opportunity to test his love for me. I see. Bridget was straightforward to a fault. Knowing that canceling her engagement had put Ilgner in perilous waters, she had asked to serve as Lady Rosemine's guard knight, even willing to endure going to the temple and the lower city. She had been desperate to acquire any support she could from the higher classes, and as admirable as that was, being so driven by one's love for their hometown was not proper for a knight. Prioritizing the position of one's province and people was the expected mindset of a landowning noble. Bridget hadn't changed at all, even now that she was serving as a guard knight for the Archducal family. She is not dedicated solely to her charge, and that is the problem here. A sigh escaped me. Lady Alvara had almost certainly expressed support for Bridget's feelings and permitted her to return to Ilgner because she had determined that she was unfit to continue serving as Lady Rosemine's guard knight. And with that settled, Lady Alvara planned to exploit her removal to test Daniel as well, not to see whether he was truly loved Bridget, but to see whether he would remain loyal to Lady Rosemine no matter what happened. Were Daniel not a guard knight serving the Archducal family, it certainly would have been possible for him to move to Ilgner. It was an exceedingly rare opportunity for a lay noble to marry the first little sister of Geeb Ilgner, but he was a knight who had been raised in the nobles' quarter, assigned to his position of guarding Lady Rosemine so that he could atone for a previous failure. It was very unlikely that he was considering this an opportunity to move to Ilgner. In fact, him doing so was unthinkable. Bridget, what will you do if Daniel refuses to move? Would you consider staying in the nobles' quarter and marrying there? Her eyes widened. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. Never. Retiring as a guard knight and living in the noble's quarter won't help Ilgner, and I can't even imagine life as a lay noble. It is thanks to Lady Rosamund's observation that I am able to see what Ilgner lacks. I was able to see my hometown from the perspective of an outsider. I wish to use this opportunity to improve the province while leaving its good parts intact. She truly would do anything for the sake of Ilgner, from visiting the temple in Lower City to even accepting a marriage she personally didn't want. There was no denying she would make the ideal daughter of a landowning noble. She was willing to accept Daniel as her husband despite his lower status as a second son of a lay noble, all so she could remain in her home province. Bridget, I understand now just how deeply you care about Ilkner, but please remember that you are the one choosing to stand so firm on this matter. Do not resent or curse Daniel should he choose the path of a guard knight over a future with you. Brother, what do you mean by that? Bridget demanded, throwing aside the cushion and abruptly jumping to her feet. Daniel is not like we landowning nobles. He was raised in the nobles' quarter and assigned as Lady Rosamund's guard knight to atone for a past mistake, I said quietly, attempting to calm her. With his charge being a member of the archducal family, I cannot imagine he is able to leave her side, though I will of course welcome him with open arms should he ultimately come to Ilgner. She sat back down, shocked into silence, once again pressing a cushion to her chest. Tears started to well up in her eyes as she thought carefully about her situation. But I merely stood up. Even as her older brother, it was not my place to interject on this matter. What she did next was entirely up to her. And so came the night of the Starbind ceremony. Bridget was in the grand hall wearing the same outfit as last year, though it was no longer quite as unique. Many women now had dresses of a similar style, while others wore hair sticks decorated with flowers and ornaments much like Lady Rosamund's. Not everyone had taken such direct inspiration from Bridget, however. Some were dressed in attire that was rare to see in this day and age. This in particular was a rare sight to behold, considering that the ceremony was normally dominated only by whatever was the most popular fashion at the time. The presence of other women wearing similar dresses meant that Bridget wasn't drawing as much attention as last year, but many still watched her with anticipation, eager to see the next chapter in her love life. Wives particularly interested in romantic rumors were eyeing her constantly. As for Daniel, his knight friends were slapping him on the back and jabbing him in the sides with their elbows, going on about how jealous they were and demanding to know how he increased his mana capacity to such an extent. Once Lord Ferdinand had performed the star binding, it was time for the unwed to begin searching for partners. Yet again, the young folks set out, though only a small portion of single men and women ended up crowded with suitors. Everyone else was either focusing on closing the distance between a co-worker they had a crush on or introducing their family to others in preparation for next year. Bridget. Daniel stepped forward, steeling his resolve as a crowd gathered in anticipation of what was about to happen. He knelt down before her and held out the face stone! Here we go! Stunningly radiant purple face stone. Now, is she gonna accept it, or what's gonna happen? My fate crossed yours at the guidance of the king and queen gods who rule the heavens far above, he began, reciting the first lines in the traditional proposal. I feel that I would only continue to grow if you are by my side. I wish for you to be my goddess of light. Oh, that's nice. As everyone watched on with bated breaths, Bridget returned an elated smile, then pressed her lips tightly together. Here we go. Here's the question. Daniel, my light shines only within Ilgner. Will you accompany me there? So if he accepts, then they can get married. If not, then this is going to be over. His eyes widened in shock as he looked up at her, unable to believe his ears. He remained on his knees, wavering slightly as she quietly awaited his answer. The two were completely still, frozen in the moment as though Dragarner, the goddess of time, was playing a trick on them. Each beat that passed felt like an eternity. Daniel, upon seeing the immovable determination in Bridget's gaze, squeezed his eyes shut. He then looked downward, his brow drawn into a painful frown, and slowly shook his head. I cannot go to Ilgner. I am Lady Rosamund's guard knight. I see, Bridget whispered. Tears streamed down her cheeks, landing upon the face stone that was just as amethyst as rock. It is! That would have been nice, but nope. Nope, didn't happen. It is bittersweet, but there remains beauty, even in love that fate has denied, sighed a voice from behind me. I swiftly turned around. Lady Alvara. I took a reflexive step back upon seeing the graceful arch-noble wife before me, regarding me with a calm expression and wearing a hair stick very similar to Lady Rosemine's. When I attempted to kneel, she waved to stop me, placing her hand on her cheek and narrowing her dark brown eyes into a smile. I straightened my back, realizing that she was judging me as a potential enemy. I too wish for Bridget's happiness, Gabe Ilgner, much like Rosamine does. I was truly moved by her determination to return home to Ilgner and the kindness she holds for her people. For the sake of her future happiness, I will find a suitable marriage partner for her, one willing to dedicate themselves to Ilgner's future. Bridget had chosen her home over a life with Daniel in the Noble's Quarter, leaving me with no avenue by which to refuse an offer from an arch-noble like Lady Alvara. But above all else, Ilgner needed Lady Rosemine's support to survive, which meant maintaining a positive relationship with her mother was absolutely necessary. As Gabe Ilgner, I had only one answer I could possibly give. I am honored by your kind consideration and graciously entrust finding a good husband for my little sister to you. Okay, I figured that was gonna happen. So freaking determined to be around Ilgner that this ended the relationship before it could begin. No rest for us. Snow had just started to fall when Gil stopped me on my way out of the workshop, handing me a few items with letters with a dark, clouded expression. He stressed that I needed to be extremely careful with them and that I should only read them in the presence of the people who were in the know. He didn't know to explain what he meant by that. Gil only ever became this emotional over things to do with mine, which was why I always went straight to her place when he gave me letters like these. I raced all the way to the stairs to her home and up to the front door, all the while wondering what they might say. Hey, it's Lutz. Is anyone home? Uh-huh. Oh, wait, is this... I looked at Thule, who had answered the door, and showed her the letters in my bag. Her blue eyes instantly lit up, her braids swishing behind her as she spun around to those inside the house. We have letters, she cried, the excitement clear in her voice. To nobody's surprise, Gunter was the first one to react. He burst out of the bedroom, still wearing his bedclothes and looking a little sleepy. He had probably just gotten into bed for a nap before his night shift. Meanwhile, Effa wiped her hands, having finished up something in the kitchen before coming to join us. Seeing everyone gathered around the kitchen table, Kamya reached out his arms and yet, Up! Up! I waited for Effa to heft him up before spreading out the letters for everyone to read. A letter for me started with, I'm going to use the potion that'll make me healthy, which I think will put me to sleep for about a season. Take care of the workshop and the Gutenbergs for me. It was written in very casual, mind-like tone, and went on to give some more detailed instructions for the Gutenbergs. There was also a letter for her family, which opened with a message addressing them all. I've made a potion that'll make me better, which means I'll finally be a normal girl. I'm going to be asleep for a while, but don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Below it were more personalized notes, one for each of them. Wait a minute, what was the title? No rest for us. Okay. So she's finally going to be healthy, huh? Gunter said. I can hardly believe it, Effa added. What's with this other letter? Thule asked. It's written by Fran, and while I can read the words, I don't really get what they mean. Fran's words were always so rife with noble euphemisms that it was little wonder Thule was struggling. Meanwhile, I studied noble euphemisms in the store, and my recent trip to Ilgner had given me some valuable experience, so I could understand them better than most. I took the letter and started to read it. No way. What is it? Thule asked, her tilting her head quietly. Gunter, in contrast, must have noticed my expression stiffen as he leaped up from his chair with a tense look on his face. What happened to mine? She was attacked by someone in the castle and poisoned, I explained. The high priest thinks she'll survive, but now the potion will put her to sleep for over a year. The letter also asked us to tell Master Benno, but that wasn't important right now. As I sat there in silence, Gunter snatched the letter from my hands. It seemed that he wanted to confirm things for himself, but he couldn't read it either. He slammed it back onto the table, his brow furrowed, then forced out a long sigh as he thumped a fist against his forehead over and over again. He was most likely trying to vent the anger building up inside him. She'll be asleep longer, but her life's not in danger, I tried to reassure him. It could be worse. Thule was starting to look a little concerned. Will mine really be okay? She's a strong girl. She'll be fine. I'm sure she'll be fine, Effa replied, repeating the words with a forced smile. Whenever she was sick and bedridden in the past, I always worried that she wouldn't make it through, but she always did in the end, didn't she? This'll be just like that. All we can do is believe and wait. She'll be just fine. I could tell she wanted to go and check on mine, but that of course wasn't an option. She couldn't even ask for updates. It made perfect sense that she was overcome with worry. Camille looked fearful as well, but didn't understand why everyone was wearing such grim expressions. Our eyes met, and he reached an uncertain hand towards me. Oh! He knows his name, and he wants the toy. Let's. Toy? Sorry, Camille, I don't have any toys for you today. Your big sister's sick in bed and can't make any new ones right now, I said, giving him a pat on the head. I folded up my letter, put it back in my bag to show Master Benno tomorrow, then turned to the others still gathered around the table. I'll ask Gil for more details when I see him next. That's all I can do, but you're doing more than we could ever ask for, Effa said, cutting me off. You should head on home. It's getting late. And here, as thanks. I accepted a pork sausage from her and then left mines, running down the stairs through the plaza with the well and up the stairs to my house. Welcome home, Lutz. You're back late today. Yeah. Hey, had to drop by mines for something. Here, this is from Mrs. Effa. I handed over the sausage I had just been given, which Mom took with a small smile. It's been whole year since mine died, but you still call it Mine's place. Weird that, ain't it? Old habits die hard. It'll take some time to adjust. Anyway, I'm hungry. Boil that sausage for me if there's no food left. I saved some for you, but don't worry. Go put your stuff away, Mom said, chuckling at my awkward attempt to change the subject. But what else could I have done? The words had come out of my mouth without even realizing it. I went into the bedroom. It was cramped and uncomfortable since 4 growing boys had to share it. The one sliver of good news was that Zasha had found somewhere to... Ooh, he found someone to marry! Ooh, that's good! Which meant that he would soon be leaving to live in his own home. That was the only thing keeping me going. That said, I've got enough money that I could leave right now if I wanted to. I had enough saved up that I could rent a room of my own and even hire a servant to handle chores for me. In fact, I could even rent a bigger place for my whole family to move into. But doing that would make it harder to deliver letters to Mine's family, and since I was a Laharo, I would be moving into Master Benno's place when I turned 10 or anyway. I was going to stick with my family until then, and that resolve had only grown stronger after seeing mine be ripped away from hers. After setting my bag down, I headed to the table for supper. Ralph gave me an annoyed look the moment I sat down. He had already eaten, but was staying seated solely to complain at me. I already knew what he was going to say. You went to Tuli's again, didn't you? Yeah, because I had to deliver something from the workshop, I answered casually, pulling a bowl of soup in front of me and starting to eat. Ralph had been grumbling about my relationship with Tuli a lot lately. He looked at me like he had more to say, then started rapping the table with frustration. It was honestly pretty annoying. I just wanted to enjoy my meal. You know, Ralph, if you care that much, why don't you just go ask her to hang out? It ain't that frickin' easy. Tuli had turned 10 and signed a contract to be a Laharo for the Guild. Oh, she did! Okay. For the Gilberta Company. She was a rising star, having moved up shockingly high in the world for someone born in the poor side of the city. In other words, she was such a beauty that nobody else here could even hope to compare. More than enough boys had their sights set on her now that they were turning 10 and thinking about the future, Ralph included. Even when I asked to hang out with her in the forest on Earth Day, she just turns me down most of the time, he continued. Ralph had fallen head over heels for Tuli. She was getting better at sewing and becoming prettier by the day, not to mention she actually kept herself clean. He probably wanted to use his position as her childhood friend to stay close to her, but they had to work every day except Earth Days now that they were both 10, so meeting up wasn't easy. I mean, she doesn't have the time to go to the forest, I explained. Why not? Mine's family didn't have to pay for medicine now that she was out of the house, and as a Laharo for the Gilberta Company, Tuli was receiving special hair stick orders from the Archduke's adopted daughter herself, so they were no longer so poor that they needed to go out of their way to gather in the forest. Their new financial situation meant that they even had the money to move to a better area if they so wished, but they decided to stay for the sake of stability and to preserve their memories of mine. Not that any of this mattered to Ralph, of course. Tuli's working hard and putting her all into becoming a first-rate seamstress. She's even going to the Gilberta Company on her days off to learn from Karina, so she's real busy right now. Gah, I know it's just because of work, but it really ticks me off that you know more about her than I do. What, want me to stop talking about her? No, tell me everything you know. Everything. I gave the pouting Ralph a brief explanation of what Tuli had been up to lately. There wasn't all that much I could say, though, given that we worked at different stores now. Oh, right. If you really want to ask her out, Ralph, you don't have much time left. What do you mean by that? She's a Laharo, remember? She's commuting from home because the planting company split from the Gilberta Company last summer, but once spring comes, she'll be moving to live up north. When the planting company had gone independent, it started moving locations to another store, albeit one that was still close to the Gilberta Company. The move was being done gradually, day by day, and enough progress had now been made that Master Benno and Mark could finally start living on the second floor of the new building, with winter preparations and the like now all completed. Once all their remaining belongings were put away, Karina's family would relocate from the third floor to the second floor. I had heard they were planning to do this move during the winter, while they were locked inside anyway due to the snow. Thule would be given a room as a Laharl apprentice come spring when they were done with that. Yeah, and besides, he wouldn't have much time for that anyway. He wouldn't be able to get information from Lutz anymore because once he turns 10, he's going to be moving out. So Ralph would not be able to get any information on Thule at all unless he saw her. Just wait for me, Thule, Ralph shouted into the wind as I continued eating my soup. Boys in love were sure a pain. I do kind of want to support Ralph given that he's my brother and all, but I really doubt Thule's going to marry anyone from around here when she has the favor of the Archduke's adopted daughter. Yeah. When I heard that she was actually going to get engaged at some point, I actually thought that she would go for Ralph. But I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense considering Ralph would need to know about all the whole stuff with Rosemine, because keeping secrets probably isn't a good thing in a marriage. But yeah, I don't think that would happen. It would need to be someone who already knew about the situation. So there isn't very many options, to be completely honest. The next day, I headed to the planting company for work. Good morning, Mark. I wish to speak to Master Benno regarding the High Bishop. Mark nodded and instantly sent word to Master Benno, who told me to come to his office. As always, I was impressed by the speed and precision with which Mark worked. I wanted to learn by his example, but his talent was still way beyond my... He's got years on you, dude. Of course he's going to be better. Master Benno cleared the room of everyone except Mark and me, at which point I told him that mine was expected to be asleep for over a year. But she's not going to die or anything, right? No. According to the letter, the High Priest expects her to be asleep for over a year. It's all written here. Master Benno read the letter with Mark, then muttered, I see. I suppose there won't be any new businesses established for quite some time, then, Mark said. Yep, this is good timing if you ask me, Master Benno agreed, relaxing a little. I grimaced. Mine was going to be asleep for a whole year, and the only thing he had to say about it was that it was good timing? That was just messed up. My thoughts were suddenly disrupted as Master Benno flicked me on the forehead. It's way too easy to guess what you're feeling from the look on your face. You know as well as I do that Rosemine tries to move things along at an unreasonable pace. She's sown the seeds for more than enough big new things, and they need time to settle. We all know she's going to start into the rampage the moment she wakes up, so we should use this time to stabilize the work we've already started. I had assumed we would continue expanding the industry in her absence, but that apparently wasn't the case. We're going to study the things from Ilkner, develop new ink, proliferate the hand pumps, and introduce new kinds of books. Go and tell the Gutenbergs that we're going to be focusing on what we've already got on our plates, instead of expanding out more. I'll get the Lehandras up to date. I responded with a big nod, then got to work writing out letters of invitation to the Gutenbergs, having the new Lehandras who had just joined the store deliver them. Hey, Johann, you sure this is the planting company? Uh-huh, this is the place. Excuse me, can we talk to Lutz? Huh? I'm Johann, the Gutenberg. On the day of my meeting with the other Gutenbergs, I heard two familiar voices coming up from near the planting company entrance and rushed out to welcome them. Johann, Zach, thanks for coming despite the heavy snow. Right this way. We had all assembled in a meeting room. There were Johann and Zach, the Smiths, Ingo, the foreman of a carpentry workshop, Heidi and Joseph, the ink crafts people, Gil and Fritz represented us as the Rosemine workshop, and finally the three of us from the planting company. Only now that we were all together did I realize just how many Gutenbergs there were now. It felt like an eternity ago that mine and I were struggling to make paper by ourselves. Now that I think about it, I could really do with some buttered potatofuls right about now. As I remembered how extra tasty they were during the cold seasons, I offered seats to Johann and Zach, then sat down myself. I got some bad news for everyone. It's about Lady Rosemine, Master Benno began, going on to explain that she entered a long period of recovery. Once he was done, I read out the letter I had received from her. So basically, she wants us to keep up the printing and invent some ink that goes with the new paper, I summarized. Ingo, she wants you to make the bookshelf she talked about before. Johann and Zach, she wants you to make more metal letter types and circulate the hand pumps the best you can. The moment Heidi understood the meaning of the euphemism laid in letter, she stood up and started pumping her fists in the air. Yes, time to make new ink. I love Lady Rosemine so much. Good gods, Heidi, calm down. Learn to read the room. Joseph desperately tried to contain his wife, whose eyes were positively glowing with excitement. He forced her back into her chair before awkwardly scanning the whole room, suddenly noticing that Johann was staring forward with wide-open eyes. Aren't the letter types and hand pumps both my thing? Am I going to be the only busy one here? What is Zach going to be doing? Maybe he had a point. It was Johann's job to handle all the precision stuff, so he was usually the one who had to make the things mine ordered. But before I could agree, Zach grimaced, digging a finger in his ear as he shot Johann a glare. Listen up, pal. I'm going to think of how to make mattresses with springs in them, and she's asked me to make carriages less rocky. I've got tons to design, and unlike you, Lady Rosemine's not my only patron. I've got plenty of other work to get on with, so how about you stop complaining and just be grateful you've been given something to do. If you don't like it, get some new customers. Only a patron interested in extreme precision work like mine would understand Johann's value, so he didn't have much choice here except to give up and handle the work. Look, if you really hate making the same thing over and over again, why not train a successor to take your place, Zach continued. Lady Rosemine's gonna have tons of new orders for you when she wakes up. Johann paled, his body starting to tremble. No way, she won't. No way, he repeated in a desperate attempt to reassure himself, but Zach made a good point. Mine was adamant that she would wake up healthier than ever, and without the risk of collapsing keeping her at bay, there wouldn't be anything to stop her from going on an endless rampage. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. As I cradled my aching head, Master Benno looked over at Ingo. What was that about a bookshelf? Another new invention? Yep, it's a real crazy one, too. There are wheels on the bottom so it can be moved around. There's this high-density mobile shelving thing she was talking about. She sent a ton of concepts my way, so my plans to finish those up alongside my other jobs. Her rough designs mention a few metal parts, so I might be asking for your help, Johann, but she shot the poor boy an awkward look. Johann was only looking sicker and sicker. What can I say? We're in this together. Wait, Johann murmured weakly. Doesn't that mean I'll have even more work? Congrats! Looks like you won't just be making letter types, Zach said with a grin. Heidi enthusiastically chimed in as well. New work is so much fun, right? Let's all work together. I hate this! Johann yelled, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh, poor Johann. He's having a freaking panic attack over there. The room was soon awash with laughter, and with that, Master Benno brought the meeting to a close. So yeah, everyone get your work done before Lady Rosamine wakes up. The High Priest is handling her funds for now, and we're already ready to pay, so we just keep doing what you're doing. Right. The blizzards lasted longer this winter than the last, but spring still came around eventually. It was halfway through the new season that Gil came to me to discuss something. They had nearly gone through all the stories that mine had prepared for them to print. I spoke to Fran about this as well, he explained. He got the High Priest to give us the stories she got from the noble children at the castle, but they're all written how a kid would talk, so they're pretty hard to read. Seems like Lady Rosamund was fixing up the text to make them readable enough to print, but I don't really know how to do that. Their problem sure was a tough one. We couldn't print books without stories to put in them. Our main products were picture books for nobles, and so we had even started selling them to rich merchants who had started to express interest purely because the nobles had them. Stopping printing now wasn't an option. Pretty sure she gave Thule a handwritten book. I'll ask if we can borrow it. Thanks. If we make a lot of new books, Lady Rosamund might actually wake up faster to read them. That's why I want us to print as many as we can for her. Makes sense. She might just leap out of that thing if there's a stack right next to her. That'd be just like her. After my talk with Gil, I went to the Gilberta Company where Thule now lived to ask her about borrowing the book. I don't mind since I know Gil and the others will trade it with care, but mine wrote it specially for us, her family. I don't think it'll make a good product, she said, taking out a book titled Mom's Stories. It was a compilation of all the tales mine had written onto clay tablets way back when. I flipped through them and recognized several as the stories she had told me on the road to the forest. The nostalgia hit me so hard that I wanted to cry. I miss these days so much. You're right, there are a lot of different these are a lot different from the other picture books, I agreed. But can I borrow it anyway? I don't mind, but will you do something for me too? It was rare for Thule to ask for a favor in return. I started to blink in surprise as she steeled her resolve and looked up at me, her blue eyes now brimming with determination. I want to learn proper etiquette. You've been doing so much better ever since you learned from the Grey Priest and Ilgner, and now you can even read letters with complicated noble euphemisms in them, right? Mrs. Karina said that she'll start taking me to noble estates since I've learned proper etiquette, but I don't know how to do that on my own. So how about this? I'll lend you the book if you introduce me to a Grey Priest who will teach me. The Grey Priest had trained me alongside the servants in the Ilgner mansion. I personally hadn't noticed myself getting that much better, but both Master Benno and Mark had praised my improvement, and my movements were apparently so much more elegant now that even Thule had taken notice. Given that she was born as poor as me, I understand why she was so concerned. Before mine had entered the temple and started her workshop, both Thule and I had looked down on the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens for being orphans. Somewhere deep inside of us, mine, of course, had started to respect them purely because they let her into the bookroom. But she was a natural exception. I could guess that everyone in the lower city would feel the same way about the priests as we had originally had. Once you really got to know them, though, it became apparent that they had learned extreme etiquette to be presentable to nobles, and they were all well educated. No, I hadn't yet! They knew things that we could never hope to learn without their help, no matter how much money we had. All right, I'll speak to Gil and Fritz about this. The Rosemine Workshop's focus on printing meant it now worked with the Planting Company rather than the Gilberta Company, so Thule, a Lahara working for a clothing store, couldn't enter the temple without an invitation from mine, the High Bishop. We would need to send word ahead of time before she could come. When I next went to the workshop, I handed Gil the book I had borrowed from Thule and told him what she wanted. So yeah, could you help Thule out with her etiquette somehow? Come on, Gil. If she wants to learn, she'll need a shrine maiden to teach her, not a priest. I'll ask Fran and Wilma about it. Thule's been a big help, so I do want to pay her back. Thule had been breaking her back to help the children in the orphanage, going out of her way to teach them how to sew and cook, not to mention traveling with them to the forest. She was used to spending time in the orphanage too, since she had visited the temple classroom several times over the winter. Fran and Wilma were both quick to agree to help her out, as thanks for everything she had done for them. The only condition was that she needed to stay with me when she was coming to the temple. She couldn't be here alone. What?
Did you see both the kids brush their teeth?
Yeah! Jackson kind of put up a fuss about it, but he did it. Since I was going to be with Thule anyway, I decided to learn alongside her. There was no denying that my time in Ilgner had taught me all sorts of things, but there was still a large gap between my skills and those of an attendant like Gil. I needed to work harder too. And that's what happened. Master Benno, I'll be going to the orphanage every Earth Day to work on my etiquette, I explained. Just you two? We can't send anyone else along with you? It seemed that Master Benno wanted to use this opportunity to have Laharls at the Plantain and Gilberta Company learn etiquette as well, but with mine asleep and unable to give her permission, I doubted anyone else was going to be allowed in. I don't think so. Fran and Wilmer are making a special exception here as thanks for how much Thule has done for the orphanage. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I sure wish that rampaging little gremlin was awake, Benno sighed. His expression then turned serious. Let's learn everything you can while you're there. It may not last forever, but right now you've got a tight connection with the Archduke's adopted daughter. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't hesitate to milk it for everything it's worth. Yes, sir. Also, Rosemine mentioned this before, but Master Benno went on to give me a list of warnings, then granted me his permission to buy a few things. Once he was done, I went to Karina's workshop to deliver the letter of invitation from Master Benno and called Thule over. Thule, they said, okay, they'll teach you etiquette. Thanks, lads. I'm going to do my best and learn everything I can, she exclaimed, clutching her fists and giving me an enthusiastic smile. Mine had taught her how to handle certain situations in the past, but she didn't have anything resembling a full education. What's more, the etiquette Karina had taught her was the bare minimum to stop her sticking out in the workshop. Her main focus was, of course, teaching the apprentices about sewing. Alright, let's go shopping. You'll need some clothing with big sleeves, used or not. They're going to be important for when you're learning to carry yourself properly. What? I don't have the money for that. Thule had a guild card as an employee of the Gilberta Company, and due to her being a Lahara working for the Archduke's adopted daughter, she earned a lot more than the girls her age. But even so, she didn't have enough to just casually buy clothes with big fluttering sleeves made for the daughter of rich families. I looked at my own guild card. I had enough money to cover the cost myself, and the fact that I've been too busy to go out and buy anything lately meant it was only piling up. I'll pay for them this time. I could ask you to do that. Don't sweat it. When mine wakes up, I'll just subtract it from her old savings, I said, waving a dismissive hand as Thule predictably tried to refuse my offer. Her old savings? The same money that I've been using to buy the rest of your clothes. Mine was saving up before her death so that her family could use it. What's important here is you getting a proper education and developing the skills you need to meet Lady Rosamund without having to depend on anyone else, right? Mine won't complain about us using that money to buy the study materials you need. Study materials? But clothes with big sleeves are expensive, aren't they? This isn't like paper. They're a waste of money, Thule said, replied, shaking her head, then fixing me with a glare. But they weren't a waste of money. You won't get a proper feel for things without the sleeves. They're necessary. If you think they're a waste of money, you should just give up on learning etiquette entirely. You're lucky enough that the orphanage is willing to teach you this stuff under normal circumstances. You'd need to shell out a ton of money and hope there's a teacher willing to educate you, you know? You're right. Let's go buy the clothes then. Thule and I went to buy the frilly clothes needed for our practice. I took this opportunity to also get her a few normal outfits to wear at the sewing workshop, and she let out a shriek upon seeing the mountainous pile of girls' clothes. I don't need this much, Lutz. There are a lot of rich apprentices at both Karina's workshop and the planting company, right? Mine was worried about the two of us sticking out, so she always butted in to tell me what clothes to get and when. Master Benno pointed out that I need to worry about these things myself now that mine's gone, so yeah, this is my share. I added my clothes onto the pile as well. I would have been given what I wore any consideration, either had Master Benno not mentioned it, so I needed to be careful as well. I had no idea, Thule murmured, now looking at the clothes in a whole new light. She gave a small smile, then reached for them with tearful eyes. Mine always said she was buying the clothes as to reward us for helping her shop for her attendance, but she was actually looking out for us as well. How was I supposed to know that? You have to say that kind of thing out loud. In fact, she was always so busy with things I sometimes wondered if she'd forgotten about us. I feel so dumb now. You guys may not realize this since you can't speak to her directly, but it's crazy how much love you all show for each other. She loves you as much as you love her. Gotta say, my family aren't each other's throats or anything, but I still have the same thing with my brothers at all. Just like that, I was using my Earth days off work to go to the orphanage with Thule and improve my etiquette. Fran taught me while Wilma taught Thule. This, of course, meant that Thule and I were spending all our days off together, which earned me even dirtier looks from Ralph. Nothing I said ever helped my situation either, so I decided to at least test the waters with Thule for his sake. Out of curiosity... Oh, is she gonna get the wrong idea here? I have a feeling that might be the case. Because, I mean, you don't just go up and ask a question like this and assume that they're not talking about themselves, you know? Out of curiosity, have you been thinking about love and getting into a relationship at all? The girls you know are getting into those things, aren't they? They are, but my hands are honestly too full right now. I've been so busy trying to catch up to mine that I'm just like, don't get in the way with this love junk. I have stuff to do. In other words, she knew that she was of the age where most girls started to get excited about romance, but she wasn't very interested herself. She didn't want other people wasting her time with it either. Yeah, I know how you feel. I'm too busy for that stuff as well, so... There have been plenty of country girls in Ilgner, but there was so much on my plate right now that, like Thule, I just didn't want to pursue any sort of relationship. Sorry, Ralph. Seems like nobody has a chance with Thule right now. It was near the end of autumn, about a year after mine had gone to sleep, when Master Benno hurriedly summoned the Gutenbergs together for an emergency meeting. Everyone seemed to be varying levels of annoyed after being called over in the midst of winter prep, but they all straightened their backs after seeing the serious look on his face. Lady Alvara, that is Lady Rosamund's mother, wants to establish her own printing workshop. Her side of the family... Oh, here we go! The freaking illustrations of Ferdinand. Oh my god, I can't wait. I wish they would put that in the book so much. I'd screenshot that and put it on my wallpaper. Her side of the family, the Hoddenzels, are making a big move to establish the industry in their province. The High Priest said they'll be constructing a paper-making workshop, a private ink workshop, and a printing workshop. Seems like she's saying it's her duty as Lady Rosamund's mother to spread the industry as much as she can. Heidi tilted her head to one side. So, what does that mean for us? All of you are going to be participating in a large-scale operation planning to last from next spring until autumn. Spend this winter making sure your workshops and stores will continue functioning without you, and send word to your respective guilds. I'll deal with the guildmaster of the Merchants Guild. Every expression in the room changed in an instant. Nobody had expected such a huge workload to be pushed onto them out of nowhere. Isn't this all too sudden? The original plan was for us to start now, so you should thank me that you have as long as you do. I managed to delay things until spring since we don't have any connections with the workshops in Holdensel to help us out, and the rivers being frozen over means we wouldn't have been able to make paper anyway. As it turned out, he had managed to buy us an extra season of prep time by agreeing to do their printing in the Rosemine workshop during the winter. That was Master Benno for you. Lady Alvara is a natural-born archnoble. Unlike Lady Rosemine, she wasn't raised in the temple, and she doesn't care at all about our commoner circumstances. To make matters worse, the only person who can stop her is currently comatose. Get ready to leave the moment spring comes around. Mine was asleep, and now her family was going on a rampage in her place. A family of archnobles we commoners had no way of stopping. We burst out of the meeting room in a panic, and with pale faces, it seems we Gutenbergs would never get any rest at all. That explains the title. Okay, this is going to have to probably wait till tomorrow. I will see you all in the next one. Okay, here's part 7, and here's hoping we finish it today. I've got... how many pages left? 67. Okay, and apparently this is from Fran's perspective. Meanwhile, that's not a good sign! Meanwhile, at the temple. Before me was Lady Rosemine, silently floating in a box containing a light blue potion. Bright red lines streaked across her body. The high priest removed his hands from the concoction, the small ripples on the surface making her hair sway ever so slightly. He wiped his hands on a towel as he stood up, handed the towel to me, then opened the door. I couldn't enter or leave this workshop on my own, so I hurriedly followed him out. He glanced back a single time at the box in which Lady Rosemine was sleeping, then quietly closed the door. And now only I can enter this room, the high priest said. Rosemine is safe. Even if attackers came to the temple, there was nothing they could do to reach her. Only once the high priest knew that she was safe did his expression return to normal. He now looked as he usually did while at work. Fran, if you have any of the letters or memos Rosemine left behind, show them to me. I wish to establish what plans she had for the winter. As you wish. I promptly went to Lady Rosemine's work desk and took out the letters she had written to people. I also gathered the notes she had made for herself. She always copied them from her diptych onto proper paper so as to not forget them, which meant we would not have any issues identifying her immediate plans. It was initially a shock to see her using such expensive paper for mere notes, whether it was ripped or not, but I had since grown used to it. Lady Rosemine felt most at home writing on plant paper, not wooden boards. As I was organizing the letters into those for her noble associates, her temple associates, and her lower city associates, an ordinance flew into the room. It announced that the criminal had been caught, then returned to its yellow face-stone form. The high priest replied, "Very well, I shall return at once," then sent the ordinance back. "Fran, there is work for me to do at the castle," he announced. "I will not return until it is time for the dedication ritual. I entrust the temple to you and my attendants. Use the blue priest as needed to finish the necessary preparations." Oh, he will have to do the dedication ritual by himself. Oh, not really by himself, the most of it by himself. Because he'll have the other blue priests to help, but they won't be able to do near as much as he does. And now that Rosemine's not going to be able to help with that, oh, that's the same for another year now. Jeez. The high priest took the letters for Lady Rosemine's noble associates at once and strode briskly out of the room. Once he was gone, the other attendants, who were supposed to have retired to their rooms for the day, returned to the high bishop's chambers. "Fran, what did the high priest say? Is Lady Rosemine going to be okay?" Monica asked, looking up at me with worry. Nicola and Gil waited just as expectantly for my answer. They were all worried about Lady Rosemine being rushed to her workshop so quickly. He said it is likely she will remain asleep for over a year. The poison she was given has put an unexpected strain on her body. No way. Everyone looked to be on the verge of tears, but it would be a long time before Lady Rosemine awakened. There was no point in rushing things. I'll provide some more details tomorrow. It is late and you all need rest. The apprentices returned to their rooms, still unable to accept what had happened, while I also stayed behind. It was my turn on night duty, and as I organized the room before writing a letter for Lutz, who would explain the circumstances to both Lady Rosemine's lower city family and the planting company. I spent the following day having to explain Lady Rosemine's situation again and again. The apprentices were up early, having been unable to sleep out of worry, so I gave them the explanatory letter I had written to Lutz and went for a much-needed nap. Fourth bell rang before I knew it, and when I sat down for lunch, everyone demanded yet more explanations. The high priest had not given me very precise details in the first place, so despite all their questions, there was not much I could say. As Lady Rosemont said previously, please think of this as her staying at the castle for an extended period of time. We have no choice but to continue as if she were simply away. Please resume what you have been doing so that she does not encounter any complications upon her awakening. After finishing lunch, Zom and I organized documents related to Rosamond's work before leaving for the High Priest's room. He would need to handle her High Bishop work while she was gone. Will the High Priest not collapse at this rate? I asked, worriedly eyeing the mountain of documents before us. Zom paused for a moment, then shook his head. I assume he will survive, thanks largely to him taking Lady Rosamond's advice and training other blue priests to help him. I shuddered to imagine a world in which he had not done so. Even if she had done nothing else, this fact alone would have earned her my utmost gratitude. Praise be to the gods. Zom had once served the same blue priest as Fritz, so as he had quickly come to appreciate both the high priest's competence and the ease of working beneath him. He had been praising Lady Rosamond for her skill ever since she was an apprentice blue shrine maid, and thankful for her ability to help the high priest with his work. Okay, so Zom and Fritz both served Shikikoza. They are the saints here for having to deal with that asshole. That is for sure. I feel so bad for them. When the time had come to choose one of the high priest's attendants to leave and serve Lady Rosamond, Zom had volunteered sooner than anyone. The food in the high bishop's chambers was of a higher quality, and the greater workload for each attendant made one's contributions feel that much more meaningful. Not to mention that Lady Rosamond taking on more work would ultimately relieve the burden on the high priest. Now then, shall we go? The high priest's attendants will need manners explained to them as well. With that, Zom and I carried the box of documents from the high bishop's chambers to the high priest's chambers. Fran, Zom, we have been waiting for your arrival, one of the attendants said. This shelf has been cleared for you. The high priest must have made arrangements ahead of time, as space had already been cleared for the documents we brought with us. Everyone worked together to organize them and collect information on the events of the previous night, agreeing to do our best to minimize the high priest's burden and select what jobs could be entrusted to the blue priests. Zom, might I ask you to explain the situation to brothers Camphor and Freetic, I said once the documents were organized. I then headed for the orphanage, and Wilma came rushing over the moment I arrived. Fran, I heard from Monica that Lady Rosamond's going to be asleep for a long time. What will happen to the orphanage, she asked, so worried that her face was sickly pale. All those who knew how terrible the orphanage had been before Lady Rosamond became the orphanage director were deathly afraid of her giving up the position, as this introduced the possibility of things returning to the way they had been before. Everything is going to be fine. Authority over the temple will shift to the high priest while Lady Rosamond's asleep, but I have been instructed to continue overseeing things as I have been. As for the budget, we cannot use Lady Rosamond's guild card, but the high priest is managing the high bishop's payments, and the money she's given for being the archduke's child. So we will surely not lack in that regard. As winter preparations are complete, we will be able to last until spring without issue, as long as we are not wasteful. That is true, Wilma murmured with an understanding nod. I also took it upon myself to assure the worried orphans that we would not run out of money while the workshop continued to operate. I hadn't mentioned this to anyone, but Lady Rosamond had a locked box, her under-the-mattress box, as she called it, which also contained a considerable sum. Oh, she's been hoarding money too! Okay, for a rainy day, I guess. These funds would serve as a safety net, hopefully preventing our circumstances from ever becoming too dire. Wilma, those in positions of authority must show neither worry nor panic. Please calm yourself. Lady Rosamond's going to be fine. It'll just a matter of time until she wakes up. She's going to be fine, it'll just take time. Forgive me. I will now announce the goals Lady Rosamond wishes to be completed over the winter. The task Lady Rosamond had entrusted the orphanage with last year was for everyone to learn the alphabet, as well as single-digit math. Everyone must have remembered the additional meat they had previously been rewarded with for succeeding, as their concerned gazes soon hardened. This year's task is for everyone to learn the basic knowledge required of an attendant before reaching 10 years of age. Grey priests who have served as attendants will work as teachers. Having learned from the situation with Volk, Lady Rosamond wished to increase the value of all the Grey priests. She would rather they be sold as skilled attendants than lowly servants, since their treatment would vary dramatically based on their position, and servants that were more capable went for far more money. Delia, Lady Rosemine was worried about Dirk, I continued. Please contact me at once should he begin to show any abnormalities. The High Priest is exceedingly busy, so his treatment could otherwise be delayed. Understood. My final task was to go to the workshop, but it became pretty clear pretty soon after I arrived that Gil was putting his all into making books, convinced that they could encourage Lady Rosemine to wake up faster. He did not seem to need my help, and so I simply handed him the letter for Lutz and left. The next day, Lady Rosemine's personnel returned to the temple. Without her there to protect them, staying in the castle not only ran the risk of their recipes being leaked, but also of those with authority forcibly stealing them away to serve someone else. Lady Rosemine had specifically asked that Ella and Rosina not be left there since they were both especially valuable as young women. The personnel were informed that Lady Rosemine would remain asleep for over a year, then they were given their instructions. Ella, Hugo, please continue preparing food for the attendants in the orphanage as you have been. Lady Rosemine also wishes for Nicola to be given an opportunity to advance her dreams of becoming a chef, so please accept her service and guide her as an assistant. You are to assist with the completion of the recipe book, on which little progress has been made due to how busy things have been. And should you have any spare time, once that is done, she suggests that you start trying to invent new recipes of your own. Understood. Nicola wrote down in her diptych everything that needed to be done in the kitchen with a broad smile across her face. She would be handling all the writing as neither Ella nor Hugo could read, which was also likely a contributing factor toward the recipe book having progressed so little. Wait, Hugo can't read either? I figured he knew how to read. Because, in the anime we saw him looking over a recipe, so I figured that he knew how to read. Rosina, please teach the orphanage children to play music. Lady Rosemine has said that you may recognize some of them as having musical talent, even if they do not see it themselves. She believes that affording them an opportunity for their skills to blossom may change their future for the better. In other words, I need only teach them as Lady Christine taught me. Very well, I will do what I can. Upon hearing that Lady Rosemine wished to improve the value of the orphans to secure better workplaces for them, Rosina, who had been purchased to serve as a personal musician, was herself, smiled softly and nodded. So began life in the temple without Lady Rosemine. Nicola assisted the chefs while working as an attendant, while Gil and Fritz continued their duties in the workshop and in the orphanage over the winter. Zom, Monica, and I generally spent our days working in the High Priest chambers, taking breaks only to eat and sleep. Preparations for the dedication ritual are complete. Does that mean the firewood is also ready? Brother Camphor, have you decided on an order for the priests? Brother Freetick, please send word to the other blue priests. We were able to finish preparing for the dedication ritual before the High Priest returned, just as we had the previous year. The work was completed without any considerable issues. Not only was that the second time Brother Camphor and Freetick were being entrusted with the preparations, there were also more blue priests willing to help. So not all of them are assholes. Okay. Well, they probably are to Rosemine because she was a commoner, but not anymore. Some of them, anyway. Is everything ready? The High Priest asked upon his return. He checked to make sure the preparations were properly completed, then praised the blue priests for their work. Well done. You may now rest until the dedication ritual in 2 days' time. He had the blue priest leave the room, then went into his hidden room to retrieve a bag of face stones. Once he had it, the two of us headed to the hidden room in which Lady Rosemine was still asleep. She looked just as she had on that fateful night, though the blue in the potion was darker than before, and the red lines on her skin seemed to be glowing. I left her alone for too long, the High Priest muttered, his brow furrowed and his frustration clear in his voice. He instructed me to put the face stones into the potion, and so I promptly obliged. These were black face stones and clear face stones. I took them out of the bag and dropped them into the potion one by one. They started to absorb Lady Rosemine's mana, causing the potion's color to fade before my very eyes. This fool compressed her mana far too much, the High Priest sighed, taking at Lady Rosemine's hand and glaring at the red lines on her skin. These face stones won't suffice at all. She is fortunate it is time for the dedication ritual. I then heard him murmur that the process would take longer than he had expected. While the High Priest recorded something about Lady Rosemine's health on a board, I removed the face stones that were now filled with her mana, delicately wiped them, then carefully put them back in the bag. That should do for today, the High Priest said. It became a daily job for me to take the face stones the priest had emptied during the dedication ritual and put them back into Lady Rosemine's potion to refill them. It was thanks to her mana that the dedication ritual concluded without issue. But even afterward, we needed to continue storing mana in preparation for spring prayer. Oh yeah, and that's what Charlotte ends up using. That I was wondering how they got her mana. I was wondering about that, and now I know. The High Priest and I entered the workshop once again. It certainly was a relief seeing Lady Rosemine each time, but the fact that she appeared completely unchanged was disheartening. Please wake up soon, Lady Rosemine. Everybody's worried about her. With the dedication ritual complete, the High Priest focused his efforts on the paperwork that had accumulated. Despite the increase in workload, both Lord Daniel and Lord Eckert were busy receiving special training with the Knight's Order, so the High Priest was once again supporting his lifestyle with potions, such that his attendants would murmur about how often they saw him reach for them. Oh no. Well, I mean, Rosemine's not there to help, and since Eckert and Daniel and the others are busy, they can't help either. It was easy to see that he was being buried under an avalanche of work, not just his own as the High Priest and from the castle, but also Lady Rosemine's High Bishop work and her duties with the Orphanage, the workshop, and the planting company and the like. Despite having invested much time training Blue Priests to assist with his work, they were not capable of managing the Orphanage, nor could they do business with the planting company, so that's all on the High Priest right now. It's rare for members of the planting company to visit during the winter, and the Orphanage likewise spends most of that time in hibernation, so I do not foresee any problems, I said. I mean, he's got Fran and the others to help with the Orphanage and the workshop, so I mean, they can handle that pretty much on their own. But when it comes to the planting company, heck yeah, the High Priest is going to have to handle that. Indeed, Rosemite already has her attendants handling the workshop. See, that's what I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying here. They can handle the Orphanage and workshop, and I would like for them to handle some measure of the work. Once spring came, however, it was necessary to sell the winter handiwork and start making paper, which inevitably meant dealing with money and taking on duties that could not be put off. The High Priest had work being loaded onto him from the castle as well, despite his numerous temple duties. So there was nothing he could do but give a bitter frown and pick up another potion. Sylvester, what the heck are you doing? Why are you giving this man more work when you know that he's got more, thanks to Rosemine being asleep? Jesus, dude, what are you doing? There's nothing I would like less than to ask him for help. But I suppose I have no other choice. The High Priest sent an ordonnance, and after what was no more than a brief wait, we saw a high beast racing toward the temple at immense speed. In mere moments... Oh, he's asking Justus for help. Okay. I guess he does... Oh, yeah, he definitely doesn't like asking him for help because of, how he is. Lord Justus, who had no reservations about visiting the lower city and understood Lady Rosemine's predicament, was kneeling before the High Priest with sparkling eyes. Lord Ferdinand, I have arrived at your summons. You may count on me to manage the workshop and handle business with the merchants. Fritz, take Justus to the workshop and explain to him the finances of our business with the planting company. Justus, I am too busy to deal with you causing problems. Contain yourself. Is that understood? As you wish. Now then, Fritz, let us depart. Fritz, report to me the moment something happens. I shall not hesitate to beat Justus down in an instant if necessary. Lord Justus, not even trying to hide his excitement, practically dragged Fritz out of the room with him. I was terribly concerned about this, but calling for him truly been a good idea? High Priest. Fear not, Fran. Justus has a love for gathering information, but he does not disclose his secrets lightly. Furthermore, he is my retainer. His eccentric nature belies his competence. As the High Priest predicted, Lord Justus quickly grew accustomed to the workshop. He wasn't the kind of person to lord his status over others, and according to Fritz, he was exceptionally skilled when it came to fitting in with groups and working with others. Well, I mean, he has to be, considering he's an information gatherer. He's going to have to be able to fit in really easily with people. After many more visits to the workshop, Lord Justus asked me about the general workflow prior to Lady Rosemine's situation. I started preparing the relevant documents from the High Bishop's chambers, in the meantime deciding to ask him what he thought about his time there so far. Lord Justus, how has the workshop been? Very stimulating. Everything is so interesting there, so I would expect from something overseen by Lady Rosemine. She has trained quite fascinating subordinates that even allowed me to switch the water when I first visited. It was neither proper nor acceptable for a noble to perform manual labor, so I could easily imagine how conflicted the workshop workers must have been when Lord Justus asked to do such a thing. Fritz must not have had an easy time. But the second I touched the paper on the boards, Lord Justus continued, one of the Laharos from the planting company yelled at me, "What are you doing, you idiot?" He shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. Lutz, why in the world would you do that? And Fritz, how could you allow that to happen? But as the blood drained from my face, Lord Justus continued with an endlessly amused expression. Silence had apparently fallen over the entire workshop after Lutz's outburst, with even Lutz himself realizing that he said something he shouldn't have. It's like right after you say, you realize, oh shit. Before anyone else could speak up, however, Fritz had protectively stepped forward, wearing the kind of cold smile one would normally expect from Lord Ferdinand, immediately giving Lord Justus a strict lecture that he recalled verbatim. I did not expect the High Priest to send us someone so incompetent that they would not understand the time and money lost from damaged paper. Even after having the entire process explained to them, he surely must have made an error in judgment due to being so busy. A manager who destroys products cannot take Lady Rosemine's place, and so I will. Report this to the High Priest at once. We do not need someone who fails to understand the importance of our work. And what did you do then, Lord Justus? I obviously didn't want to be called useless and kicked out on my first day, especially knowing that Lord Ferdinand was desperate enough to have actually requested my help, so I gave them enough to cover the cost of the paper, and a little extra to keep them quiet. Whew, sure was close. I need to use this opportunity to show off my talents and regain my honor. I've got to admit, I expected nothing less from Lady Rosemine's subordinates, considering how she herself always stands up to Lord Ferdinand, lecturing him about his reliance on potions being unhealthy and all that. Thank you. At least he acknowledges that isn't healthy. That was probably not how most nobles would have reacted, but in any case, I kept my silence. He had evidently deemed it necessary to pay them off, and with the incident already over, I saw no reason to question his decision. There was equally no need to trouble the High Priest with such a matter, so I took Fritz's lead and spoke not a word about it. Lord Justus did not come to the temple particularly often, no doubt busy with his own matters, but he was just as skilled as the High Priest had said. Each time he arrived, he finished up multiple days of work all at once. While here, he would report to the High Priest on both the workshop and some other duty he had been given before returning to the noble's quarter with yet more work pushed onto him. From the snippets of conversation I had managed to catch, it seemed that he was gathering information on the culprit who had harmed Lady Rosemine. Of course! Of course he'd have to do that! Why wouldn't they be looking into information on Gerlach and the others? Because we know that now Gerlach is responsible for this, but he knows that there's probably more than one person responsible for this whole thing. So they're probably looking into the other factions. The midpoint of spring approached, and so began preparations for spring prayer. It seemed that the Archduke's children will be taking Lady Rosemine's place this year, traveling the central district with faith stones in hand. Their plan was to divide the journey threefold to shorten the overall process, much like Lady Rosemine and the High Priest had done, except this time while borrowing two important people from the Archduke. It was truly heartrending that the High Priest was enduring such an overwhelming workload that he was forced to use any means available to him to get things done. As I knew more about the ceremonies than Lady Rosemine's other attendants, I accompanied Lady Charlotte as a guide. The High Priest gave me special instructions while we were preparing. Fran, use this opportunity to create a new saint. Tell a moving story to all those who can. Saint Rosemine was poisoned, protecting the Archduke's children, both of whom have declared their wish to offer blessings in the place of their sister to repay her noble deed. If they are showered with praise for being as compassionate and extraordinary as Lady Rosemine, then it'll become easier for us to use them next year as well. After the High Priest had explained how to lay the groundwork, he handed me a considerable number of the improved flavor rejuvenation potions. Yeah, right. They are not the improved flavor ones. Those are the nasty ones. I mean, frickin' Charlotte thought they were disgusting. He seemed to have noticed my hesitation to exploit the still young children of the Archduke, as he then gave me a dismissive scoff. If Charlotte and Wilfried do not finish spring prayer, feeling confident in their own abilities, and subsequently refuse to also take Rosemine's place for the Harvest Festival, it is the orphanage that will suffer first due to the lack of food that would have been paid to Rosemine after the winter, he has noted. His message was clear. I had no choice but to accept the duty of establishing the legend of Saint Charlotte. The past few years had taught me all about the importance of money. This spring prayer needed to go well no matter what, or the temple and orphanage would suffer. As it was not traditional for underage apprentices to perform religious ceremonies, the only child-sized ceremonial clothes available to us belonged to Lady Rosemine. We gave Lady Charlotte her white high bishop robes, which required no alterations whatsoever. and Lord Wilfried her blue ceremonial robes, which did need some alterations to accommodate his marginally greater height. These adjustments did not take long at all, though, thanks to Karina of the Gilberta Company having accounted for Lady Rosamine growing when she made the outfit. Yeah, because when she made the outfit, she figured that she'd be wearing it a lot. Or a heck of a lot more than she had, essentially. Because she didn't account for all the whole being the Archduke's daughter and all that. We requested the usual carriages from the planting company and prepared to go bring back Achim and Egan, who had been staying in Hasse's winter mansion. We also had knights accompanying us at the high priest's request. Twice as many as usual to guard against a potential attack by members of the nobility. Oh, especially considering all this going on right now, too. Definitely. Lady Charlotte did not have a high beast, as she had yet to enter the Royal Academy, so I traveled in a carriage for the first time in quite a while. She seemed to have great respect for Lady Rosamine, as she rejoiced when I told her about her sister's expectations in the experiences in the temple. In return, I was graced with stories of Lady Rosamine's time in the castle, so it was a very productive journey overall. When Rick first spotted Lady Charlotte upon our arrival in Hasse, he mistakenly thought they hadn't been forgiven after all. Following my explanation that Saint Charlotte was dedicating herself to bless the land in her sister's absence, however, he welcomed her with tears of gratitude. Lady Charlotte was notably tense about performing her first ceremony, but she took the face stone with Lady Rosamine's mana and completed it brilliantly. We reunited with Achim and Egan before moving to the monastery, where I first checked to see that everything was in order. Then had Lady Charlotte award the soldiers with their payment. "Fran, may I ask how the High Bishop is?" Gunter asked upon receiving his money, his expression clouded over. It seems the burden on her body was even greater than the High Priest expected, and her sleep will most likely continue for longer still. I see. Of course he's going to be worried about her. While we were on the road, Lady Charlotte used far fewer potions than Lady Rosamine, and when spring prayer came to an end, she had used only a small portion of all those we had brought. I couldn't help but sigh at how unhealthy and weak Lady Rosamine truly was. She had needed to use the bulk of our potions just to survive to the end. Wow! Rosamine, good God, girl, you've got to get that thing, your body healed. Jesus Christ! Upon returning from spring prayer, Gil came to me for advice, wanting to know how we would proceed with the printing. My understanding was that Lady Rosamine had gathered stories from the noble children while at the castle, and after discussing matters with the High Priest, he delivered to me the stories collected in the winter playroom. I promptly gave them to Gil, but he merely scratched his ear uncomfortably and shook his head. "I can't print these. They are written the way kids talk, so they need to be fixed up to read more like a book. Do you know anyone who can do that?" I can say with all certainty that nobody has the time to do such a thing at the moment. With that said, Lady Rosamine had managed to write her manuscripts alongside assisting the High Priest, memorizing the procedures for many ceremonies, and heading to the castle to play her role as a noble daughter. Despite all the time we had spent together, I still found myself stunned by her love for books and her obsession with making them. Several days later, Gil came to say that Thule wanted us to teach her proper etiquette. She would pay us with a book of collected short stories that Lady Rosamine had made for her and her family. The text was already edited to be readable, and Gil wanted to have it printed next after the collection of night stories. Thule was Lady Rosamine's true sister, and she had provided much help to those in the orphanage. The High Priest therefore granted her his permission, determining that this would be a good opportunity to repay her for all she had done. There was no better people for the task than Rosina and Wilma, since they had been strictly trained in the way of proper etiquette beneath Sister Christine, and so I asked for their assistance. It seemed that Lutz would be learning alongside Thule as well. I came by to see how the lessons were going for a short while. The sight of their struggles made me a little nostalgic for when Lady Rosamine had continuously gotten her long sleeves caught in everything she possibly could. While I was there, Wilma mentioned that Thule was offering advice on how to raise Dirk. The orphanage had lost all the Grey Shrine maidens who had given birth themselves, so nobody was quite sure how to raise a toddler. Lady Rosamine had provided some guidance, but Wilma and Delia wished to know all they could, and so they were endlessly grateful for Thule's wisdom. She had learned much from helping raise her younger brother, who was a similar age to Dirk. Nicola came of age at the end of spring. Oh! We held a small celebration just as we had for Rosina, but she largely just wailed about how Lady Rosamine wasn't there to teach her new recipes as she had expected. This outburst was somewhat short-lived, though, as a smile returned to her face the instant Ella brought some sweets and mentioned that Lady Rosamine could simply teach her the recipes when she eventually woke. The Italian restaurant came asking for new recipes around the same time as Nicola's coming-of-age ceremony, but we simply said they would need to come up with some themselves, as it was due to be another year before Lady Rosemine woke up. This somehow turned into Hugo and Lace sharing information about their original creations, which in turn fired up the kitchen staff. They spoke as though their pride as chefs was on the line, determined to produce food that was worthy of Lady Rosemine's name. Halfway through summer, sometime after the Starby ceremony, Lady Rosemine's guard knight, Lady Bridget, was relieved of duty and returned to her home province of Ilgner. It seemed that she was preparing to get— Wait! Who? To who? What? Rosemine, you're gonna be pissed! She's gonna be pissed she missed all this! Jesus! We don't even get to meet the guy until she wakes up! And even then— Lord Daniel seemed to be exceedingly depressed, so I can imagine things had not gone well between them. I could not say I was surprised, though. The High Priest had mentioned that a relationship would be trying for them, given their different classes and circumstances. I mean, it's the only problem with that, though, was the whole Ilgner situation. And the fact that she was so attached to her hometown that if they had decided, they would live in the Nobles' Quarter and everything and then visit Ilgner from time to time, then that would have been a different story. And they could have been together. But I think that was the main problem here. Was she was just too attached to her home and not taking care of not focusing her attention on Lady Rosemine like she was supposed to. I did not understand marriage much myself, but I could at the very least pray to the gods that he would see more success in his duties as a knight than he had trying to procure a wife. Hugo and Ella walked up to me, passing by Lord Daniel as he continued to mope. What is the important announcement you spoke of? I asked. The two exchanged a look. Wait! Holy shit! Rosemary's gonna be happy about this one! I was not expecting this, to be completely honest with you guys. Hugo and Ella getting married! Rosemary's gonna be angry that she missed all this! Bright grins creeping under their faces. We're getting married, Hugo announced. Both our parents approved. I can see Daniel No, don't say that in front of him. Don't say that in front of him right now. He's not happy right now. I could see Daniel covering his ears out of the corner of my eye. This evidently wasn't something that he wanted to hear about right now. Yeah, he doesn't. Oh, you can see him in the corner. Oh, poor guy. Poor Daniel. I feel so bad for the guy. He needs a wife. He needs someone to love too. Jeez. So we thought we'd come to you to discuss what happens next, Hugo continued. I understand, but this news has come too suddenly for me to tell you something for sure. Please give me time to discuss the matters with the High Priest. What is one meant to do in this situation? I couldn't have been more unprepared to discuss this with them. Under normal circumstances, the word marriage was never even spoken within the temple's walls. I went straight to the High Priest, only for him to grimace with exceeding annoyance and dismissively wave his hand. Those two are Rosemine's personnel. It is not my place to give them permission or instructions in her absence, and so I cannot allow them to marry before she awakens. Simply instruct them to prepare a successor for Ella in the case that she does marry and subsequently needs to resign. Yeah, just in case. I mean, I'm sure Nicola would love to take the opportunity. I'm sure they've been training her this whole time. But, I imagine that if they can, I imagine they would still want to work for her. The only problem I could see coming up would be, because I'm assuming they have their own places they live, and they'll have their own home once they get married, is Ella getting pregnant and having her own kid. That's going to be, she might have to resign, yeah. I have to agree on that one. I passed the High Priest's message on to them, which ultimately made Ella blow up with anger. I'm not going to quit being a cook even when I do get married, she barked. What, is that true, I asked? Will bearing a child not leave you unable to work? I'd need a little time off, obviously, but how will we survive if I quit my job right after getting married? Is that customary in the lower city? The High Priest mentioned that women cease working once they are wed, but as priests are forbidden from getting married, this subject is quite honestly not one that I understand. No! No, I mean, I'm assuming that Lutz's mom still works. I'm assuming that Effa still works. So, I mean, probably for nobles, it probably is the case, but not for commoners. The married life Ella spoke of was significantly different from what the high priest had said. It seemed that he was just as unfamiliar with the circumstances of commoners as I was. Yeah, definitely. Nobles are a lot different from us commoners. I plan on working even after getting married, but if that's new to you guys, I guess I'll need to wait until Lady Rosemine wakes up for sure. Oh well, Ella said, seeming to give up relatively quickly. Hugo, on the other hand, was not so understanding. Hold it, Ella, don't give up that easily. Huh, I'm not giving up. There's no getting around the fact that we gotta wait, though, is there? But waiting means not having the stars of next year's not being the stars of next year's Star Festival, right? Right? Who can say? It all depends on Lady Rosemine, I said, earning me a sharp glare from Hugo. God, am I fated to never get married? I can get girlfriends, but not wives. Is that how it is, Fran? He exclaimed, grabbing me by the shoulders and shaking me about. There was no answer I could give him, though. This matter truly was beyond me. Yeah, you're asking the wrong guy, Hugo. You can get married? Good God, dude. Just wait until Lady Rosemine wakes up. Jesus. I'm sure she'd love to do the Starbind ceremony for you guys. Summer ended and the development of the new ink was complete, which meant the Rosemine workshop could now start printing higher quality playing cards. The new paper they were being printed on was firm and glossy, producing cards entirely unlike those made of wood, while the various colors of ink meant that each suit could now be easily differentiated and decorated with beautiful visuals. One autumn day close to the Harvest Festival, Brother Egmont suddenly visited the High Bishop's chambers with a single gray shrine maiden in tow. Oh no. She looked sick with anxiety, and the sight caused me to defensively tense up a little. Brother Egmont, I do not recall you arranging a meeting. Why would I need to when the High Bishop's gone and there's only Grey Priest here, he retorted. You'd go to the High Priest, dude! I glanced at Zom, who smoothly disappeared into the kitchen. He was likely leaving through a back door to inform the High Priest of this sudden arrival, so I needed to buy time until they returned. My sincerest apologies. We have not welcomed a Blue Priest without an appointment before, and as we are somewhat unprepared, I can imagine some urgent business has inspired your arrival. May I ask what it is? Take Lily back to the orphanage and get me a new attendant. Bring me Grey Shrine Maidens. Hell no! I swiftly looked over at Monica, who spun around and exited the room at once to inform Wilma before turning back to Brother Egmont. My sincerest apologies once again, but we cannot accommodate such a request without advance warning. Why not? The Grey Shrine Maidens all have duties given to them by Lady Rosemine. It will take time to gather them together and give them the manual labor they have been engaged in. Given the manual labor they have been engaged in, they will not be clean enough to be presented so suddenly to a Blue Priest. Brother Egmont crossed his arms, not really seeming to understand. He evidently wasn't familiar with the concept of a Grey Shrine Maiden not being immediately presentable. If you are to be taking a new attendant, it is necessary that it look as beautiful as possible rather than being brought in the midst of their work, I continued. I believe it is in your best interest to return to your chambers for today and wait for the candidates to be prepared. Despite his frustration, Brother Egmont ultimately agreed. He was a Blue Priest, repulsed by even the thought of something unsightly. If that's settled, may I ask why you are returning Lily to the orphanage, I asked? It is important for us to know how she has displeased you. My question was purely for appearance's sake, though. There was only one reason Grey Shrine Maidens were ever returned to the orphanage, and so I simply kept my eyes down and pretended to write things on a form. She got pregnant. Oh, great! This is a new development! Brother Egmont said tersely, looking down at Lily with a disgusted grimace. She's been whining about feeling sick for days, and now she's throwing up everywhere. I've never seen an attendant this useless in my life. I see. It certainly is unacceptable for an attendant to be unable to do their duties. Seeing that we were in agreement, Brother Egmont lightened up a little, his tone now slightly less harsh. Exactly. I needed a replacement immediately. That said, it is the High Priest who handles the ownership of attendants, not the High Bishop. I must ask that you schedule a meeting with him. Excuse me? You're the High Bishop's attendant. Handle it yourself. Brother Egmont had been favored by the previous High Bishop, and so he was used to speaking solely to him whenever he wanted something done. Things were different now, though. The High Priest was working hard to return the temple to how it had been before the previous High Bishop's reign. The transfer of priests and shrine maidens comes under the High Priest jurisdiction, I explained. I am aware that such distinctions were at times ignored in the past, but that is no longer the case. You're pretty cocky for a Grey Priest. Brother Egmont raised a hand to strike me, but before he could, there came a small chime. I internally sighed with relief. That was the High Priest spell, meaning Zom must have returned with him. My apologies, Brother Egmont, but I have already arranged a meeting with the High Priest here. However, I will give my meeting time so that you may settle this matter with him first. He had no problem arriving unannounced with only Grey Priests were present, but he wouldn't be so rude to the High Priest himself. Members of the former High Bishop's faction remained uncooperative with the High Priest, and for that reason their income was slowly being slashed, forcing them into more uncomfortable lifestyles. Ha ha! Fran, why is Egmont here? The High Priest asked upon entering the room, meeting him with a displeased stare. I believe I am already scheduled for a meeting at this time. Brother Egmont arrived without warning. It seems he wishes to replace one of his Grey Shrine Maidens post-haste. I responded promptly. I see. The transfer of priests and Shrine Maidens comes under my jurisdiction, Egmont, so you are to arrange a meeting with me, not the High Bishop's attendants. Return to your chambers for today, and my time is already occupied. Brother Egmont dragged Lily out of the room, ultimately having no choice but to arrange a meeting at a later date. Zom shut the door firmly behind him, at which point I knelt before the High Priest. I truly apologize for the disturbance. There is no need. I predicted that incidents of this manner would occur with Rosamund gone, but replacing a Great Shrine Maiden, I imagine she will be quite upset if she discovers I did not handle this as she would. What a pain. The High Priest went on to explain Lady Rosamund's will. She had been quite firm that while she did not mind Grey Shrine Maidens who wanted to be attendants being given to Blue Priests, she would under no circumstances accept someone being forced into it, even if that necessitated her taking them on as her own attendants. Lady Rosamund truly is soft when it comes to the orphanage. It was of course heartwarming since it was so much like her, but it also made me worry for the future when Lady Rosamund was no longer the High Bishop. Fran, I imagine that Egmont will send his request for the meeting without hesitation. I intend to meet with him at Fifth Bell 3 days from now. Be prepared to bring Shrine Maidens from the orphanage with Rosamund's will in mind. As you wish. After seeing the High Priest off, I left the chambers to Zom and went directly to the orphanage. There was no escaping that someone would be chosen to become Brother Egmont's new attendant, so preparations would need to be made before it was time for the meeting. Oh god, I feel so bad for anybody who has to become that jerk's attendant. Because most likely, they'll end up in the same situation that Lily is in. I feel so bad for her too. Because I imagine it was either Brother Egmont's kid or someone else that he forced onto her. Bastard. When I arrived, I was welcomed by a trembling Wilma, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Fran, what happened? She asked me. Monica was at her side looking worried for her. Lily has become pregnant. A new attendant is going to be selected for Brother Egmont 3 days from now. 3 days from now? The High Priestess said we are going to respect Lady Rosamund's will, so it should not be as tragic as you may think. Wilma's fear of men meant that she did not want to leave the orphanage, so her position as one of Rosamund's attendants was more than she could have ever hoped for. The other Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens stuck in the orphanage, however, saw leaving to serve a Blue Priest as moving up in the world. To many, even becoming an attendant for Brother Egmont was considered worthwhile. Oh, I feel so bad for them! There were more adult Grey Shrine Maidens in the orphanage than before, with many having come of age, just like Rosina and Nicola had, but there was still only 20 or so in total. They were all lined up, some tightly clasping their hands as they hoped to stay at the orphanage, others debating with themselves whether or not this was something they wanted, and still others looking ahead with sparkling eyes, eagerly looking forward to being chosen just as Delia had in the past. Oh, I hate that they're thinking this way. Brother Egmont is a bad person! Do any of you wish to become Brother Egmont's attendant, I asked. 4 women shot their hands up in an instant. I gazed across them, completely ignoring those who still seemed to be unsure about the decision, then nodded. Very well, you 4 shall accompany me to the meeting 3 days from now. Fran, won't you be bringing them all? Wilma asked, blinking several times in surprise. She was used to all the Shrine Maidens of adult age being taken out of the orphanage, with the Blue Priests then choosing whoever they liked most. It is Lady Rosamund's will that each orphan have the power to choose their future. Those who wish to become attendants will therefore be prioritized. 3 days later at Fifth Bell, I brought the 4 Shrine Maidens who had volunteered to the High Priest's chambers. Brother Egmont looked at them and frowned. Just 4? Many Shrine Maidens were executed by the former High Bishop. Were you not aware, Brother Egmont? No, I was. Anyway, these girls aren't bad. The former High Bishop had prioritized appearances above all else when choosing which Shrine Maidens to keep alive, so it was only natural that those who remained had praiseworthy beauty. Brother Egmont compared them with a vulgar look in his eyes, then pointed at one. All right, you. The selected Shrine Maiden was left behind as I returned to the orphanage with Lily and the other 3. The High Priest would handle the contract himself. I didn't know the specifics, but I was aware that those being assigned to serve blue priests were made to sign a magic contract preventing them from leaking details of Lady Rosemine's recipes, workshop, or personal life. Good! Wilma was already waiting for us when we returned to the orphanage. Welcome back, Lily. It must have been quite the struggle to work while so unwell. Here you may rest as much as you need to. Lily suddenly burst into tears. Wilma stroked her back, listening compassionately as the girl sobbed about being deathly afraid of her body changing in ways she did not understand, and the blue priest she had served calling her useless and in the way. It had hurt her heart beyond words. Deciding to leave Lily to Wilma, I exited the orphanage. This was surely the best possible result, just as Lady Rosamund wished. A shrine maiden who desired to become an attendant had done so, while one who did not was allowed to quit. In any case, there was now a pregnant woman in the orphanage, and that introduced its own problems. Lily had said she did not understand the changes her body was going through, but neither did we. I asked the high priest what he knew, but he merely said to ignore her. That's not nice. Explaining that the baby would simply be born on its own after enough time. We all trusted his judgments, and as the whole orphanage seemed particularly relaxed about it all, Tully and Les visited to learn etiquette as planned. I mean, they could give her some advice. I mean, Tully's mom was pregnant. Ignore her? Born on its own? That's ridiculous, Tully exclaimed. Childbirth is a crazy big deal. Do no babies just pop out of thin air or something? It's not something you can do without preparations. You've got to deliver the baby with a ton of people helping, Lutz added. The blood drained from my face. Tully had assisted when her mother gave birth, and as a boy, Lutz always raced to help when a neighbor was in such a situation. So their words held considerable weight. It was only then that I remembered commoners and nobles had distinct cultures and understood things differently. It was likely that they had their own understandings of childbirth as well, and given that the orphanage didn't have mana or magic tools, the commoner perspective was a lot more relevant to us. With the high priest's advice on the matter now no longer of use to us, we had no choice but to rely on outside help. But there was nobody in the orphanage with childbirth experience, and nobody in the lower city was eccentric enough to come somewhere we widely scorned to help. Eva would! If only Lady Rosamund were here. Her absence was painful. She had likewise seen her little brother's birth up close. No, she had not, actually! And would have been simple enough for her to gather commoners in the lower city to assist. My mom would come for sure, but I don't think she can do it all on her own, Tully said. I'll see what Master Benno can do, Les continued. Karina's given birth before, so I'm sure he knows what we'll need. And so Les went to consult Master Benno, who had apparently responded with, Babies don't just come out on their own. It's too dangerous to have people that ignorant handle this. That woman's gonna die there. Everyone went pale upon hearing that, never having considered this would be so difficult. Yeah, childbirth in the medieval age was awful! There was so many freaking deaths after childbirth that it was insane! So yeah, it's a good thing that they're getting advice on this. When Les and Tully asked Master Benno to think of a solution, his conclusion was to bring Lily to Hasse during the harvest festival. The monastery there had a better relationship with commoners than the temple, and if Occam and Egan asked for help after spending the winter there on the High Bishop's orders, it was likely that at least a few women would volunteer. Furthermore, Master Benno had said that even the orphans from Hasse would know more about childbirth than the shrine maidens in the temple. As expected of Master Benno, thank you for providing advice even during these busy times. Following Master Benno's recommendations, we made the necessary preparations to move Lily to Hasse. We also asked the planting company what tools we would need for the childbirth itself and made sure they were at hand. It wasn't long before I was boarding one of the carriages heading to Hasse for the harvest festival with Lily, Occam, and Egan. I had written a letter addressed to Richt in advance, requesting his assistance with the childbirth. Lady Charlotte delivered the letter for me, then confirmed that he had agreed to help. As expected, Nora had previous experience assisting with childbirth with such matters, as she played an important role expecting everything we had brought, checked on Lily's health, and figuring out when she was likely to give birth. I'd estimate somewhere around the end of spring, she said. When it's time for spring prayer, please bring a few extra shrine maidens. We don't need many men, since they can't come into the room while she's giving birth. I see. Men not being allowed explains why Tully and Lutz have different things. Lily remained in Hasse as we departed for our next stop during the harvest festival. We were receiving Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte's assistance here as well, as planned, so we easily gathered what we needed for winter preparation. We cooperated with the Gilberta Company to help butcher the pigs just like we had the year before, and everything was progressing smoothly, that is, until the end of autumn approached. Master Benno from the planting company was summoned by the high priest and told he was to expand the printing industry. It seemed that Lady Rosemine's mother, Lady Alvara, wished to establish a printing workshop in her family's whole province. Uh-oh. Yeah, with this, we were told about this in the last video. With, Lutz's, story. No rest for us. It will simply be impossible to begin right now. Even if we do leave immediately, not a single piece of paper can be made in the province with frozen rivers. Plus, how will you support us with food and materials when Haldensel freezes over, trapping us there? Benno asked, protesting the immediacy of the demand. I imagine Geeb Haldensel would provide you with food, but it certainly would be pointless to send you there before any work can be done. The high priest replied, falling into thought. I could tell from the troubled look on Master Benno's face that he was wishing Lady Rosemine was present to support him. Every workshop would require its own preparations, and I will not be able to establish them all myself without first securing the assistance of the Merchants Guild, Master Benno explained. Using noble authority to force matters will only breed discontent and cause problems in the future. Nobles, merchants, and craftspeople each have their own distinct customs. You and Lady Alvara surely both understand how necessary it is to lay the proper groundwork, correct? In that case, prepare a list of everything you will require and have it delivered to me by the winter baptism ceremony. It is necessary to provide concrete evidence of what needs to be arranged before work can begin. Master Benno left the high priest's room, cradling his head as he trudged to the front gate. He later returned for a business negotiation with Lady Alvara, with the high priest present as the one responsible for the printing industry in Lady Rosemine's absence. Lady Alvara had something that she wanted printed for winter socializing, no matter the cost, and it was to that end that she required her own workshop, which she wanted to be constructed immediately. In that case, we will print what you need ourselves at the Rosemine workshop, Master Benno suggested. It would mean them abandoning winter preparation to desperately run the workshop at full capacity for a while, but his proposal was accepted, buying him some time before they needed to build a printing workshop in Haldensel. Master Benno went straight to the workshop to directly ask the Grey Priest for their help. Not a single person refused. They owed much to the planting company, and so they wanted to do whatever they could to repay them. He promptly took out the manuscript that Lady Alvara had given him, with both Gil and Lutz frowning upon seeing how thick it was. It'll take too long to set the letters with this many pages. We don't even know how many characters this is, Lutz said. Yeah, we should go with mimeograph printing for this one, Gil agreed. They both nodded, then headed to the orphanage with some paper and their tools in hand. Everyone else had already started making the necessary preparations, having sprung into action the moment they heard the words mimeograph printing. Master Benno blinked, impressed at how well organized their workflow was, at which point Prince walked over to him. Master Benno, we intend to do everything in our power to help, but what about winter preparations? There's so much we're going to lack if we miss the opportunity to gather in the forest. I went ahead and charged them in a huge express fee. If we're going to make this happen, we'll need to buy most of our winter prep. In that case, I have a list of things we will need. Can I ask you to take care of them? Yep, I'm the one forcing all this work on you after all. That's the least I can do. If Master Benno handling winter preparation for us, we'll be able to keep working until right before winter socializing begins. Thank you. In which case, you may return to your store now, Master Benno. I imagine we are not the only ones you need to discuss this with. Nope. Thanks, Fritz. See you later. With that, Benno spun around and exited the workshop. Fran, it is as you heard. I will entrust the orphanage winter preparations to you, Fritz said, pushing the workshop's list of necessary goods into my hands. I went ahead to the orphanage since I needed to collect a list from them as well. When I arrived, Les and Gil were already lining up tools on the dining room hall table. Rosina, may I ask you to make stencils for the letters, then have Wilma make stencils for the art, Lutz asked. If there's anyone else who can write nicely, please have them make stencils as well, Gil added. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for the pages to have different kinds of handwriting. I came here to teach music, but I suppose I can help, Rosina said with a single sigh, as she accepted the manuscript. Oh? This handwriting is already quite elegant. We can make stencils directly out of these sheets. Perfect. Let's make people making stencils then. We'll just trace the handwritten page we have already got. As Lutz and Gil raced around, explaining the circumstances to everyone, I went over to Wilma and acquired the orphanage's winter preparation list. It was similar to the one Lady Rosemine had prepared during her first year here, with everything organized so that one could tell at a glance what it was and wasn't yet done. At Fritz's request, I shall be handling the orphanage's winter preparation, I explained. Please do your best to help the workshop, Wilma. I thank you ever so much, Fran. With Zom and Monica's help, I organized what we needed the planting company to acquire for us. The list was fairly sizable since our preparations involved the High Bishop's chambers, the orphanage, and the workshop. As for the food we had received during the Harvest Festival, I was trusting Hugo, Ella, and Nicola to prepare it all. We were all busily running around with far too much work for us to reasonably complete. We all threw ourselves into our duties, leaving no time to even assist the High Priest with his work, and as a result we were just barely able to finish Lady Alvara's order before winter socializing began. The workshop was filled with glee, and as the workers burst into cheers, I started flipping through one of the books. Don't show it to Birdman! Don't show it to him! Do not! I repeat, do not show it to him! He's gonna have a cow! Actually, he wouldn't be able to do he could still do a Gothstern thing about it. He's the freaking brother of the Archduke. Alvara's just an archnoble. He could still do something about it, but I don't know if he will. It seems to me that the illustrations in this book strongly resemble the High Priest. Has he given his permission for this to be printed, I asked, recalling Lady Rosamond complaining about him getting mad, and forbidding her from printing any such pictures in his likeness. Master Benno looked slightly sicker, and more exhausted than usual, shot me a glare. He ordered us to print this himself. And we got the manuscript from Lady Alvara. Who are we to ask questions? Who's going to pay for all our losses if someone doesn't keep their mouth shut and sticks their nose where it doesn't belong, huh? The gleam in his dark eyes silenced me at once. I hadn't the will to argue with Master Benno when he was irritated and sleep-deprived, and it was indeed true that the High Priest had asked us to satisfy Lady Alvara's request by printing whatever it was she desired. What in the world is going to happen at this year's winter socializing? I want to know! I want to be a fly on the wall for this one. It would soon be a year since the incident with Lady Rosamond, but the High Priest had said she was still far from waking up. I did not understand the details, but it seemed her mana was so extremely compressed that it was taking an excessively long time to dissolve. Well, that's partially due to the freaking poison that caused that, too. Because if it was just her compressing it, they would have been able to make her completely healthy. But no, because of that, she now has 5 freaking units of compressed mana still after she wakes up. Which is still less than what she had when she went to bed, when she was, before all this, but still. The High Priest instructed me to replace the face stones in the Jureve while he examined Lady Rosamond, grumbling complaints all the while. How did you ever survive with this much mana inside of you, Rosamond? How? He muttered. Well, that's partially, like I said, it's partially the poison that did that, because she did say that her mana was kind of stuck when she tried to get in the room before they put her in the Jureve, so I mean, whatever. As I stacked a new board atop the growing pile beside Lady Rosamond, I thought to myself that she most likely lived due to the will of the gods. Winter socializing began, and with the High Priest absent, we once again had to prepare for the dedication ritual without him. We were all used to this by now, and as things progressed smoothly, even without an authority present to direct us. Unlike last year, the High Priest did return once during our preparations, but he went back to the castle soon after checking on Lady Rosamond. It seemed that face stones filled with her mana would once again be used for the dedication ritual. At Tully's recommendation, we elected to compile a book explaining noble etiquette and euphemisms during the winter. Master Benno had concluded that while it would not sell to nobles, it would be popular among rich merchants and the authorities of towns and cities. Oh, heck yeah, it would! Spring arrived without any significant change in Lady Rosamond's condition. The planting company was busy hurrying about, not knowing when Lady Alvara's next request would come, and in the midst of all this, Master Benno graciously attended a meeting about spring prayer at our behest. The meeting was held within the Orphanage Director's chambers, with Wilma and 3 great shrine maidens who would be joining Lily and Hasse in attendance. As the planting company primarily employed men, Tully was there as well, due in part to Master Benno having determined that her experience with the orphanage would make discussing matters with the shrine maidens easier. I expect that by spring prayer, Lutz and I will be in Haldensel, he began. I'll leave Mark behind this time to make communication easier, so just send word to him once it's time. The Gilberta company will be fine as well with Tully there. Tully nodded in agreement with a smile. Her etiquette studies had truly paid off, such that she looked naturally graceful even while seated. It is safe to assume these 4 shrine maidens will be leaving to help with the birth, Master Benno asked. Not quite. I'm going to be staying behind, Wilma said quietly, shaking her head with an openly nervous expression. Master Benno raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the attendant Lady Rosamond left in charge of the orphanage? That's how you were introduced to me. I'm pretty sure you should leave the orphanage to someone else and go help with the birth. There's a lot of stuff you'll need to learn how to do. That is certainly true, but Wilma trailed off, shaking her head over and over again as if fanning the air with her face. She then looked to me for help. I could imagine she was definitely afraid of even speaking to Master Benno, so I swiftly explained her circumstances to him. A blue priest tried to force himself on her, and she's been too afraid of men to leave the orphanage ever since. Huh? Master Benno repeated. His previously calm face suddenly flashed with anger, and his voice dropped into a growl. Don't make me laugh. What? You're in charge of the orphanage, right? Cut the crap. Who knows how many births you're gonna have to deal with from now on? How's this place gonna survive when the person in charge doesn't know jack about childbirth? Don't think Hasse is gonna help out every time. They're doing this at once as an act of kindness, as you can handle it yourselves from here on out, and don't you friggin' forget it. Master Benno fixed the woman with such a wrathful, frightening stare that tears began to stream down her face. She desperately shook her head, not knowing what else to do. But you came to me because you had no one to call on without Lady Rosamund, and despite how friggin' busy I am, I agreed to help you get out of this mess. And what do I get in return? The very person who asked for my assistance, saying she doesn't want to do anything but stay locked up in the orphanage. That was not my... Wilma looked completely taken aback, lightly having never expected to be chastised so harshly. Master Benno faced her head on and continued, not once breaking eye contact. Then what was your intention, huh? Stay locked up inside and pray that everything magically solves itself? This is your job. I don't have time to help someone who's not even willing to go out and learn for themselves. If you don't go to Hasse, I'm not lending you any carriages. It's just half a day away, right? You can walk. Master Benno! Lady Rosamund had paid for carriages and guards such that the sheltered grey priests and shrine maidens weren't exposed to danger. But here Master Benno was suggesting that they walk a road that would take an average commoner half a day to tread. I don't have time for cowards with no motivation, but Master Benno said bluntly, standing up from his seat. I've got work to do. The planting company has to prepare for depart for Hollinsdale, so I'm leaving. Please wait, I'll go. So please grant us your help, Wilma pleaded between sobs. Girl, you've got to get over this sooner or later. And I think this is why he's doing this. He's trying to help you. You've got to stand up for yourself more. Master Benno sat down again, his brow knitted in a deep frown. We discussed we needed to be prepared for spring prayer, then concluded the meeting. The very moment Master Benno left the room, Wilma collapsed onto the table, continuing to cry. I looked down at her with a sympathetic yet distant eyes. I understand the fear of being forced to do something you do not wish to do. But you were rescued before even being thrust into such a situation yourself. There are some people who never got saved, and are forced to do things against their wishes repeatedly. Yeah, like Lily and the other attendants who are having to do that sort of stuff. And, Fran, speaking from experience on this one. Oh, boy. It is necessary that you learn to live on, even in those situations, and gradually conquer your weaknesses. Fran, does Lily wish for the child she is about to give birth to? I imagine not, but even so, she's fighting against her fear and doing her best to see it through. Wilma raised her head, a look of realization slowly dawning on her face. I continued, now speaking more quietly. For how many years has Lady Rosamund protected you? It was because of your encouragement that Rosina worked so hard to overcome her inability to do paperwork. Lady Rosamund likewise worked hard in learning to live as a noble. You advised them both, and now I believe it is time for you to conquer your own weaknesses as well. The Gutenbergs waited for Gabe Hollinsdale to return to his home province before beginning their move. They departed for Hollinsdale along with Gil and several grey priests. Not long after, it came time to leave for spring prayer. Tula came to see us off since she was so worried for Wilma and started encouraging her as best she could. Wilma, I am certain there is nothing to fear, she said, sounding far more like a well-raised noble than she had prior to her etiquette training. Our father is among the soldiers serving as your guards. Our father? Ah! Wilma suddenly recalled that Tula and Lady Rosamund were sisters, then looked over at Gunter, who was watching his daughter with a worried expression. There are none there who would mock or assault one of Lady Rosamund's precious attendants, Tula assured her. You may rest easy, I promise. I thank you ever so much. Driven by Tula's encouragement and Gunter's silent approval, Wilma stepped forward on trembling legs and climbed into a carriage. Spring came to an end, and we received word from Wilma that Lily had safely given birth, thank God. On an early summer day with pleasant weather, I requested carriages from Master Mark and departed for the monastery in Hasse. I then returned with Wilma, the great shrine maidens who had gone to help, and Lily with her newborn baby. Wilma's expression was much brighter now that she had experienced life outside the orphanage, and there was a strength in her eyes that made her seem much stronger and more reliable than she was before. Yay! Good for Wilma! Good for Wilma. Thanks, Beto. You kind of helped her with that. You were harsh, but she needed it to be. Everyone in the orphanage began taking turns looking after the baby, just as they had done with Dirk. It wasn't long before Wilma and Lily were wearing exhausted expressions at almost all times. Of course, that's going to happen, dude. It's a newborn baby. They're going to cry and eat everything all the time. So sleep when they are sleeping. Summer 2 ended before we knew it. Lady Rosamund had not yet woken enough, even by the time Monica came of age. But on one autumn day near the harvest festival, the high priest gave a small smile after checking up on her. She has begun to move her fingertips. Her recovery is around 70, perhaps 80% complete. All we must do is wait for her to awaken. I am glad. After spending such a long time asleep, it was a relief to see her that she was finally showing signs of awakening. We still could not expect anything in the immediate future, but after enduring so many seasons without even the slightest change, even the smallest good sign was enough to fill me with joy. One autumn day to the harvest festival. Okay. I think this is around the time that she wakes up. Good grief. Just how much trouble do you have to give me before you're satisfied, he asked the still sleeping Lady Rosamund. Despite his tone sounding so annoyed as usual, there was both immense relief and intense worry in his eyes. During the harvest festival, the high priest returned to the temple every 2 to 3 nights by high beast to check on Lady Rosamund. She must be immensely important to the high priest, Psalms noted with a somewhat bemused smile after seeing him off yet again. She is. Out of everyone he has ever met, Lady Rosamund is the only one who has actively tried to reduce his workload. She sincerely worried about his health, scolding him for relying on potions so much, and challenged the Archduke himself on his behalf. There is surely no other high bishop in the world who would show him that much consideration. My words prompted Zom to rub his forehead and sigh, no doubt recalling the high priest's current workload and unhealthy lifestyle. I pray for his sake that she awakens soon, he said, looking toward the hidden room where she was asleep. Though I imagine that even then, his days of constant headaches will only begin anew. But at least his workload would go down. It was a number of days after the harvest festival ended that the high priest informed me Lady Rosamund had awoken and would need to be given a bath. Really? Still? Jesus Christ, how long have I been recording for? Jesus, an hour! That took an hour! Jesus Lord! The lay noble guard knight. You are my brother, and this incident involves our entire family. You understand this, yes? Then tell me, Daniel, why did you propose to Lady Bridget, then shamelessly refuse her when she agreed to marry you? Because I don't want to move to Ilgner and leave Lady Rosamund's service. Duh! Soon after I had turned down Bridget on the night of star binding, my brother, the head of our house, dragged me back to our estate. I now sat facing him and his wife, Julian, in his quiet office, with all the servants having been cleared out of the room. Julian was staring daggers at me with her narrow green eyes. You had an entire year to prepare, she said. Should you not have made arrangements ahead of time for Lady Bridget to refuse you instead? She was surely deeply wounded that you would turn her down in public when you yourself were the one to propose. Do you not even remember why you defended her against Lord Hasse? Was it not to protect the very honor you have now worked to undermine? I gritted my teeth. My intention had never been to hurt Bridget. I had thought that she would accept my proposal, and that would be that. Never did I think she would suddenly impose such a bold prerequisite, especially with everyone watching us. I thought we had agreed that I only needed to increase my mana capacity. I never thought she would suddenly force a new condition on me then and there. My eyes had widened in shock when Bridget asked me to move to Ilgner with her, and it was then that I saw Lady Alvara watching me with a slight smile. The moment I saw the look in her dark brown eyes, I heard her voice in my head. You certainly know much about Rosamund, don't you, Daniel? Oh, here we go. Yeah, if he left for Ilgner with Bridget, that is a loose end. Someone knows that he was Lady Rosamund's guard knight, and they could try to capture him and get information out of him. Even try and use torture to get that information. So, yeah. It was a question she had asked me prior to Lady Rosamund's baptism when she and the Knight Commander summoned me to ask whether I would continue serving as her guard knight. Lord Ferdinand and the Knight Commander had then warned me to, in their words, think carefully and understand the significance of someone who knows so much about Rosamund resigning from serving as her guard. I couldn't quit serving her when she had allowed me to be her guard knight out of the kindness of her heart, and it was precisely because I knew her secrets and remained loyal to her that a lay noble like me has been given such an important role in the first place. Tragically, this was the very same reason that her guardians would never let me leave. Yeah, he couldn't have gone to Ilgner even if he wanted to. I was more surprised than anyone when she asked me to come to Ilgner. What? Hold on, are you saying that you expected not to marry into Ilgner, but for Lady Bridget to marry into our family? My brother asked incredulously. I nodded a little confused. Bridget and I are Lady Rosemine's guard knights. Would it not be unthinkable for the both of us to leave the nobles' quarter at the same time? It simply wasn't an option for me to quit being a guard knight, and Bridget was staying in the Night Storm precisely because she couldn't remain in Ilgner. To me, it made perfect sense that we would stay in the nobles' quarter after getting married. No, what's unthinkable is that you ever thought of such a thing. Lady Rosemine certainly does favor you, but you are a lay noble who everyone thinks should quit his position as soon as possible, and Lady Bridget is Geeb Ilgner's little sister. In what world would you not be marrying into her family? Who would waste that one chance to rise in status from a lay noble to a med noble? It was then that I realized I understood things differently than from other lay nobles. They shifted factions constantly based on trends and happenings, but I was the odd one out, locked into my position due to secrets that I couldn't tell anyone. So you mean to say that everyone thought my proposal was founded on the idea I would marry into Ilgner? Of course, it would have been beyond us to take Lady Bridget into our own estate, my brother said flatly, leaving no room for argument. Julian looked at me with an absolutely baffled expression. Could it be that you intended to have a med noble like Bridget lower her status to that of a lay noble to marry you? How in the world did you expect to live in the noble's quarter after that? I was stunned into silence for a moment. My previous engagement had ended up getting cancelled, but I had at least gotten halfway through the preparation phase before then. She wouldn't have been able to stay in the Night Storm, so I planned to rent a home in the noble's quarter after our wedding, I explained. It wouldn't get in the way of us going to the temple and castle for work, and we would each have one attendant, so it wouldn't be too different from Bridget's current situation. Both my brother and Julian brought their hands to their foreheads in disbelief. Your previous fiancé was a lay noble, remember? Would you really force the med noble little sister of a Geeb to live like that, my brother asked. Julian nodded in agreement. That would make it difficult for Lady Bridget to ask her family for help with matters related to her marriage and eventual childbirth, would it not? And it would certainly not be similar to her life in the dorm. I blinked in surprise. The two of them had helped me with my marriage before, so I hadn't at all expected them to react so negatively to this. And you can't even tell them why! You can't even tell them that you can't leave Lady Rosemine's service because you know too much. Daniel, I think being so friendly with the Med Nobles and Arch Nobles serving as Lady Rosemine's guards has blinded you to how significantly a Med Noble marrying down into a Lay Noble family truly is, Julian said with a sigh. She went on to explain what life after marriage was like for a woman. Socializing remained their primary endeavor, just as it was before marriage, but they had to socialize based on the status of their house. One's status changed depending on their marriage, so Lady Bridget would be forced to live as a lay noble, Julian summarized. She would no longer be able to remain friends with those she had been equal to before, and when visiting her home province, she would be expected to bow in subservience to her family and relatives. Daniel, a land-owning med noble marrying a lay noble who isn't even the head of his house, is just as significant as you marrying into a rich commoner family, my brother added. I tried putting myself into that position. As a commoner, I would no longer be able to freely meet with my family, having to instead send word ahead of time, and I wouldn't be allowed to act as their equals. Just how much a person was distanced from their friends and family of another status became even clearer when I remembered the way Lady Rosemine was forced to interact with those from the lower city. But while she had gone up in a higher status, Bridget would have gone down. As I was just a bachelor and a second son, my brother had always dealt with our relatives, which meant I hadn't thought very hard about what Bridget's life would be like after marriage. It's true that I didn't think things through enough, but Bridget became a guard knight to support her family. Since canceling her engagement with Lord Hasse made it difficult for her to stay in Ilgner. She herself said that strengthening her bond with Lady Rosemine in the Noble's Quarter was important for her home province, and so I never thought she would want to return there after getting married. I had thought Bridget would be happier living in the Noble's Quarter, continuing to get Lady Rosemine's support, through me serving as her guard knight. My hand still clenched on my lap started to tremble. Did she not already solve the problem by securing Ilgner's involvement in the expanding printing industry? It is only natural that her thoughts would shift to getting a husband and growing the Geeb's family as much as possible to help support Ilgner's future. According to my brother, Bridget canceling her engagement to Lord Hasse had led to all the lay nobles supporting Geeb Ilgner leaving the province, meaning there was almost no nobles in Ilgner at the moment. The Geeb's family and the few remaining nobles were banding together to survive, and since their highest priority was getting more noble support, they wanted Bridget and her husband to grow their numbers. Your marriage was accepted by Geeb Ilgner despite your lay noble status precisely because you are Lady Rosemine's guard knight, are not of an opposing faction, and are not the head of your house. He had originally planned for Lord Hasse to marry into the family, so we can guess they always intended for you to do the same. You sure know a lot about Ilgner, brother. Our house would be tied to them if you married into the family. It's only natural that I would learn what I could about them. The real question is, why you evidently never thought of all this despite having being the one to propose. Surely you spent the past year learning something about Ilgner, no? In reality, I hadn't learned a thing. Idiot! Daniel! Why are you an idiot? Are you that blinded by love that you never even thought to research into the family you were marrying into? Whether she was marrying into your family or you were marrying into her family, it didn't matter. You should have learned something about her home. I was completely unaware that Lord Hasse had intended to marry into their family, that Ilgner had fallen into disarray after Bridget's marriage was cancelled, and that they were suffering such a serious noble shortage. When I visited Ilgner with Lady Rosamund, I did notice that there were exceedingly few nobles, but I didn't realize why that was. Nor did it occur to me that Bridget wanted to return home, I said, and as the words left my mouth, I remembered something, the time Bridget had asked me what I thought about Ilgner. Could she have asked that with me marrying into her family in mind? Upon hearing me respond positively, she had beamed with delight and sincerely accepted my proposal. We were both trembling with joy over our hearts having connected, but it seemed we had misunderstood each other even that early on. I didn't want to believe it. I shook my head, trying to drive away that spine-chilling thought. I am a lay noble risen to the position of a guard knight due to Lady Rosamund's good graces. I cannot quit my post without her permission, nor can I leave the noble's quarter. Bridget should have known that from working with me, I said, trying to convince myself at the same time. My brother's eyes widened with surprise. Ah, I see. You are in a position that most lay nobles would never find themselves in. The very idea that someone should have known your feelings, however, is nothing short of arrogance. Even as your family and someone who knows the circumstances behind your employment, I did not consider this. Everyone judges things based on their own perspectives. Yeah, I think his brother even knows the situation that Daniel's in. But his wife does not, I think. Bridget had interpreted things based on her own thoughts, whereas I interpreted things based on mine. As a result, neither of us had truly understood each other. My brother, who had been staring at me instantly, broke into a bemused smile. Daniel, you certainly have worked harder than anyone expected. You increased your mana capacity to the point that you could feasibly propose to a med noble, and while you maintained that this was thanks to Lady Rosamund having taught you her compression method, increasing one's capacity is no simple task. As your brother, I am proud of what you have accomplished, but that is still not good enough. Getting married takes time, or takes more. My heart wrenched at his remark. I gritted my teeth and lowered my eyes to think I had come so close. I didn't want to accept that this failure was my own fault, that I hadn't been good enough. Well, it's not that you hadn't been good enough, it's that the fact that, one, you didn't want to move to Ilgner, and because you wanted to remain in service of Lady Rosamund, well, because you kind of have to, considering you know too much, and the fact that you probably would have been looking over your shoulder the entire time you were in Ilgner, worried about someone coming to silence you. An equivalent mana capacity is the bare minimum you need. Not even fellow lay nobles can get married on mana and feelings alone. You two spent an entire year with the proposal in mind, and yet neither of you managed to deduce there was a line between you that could never be crossed. Why didn't y'all just talk about, what you planned after you got married, where you were going to live? That's one of the big things you should have talked about before you went and proposed again. Oh my god. This is on both of y'all. Y'all should have talked about all this. His words stabbed into my heart one after another. I had worked desperately over the past year to increase my capacity as soon as possible, or as much as possible, believing that was all I needed to do for Bridget to accept my proposal. But this ignorance meant that I hadn't considered the marriage carefully enough. Marriage and love are not the same. For a couple to succeed in marriage, what's important is not the love that blooms between them, but rather their ability to live together. Lady Bridget and your visions of the future were simply incompatible. It would have been hard enough for you to live together given your difference in status, but with the two not even having understood each other, marriage would have proven impossible. A tense silence hung in the air. Where would we live after marriage? What circumstances were we both grappling with? Bridget and I hadn't once discussed these basic matters. What did y'all... I still say y'all are both at fault for this. What should I have done? Could we have worked things out if we just spoken about them ahead of time? Yes, you possibly could have. Maybe, but at the same time, I don't know if you still could have, even if you had. Because, like I said, Daniel knows too much, and Bridget doesn't even know those circumstances. So, he couldn't have told her all that, because if he could, she would have understood why he couldn't leave Lady Rosemine as a guard knight, and maybe they could have worked something out. Maybe. I still say maybe, because I'm not entirely sure. If y'all have any idea on this, let me know. If so, what should I have said to her? I racked my brain trying to put the pieces together. If only Lady Rosemine were here. Perhaps then things would have gone differently. She had aided me in more ways than I could count, so there was no doubt in my mind that she would have helped me think this through. Maybe she could have gotten Lord Ferdinand and the commander involved. But would it have been right to ask for even more help after she already taught me her compression method? Neither Bridget nor my brother knew this, but Lady Rosemine was he doesn't know this. He just knows that... He just knows the cover story. Okay. But Lady Rosemine was a commoner who had allowed herself to be adopted by the Archduke to protect her lower city family. She ultimately wasn't in a position where she could defy the wills of her guardians, and me giving her a request that she couldn't grant would only hurt her young heart. What kind of guard knight would do that to the one they serve? I mean, you could have asked the Ferdinand and the commander anyway about this whole situation. They could have probably given you some advice without getting Rosemine involved. I questioned myself over and over, digging as deep as I could until I finally reached the conclusion that it was impossible for me and Bridget and I to be together. Oh, I feel so bad for them. A heavy sigh escaped me as I looked back up, only to find that Julian had since left. Just my brother remained, sipping from a glass of wine as he watched me. Did you find an answer you're satisfied with? He asked, a warm look in his eyes as he poured a glass for me as well. I accepted it from him and took a sip. The wine tinkled and burned my throat. It seems the goddess of binding did not bless me after all. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't ever see us getting together, not when I can't quit my post as guard knight and Bridget is so dedicated to Ilgner. I see. In that case, be sure to apologize deeply to Lady Bridget. Regardless of your circumstances, you proposed to a men noble in public, and then refused her despite being a lay noble yourself. As your brother, I will apologize to Geeb Ilgner as well, my brother explained before sighing as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. To be honest, I am just glad that Lady Bridget questioned whether you would be willing to join her family before accepting your proposal. If she had accepted without either of you noticing your misunderstanding, the wounds would have been much deeper when reality came to light. Had our engagement been confirmed, it would have ceased being a problem between the two of us and turned into one that involved our entire families. My brother was the head of our family, and he wanted to avoid conflict with Geeb Ilgner more than anything else. I just wasn't paying enough attention to either other people. Marriage wasn't something that affected only the two directly involved, and by letting my emotions run wild, I hadn't given those around me even the most basic considerations. No, you did not. I met with Bridget in the temple the next day. It was painfully embarrassing, but better than having to talk to her at the night training grounds with a bunch of nobles watching. Forgive me, Bridget. When you said you couldn't return to Ilgner, I accepted it without question. I never even tried to find out Ilgner's circumstances or whether you did one day hope to return after all. No, the fault is all mine for not realizing that your position prevents you from leaving the nobles' quarter. It took my brother pointing it out directly for me to understand. If only I had noticed sooner, she replied with a sad smile. At least you guys understand each other now. Too late, though. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Neither of us had understood the situation until those we knew spelled it out for us. My brother was right. Thank goodness we had found this out before the marriage and not after. Daniel, can we truly not leave Lady Rosemine's side? Bridget asked, her amethyst eyes gleaming with a familiar determination. She didn't want to give up yet, nor did she want me to. My heart begged me to move mountains for her, but my brain reminded me that no matter what happened, our love simply couldn't be possible. Bridget, is leaving Ilgner truly not an option for you? I asked. Perhaps it was cowardly of me to respond to her question with yet another question, but my heart was screaming for me to ask it. I couldn't give up yet. If only she could stay in the nobles' quarter, then everything would work, but she would go down in status if that was the case. Our eyes met, and it was clear we both still had strong feelings for each other. After a lengthy period of silence, Bridget let out a slow sigh and lowered her gaze. When she looked up again, I could tell from the gleam in her eyes that a rejection was coming. I am family to Geeb Ilgner. I became a guard knight solely to aid my home, and so I cannot live in the nobles' quarter as a lay noble. I seek only a marriage that will benefit Ilgner. I could practically hear the goddess of binding forever severing the thread that joined us. The strength drained from my body, and I gave a weak smile nonetheless. It is a bit rude for me to ask, but do you have someone else? Lady Alvara spoke to my brother and is due to introduce me to someone from her faction. We need to hurry if I am to marry before I'm 20, so she told me to resign from my post as guard knight sooner rather than later. At the very least, you won't have to feel awkward seeing me in the temple or at the training ground, she said, with another sad smile before turning her back to me. May we both meet the one tied to us by Lebeskil, the goddess of binding threads. The day after I said my final goodbyes to Bridget, it was training day for the Archducal family's guard knights. Just thinking about how all my colleagues would antagonize me for refusing to marry a med noble despite my position as a lay noble made my stomach hurt. I could feel the stress building up inside of me as I arrived at the training grounds where I found the Knight Commander, Lord Cardstead, and Lord Bonifacius waiting for me. The former wore a sympathetic smile while the latter was punching the air with enthusiasm. "You're a good man, Daniel," Lord Bonifacius shouted. "Takes a strong heart to have that kind of loyalty." "I'm honored." I had been petrified with fear over how I would be treated, but it seemed that my bosses actually held a great deal of respect for my decision to prioritize loyalty over marriage. Lord Cardstead was nodding along with the exceptionally pleased Lord Bonifacius, seeming to understand my situation completely. It was a big relief to know that the training grounds weren't filled with scornful people. I moved. "As a show of respect for your loyalty, I'll train you even harder," Lord Bonifacius declared. "To me, Daniel. Please go easy on me." But of course, Lord Bonifacius had never gone easy on anyone in his life. My days of suffering, both a broken heart and a broken body, continued until the day Lady Rosemine woke up. "Really? What the fuck? What the fuck?" One handful of a chef. Yet another heavy sigh broke the silence. "Could you give it a rest already? Sheesh." I furrowed my brow in annoyance, which earned me a worried glance from Nicola. Ella," she began. "I'm fine. Could you wash these fish up for me?" For the past few days, a heavy atmosphere had hung over the kitchen that made it uncomfortable to say or do just about anything. I gave instructions to Nicola, then looked at the one responsible for the awkwardness. It was Hugo, hunched over with dead eyes as he stirred a pot. I mean, I understand why he's depressed, but even so, come on. Well, problems had started when the Offmer Company came asking for ways to expand the Italian restaurant's menu. They wanted at least one new recipe for the summer when they received more customers from outside the city. We normally would have asked Benno to speak to Lady Rosemine for us, but she was going to be asleep for a whole another year. Fran had shot them down fast and told them to think of something themselves, but Todd, the Italian restaurant chef, hadn't managed to think of any good ideas. In fact, when Hugo had gone back to his home in the lower city, Todd had clung to him in tears, asking whether he knew anything about Lady Rosemine's recipes he could share. Unable to refuse the request of an old work buddy, Hugo started to think of new recipes, but in the meantime, the Offmer Company determined that Todd couldn't handle this himself, and so they asked the Guildmaster's personal chef Lace to think of some as well. I don't know what had gone down between Hugo and Lace when he went to the Italian restaurant to tell Todd his new recipes, but I did know that a competition had been organized by the time he came back. They were going to duke it out, and whoever made the better recipe would have theirs used in the restaurant. Lady Rosemine liked pretty weird foods, so even with the magic contract limiting what recipes we could share, Hugo and I had plenty of ideas from our time working as her personal chefs. So he decided to challenge the competition with an original recipe of ours that she had loved. However, he ended up losing to Lace anyway. Hugo had been depressed ever since. He sadly hung his head even while in the middle of work, with his poor posture and distant gaze making him seem hardly alive. He usually looks so cool in the kitchen, but this was just pathetic. Hang on. 15 pages to the end. But even that's not going to be part of it. Part of it's not going to be there. It's going to be the afterword, I think. He let out another heavy sigh. How many times was that now? I don't know what I could do to cheer him up the day after he lost, but at this point I was fed up with it. "So you lost once, what's the big deal? All you have to do is win next time." While I was angrily chopping up the fish up, Nicola finished washing the rest of them and sent a worried glance Hugo's way. He seemed to notice that as he turned his gloomy face to her and gave a weak smile, no doubt hoping she'd console him. The moment I saw that smile, something inside of me snapped. I dropped my knife, stomped over to Hugo, and punched him on the arm. "I get that you're sad about losing to Lace, but how long are you going to be a little baby about it? Just looking at you like this annoys me." "What? Why so harsh?" Hugo stammered, widening his eyes in surprise, then grimacing at my unexpected rant. But I was the one who should have been grimacing. Not only was he damaging my opinion of him by being such a loser, now he was trying to be all cozy with Nicola right in front of me. If you want to try to beat Lace again, I'll do everything I can to help you, but being this much of a sad sack in the kitchen is just depressing. Your sour feelings are going to make the food taste terrible. Just take some time off until you're back on your feet. Hate to say it, but you're just in our way right now, Hugo. I glared at him, and Hugo glared right back, his lips burnt into a frown. He then looked to Nicola in hopes of getting some support, but she was just watching us with eyes like saucers. Sorry, but you're not gonna exploit Nicola's kindness here. I grinned and went back to Nicola's side, where I picked up the knife back up and chopped the rest of the fish before adding them to a bowl filled with water. Fran was saying we still got a year until Lady Rosemine wakes up, you know. Nicola and I can handle cooking for the orphanage just fine by ourselves, so there's nothing stopping you from taking some time off. Right, Nicola? Don't you think it'd be better for Hugo if he rested until he was feeling better? His depression's gonna seep into the food. Nicola placed a finger on her chin, tightly knitting her brow and thought, well, we can't really have the food start tasting bad. I'll ask Fran to let Hugo go back to the lower city. No, Nicola, wait a second, Hugo exclaimed. I'm fine, I'm all better now. We don't need to tell Fran anything, okay? Please? Really? You're better now? Nicola asked, blinking with surprise. Hugo nodded over and over again, now looking especially panicked. Yep, let me get back to cooking, he said, swinging his arm like an exaggerated windmill. I couldn't help but laugh if he tried to distract Nicola with the thought of delicious food. Nicola was raised in the temple, so she didn't quite understand how some things worked. If she had told Fran that Hugo needed some time away because his food tasted bad, he would be considered a failure of a personal chef and fired. There was no point paying a chef who couldn't make good food, after all, but that wasn't something Nicola really considered, perhaps due to her upbringing. All she focused on was making and eating tasty food. Nicola, can you handle the pot? Hugo asked. Ella wants you done with the fish to come help me over here. I couldn't tell whether my yelling had actually whipped him into shape or if he was just faking it as well. But it looked like Hugo had kicked aside his depression. He picked up a knife to start peeling some potato fulls, apparently intending to make something fancy to both distract Nicola and show that he had fully recovered. I drew some water from a jug and cleaned my knife while Hugo plopped down into a chair next to me in the corner of the kitchen. He grabbed a potato full out of a bag fully packed with them and started to peel it. Come on, Ella, I'll make you pay for this, he grumpily muttered at me under his breath. Or curse you, Ella. I waved a hand dismissively. You can try, but I'm not scared of someone who lost a lace and then tried to cozy up to Nicola for comfort. Wait, never mind, I can take it back. Forget this ever happened. Nope. I don't want to forget a thing about the guy I like, so... I chuckled at his expense and started peeling a potato full as well. Hugo spat through his one like he wasn't depressed at all anymore. Life had returned to his eyes and he was sitting up straight. In fact, he was looking kind of manly again. There we go. This is the Hugo I want to see at work. I hummed to myself as I continued to peel, earning me a raised eyebrow from Hugo. You sure are in a good mood, he murmured out of annoyance. Well, it was more awkwardness than annoyance. He was aware that he had been killing the mood in the kitchen and was now trying to cover for it. The fact that I thought that was cute probably showed us just how bad my taste in men was. I dropped my peeled potato full into a bowl and shot Hugo a smile as I picked up another. Don't feel so down. There's going to be another competition at the end of summer, right? All you have to do is beat Lace there. We should definitely use some mushrooms for the autumn menu. We could cook them through with butter, freshen them up with vinegar, or... Ella, do you actually think I can beat Lace? Hugo asked, sounding like he had suddenly lost all confidence in himself. Yep, I replied without missing a beat. Hugo's eyes widened in disbelief, but I really didn't understand why he was feeling so unsure. I mean, you lost last time because you were just too good at making food Lady Rosemine likes. Not because you're a bad chef. You can win next time for sure. I'm surprised you could say that when Lace bashed the dish so hard. Hugo was starting to hunch over again, likely remembering all the things Lace had told him, that the recipes were innovative but much too salty, that he should have added resha or petsis to draw out the flavor, and all sorts of other minor quibbles. Okay, quit it, that's enough. I thrust a peeled potato full right in Hugo's face to stop him from hunching forward any further. He grimaced, and this time I returned a grimace myself. We'd finally gotten him to cheer up. I didn't want him to get himself all depressed again. You dominate any competition about making food Lady Rosemine enjoys, but the one you lost was about a recipe for the Italian restaurant, right? Your problem was making a meal with Lady Rosemine's taste in mind. I mean, she likes her food salty, so... Hugo had lost the competition because he was too focused on Lady Rosemine's own preferences. It was the job of a personal chef to learn what their boss liked, slowly change their seasoning to match their tastes, and not use ingredients they were too fond of. As such, the food they made was catered to the wants of a single person, not an entire restaurant. Todd asked for some new recipes from Lady Rosemine, so that's what you brought him, right? That's why you lost. Yeah, I guess it's the rich merchants who decide on what tastes better. Only makes sense. Lace would win when she just took normal noble food and added consomme to strengthen the flavor. The Italian restaurant's menu didn't need anything too unique. What mattered was having a traditional, slightly modified recipe that could be made with easily purchasable ingredients and seasonings. Guess I'll need to make something that appeals to more people than just Lady Rosemine. The restaurant not having an ice room like we do didn't help either. I couldn't use most of the summer recipes I'm used to making. True, a bunch of Lady Rosemine's summer recipes use things that can only be kept in an ice room. Lady Rosamond was weak to the heat, and her poor health meant she was often quick to lose her appetite. As a result, she mainly wanted light meals in the summer or slightly chilly things that could be eaten without much effort. But the ice rooms were made of magic tools, so it wasn't possible for the Italian restaurant to rely on them. So basically, I'm just thinking too much like a noble, huh? I used to think about what commoners eat. Huh. Yeah, I'll have more options for autumn recipes. Now that Hugo was facing the reason he lost head on, his mood started to brighten even without any efforts. I saw his lips rise up into a motivated grin, which made me grin myself. There we go, that's the face I kinda like to see. Satisfied that he was once again wearing the expression I most loved to see on him, I got back to peeling my next potato. Hugo, I asked, noticing that he was just sitting there in a daze with his knife. You've stopped working. Come on, peel, peel, peel! He quickly snapped back to reality and started peeling again, but it seemed like his heart wasn't properly in it. For once, he was actually peeling slower than I was, and the fact that he kept glancing my way was making me really curious. Is there something else you're worried about, Hugo? You don't need to think of a new recipe for the competition right away, you know. There's still plenty of time. Yeah, right, I'll handle it later, he murmured. He was looking right at me, but didn't sound like he was paying much attention. I think he's starting to realize he liked you! Whatever he was thinking about, it must have been important. What is it this time? Gosh, he sure is a handful. Was there anything else that Hugo had to worry about? Nothing came to mind. I pursed my lips and thought, trying to figure it out while I continued to peel. Hey, Ella. Yeah, I asked casually, leaning forward to anticipation of another discussion about a dinner menu or something. Want to get married? Just that I asked! Want to get married? No beating around the bush for this guy. It was so... Did I hear that? Mishear that? It was so sudden that my mind went blank. There was such a slim connection between his question and what we had just been talking about that I couldn't believe my ears. I just stared at him, blinking in shock. Well, you always cheer me up, and I was thinking it might be nice to spend my life with you, he mumbled awkwardly before slapping a hand against his forehead. His ears had gone red along with the rest of his face. Man, why did I say that? If you don't want to, go ahead and tell me. I'm used to it. Hugo grabbed the half-peeled potato out of my hands, quickly finished it, then stood up with the bowl of potatoes to flee to the other side of the kitchen. Without even thinking, I reached out and grabbed his arm to stop him. Actually, I'm glad you asked. I like you too, so I'm really glad, but could we at least talk about this when Nicola's not around? Nicola didn't have enough common sense to read the mood and give us some space. Instead, she was staring at us closely like a kid interested in a conversation between adults. I naturally couldn't talk about romance with her watching like that. Right, good point, Hugo stuttered. I'll bring it up again after work. Right. And so, he proposed to me again on our way home. My love for him had finally borne fruit, but that didn't make him any less of a handful. I can't believe this, he complained. Waiting for Lady Rosamond means I don't get to be center stage for the next Star Festival either. He had gone to Fran for permission to get married, only to be told that no decision could be made until Lady Rosamond woke up. Hugo was still agonizing over that since he had been beyond excited to finally participate in the Star Festival as a groom. I took his hand and consolingly patted him on the back as we walked away. He stopped grumbling once I intertwined my fingers with his callous as they were from holding knives all day. Anyway, Hugo, let's forget about the Star Festival and start thinking about that cooking competition that's coming up. You want to beat Lace this time, right? Yep, and I'm gonna. You think of a dessert for me, Ella. Something that uses Ruffles, he said, looking down at me happily. His brown eyes were filled with newfound motivation, and the moment I saw them, I knew he would win this time for sure. There we go, the afterword. Here we go. Wait, the cover art, what? Artifact is wanting to hug her. Poor thing. Poor thing. When Bonifacius followed his heart, just give her a hug, and then he'd kill her. It's like, ugh, you're squeezing me too hard, I'm dead. And her soul flies out. Just like, I'm dead. Justus just following them. Oh my god. And her hugging onto Lutz, that's so cute. I want to hug you. And both of them just wanting to hug her. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is that? Please tell me! What the fuck? That's terrifying! What is that supposed to be? What the fuck? Who is that supposed to be? Someone tell me! Oh, poor Rosemary. I just want to see her wake up already. Come on. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time.